Chapter 1367, The Mansion at Night. Although the director's decision was a bit unreasonable, no one dared to oppose him. Fortunately for the crew, they had experienced similar situations before. At least it was much better than camping in the uninhabited forest. At least this mansion was a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Right? Then everyone started to eat dinner and rest, while Duanmu Huai walked aside and made a phone call. "How is it? What did you find?" As he spoke, Duanmu Huai glanced at his chest, where there was a camera similar to a pin. This was also the plan Duanmu Huai made before coming. After all, he couldn't be comprehensive by himself. So Duanmu Huai simply used this method to contact the rear. And Xianji Yuko and Sakuya could also share everything Duanmu Huai saw through the screen, so as to investigate its content. For now, there is nothing special. Xianji Yuko's voice sounded from the phone. But this place is the real underworld. I will never go there. Saki took over the conversation. "Brother, what's the matter with those stone statues? Have you investigated?" "I have investigated. They are just stone statues. At least it looks like that." Duanmu Huai shook his head. "What did you find over there?" "Oh, I did find some." Xianji Yuko's voice sounded again. "Regarding those stone statues, I did some research on the internet. Well, these stone statues were actually carved by the people in that Western-style building." "From the mansion?" "Yes, the first owner of the mansion. His son is a very talented sculptor, and those stone statues were carved by him. Of course, as you can see, there is obviously no market for such things. And there were rumors at the time that the son might be possessed by an evil spirit, which is why he carved such cursed things. Originally, the owner of the mansion planned to send his son to the temple for exorcism. But before he left, his son was found hanging in his studio. So, the son of the mansion owner was the first suicide? That's what it looks like now." After hearing the report from Xianji Yuko, Duanmu Huai began to think. Basically, artists are usually the first victims because of their high inspiration. In fact, there are many similar cases, such as painters who dreamed of Cthulhu and drew a bunch of crazy things, or novelists who dreamed of Cthulhu and wrote a bunch of incomprehensible things, or chefs who dreamed of Cthulhu and created Cthulhu dishes. "Oh, brother." Just when Duanmu Huai was distracted, Shaji suddenly spoke again. "What's the matter with the stone statue?" "Stone statue? It's the one you saw in the last room before. It suddenly disappeared. This is just a simple filming method." Before Duanmu Huai answered, Xianji Yuko snorted and explained. "There are many such deliberate tricks in this kind of entertainment variety show. It must be prepared by the staff in advance, and then taken back after they left. Otherwise, why would the director reshoot it? It was to deliberately scare these guests, so that the audience could enjoy their frightened and ugly appearance on the TV screen." "Well said. But it's useless." Duanmu Huai interrupted Ziyuanji Yuzi's explanation directly. "I can be sure that there is no one else there except us. Since Duanmu Huai is here to be a bodyguard, he must do his job well." Although Duanmu Huai has been walking behind as if he is slacking off, his perception has been covering the entire East Hall. If it is really like what Ziyuanji Yuzi said, this is some kind of operation by the crew to deliberately play tricks on people, then it is absolutely impossible to hide it from Duanmu Huai. Being slapped in the face by Duanmu Huai on the spot made Ziyuanji Yuzi a little unhappy. She snorted and stopped talking, seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward. Sakuya also hurriedly changed the subject. "So, did you find anything, brother?" "No. It's really strange. At least for now. This is just an abandoned house. I didn't find anything strange at all. In short, let's see what happens." "I know. Brother. Please be careful." "Well, don't worry." After a few words, Duanmu Huai hung up the phone, looking at the hall in front of him again. About 6 or 7 staff members were busy sorting out materials, and the director was looking at the computer with an unhappy face. I don't know what made him unhappy again. And the old professor stood in front of the statue in the middle of the hall, staring at the statue in front of him, as if studying it. As for the 2 actors, they were rehearsing the lines with the script at this moment. At first glance, everything here was normal, and there was no problem. "It's really a ghost." Duanmu Huai silently opened the system and glanced at the system prompt. But it was useless, because the system prompt can only show the information of people affected by Duanmu Huai. That is to say, if the people here lose SAN for some reason, It will not be displayed in the system information. In short, continue to follow these two actors. Duanmu Huai thought about it and made a decision. As mentioned before, the inspiration of art is high, and it is most likely to lose SAN when inspiration passes. So Duanmu Huai only needs to see when they lose SAN, and he can almost find clues. Of course, if all else fails, there is one last trick, which is to stand aside and wait for the other party to show its true form before killing it. After all, Duanmu Huai is not an investigator, not the kind of NPC who can only wait to die when the evil god appears. If the other party dares to show up, he will go up and beat them all. And I don't believe that he can't kill them. But in this way, the crew may all die. Well, for the judge, this is an acceptable loss. Okay, everyone get ready. At this moment, the director's voice sounded again. Start exploring the West Building. In the dark and rainy night, exploring an abandoned Western-style building, which is also a famous suicide site. This looks like a ghost story. As an audience, I am afraid that just seeing the gloomy and terrifying picture on the screen will make you feel uneasy. But in fact, the shooting scene is not so dark, although the two guests walked in front and acted as if they were acting alone. In fact, a few meters behind them, the staff carrying cameras were on standby at any time to shoot every move of the two people in front. This is mainly to facilitate the audience to bring in third-party shots and increase the sense of participation. So, maybe it looks scary on the screen, but when it is actually filmed, there is a sense of security like a large army. Not to mention Duanmu Huai is behind. The environment of the West Pavilion is similar to that of the East Pavilion, and the corridors are also filled with twisted, weird, and painful stone statues. However, after the experience in the East Pavilion, everyone calmed down a lot this time, and the two actors also found their appearance as guests and began to film the program seriously. Of course, I don't know whether it is lucky or unfortunate that they still didn't encounter any corpses along the way. As for the rooms, most of them were empty. Of course, there were also a few rooms with human-shaped circles drawn on the floor. Well, as for what it was, those who know it. Professor, what do you think? The guests had been chatting all the way and were a little tired. So the actress cleverly changed the topic to why do so many people choose to commit suicide here, and then threw the topic to the old professor. The crosstalk actor next to him did not object. In order to find a topic, his saliva was almost dry. After hearing the actress' question, the old professor was silent for a moment, then spoke. I think this is probably related to the environment here. Environment? Yes, it's these statues. You can see that these statues are all carved with people in pain. Not only that, the carving technique is so vivid that we dare not look at it for too long. After hearing the old professor's words, the guests nodded. These statues are indeed weird, although they are not like those B-level movies in Europe and the United States, which use a lot of blood plasma and internal organs to discuss people. But the expressions of the stone statues carved by this sculptor are very scary. If you stare at these stone statues for a long time, you will feel that these stone statues are like living people, and they are also as uncomfortable as witnessing the painful struggle of a living person. So now no one dares to look at these stone statues. There are not just one or two such stone statues. Now it seems that they are placed in every corner of this mansion. For those who are determined to die, the impact of this feeling is huge. They will be eager to escape from this pain, and their means of escaping pain is to commit suicide. I see. Hearing the old professor's speculation, the actress nodded. Of course, it sounds a bit magical, but after all, it is a variety show to be broadcast on TV. It is impossible for you to really promote monsters and demons. So, there is no problem with an episode of Approaching Science directly blaming the cause of suicide on these scary-looking stone statues. In fact, if I were to flatten this broken place, there would be less trouble. And Duanmu Huai, who was following behind, also complained to Xianji Yuko and Sakuya through the headset. In the final analysis, they are just too lazy to pay. People who commit suicide have nothing to do with the government. They all commit suicide on their own. After death, they will not waste government funds. For those politicians, they are naturally too lazy to care. Xianji Yuko complained lightly, while Sakuya laughed dryly and said nothing. Indeed, as Xianji Yuko said, although flattening this Western-style building can eliminate a suicide sanctuary, It can also be regarded as a certain extent to prevent suicides. But the problem is that it is the government that pays the money. And this involves private land. And there may be various problems. No wonder the government is too lazy to take care of it. Well, of course, it depends on how the government takes care of it. For example, there is a bridge in South Korea that has become the first choice for many people to commit suicide. In order to prevent these people from committing suicide, the South Korean government has also set up a facility on this bridge. It is to place a display next to the guardrail of the bridge. Once someone approaches, some phrases will be displayed, including, "How was your day? You are not alone. Have you eaten?" Think of the happy moments in your life. And play some intimate and happy photos and videos of family, relatives, friends, and couples. It turns out that this method is effective. Since the implementation of this measure, the suicide rate on the bridge has increased sixfold. Well, it is quite successful. I don't know which genius came up with this idea. It can be called a model of killing people and destroying their hearts. In contrast, doing nothing is a better choice. Next, it's the last room of the West Building. The actress also came to the room at the end of the West Building. And then she reached out and pushed open the door. However, at this moment, a strange situation happened. At the moment when the actress opened the door, she seemed to be grabbed by something, and was pulled into the room with a scream. At this moment, Dwan Mu-hwai flashed and rushed to the front. Then he reached out and grabbed the actress's leg and pulled her back. Ah! Accompanied by a scream. The actress was pulled out of the room by Dwan Mu-hwai, who put her aside and kicked the door open and walked in. "What's wrong? Are you okay? What happened?" At this moment, other people also ran over and looked at the actress, who was lying on the ground against the wall. The latter had a livid face and could not speak. Dwan Mu-hwai looked at her and found that there were several blood marks on the actress' right arm, as if she was caught by a monster. "What happened? Why is it bleeding? Hurry up and get the first aid kit." An accident happened during the filming process, so the situation was naturally different. Soon, a staff member brought a first aid kit and began to bandage the actress's arm. And the crosstalk actor also came over uneasily and looked at the actress. "What happened?" I don't know. Perhaps because she was surrounded by the staff. The actress gradually came back to her senses. "I just pushed the door open, and then something grabbed my arm and tried to pull me in. Is it a human? I don't think so. It should be this thing." At this moment, Dwan Mu-hwai's voice sounded, and everyone turned to look at Dwan Mu-hwai, only to see him standing at the door, holding a flashlight to shine on a stone statue inside the door. It was a man with bared fangs and claws, his eyes wide open, his mouth open and roaring silently, his hands stretched forward, as if he wanted to grab something, and the sharp hands that looked like a devil were covered with blood. Huh? Seeing this, the crosstalk actor breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe you accidentally fell when you opened the door, and then hit the stone statue, so you scratched your arm. But, facing the crosstalk actor's words, the actress frowned in dissatisfaction. She was sure that she was obviously being dragged in just now. Even now, the actress felt a little pain in her waist, which was caused by Dwan Mu-hwai grabbing her and the other party's foot strength. "Why? Do you think it was this stone statue that grabbed you?" The crosstalk actor looked at the actress's reaction and asked curiously, while the actress glared at him and said nothing. At this moment, Dwan Mu-hwai's voice sounded again. "We'll know what's going on after we see it." As he spoke, everyone saw Dwan Mu-hwai directly reach out his hand, grab the arm of the stone statue, and then gently break it, with a click. The next moment everyone saw that the arm of the stone statue was so easily broken off by Dwan Mu-hwai. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. This is a stone statue, not a plaster statue. It doesn't look special. However, Dwan Mu-hwai didn't care about the reaction. He carefully looked at the arm of the stone statue and threw it aside. Then he clenched his fist and punched the stone statue in front of him. Bang! The next moment, the stone statue was instantly smashed into pieces by Dwan Mu-hwai, and gravel and smoke rose up, and everyone hurriedly stepped back. It seems that this is just an ordinary stone. Looking at the remains of the statue that was smashed into pieces by him, Dwan Mu-hwai narrowed his eyes slightly. It's really strange. Chapter 1368 Suspicion. Due to this sudden accident, The filming had to be temporarily interrupted. Fortunately, the actress only had skin injuries and no vital injuries, so it was not a big problem. Just a little disinfection and bandage, and there would be no problem. Although most people thought that it was the actress who accidentally lost her balance and almost fell. Duanmu Huai knew very well that this was not the case. When he rushed over to grab the actress, Duanmu Huai clearly felt a pulling force in the opposite direction. Although it disappeared the moment Duanmu Huai exerted force, Duanmu Huai was sure that it was definitely not his illusion. But the question is, what is here? Standing in the room, Duanmu Huai shone the flashlight here and there. Frowning. This place looks like a studio, with unprocessed stones placed in the corner. There are strange stone sculptures everywhere around. And other than that, there is nothing here, and no one can be seen. In fact, the best way is to ask the parties involved. But it is useless. At that time, the actress was walking in front, and the crosstalk actor was one step behind because he wanted to talk to the old professor. The two of them were paying attention to each other. When the actress pushed the door open, she turned her head to talk to the two people, so she didn't pay attention to the situation in the room at all. So the actress herself didn't know what caught her. Or, even she herself was not sure whether something caught her. After all, women are timid. When they suddenly encountered this situation, they were completely scared, almost like they had lost their memory. The actress herself may not be able to tell what happened at that time. The only thing left was the 5 bloody wounds on her arm. Oh, this is really terrible. Just as the actress was sitting beside her in shock, the director came to the actress, stared at her arm wrapped in gauze, and sighed loudly. Then the director stared at the actress with a look of concern. How is it? Can we continue? Or stop here? To be fair, if the actress had to choose, she would definitely stop here. After all, she was injured, although not on her face. But her arm was also very important. And if not treated properly, it might leave scars or something. However, looking at the camera behind the director facing her, the actress also knew that she couldn't give up at this time. More importantly, it was dark in the middle of the night, and it was still raining heavily outside. And this was deep in the mountains. Even if I say I want to go back, can I really go back? Duanmu Huai didn't know what the actress was thinking, but he saw that the actress hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip and shook her head. No, I'm fine. I can continue. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so brave at such a young age. So I can't fall behind with my old bones. Hearing the actress's answer, the director also laughed, then patted the actress on the shoulder and turned away. Seeing the director leave, the actress breathed a sigh of relief. Then she looked at Duanmu Huai hesitantly, then stood up, walked to Duanmu Huai's side, and bowed deeply to him. Thank you very much for your help. You're welcome. This is my duty. Faced with the actress's thanks, Duanmu Huai waved his hand, and the actress didn't say anything more. After thanking him, she turned around and left. I've seen this actor. Just then, Xia Jui's voice came from Duanmu Huai's headphones. She recently starred in a popular TV series, and she is very popular. I heard that she is the dream lover of many boys. What do you want to say? My dear sister? Nothing. Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Xia Jui snorted. I just thought that although the hero saving the beauty is an old-fashioned plot, it is surprisingly useful. She was so afraid of her brother before, but now she dares to talk to her brother. Just say thank you. After all, she is an actress, and the camera is still filming. If she doesn't say thank you, someone might use this to trouble her later. Duanmu Huai didn't care, but Xia Jui obviously didn't intend to stop there. Is that so? I think my brother seems to be speaking for her. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not interested in women in the entertainment industry. Really? Generally speaking, don't boys like female stars? Women who can act are troublesome. Who knows if she is real or acting in front of you? And this industry is so chaotic. I don't have this interest. Is that so? Then I'll take it as such. After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Xia Jui seemed satisfied and did not continue to ask questions on this issue. Duanmu Huai did not want to waste time on such questions, so he decisively changed the subject. By the way, did you see anything over there? Alice is investigating. Alice? Yuzi's nickname. Can't Yuzi be read as Arisu? So she called it Alice, and she likes it very much. Okay, whatever you want. Did you find anything? Yes. At this moment, Shianji Yuko's voice sounded again. I said there was something wrong. Sakuya. Look here. Hey! Let me see. Really? I thought she was pretending to be so that others would rescue her. Why does my sister treat every woman who approaches me like this? What did you find? Wait. I'll pass it to you now. As the voice of Shianji Yuko fell, Duanmu Huai's phone rang a moment later. Duanmu Huai opened his phone and saw that Shianji Yuko's account had sent him a photo. The scene shown above was exactly the scene at that time. At that time, the actress was pulled into the door. Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand to grab her feet and pulled her out. She was wearing purple underwear. It seems that her innocence was also acted. Is that the problem? Hearing Sha Ju's ruthless complaints again, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. Of course, the main purpose of this photo was not to see the exposure. But the actress who fell forward in front stretched out her right hand straight forward. And through the light from behind, you can indeed see a claw grabbing her arm. However, because the room was very dark, only half of the other person's palm could be seen in this screenshot. That was the stone statue placed at the door that Duanmu Huai had seen before. And the action was exactly the same as before. So, it was really the stone statue that pulled her in. Shianji Yuko and Sakuya also witnessed the scene through the camera. And they also looked unbelievable at this moment. Not sure. Hard to say. After all, I didn't look carefully at the time. But I didn't feel anything special. Duanmu Huai was also confused. If the other party really controlled the stone statue to attack, then he should be able to sense the fluctuation of the breath? But why didn't he feel anything? Huh? Strange. Just then, there was a commotion over there. Duanmu Huai turned around and saw several crew members gathered together, whispering something. At this time, the director also noticed the commotion over there and walked over dissatisfied. What's wrong? What happened? Director. Sawamura is missing. Sawamura? Yes. Didn't you scold Sawamura before? We haven't seen him since then. I called him just now. But no one answered the phone. What happened? Hearing the report from the staff, the director frowned, but soon shook his hand. Forget it. Ignore that guy. Time is short and the task is urgent. Let's continue shooting. Soon. The director's voice sounded again. And everyone stood up and continued to work. Now that the east and west buildings have been filmed, the last one is naturally the most important. That is, the annex building at the back. Of course, the annex building itself is nothing special. But the problem lies in its legend. According to records, the original owner of this Western-style building committed suicide by hanging in the annex building. The second owner's family also did the same. The reason why the director put the annex building at the end of the filming was to set off this atmosphere. Especially now with heavy rain, pitch black, lightning and thunder. Well, it's much better than the 50-cent special effects. And it's free. If there wasn't a corridor leading to the annex in the main hall, everyone would have been soaked. Professor, can you please introduce it? Walking in the corridor leading to the annex, the crosstalk actor did not forget his duties. And although the old professor was old, he was still in good spirits. At this moment, he walked forward and spoke. Speaking of which, this was still known as a sensational unsolved case at the time. Oh! Why? According to records, the death of this family did not attract the attention of others at first. But later, a strong stench emerged in the area, disturbing everyone. So they wanted to find the source of the stench. And then, they found that it came from this mansion. At that time, no one answered the door. So they just broke the door open and entered the mansion. At that time, I heard that there was no one in the mansion. No! Yes. Not only the family members were not there, but also the servants were not there. The villagers were curious at the time, but they still followed the smell and finally found the villa. The door of the villa was also locked. When the villagers took great pains to open the door, they found the bodies hanged in the villa, including those of the servants. Huh? Even the servants were there? Hearing this, the crosstalk actor showed a surprised look. And the actress walking on the other side also showed a surprised expression at the right time. That's right. The old professor stroked his beard and continued proudly. Because this case had a great impact. The higher-ups also put a lot of thought into it. In the end, they thought that the bandits broke into the mansion late at night and stole things. So they killed the owner and his family, including the servants, and then locked them up in the mansion to destroy the bodies. As for the bandits, they naturally ran away early. How stupid. After hearing the old professor's explanation, no one else reacted. But Shionji Yuko was the first to get upset. This is simply a fabrication. Even if it was a robbery, why is there no trace inside the mansion? And when the villagers came, didn't they say that the whole mansion was locked? How could those robbers be so idle that they knew to close the doors and windows after robbing things? Although Shionji Yuko is a self-proclaimed NET detective, she does seem to be able to reason. Dwanmu Huai did not comment on this. He was not interested in reasoning. He just wanted to catch people or kill them directly. As they were talking, the group hurriedly passed through the dilapidated corridor and came to the main door of the annex. The actress subconsciously wanted to push the door, but she stopped and looked at the crosstalk actor. The latter's expression twitched slightly, but soon returned to his previous exaggerated look. Okay. You are injured. Just leave it to me. As he spoke, the crosstalk actor took the key, walked forward, opened the door, and shone the flashlight inside. This is the other. Wow. However, before he finished speaking, the crosstalk actor seemed to have discovered something, screamed in fear, and sat down on the ground, while the actress also jumped back like a frightened bird and hid directly behind Dwanmu Huai. On the contrary, the old professor was confused and couldn't figure out the situation. What? What happened? Corpse. There is a corpse. The crosstalk actor was pale at this moment. He couldn't act out the fear of facing a corpse. Or rather, this is much scarier than acting. Is there really a dead body? Compared to the two guests and the old professor, the crew members were much calmer. After all, they had seen dead bodies before when they were doing this program. The people behind them hurried forward and raised their cameras and flashlights to shine inside. After all, for this program, finding a dead body is a very classic plot. The entire annex looked like a large empty warehouse with almost nothing inside. Because of this, everyone soon saw a figure swaying in the air, under the light of the flashlight. The figure also revealed his true face. He was a man in his 30s, with a distorted and ferocious face and a wire hanging from his neck. But the most eye-catching thing was the clothes he was wearing. They were exactly the clothes of the crew members. When they saw this man's face, all the staff members widened their eyes in surprise, and could hardly believe what they saw. Isn't this Sawamura? Chapter 1369 Panic Spreads. It must be said that finding a body during filming is already very scary. And the body is someone they know, which is even more scary. Hey, what's going on? What should we do now? Call the police? We could only call the police. For a while, the entire filming site was in chaos, and the staff didn't know what to do. Seeing the chaos in front of him, Dwanmu Huai frowned. Then he walked up and yelled, "Shut up." Dwanmu Huai's roar was louder than the thunder outside, and it made everyone's ears ring in the closed space. They couldn't help but shut their mouths and looked at Dwanmu Huai anxiously. Dwanmu Huai stared at them and looked around slowly. "Don't make noise. Stay still and call the police immediately. Everyone stay where you are and don't move around." With Dwanmu Huai's order, the staff gradually calmed down, and then Dwanmu Huai pointed at someone at random. "You, call the police." "Hey, should I call the police?" Faced with Dwanmu Huai's order, the staff member was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the director standing not far away anxiously. At this moment, the director was still standing there motionless, staring at the corpse hanging in the air like a stone statue. And Dwanmu Huai also looked at the director and frowned. "Director, call the police." Oh! Hearing Dwanmu Huai's words, the director came back to his senses as if waking up from a dream, and nodded subconsciously. Okay. Call the police. After getting the director's permission, the staff member dialed the police number. Then he said a few words, and then looked at Dwanmu Huai with a bitter face. "Then? That? I have called the police. But they said that the weather is too bad and we are too remote. So it is not easy to send police at this time. They asked us not to destroy the scene and wait for the rain to stop before sending someone to investigate." "What about the body? Just hang it like this?" The staff member turned to the phone again and repeated Dwanmu Huai's question. "Yes. Don't destroy the scene. And don't move the body. That's what the other party said." "Okay then." Dwanmu Huai picked up the flashlight and shone it around. The entire annex is a huge warehouse, completely enclosed, with only a few small windows on the second floor for ventilation, and nothing else. Then Dwanmu Huai shone the light on the body again, which was still hanging on the beam, shaking slightly, with a crooked head and a wide-open mouth, looking painful and terrifying. Well, this is nonsense. Hanging is a relatively painful way to commit suicide. Let's go. Lock the door. Dwanmu Huai waved his hand, and no one else spoke at this moment. It must be said that although Dwanmu Huai looked extremely fierce, everyone really needed a backbone at this occasion. The director looked so lost now that he couldn't be relied on at all. If Dwanmu Huai hadn't stepped forward in time to command everyone, I don't know what to do. At this moment, hearing Dwanmu Huai's order, no one else spoke, silently walked out of the villa, and then locked the door. As the door in front of them was locked, a staff member suddenly spoke up. Hey, you said, this annex is locked. How did Sawamura get in? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. And then, they felt a chill all over their bodies. Yes, this annex is locked. So how did Sawamura get in? Didn't he have a key? There is only one key, and the director specifically told me not to lose it. Speaking of this, everyone closed their mouths at the same time, and felt a chill all over their bodies. The annex is locked. So how did that person get in? Okay, don't think too much. Seeing the others looking terrified, Dwanmu Huai waved his hand. Maybe he climbed in from the second floor window. But why did he choose that place? The crosstalk actor mustered up the courage to ask. And Dwanmu Huai glared at him. How do I know what those who want to commit suicide are thinking? Maybe he thinks it's quiet there. Okay, let's go back to the main hall. Dwanmu Huai said so, and the others didn't dare to say anything more. They followed Dwanmu Huai's words and returned to the main hall. This place was no different from before, except that it was dead silent now. Everyone sat there blankly, not daring to speak. They spoke in a low voice, gathered in groups of 3 or 2. Obviously, this incident had a great impact on them. Although they were all shooting suicide sites, they didn't expect that one day one of their own people would commit suicide. This was much more shocking than shooting those unknown corpses. Only Dwanmu Huai leaned against the wall next to the hall, chatting with Shionji Yuko and Sakuya. Shionji Yuko was drowsy, but this woke her up. This is a murder in a closed room. Alright. What murder in a closed room? You really think you are a detective? Listening to Shionji Yuko's chatter, Dwanmu Huai was speechless. Why is it not a murder in a closed room? You heard it before. There is only one key to the annex, and the door of the annex was locked before. A suicidal person has no reason to climb the window, and the window is high up on the second floor. If there is no place to climb outside, it is impossible to get up. That's easy. Dwanmu Huai yawned. The staff member who opened the door is the murderer. In fact, the door of the annex was not locked at all. He just pretended to open it. Okay. The case is solved. Isn't this the plot in detective novels? After being interrupted by Dwanmu Huai, Shionji Yuko was speechless, and Sakuya next to her laughed dryly. No matter what, we have to investigate it. No one can solve the case like you. I'm not a detective either. Dwanmu Huai spread his hands. He didn't care about the murder in the secret room. After all, there were so many tricks that could be played by the old days. Even if someone really manipulated the staff to go into the secret room and hang himself, it was not impossible. Why bother with such things? But what Ziyuan Temple Yuko said was right. After all, the investigation still needed to be done. So Dwanmu Huai turned his head and looked to the side, waving his hand. You? Come here. Ah. Yes. The 3 staff members gathered nearby were also startled when they heard Dwanmu Huai's call, and then walked over tremblingly. Excuse me. What can I do for you? Tell me about that staff member. What happened before? Faced with Dwanmu Huai's question, the 3 staff members were a little uneasy, but they still bit the bullet and explained to Dwanmu Huai what happened in the hall before. So, you are saying that the photographer was scolded by the director because he forgot to play the tape? Yes. Is he often scolded? Not really. Or the director just has a bad temper. We have all been criticized by him to some extent. So he is not targeting Sawamura in particular. After all, this director has been in the studio for a long time, and everyone respects him. It's the Japanese seniority ranking again. Hearing this, Dwanmu Huai rolled his eyes. This is what the Japanese say. Whether in the symphony club or in the company, the status is ranked according to the length of time. Forget it. It's none of his business. So how did that person behave before? Very normal. At least we don't see anything strange about him. Oh. Okay. You can go now. After getting the information he wanted, Duanmu Huai dismissed the staff with a few words. And here, Xianji Yuko and Sakuya also heard the conversation between the two. And they were confused. Just because he was scolded, he chose to commit suicide? Isn't this too exaggerated? People in society are like this. Some people keep things to themselves. Maybe the photographer was the same. He may have suffered too much injustice before. The director scolded him, which became the last straw that broke the camel's back. So he chose to commit suicide. But why did he commit suicide in the annex? What do you mean? Just as Duanmu Huai was communicating with the two people, suddenly, a roar sounded. Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw the director standing there angrily, staring at the staff in front of him angrily. You mean? I killed Sawamura? You have to understand. That guy committed suicide. Suicide. He wanted to die. It has nothing to do with me. Or do you want to say that I am a murderer? I don't mean that. Director. The staff member was also very surprised to see the director so angry. He just wanted to ask the director if he knew whether the assistant photographer had encountered any difficulties before. Unexpectedly, the director jumped up and cursed at him like a cat whose tail was stepped on. This surprised the staff member, who waved his hands and stepped back. But the director didn't seem to let him go. He glared at the staff member fiercely, and then glanced around. What? Do you think I killed him? Did I kill him? What a joke. You all saw it. That guy committed suicide. Suicide. Damn. That bastard. He's causing me trouble even after his death. Seeing the director's furious look, no one dared to speak, and only dared to watch him from a distance. Seeing this, the director became even more furious. He grabbed the fruit knife on the table and gestured to everyone. Come on. Since you think I'm a murderer, I'll really kill someone to show you. While yelling, the director rushed towards the staff in front of him. Seeing the director rushing towards him, the staff member gritted his teeth and suddenly picked up the iron rod next to him. Damn it. I'll fight you. After saying that, the staff member was not afraid of the knife in the director's hand. He went straight up and raised the iron rod to smash the director's head. Seeing this scene, everyone around screamed loudly. And just as the two men started fighting, Duanmu Huai suddenly appeared. Then he stretched out his hands, grabbed their necks with one hand each, and lifted them up like two puppies. What are you doing? Stop it now. However, in the face of Duanmu Huai's angry shouts, the two men still looked crazy and desperate. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Anyway, killing one is no different from killing two. I'm going to kill you. I've wanted to kill you for a long time. Die for me. MMP. Looking at the two people who were caught in his hands and struggling with red eyes, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly. Then he grabbed their heads and slammed them hard. Bang! The next moment, the two people's heads collided with each other, making a dull sound. And then the two people rolled their eyes and fainted completely. Really? You guys are just looking for trouble when you have nothing to do. Duanmu Huai casually threw the two unconscious people to the ground and gave an order. Find a rope and tie these two guys up to prevent them from causing trouble again. After hearing Duanmu Huai's words, a staff member quickly went to do it, while Duanmu Huai stared at the two unconscious people and then looked around. He also found that the atmosphere here was a little bit wrong at the moment. Although it was dead silent on the surface, everyone's eyes were a little strange, as if their emotions were very unstable. Could it be that this is the secret of this mansion? Chapter 1370 Secret Detection. Duanmu Huai is not a sensitive person. To put it bluntly, he doesn't know how to read other people's expressions. In other words, with Duanmu Huai's strength and appearance, he doesn't need to read other people's expressions. Instead, other people often have to read his expressions. After all, if Duanmu Huai is upset, the consequences will be disastrous. But even so, Duanmu Huai can also detect that the atmosphere here is not right. Strictly speaking, it is normal to be not right. After all, everyone saw the hanged body with their own eyes. It was just hanged to death, fresh and warm, and it was the body of someone they knew. There must be some mental fluctuations. But seeing that the director and the staff were almost about to fight, Duanmu Huai still raised his vigilance, because he found that there was something wrong with these two people. How to say it? If this is not the world of Cthulhu, Dwanmu Huai would suspect that they would shout blood sacrifice to the blood god. Skull sacrifice to the skull seat next. That's right. The reaction of these two people just now was the same as seeing the believers of the god of tyranny in Dwanmu Huai's eyes. Could it be that the enemy this time is a spiritual type? If this is the case, Dwanmu Huai will be in a bit of a pickle. He hates this kind of invisible and intangible things the most. Not to mention that Dwanmu Huai is not good at mental attacks. The only mental attack he can think of is to sing Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse with Qianho. However, Dwanmu Huai is not without a solution. But he doesn't want to use this method. Thinking of this, Dwanmu Huai sighed in his heart. And then he stared at the unconscious director with a gleam in his eyes. Quality judgment. This is the first and only skill that Dwanmu Huai obtained when he became the god of joy. It is mainly used to see the quality of the other party. Of course, this quality does not refer to any talent. But forget it. Those who understand will understand. At least after Dwanmu Huai got this skill. He mainly used it on the girls around him. Generally, Dwanmu Huai did not use this skill often. After all, some things are better not to know. For example, the information displayed by the director in front of him is like this. Ability: Obedience LV3, Desire LV3, Skill LV3A, Feeling LV7M, Chi LV5B/L, Poisoning. Marking: Pain marking LV3, Happiness marking LV3. To be honest, just looking at these, Dwanmu Huai felt that his eyes were burning. Really, some things are better not to know. Especially when the other party is a skinny old man in his 50s. But this is not what Dwanmu Huai wants to see. He only needs to look at the next line. Quality: High self-esteem. Suppress pessimism. Madness. Hate women. Dwanmu Huai turned his head and looked at the other staff member. Quality: Resistance to pessimism. Madness. Virginity. A place. Dwanmu Huai carefully looked at the other people again. Although everyone's XP was varied and different, they all had two similarities in their qualities. Pessimism and madness. This is definitely not normal. At this time, Dwanmu Huai also quickly discovered the problem. This quality. It does not refer to a person's physical quality, but to his or her emotional characteristics. Pessimism and madness. As the name suggests, it means that one tends to think the worst of everything, and at the same time, one's thoughts are twisted and one tends to go to extremes. If you say that one or two people are like this, then it's fine. But everyone in the entire crew is like this. Could it be that this place is full of crouching dragons and phoenixes? It's impossible that everyone in the crew, including the guests, is a psychopath. And they are all pessimistic and extremely psychopathic? Dwanmu Huai felt that he might have found the reason why people always commit suicide here. Obviously, there is indeed something here that cannot be detected by the naked eye. And the other party can also influence the human spirit through some special ability, making their emotions pessimistic, negative and radical. Once stimulated, they will easily take the extreme path of self-destruction. And most of those who dare to come here come to commit suicide. So they are naturally more easily influenced. Damn. I hate this kind of thing that doesn't confront you head-on. Dwanmu Huai cursed secretly at this moment. Although he guessed it now, he didn't know what to do. Even if the opponent has a physical body like QB, it's still okay. But if you don't have a physical body, then Dwanmu Huai has no tricks. You can't really let him fight wits and courage with the air. What's the point of winning? However, Dwanmu Huai is not completely without a solution. The reason why this guy uses this method to kill people means that he definitely needs humans. Maybe it's emotions. Maybe it's the soul. So many humans gathered here. It must be a feast for it. If I seduce it a little, maybe it can't help but come out? Well, I can try. Time passed by minute. Originally a mere night. For most people, it was nothing. It passed in the blink of an eye. But for some reason, in the eyes of the crew, this night was particularly long. And they also wanted to close their eyes and take a nap. But I was afraid that I would never wake up again after closing my eyes. However, there was good news. The rainstorm outside gradually subsided. The heavy clouds dispersed. And the bright moonlight emerged from the night, illuminating the originally dim mansion. But this cold, pure white moonlight did not bring any comfort to people. On the contrary, they felt cold all over, as if they were in a cemetery. The crosstalk actor sighed, then reached out and touched his pocket. Then he frowned, cursed secretly, and then stood up and walked towards the door. Where are you going? Seeing the crosstalk actor leaving, Duan Muhuai stared at him and asked. The crosstalk actor shivered at Duan Muhuai's question. But soon, he mustered up his courage and stared at Duan Muhuai in return. I'll stay in the car. This place is too weird. I don't want to stay here and wait for death. I advise you to stay here and wait until dawn. Duan Muhuai gave a faint warning, and the crosstalk actor instinctively shrank back in the face of Duan Muhuai's dissuasion. But soon, he glared back again. I won't stay here. I'm safer in the car. This place has been cursed. If you stay here, you will all die. Believe it or not. Now the rain has stopped. We should leave here immediately. Hearing the crosstalk actor's words, the staff also began to hesitate. After all, as the crosstalk actor said, it was obviously not a good idea to continue staying here. Because of the heavy rain, they had to stay in the mansion for safety reasons. But now the rain has subsided. Maybe it is best to leave this weird house as soon as possible. Is there anyone else who wants to leave with me? The crosstalk actor looked at the others, and at the crosstalk actor's call, most of the staff stood up. I also think we shouldn't stay here any longer. Me too. This place is too weird. Soon, almost 2/3 of the staff stood on the side of the crosstalk actor. Only the actress, the old professor, the unconscious director, another staff member, and 2 female makeup artists stayed. Aren't you leaving? I think it's safer to stay here. The actress secretly glanced at Duan Muhuai, and then spoke to the crosstalk actor. It's so dark outside now. And it just rained. And the mountain road is not easy to walk on. What if an accident happens? Yes. The 2 female makeup artists also nodded vigorously. It's not that they don't want to leave, but they are worried when they think of the mountain road outside and the weather. I'm old. It's not suitable for me to run around at night. I'll stay here until dawn. I think this young man is very capable. Nothing should happen with him around. The old professor also laughed and answered. Then you stay here. Let's go. The crosstalk actor was too lazy to waste time here. He snorted coldly and left the mansion with other staff. Duan Muhuai and others stood at the gate of the mansion, watching them walk towards the car park not far away. Mr. Duan Mu, are we really not leaving together? The actress stood beside Duan Muhuai, looking ahead anxiously. To be honest, she actually wanted to leave. But in the actress's heart, Duan Muhuai was more reliable. After all, he was a professional bodyguard and had saved her once. The choice he made must be reasonable. As for the crosstalk actor, whether he has the ability or not, that's a question mark. Let's see. Duan Muhuai stared at those people, without trying to stop them. He wanted to see if his guess was correct. If his idea was correct, then the thing entrenched in this mansion would definitely not let so many delicacies leave on their own initiative. It would definitely take some measures. When the staff member committed suicide before, Duan Muhuai was not here at all, so he had no way of finding any clues. And now, let me see what you are capable of. Duan Muhuai folded his arms, leaned against the gate, and watched the group of people get on the car. At the same time, he quietly expanded his perception. At this moment, everything around him, including every blade of grass and every tree, was under Duan Muhuai's control. He wanted to see what tricks that thing had at this point. Under Duan Muhuai's gaze, everyone got on the car, started it, and then turned on the lights and drove out. Seeing this scene, the other people felt a little regretful, but they still stayed here obediently, and could only watch the lights in front of them turn the corner and drive towards the exit. However, at this moment, suddenly, a gust of wind blew, shaking the surrounding trees. This place is located in the mountains, so it is not surprising that there is wind. But what no one expected was that as the gust of wind blew, a towering tree behind them suddenly, crack. It broke with a sound and fell forward. The huge and thick tree trunk hit the ground, and below it was the car driven by the crosstalk actor. Boom! The thick tree trunk hit the car like a hammer, and the next moment, there was a flash of fire in front of my eyes, and the car exploded and caught fire instantly. The people inside were naturally cremated. Oh my God! How could it be? Seeing this scene, the others also turned pale, stretched out their hands to cover their mouths in fear, and screamed. They didn't expect that something like this would happen in front of them. However, Duan Muhuai was not in the mood to care about other people's thoughts at this moment. On the contrary, He stared at the darkness in front of him with a slightly fixed look in his eyes. Duanmu Huai could feel that when the wind blew just now, a strange spiritual power suddenly emerged, which caused the big tree to collapse. Not only that, when the big tree collapsed, Duanmu Huai had discovered through perception that the crosstalk actor who was responsible for driving tried to speed up and escape. But the car suddenly broke down at this time. And then the big tree fell down. And those people died. Not only that, at the moment these people died, Duanmu Huai felt their souls being swallowed by that strange spiritual power. And then, that power quickly withdrew and disappeared into the air again. Although the opponent was very fast, it could not be hidden from Duanmu Huai, who was well prepared. Before that power left, Duanmu Huai had already locked the target. Got you. Chapter 1371. The real purpose is revealed. Fire and smoke. Just as Duanmu Huai locked onto the target, the car over there also began to burn. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned and speechless. And the old professor was so anxious that he kept stamping his feet. Hurry up. Hurry up. Save people. Hearing the old professor's words, the actress and others wanted to go over to check the situation. But Duanmu Huai directly reached out to stop them. No need. The fire over there is so fierce. It is impossible for anyone to survive. Even if someone was alive, they would have been burned to death by the time we got there. How can you, young man, have no sympathy at all? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the old professor stamped his feet in anger. Don't you care about their lives at all? Seeing the old professor so angry, the actress and several other staff members felt a little uneasy. They looked at Duanmu Huai and then at the old professor. After all, the latter was a respected professor with a high social status. But Duanmu Huai didn't let them move, so they couldn't move casually. Although from the perspective of these staff members, they also wanted to check on the safety of their colleagues. However, Duanmu Huai was not moved at all by the old professor's accusations. I don't care about the life and death of the dead, but I still care about the life and death of the living. What are you talking about? The old professor stared at Duanmu Huai, while the latter just looked at him indifferently. It's very simple. I'm afraid that after I come back, what if everyone here is dead? What do you mean? Are you worried that something unexpected will happen to us? It's hard to say. Of course, it could be an accident, or it could not be. But seeing that you are so eager to lead me away, I am even more curious. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stared at the old professor and clenched his fists. What do you want to do? Huh? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the actress and others were shocked and looked at the old professor in surprise. Although they still don't know what happened. But after listening to Duanmu Huai's words, the old professor wants to kill them? Why? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the old professor's originally anxious expression suddenly became calm. He stared at Duanmu Huai coldly and showed a strange smile. I didn't expect that you were so big, but you still have some brains. I was thinking of doing it to you last. Now it seems that I have to change the order. As he spoke, the old professor raised his hand and held a pistol in his hand. Ah! Seeing the gun in the old professor's hand, everyone's face changed drastically. They had never thought that this old professor who had been smiling and looked kind before would actually carry a gun. However, compared to the others, Duanmu Huai's expression did not change at all. He looked at the gun as if he was looking at a toy gun. You don't want to use this gun to deal with me, do you? Hee hee. Kid, I know you are very powerful just by looking at your appearance. But there are things in this world that are far beyond your imagination. In front of them, everything you rely on is just an illusion. Speaking of this, the old professor's originally calm face turned crazy. That's right. They are all illusions. Humans don't know their fate at all. In this world, we are just like ants. Everything we know is just a wisp of dust in the endless void. Those great, indescribable existences are the direction we should follow. Speaking of this, the old professor's expression became more ferocious. Lloyd will definitely return. Lloyd will eventually return. Humanity must open their eyes and wake up from the mist of the world. They must see the reality of this world clearly. While speaking, the old professor raised his gun and aimed at Duanmu Huai, while the actress and the staff members were so scared that they had already hidden behind Duanmu Huai. Humans need power and need a master. We are sheep. We long for the shepherd's drive. This is our fate. A fate that cannot be escaped. At this moment, the old professor had completely lost his mind. He held up a pistol and kept yelling. And Duanmu Huai just stood there, staring at him and sneering. However, isn't the thing you said that guides humans still sealed here? If it is really as powerful as you say, then how could it lose to humans? Wu, you don't understand at all. Faced with Duan Muhuai's ridicule, the old professor paused for a moment. But soon, he glared at Duan Muhuai and roared again. You don't understand at all. The greatness of those from the void. Ignorance and ignorance hinder people's vision of exploration. Now we are no different from blind people. We can't grow in this world by relying solely on strength. We need to open our eyes and recognize this world. Only in this way can we elevate mankind to a higher level. Just this useless guy who can only play tricks in an abandoned house. Duan Muhuai snorted with disdain. When the old professor heard Duan Muhuai's ridicule, his face became much colder. He raised his pistol, aimed at Duan Muhuai, took a few steps back, and walked to the stone statue in the hall. A reckless man like you can't understand the mysteries and truth of the universe. And your soul is only worthy of being its food. Boom, boom, boom. However, before the old professor finished speaking, suddenly, the whole mansion shook wildly. Feeling the vibration, the old professor raised his hand excitedly. I heard it. I heard it. Loiger's call. It is about to wake up. It will. Boom. Before he finished speaking, the strange monster stone statue behind the old professor suddenly exploded. At the same time, the stone statues placed around also exploded. And the shock wave like a whirlpool roared and exploded, instantly sweeping the entire mansion. The old professor in front of the stone statue was the first to bear the brunt, and was instantly swept into this invisible powerful force. His skinny body was twisted and deformed like noodles, and then torn and twisted, like a rolled towel, and turned into a pile of broken waste. At this moment, the actress and several other staff members also fainted on the ground. If they had not been blocked by Duan Muhuai, they would have died in this violent energy vortex. However, Duan Muhuai was in no mood to care about them at the moment. He clenched his fists and stared at the front. Under Duan Muhuai's gaze, a twisted, weird figure flashed with colorful brilliance and slowly emerged from the void. Its appearance is basically the same as the monster carved out of the stone sculpture. The only difference is that its appearance is not the color of stone, but a sticky dark brown color like rotten waste. Well, it looks disgusting. The monster turned its head and locked the direction of Duan Muhuai. Although it has no eyes, Duan Muhuai can still feel the other party's cold, mad and bloody, greedy desire for souls. With this thing, you still expect it to guide humans? I'm afraid they ate humans for breakfast. Duan Muhuai silently complained in his heart, then clenched his fists, stared at the monster in front of him, and showed a hideous smile. You finally showed up. Kid, prepare to die. Along with Duan Muhuai's roar. The next moment, the shadows around him surged like waves, condensed into tentacles as thick as towering trees, and whipped the monster in front of him. As Duan Muhuai took action, the old breath that he had been hiding before also emanated. And at this moment the monster in front of him finally realized that the one in front of him was not a prey that could be needed at will, but a hunter who hunted him. It let out a piercing scream, and an invisible shock wave exploded, blasting towards the tentacles. At the same time, the monster suddenly leaped and rushed into the depths of the forest. Want to run? Can you run? Duan Muhuai certainly wouldn't get it this chance. This monster had no entity before, so he couldn't do anything to it. Now that it had finally transformed into a physical form, Duan Muhuai naturally couldn't let it run away. This kind of spiritual enemy is difficult to deal with, and it's even more difficult to deal with without an entity. Seeing the monster in front of him turn around and try to escape, Duan Muhuai didn't care about anything else. He raised his right hand and grasped it in the air. As Duan Muhuai moved, the ground around him trembled and burst instantly. And then black tentacles stretched out from it and tightly wrapped around the monster's body. The latter obviously didn't expect Duan Muhuai's determination to be so firm. At this moment, he was caught by Duan Muhuai. At the same time, a huge tentacle like a century-old tree was raised high and smashed down again at the monster in front of him. If it hits hard, it will be dead. Hiss. At this time, the monster seemed to realize that it was about to be in great trouble. It screamed violently, and then colorful energy burst out from the monster's body, pushing away the huge tentacle that was about to hit it. Not only that, with the pouring of energy, the monster's body began to become thinner and thinner. Not good. Seeing this scene, Duan Muhuai was shocked. Of course, he knew what this guy wanted to do. Obviously, seeing that he couldn't win, he planned to dissipate his power and return to his original state. That won't work. Damn it. I don't want to use this trick. Seeing that the monster's body was becoming more and more transparent, Duanmu gritted his teeth, then jumped up and pounced on the monster in front of him. And the tentacles condensed by the black shadows around him were like thousands of troops following Duanmu, rushing towards the monster with him. Seeing Duanmu rushing towards him, the energy pouring around the monster was getting more and more. Seeing this scene, Duanmu couldn't hesitate any longer. He pounced down, opened his mouth, and bit hard at the monster's sticky body. And as Duanmu moved, the tentacles around him also rushed up, completely wrapping up the prey in front of him. After brushing up the physical strength in the mobile game, there is nothing to do. But in the online game, you can also mine and chop trees, which is good. Chapter 1372, Seriously Injured. For Duanmu, this was the most serious injury he had suffered since entering this trial. Just look at him lying on the sofa with a half-dead look on his face. Brother, are you really not going to eat? Looking at Duanmu lying on the sofa with a look of despair, Shaji asked with some uneasiness. Duanmu raised his hand and waved weakly. You guys eat? I don't have much appetite recently. Let me wait for 2 days. Watching TV silently, Duanmu felt sad. Although as a judge, it was Duanmu's duty to eliminate the existence that threatened humanity. But this time, he really felt that he had sacrificed too much. In order to prevent the monster from escaping, Duanmu had to choose to absorb it directly. After all, only in this way could he completely control the monster and prevent it from running away. However, the taste was really disgusting. Duanmu couldn't forget it now. The smooth, mucus-like touch, the softness after biting it, and the disgusting taste and color. It was just like eating a piece of Duanmu turned his head again tremblingly and took a big sip of coke, which suppressed the nausea in his throat. He then took a breath and closed his eyes again. He didn't want to recall the process of destroying the monster anymore. Duanmu felt like he was lying on a squirming big chewing and sucking, relying on Qianho's countless mouths. He swallowed it completely. Of course, Duanmu himself did not have any special reaction after eating it. His weak appearance now was completely due to the mental trauma he suffered at that time. After that, when it was dawn, the police also rushed to the mansion. Of course, there was nothing left there. The strange power used by the monster before had completely caused devastating damage to the entire mansion. Fortunately, the unconscious director and actress were not affected and barely escaped. As for the staff in the car, they were cremated immediately. Faced with this situation, the police naturally launched a search. But in fact no one could tell what happened. The testimony provided by the actress only showed that the old professor seemed to have bad intentions. And Duanmu directly made up a half-true and half-false story for the police. He claimed that the old professor was a cult member and wanted to make a sacrifice here. At the same time, he placed explosives when others were not paying attention. And then he blew up the mansion in the end to bury everyone with him. As for the crosstalk artist and other staff members who were driving, well, it can only be said to be an unfortunate accident. The police were naturally skeptical about Duanmu's statement. But after investigation, they did not find any other clues. According to the actress and several other staff members, the old professor did hold a gun in his hand and said a lot of strange things, which matched Duanmu's testimony. Therefore, the police finally used Duanmu's testimony as the case record. As for the situation of the old professor, they will continue to follow up the investigation. Of course, this was also some information Duanmu deliberately revealed to the police. He was sure that the old professor probably had some connection with the so-called Universe Light sect. If the police followed this clue to investigate, they would definitely bring some trouble to the sect. Well, it would be a disgusting thing. And after this action, Duanmu could also be sure that the actions of the Universe Light sect were to awaken or activate those sleeping or sealed old ones, or alien creatures. They hope to make things bigger, at least to the point where they are out of control and cannot be cleared up. According to the old professor, it is to make human beings no longer blinded by ignorance, but to open their eyes and witness the truth of this world. Hee. It sounds good, but you can also see the truth of the world? It is true that the ignorant are fearless. But to be honest, Duanmu thinks that this Universe Light sect is a bit stupid. If they want to make trouble so much, why don't they do a ceremony themselves? and then summon the descendants of the outer gods, or the old ones, to come out. But have to run around the streets and disturb people's peace? You say they don't have this ability. They can even lock the habitat of these monsters. But you say they have this ability. But I can't see it. After all, even the cultists who believe in evil gods know that they need to protect themselves when summoning those unspeakable monsters. But these guys seem to have no such awareness at all. And just rush forward. It seems that they have no idea that these monsters will destroy everything around them after waking up. They are really mentally ill. In anime games, those behind-the-scenes masters would prepare in advance to deal with possible threats when they want to summon evil gods or unlock seals. Of course, there are some who fail to estimate the opponent's strength. But at least they have the idea and plan. Instead of opening the box without any protection. Isn't this courting death? For Dwanmu Hwai, his misfortune is not that simple. He drank another sip of Coke, then quietly opened the system and read the prompts above. Detected that the player swallowed Loiger. Essence of the Old. The essence of the old has been digested. Gained additional special abilities. Special ability fusion effect detected. Special abilities merged into Fear Aura. Fear Aura gains additional trait Despair. Despair, within the effect range. All enemies receive a 1d4 penalty on attribute identification. Attack, damage, immunity and skill identification. Used as a mental effect and cannot be exempted. Oh my god. My Fear Aura has become stronger again. Dwanmu Hwai sighed silently. He felt that he was quite desperate now. But he got used to it. So he let it go. That's it. What else can I do? I can't eat so much for nothing. I'd better not say it. My stomach feels uncomfortable when I think about it. Hum. At this moment, the red panda also came over curiously. Then jumped and lay on Dwanmu Hwai's chest. Looking up at him, Dwanmu Hwai reached out and stroked the soft and furry head of the red panda. Well, it turns out that raising a cute pet makes you feel happy. Not to mention the cute furry little ones. Ding ding ding. Just when Dwanmu Hwai was obsessed with petting the red panda, the phone rang. Dwanmu Hwai stretched out his other hand to pick up the phone and answer the call. Soon, Wang Mao's voice came from the other side. Hey, man. How are you doing recently? Not so good. Dwanmu Hwai yawned silently. I'm still recuperating. What's the matter? Hey! Did you forget? Didn't I say that the renovation was finished before? I was just planning to ask you to come and see it. Oh! Finished? Hearing this, Dwanmu Hwai immediately perked up. Because the mental stimulation brought by eating that monster before was so great that Dwanmu Hwai almost forgot. Well, if Wang Mao hadn't called him, Dwanmu Hwai would really forget that he had bought a house. Go! Wait a minute. I'll call them, and they'll be there soon. Dwanmu Hwai also got up from the sofa at this time, and then called Sha Jui and Xianji Yuko, and then drove to the destination. When Dwanmu Hwai arrived with the two girls, Wang Mao had already been waiting there, looking at Dwanmu Hwai. His expression was somewhat complicated. Brother, you are here. Well, what's wrong? Is there any problem with the decoration? No. The problem is... Oh, forget it. Brother, you can see it yourself. As he spoke, Wang Mao handed the key to Dwanmu Hwai, who took the key, opened the door and walked in. This cafe bedroom converted from a warehouse was originally a loft style, with a cafe on the first floor and guest rooms on both sides of the second floor. However, the cafe occupies the front part, and the guest rooms are in the back. So the entire cafe is very large and looks almost like a church. And this is why Dwanmu Hwai liked it at the beginning. As for now, well, the original Italian style has completely disappeared, replaced by the metal skull Gothic style exclusive to the tribunal. When I pushed the door open and walked in, I saw the huge skull, warhammer and tentacles entangled in the wall. Around the hall were guards in full armor and holding swords. Of course, after the change, it felt more like a reception room with a cafe. But the metal, dark and depressing style around it was really unbearable. To be honest, I don't know what you were thinking, brother, why you had to make it like this. But I have to say, it looks really exciting. Looking at the decorations in front of him, Wang Mao couldn't help but sigh. At first, when he saw Dwanmu Hwai's design on the drawing, he felt that it was completely random, just like a middle school student. But since he paid for it himself, he couldn't say much, and could only do it according to Dwanmu Hwai's request. But Wang Mao didn't expect that it would turn out like this. Obviously, something as scary as a skull shouldn't appear in those luxurious houses. But Duanmu Huai not only specially designed the skull pattern, but even the stair handrails were made of skulls. Just imagining it feels like a haunted house. But what Hua Mao didn't expect was that after the building was completed, he found that the skull was not as conspicuous as he thought under the combination of golden and crimson. Instead, it was like some kind of themed decoration, perfectly matched with the scene in front of him, and blended together, creating a unique, heavy, sacred and solemn beauty. Well, it's okay. Duanmu Huai glanced around and nodded with satisfaction. He could feel that his old power had completely wrapped this place. It can be said that this house is now an extension of Duanmu Huai's will, thanks to the ubiquitous skull badges. Duanmu Huai can easily grasp everything that happens in every corner here, without Duanmu Huai's permission. Not even mosquitoes can fly in. Of course, Duanmu Huai is satisfied, but Xia Jui is not. Will our room be like this too? Xia Jui looked at the hall in front of her with some embarrassment. Although this feeling is not unacceptable. As a girl, she does not want her bedroom to be in this style. Of course not. Your room is designed according to your style. That's good. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Xia Jui breathed a sigh of relief. As for Ziyuanji Yuko, she didn't care about this at all. The reason was very simple. Yes, this is the room I want. Opening the bedroom door and looking at the room inside, Ziyuanji Yuko shouted excitedly and jumped in. This room is not big, and even the decoration is simple, with only a huge double bed in the middle. Then around this double bed, the tables and walls on both sides are full of monitors. Dozens of monitors were arranged in AC shape, directly surrounding the entire bed, and Xianji Yuko excitedly threw herself on the bed, then quickly picked up the remote control on the table and turned on the air conditioner. This is all in accordance with your request. But is it necessary to install so many air conditioners? Looking at Xianji Yuko, who started to debug the system, Duanmu Huai asked in confusion. Since they are companions, he naturally has to take good care of Xianji Yuko. When she was renovating the room, Duanmu Huai asked her what she wanted for her room. And this was what Ziyuanji Yuzi asked for. In addition to the monitor, she also wanted to install several air conditioners in the room. To be honest, Duanmu Huai couldn't understand it. Fortunately, this was originally a coffee shop with a central air conditioning system, so it was not particularly troublesome. Of course, this way I can also start working. Don't worry. There will be absolutely no problem. Okay. Since Ziyuanji Yuzi said so confidently, Duanmu Huai would not say anything else. It depends on how capable this person is. Chapter 1373 Strange Shop. Ziyuanji Yuko, who was working at full strength, was indeed quite capable. It didn't take long for her to find the information Duanmu Huai needed. According to my investigation, the accounts of these three people received a sum of money a week before they took action. Ziyuanji Yuko opened the window and pointed at the information in front of her and said to Duanmu Huai, the amount of money was basically around 500,000, transferred through different anonymous accounts. In other words, these guys were indeed instigated. Perhaps you can say that he was hired. After all, 500,000 is not a small amount of money for ordinary people. Continue to investigate. The clues are interrupted here. Xianji Yuko shook her head. These anonymous accounts were only used once, and the deposit records were all from 10 years ago. There are not many left. In other words, someone deposited several accounts with 500,000 yuan 10 years ago, and then directly transferred money from here when needed? What about the personal identity of the account? No results. All of them are fake identity information of others. These bastards are really cautious. Hearing the reply from Ziyuan Temple Yuko, Duanmu Huai snorted unhappily. What about that old man? I inquired through the police channels. The police did find some books similar to religious publications when they searched his house. They are currently investigating, but there seems to be no progress. The professor's account also has the same transfer record, but it has been a long time. Probably for about 5 years. Good fellow. This is poverty alleviation. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes speechlessly. Most academics are poor, let alone those who study folklore. But since the other party has been able to support him for 5 consecutive years, it means that this old professor should have some level in the Universe Light sect. Well, looking at his crazy appearance, it doesn't seem like he can be trained in 1 or 2 years. The investigation has come to an end here, or it has entered a dead end. because those anonymous accounts have been around for too long and are too scattered. Even Shianji Yuko couldn't find out who was behind these accounts. But she thought it was not one person, but a group of people. Because according to Shianji Yuko's investigation, these anonymous accounts were opened in different locations, some even abroad. Unless the mastermind behind the scenes can clone himself. This is the most reasonable explanation. It seems that we still have to catch him alive. Duanmu Huai stared at the screen and then sighed. What should I do next? It's simple. Continue to monitor other addresses. If there is any abnormality in these places, notify me immediately. Duanmu Huai originally planned to trace the individual directly through the account. But now it seems that this trick will not work. He has to wait and see. It's really annoying. Since the other party intends to awaken the sleeping or sealed old ones, or evil gods, and wants to make a big news, it is impossible to do it silently. Once there is any sign of trouble, Duanmu Huai intends to take action immediately, and go to deal with the other party. But, brother, is it not good for you to go directly there? At this time, Shaji also asked. I think you should have a public identity, so that it will be more convenient to act. Otherwise, what if others ask about it when you get there? This is indeed a problem. Hearing Shaju's reminder, Duanmu Huai also thought about it. And Xianji Yuzi beside him chuckled. What's so difficult about this? As long as you put a badge on your chest, no one will dare to bother you. After all, you look like pain. However, before Ziyuan Temple Yuzi finished speaking, Duanmu Huai stretched out his ruthless iron claws and grabbed his head. You're not done yet. Are you? Don't mention this in front of me again. Damn. The system used this trick when designing the background for me before. And now you use this trick too? Got it. Just as Ziyuanji Yuzi, who was caught by Duanmu Huai, was kicking and screaming on the bed like a little chicken, Duanmu Huai suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. Let's be a detective. It turns out that a detective is more suitable for me. You? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Ziyuanji Yuzi, who was lying on the bed, hugged her head and looked at him with an unhappy face. How do you look like a detective? There is no detective like you. Stop talking nonsense. If I say yes, it's yes. That's it. Go through the formalities for me later. When I go out to investigate in the future, I will just appear as a detective, and I don't have to worry about being suspected. But you are a detective only if you have someone to entrust you with something. When you go to investigate, if someone asks you who entrusted you, what do you say? Is there any need to ask? Duanmu Huai waved his hand. You still call yourself a NET detective. Read more novels. And when someone asks you, just say that a dead person entrusted me. Isn't that the end? Duanmu Huai was very proud of his sudden inspiration. After all, many suspense detective novels start like this. The detective received a commission from someone, received a reward, and then went to the destination to inquire, only to be told that the client had already died. Aren't these all classic openings of suspense detective novels? It's all made up anyway. So why not make up one yourself? Wow. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Xianji Yuko's expression looked as ugly as if she had eaten a fly while eating noodles. I've never seen a detective like you. You've seen one now, haven't you? Duanmu Huai didn't care about the dissatisfaction in Ziyuan Temple Yuzi's tone. He was very proud of his ingenuity. Appearing as a client of the dead, he could not only fit in reasonably, but also cause a series of disturbances. Maybe those guys with guilty consciences would jump out by themselves. Isn't this much easier than simply solving the case by reasoning? So the weapon of criticism is no match for the criticism of the weapon. Anyway, let's do it this way. If you encounter something similar over there, you know what to do. I know, woo-woo. Xianji Yuzi didn't dare to talk back now. Duanmu Huai grabbed her head just now, making Xianji Yuzi feel that her head was as fragile as an eggshell. If she hadn't struggled desperately, I'm afraid her head would have exploded right now. She was still a little girl, and this bastard didn't even hold back. So there's nothing going on right now? Not that there isn't anything. Listening to Duanmu Huai's complaints, Ziyuanji Yuzi lay on the table, stretched out her hand, and weakly pointed at the screen. Those people have been standing outside for a long time. Go and see what's going on. During the renovation, Duanmu Huai installed cameras in all directions of the building according to Ziyuanji Yuzi's request. And the one connected to Ziyuanji Yuzi's bedroom was naturally connected. It can be said that this place is not only her bedroom, but also responsible for monitoring Duanmu Huai welcomes this. Where can you find someone willing to do security checks for you 24 hours a day without having to work? Duanmu Huai looked in the direction of Ziyuan Temple Yuko's finger. And sure enough, he saw a few people standing not far from the gate. What are they doing? Duanmu Huai was also confused. This was not a store. And it was not open. So why were there people blocking the door? Anyway, go and see. At the same time, outside the gate, 4 girls were curiously looking at the gate in front of them, with a puzzled look on their faces. What kind of shop is this? Ejichi-senpai? A red-haired girl with a guitar on her back took a selfie with her back to the gate, then turned her head curiously to look at the blonde girl next to her. I'm not sure. I remember this used to be a coffee shop, but now it seems to have been renovated. The blonde girl shook her head left and right, looking confused. The short-haired girl standing next to her showed an excited expression. Maybe it's a live house. Huh? Really? Yes. I passed by here a few days ago and saw that they were renovating. There were some very punk decorations inside. And look at this door. As she spoke, the blue-haired girl pointed to the heavy, huge, Gothic-style double doors. Look at the pattern on it. The skull. And the large amount of metal texture. This is the authentic and pure heavy metal punk style. Punk originated in the UK. Originally. What are you doing here? Just as the blue-haired girl was excitedly explaining to her companions, the heavy door suddenly opened. And then Duanmu Huai walked out, looking at the 4 people in front of him. He asked, "Wow." Seeing Duanmu Huai's sudden appearance, the blonde girl was startled, and the red-haired girl ran behind the blue-haired girl and hid. Even the blue-haired girl, who was eloquent, was pale and speechless. Hello. Hello. The blonde girl seemed to be the backbone of the group. Facing Duanmu Huai's gaze, she was also trembling with fear, with tears in her eyes. But she still mustered up the courage to greet Duanmu Huai. We didn't mean to make a noise here. We are just curious about this newly opened store. Store? Duanmu Huai turned his head and glanced at the door. Yes. This is a newly opened store. Excuse me. What do you sell here? Here? Faced with a question from the blonde girl, Duanmu Huai pondered for a moment. It's a detective agency. I guess. Detective? Hearing this, the girls were all shocked, staring at Duanmu Huai with wide eyes in disbelief. Hey! Does that mean you're a detective? Why? You don't look like one? No. We don't mean that. Yes. Sorry to bother you. Before he finished speaking, the 4 girls turned and ran away, while Duanmu Huai looked at their backs, shook his head, and then closed the door again. Huh? On the other side? The 4 girls didn't breathe a sigh of relief until they ran to the other side of the street. Oh! So scary. Yeah. I haven't seen such a scary person. Isn't that a gangster agency? Hey! But would a gangster agency be so ostentatious? Anyway, we should be more careful next time. The blonde girl also looked at the others and warned them. Although Duanmu Huai didn't look like a good person, he was quite friendly when he spoke just now. Well, but this is just the appearance. In short, if you come here next time, you should be more careful. And their gathering place is not far from the detective agency. The situation is worrying. Chapter 1374, Cheating Detective. After this, Duanmu Huai spent a period of ordinary and busy days. Ordinary because after 3 consecutive failures, the sect called the Light of the Universe seemed to feel that this year was unlucky, and did not continue to cause trouble. Busy because Duanmu Huai's activity as a detective was increasing. Ziyuan Temple Yuko did what she said and applied for Duanmu Huai's detective status. But in fact, she was planning to watch Duanmu Huai make a fool of himself at that time. After all, from the previous cooperation with Duanmu Huai, Zai Yuanji Yuzi found that Duanmu Huai had a bad temper, a careless personality, and was not sharp enough in observation. Apart from his extraordinary strength, he had no detective qualities at all. Therefore, in Zai Yuanji Yuzi's view, even a simple case could make Duanmu Huai look ridiculous. She had already classified Duanmu Huai as a person with strong limbs and simple minds. However, the result was beyond Zai Yuanji Yuzi's expectations. Detectives in this world have certain rights, but they also have the obligation to complete the cases assigned by the Detective Association. Of course, these cases are from clients. The Detective Association will rank these cases according to the difficulty level, and then let other detectives apply. If a certain number of tasks are not completed within a year, then the detective license will be downgraded or even revoked. In the eyes of Xianji Yuko, if Duanmu Huai is not needed for a year, he should get out of here. However, the facts are beyond Xianji Yuko's expectations. At the beginning, as a detective of the lowest level, Duanmu Huai received some low-level commissions such as finding kittens and puppies, or suspected cheating evidence. These commissions are not worth mentioning in the eyes of Ziyuan Temple Yuko, but they are very troublesome for Duanmu Huai. Ziyuan Temple Yuko thought so, but the facts surprised her. Duanmu Huai's commission completion rate is 100%. Not to mention finding lost cats and dogs, even tracking and secretly photographing. He can handle it all, and even get extra evidence of the other parties cheating for the client. Although the clients were a little afraid of Duanmu Huai at first, after Duanmu Huai perfectly completed their commissions, they were naturally satisfied and gave 5-star praise. Soon, Duanmu Huai's rank was upgraded again, and he was qualified to assist in the investigation of theft cases. Originally, Ziyuan Temple Yuko thought that this would be difficult for him, but unexpectedly, Duanmu Huai once again broke her imagination. Generally, detectives collect evidence through various clues and then call the police. This is actually a very difficult thing. Although catching a thief is not a big deal, it is difficult to investigate. After all, a detective is not a policeman. Even if he is a policeman, he needs a search warrant to search the thief's house. In this case, the detective has almost nothing to do except assisting the police in surveillance. However, Duanmu Huai is different. He can always find the thief who is committing a crime and catch him with the evidence. In this case, there is no need for a search warrant and the process can be followed directly. This has already puzzled Ziyuan Temple Yuzi. But what happened next is even more incomprehensible to her. Duanmu Huai's level has been upgraded again, and he can investigate homicide cases. Of course, with his skills, catching those vicious criminals is just like catching chickens. No tricks are needed at all. Ziyuan Temple Yuzi can understand this point. After all, Duanmu Huai originally gave people the impression that he was particularly good at fighting, the kind that is not afraid of 100 people. But what happened next was something Ziyuan Temple Yuzi couldn't understand. That is, Duanmu Huai was able to find the murderer. Duanmu Huai received an unsolved case before, and the police could not find any clues. When Duanmu Huai arrived, he just chatted with a few suspects, and then directly pointed out the murderer. The police also found the murder weapon and the victim's property in the other party's home according to his explanation, thus solving the case. Although Duanmu Huai talked about the method of committing the crime very well, Ziyuan Temple Yuzi couldn't accept it at all. She couldn't understand how Duanmu Huai knew that the man was the murderer. Relying on eloquence? Duanmu Huai can make people angry to death with just one sentence. Who will be convinced by him? Relying on observation? He usually doesn't care about anything. And he doesn't seem like the kind of person who can observe details. Relying on sharp thinking? This man is usually too lazy to use his brain. And he thinks purely by muscle. He can solve the case with this? How did he do it? Xianji Yuzi was almost crazy. But she didn't know that Duanmu Huai was cheating. Indeed, just as Xianji Yuzi thought, Duanmu Huai didn't have the patience, nor the eloquence, and he was too lazy to play brain teasers with the criminals. Logically speaking, a person like him is not suitable to be a detective. But Duanmu Huai can cheat. Find lost cats and dogs? How difficult is that? Duanmu Huai's animal taming. We'll find them for you right away. You can see the person alive and the body dead. Cheating is even easier for Duanmu Huai. You have to know that the stealth he inherited from the Raven Guard is to stand behind a telephone pole and not even see the shadow. There were even several times when the other side was doing something, and Duanmu Huai would just set up a camera and film them without them noticing. If he wasn't worried about the client's explanation, Duanmu Huai could just get in their face and take a close-up shot. Petty thefts are easier to deal with, as Duanmu Huai can read the surrounding environment and trace back to the past. So the police may need to stick there, but's out to look for clues. But Duanmu Huai only needs to stand there and rewind. And he can even see clearly how the other party stole things. If he still can't catch the person, then he is mentally retarded. As for those unsolved cases, they are the simplest for Duanmu Huai. He only needs to find the suspects and ask them one by one, then copy their information, and then summon the shadows of the suspects and ask directly who is the murderer. Yes, it is so simple and crude, and the reasoning is useless. I will let him surrender directly. He has the ability, but he has to use his brain. Isn't this just idleness? If Ziyuan Temple Yuko knew, she would be so angry that she would die. Of course, this series of cases also made Duanmu Huai gradually famous. At least on this street, he was already a celebrity. But for Duanmu Huai, this was just a disguise. It was not that he could not think with his brain. But Duanmu Huai was too lazy to waste his brain cells on fighting wits and courage with stupid murderers. As a judge, the only people he had to use his brain to deal with were cultists. And with Duanmu Huai's current well-known detective identity, even if he appeared in certain occasions, those cultists would not doubt his identity. Well, to put it bluntly, this was just a disguise after all. But it is also quite useful. Now when Duanmu Huai walks on the street, people will greet him. At the beginning, everyone was afraid to avoid him. It's like this. Ah, Mr. Duanmu. Just as Duanmu Huai was crossing the street as usual and was about to go back to the office, a voice rang out. Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw a girl with a blonde side ponytail running out from the ground and waving at him. Hello. Hey, Hongxia. What do you want to talk to me about? Duanmu Huai nodded to the blonde girl. After staying in the shopping street for so long, he was already familiar with the people around him. For example, the blonde girl in front of him. Duanmu Huai knew her name was Achichi Hongxia, and her sister ran a live house in the basement next door. And Achichi Hongxia and 3 friends formed a band and were practicing all the time. But among these 4 people, Duanmu Huai was most impressed not by Achichi Hongxia, but by the girl named Gotodoku. It's not that she always wears sportswear to attract attention, but every time Gotodoku sees him, the expression on his face becomes extremely wonderful, as if his SAN value has been reset to 0, and he has gone completely crazy and unconscious. So every time he meets her, Duanmu Huai has to subconsciously open the system to see if he has turned off the fear aura. Unlike her sister, Achichi Hongxia is a lively and cheerful child, and she is also quite well known on this street. Actually, there is something. Oh, what is it? It's like this. Our band is about to hold its first official performance, and we are selling tickets. So, if possible, Mr. Duanmu and Ms. Sakuya, would you like to come and see it? The band? Hearing Achichi Hongxia's explanation, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. Although it was completely different, it reminded Duanmu Huai of the original Wind Band. To be honest, before this, Duanmu Huai had never thought that he would have any connection with music. But now it seems that there is still some fate. Okay. Duanmu Huai withdrew his thoughts and nodded. Give me 2 tickets. I will tell Sakuya. Great. But is it really okay? Looking at Achichi Hongxia, who was about to jump for joy, Duanmu Huai reminded her. Hey! Isn't that Goto very afraid of me? If I show up, will she faint from fear and even forget to play? After hearing Duanmu Huai's reminder, Achichi Hongxia seemed to react and scratched her head. I believe Pochi-chan should be fine. I hope so. Anyway, this is not a problem I should worry about. After all, this is not a club activity, and I am not a club advisor. Duanmu Huai bought 2 concert tickets and then returned to the office. He was very confused as to why Achichi Hongxia named the band the N Band. At least in Duanmu Huai's opinion. This is an extremely unlucky name. As a result, Achichi Hongxia told Duanmu Huai that this was to commemorate the bond that connects everyone together. So it was called this name. But in Duanmu Huai's opinion, this name seems to mean that they are going to break up. Forget it. As long as they like it. I'm back. Duanmu Huai pushed open the door and was greeted by the cold air from the air conditioner, which made Duanmu Huai frown. He himself doesn't like air conditioners, but prefers fans. The cold air from the air conditioner doesn't seem like the cold wind of nature to Duanmu Huai, but rather has an unnatural touch, like the unique touch of cold machinery. Anyway, Duanmu Huai doesn't like it. However, there is one person who likes it. How many times have you done this? At least not before you come in. This is a girl's room. Sitting on the bed, the petite girl with her back to Duanmu Huai complained without turning her head. Her long black hair fell down like satin and scattered on the bed. There were a lot of empty cans next to them. Well, it was a perfect example of an unhealthy life. Just you, little brat? Duanmu Huai didn't care about Ziyuan Temple Yuzi's complaints at all, and walked in with a snort. Look at your underdeveloped body. Who would be interested in you? No one would want you even if you were thrown naked on the street. Here. Your report. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai casually threw a document to Xianji Yuko. As a detective, she naturally had to solve the case. But because Xianji Yuko was a person who would never go out unless it was absolutely necessary, and she was not good at frontal combat with her thin arms and legs. So basically Xianji Yuko's commissions were completed by Duanmu Huai and her in cooperation. To put it bluntly, Xianji Yuko was responsible for reasoning. Duanmu Huai was responsible for arresting people. And then they reported together. To be honest, Duanmu Huai was quite happy doing this kind of brainless work. I read the report, and you said something you shouldn't have said at the end. I'm just stating the facts. It's none of my business whether the other party wants to listen or not. Duanmu Huai spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and looked indifferent, while Xianji Yuko turned around and glared at him in dissatisfaction. The so-called detective is, in a sense, a voyeur. They will spy on the facts that others try to hide, and then find out the truth. In fact, to put it bluntly, this is the gossip mentality that everyone has. For example, when most people see a man and a woman fighting on the street, they will curiously gather around to watch. And at the same time, they will be very interested in inferring why they are fighting from the words they yell at each other. It would be even more interesting if they could know the story behind the two people. Of course, for most people, their ability to act is not so strong, and the gossip about the fight is over. Only those who want to satisfy their burning desire for gossip will conduct further investigations. This is the detective. However, after knowing the truth, whether to make it public or not, everyone's attitude is different. Ziyuan Temple Yuko is more cautious in this regard, and will not easily tell others the secrets he has investigated. But Duanmu Huai is completely the opposite. He doesn't care whether these boring secrets will affect the parties involved, and will only expose them all ruthlessly. Of course, whether it will become a mess after this is not his concern. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Is there any news over there? Duanmu Huai looked at the monitors placed on the side with familiarity, which showed the information of the other addresses. Nothing is useful. For now, the other party may choose to stay silent for a while. I hope they don't waste too much time and get out and die sooner. Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and then looked at the ticket in his hand. By the way, Ejichi Kuka's band is going to have a concert soon. Do you want to go and listen? I can just watch from here. You don't need to ask to know that this guy is planning to hack into the surveillance system of Livehouse and watch the live show directly. He doesn't even need to pay. No. At least he still needs to pay. Then I'll go with Sakuya. Chapter 1375 Heavy Rain. For Duanmu Huai, some customs of the ancients still make sense, such as looking for an auspicious day before doing anything. At least in this way. There will be no such thing as a concert being held, but then it rains heavily. Just like now. Wow. This damn weather is really unbearable. After walking into the door, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but complain. Fortunately, this is in the basement. It would be really unlucky if it was outside. Huh? Duanmu Huai walked into the gate while complaining, and then saw 4 girls standing there with depressed faces. Hey, what are you doing? Ah, Mr. Duanmu. Miss Sha Jui. Seeing the appearance of Duanmu Huai and Sha Jui, Ji Hongxia immediately smiled. You are here. Of course. You have paid for the tickets. Why don't you come and take a look? Good guy. It seems that we are the first to arrive. Duanmu Huai walked around the empty space, and there was no one except them. The red panda held in Sha Jui's arms also jumped down at this moment, shaking its body desperately to dry the rain on its body. Ah! Mimi! Seeing the red panda, the other girls also gathered around and looked at it with smiles on their faces. Well, the red panda is so cute. Even if the atmosphere is depressed, as long as you see its appearance, you will feel better. Then I'll leave this side to you. I'll wait over there. Duanmu Huai chose a corner, then leaned against the wall, no longer caring about the problems here. Sakuya came forward, picked up the little panda, and smiled at everyone. Then, I look forward to your performance. After that, the 4 members of the band also returned to the backstage, although they hoped that the weather would get better. But, the weather forecast says that the rain will get heavier in the future. The red-haired girl looked at her phone anxiously, with a depressed face. Hearing her report, Ichichi Hongxia also showed a solemn expression. Is it heavier than now? Yes. It's terrible. While saying this, Ichichi Hongxia leaned out and quietly looked at the audience below the stage. After that, A few more people came, but there were only more than 10 people in total. Although the venue was not big, more than 10 spectators were indeed too few. The show is about to start, and there are only so few spectators. But it's really a bit unexpected that Mr. Dwanmu would come. Although I sold him the ticket at the beginning, I originally thought he would not come. As if to liven up the atmosphere, Ejichi Hongxia also hurriedly changed the topic, and the others nodded. Ejichi-senpai is right. I also think that gentleman doesn't look like someone who likes rock music. Maybe he looks like rock music? But by the way, is Pochi-chan okay? At this moment, the blue-haired girl's words made everyone nervous again. They all knew that their band's guitarist Go-to-Doku was extremely socially anxious and afraid of interacting with people. The kind that would faint when talking to others. They have witnessed Go-to-Doku's strange behavior more than once. But when facing Dwanmu Huai, Go-to-Doku's reaction is inexplicably big. Almost every time he sees Dwanmu Huai, Go-to-Doku will stand and lose consciousness. And this time, he even came to watch the live performance. Then, thinking of this, everyone turned their heads and looked behind them anxiously. Pochi-chan, is it okay? No, it's okay. However, what they saw was a cardboard monster who had put himself in a cardboard box. Like he was playing some crude cosplay. As long as you can't see it, there's nothing wrong. This won't work. At the same time, Sha Jui, who was standing in the corner, was quietly communicating with Dwanmu Huai. It seems that there are not many spectators today. Is it because of the weather? It may have something to do with them. I guess we are the only ones who came to see them this time. Dwanmu Huai pointed at himself and Sha Jui, and then pointed at the two female college students in front. He heard them say hello just now, saying that they came to see Goto's performance because they heard it on the street. Is this really okay? Sha Jui was a little worried because they were neighbors and often visited each other. Moreover, Sha Jui had a good impression of the four people in the band. They were also friends. At the moment, just seeing this empty venue made her worry about the band. We can't do anything about it. After all, the weather is here. In my opinion, they should go out and perform on the street more often. Maybe there will be more people. Dwanmu Huai was not making up stories. When he was a consultant for the Wind Band, the band would gather on some holidays and hold outdoor concerts in places like shopping malls or parks. On the one hand, it is to improve their performance ability in front of the public. And on the other hand, it can also increase their popularity and attract support. This is Wind music. You should know that this stuff is high-end and not for the common people. Even the Wind Band does this. Logically, rock bands should be more focused on gaining popularity. However, they have never done this. Why? Because of Pochi-chan. That kid is really shy. Why is she doing rock music if she is shy? Hearing Sha Jui's sigh, Dwanmu Huai silently complained. If you ask me, Hongxia and the others are just too fond of that kid. They should force her to go out and play a few times. She will get used to it. What's the point of not going out and cramming before the performance? What if she sees so many people up there and gets scared and becomes a wooden man? That would be a joke. Well, Dwanmu Huai's Spartan education is still the same as always. If Huang Qian Kumiko and others hear it, they will definitely feel sympathetic. Although Dwanmu Huai said so, when the band came on stage, the situation was quite unexpected for Dwanmu Huai. Originally, Dwanmu Huai thought that with Go-to-Do's social phobia, he might not be able to count 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 when standing on the stage. But he didn't expect that after the first song. Go-to-Do was the most stable one among them, and the others had more or less problems. Well, Dwanmu Huai's ears were not destroyed by the Wind Band for so long in vain. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. After listening more, he can also find out whose performance is worse. Wow, this social phobia is the most stable one? It must be said that this really surprised Dwanmu Huai. He widened his eyes in surprise and looked at Go-to-Doku standing next to the stage. The latter just lowered her head, hugged the guitar in her arms, and said nothing. But her performance was quite stable, and even reminded Dwanmu Huai of Mary's violin in the orchestra. Of course, Go-to-Doku didn't have Mary's outstanding violin talent, but she was very stable. Others were either not on the rhythm or out of tune. Even the red-haired girl, who usually looked very lively, had a little unstable breath when she sang. Good guy. It turns out that it's not the socially anxious person who should go to exercise, but you three? Duanmu shook his head silently. Although it's inevitable that various situations will occur when it's the first time on stage. But forget it. What else can I do? Just listen obediently. I'm not their consultant now, so I can't control their life or death. It's good enough that they give me face and listen to the song. Other things are not my business. Right? Soon. The song ended. Brother, what do you think? Sha Jui looked at Duanmu, who shrugged his shoulders. However, before Duanmu could speak, the voices of the girls next to him came over. Sure enough, there's nothing to see. I really shouldn't have come so early. Hearing the audience's ruthless criticism, even the red-haired girl, who was naturally lively and cheerful, turned pale and stiff, and didn't know what to say for a while. Duanmu didn't say anything, and as for Sha Jui, she probably started thinking about how to comfort her friends later. Thump, thump, thump. Just when the atmosphere was so dull, a fierce guitar sound suddenly sounded. Hearing this guitar sound, Duanmu raised his head and looked at the stage. He saw that the socially phobic Pochi was desperately plucking the strings, making a series of fierce sounds, completely dispelling the silence in the venue. Woo wow! Hearing this guitar solo, even Saki widened his eyes in surprise and looked at the stage in surprise. Then, the performance started again. Duanmu didn't know much about music, but at least he could hear that with this guitar solo, the coordination between the entire band became much more proficient. At least this time, they successfully attracted the audience's attention. The audience below no longer just played with their phones, but looked at the stage seriously. Obviously, this was the best recognition for them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, Duanmu's cell phone vibrated. Duanmu picked up the phone, and then the voice of Xianji Yuko came from the other side. Something's happening. Take action immediately. Have those guys taken action? I'm not sure about this, but I just received news that a large number of missing persons cases have occurred in Area B recently. The police have merged these cases and requested assistance from the Detective Association. I understand. I'll leave now. At this time, the second song was over. Duanmu put down his phone, looked at the stage, and then turned his head. Brother? I have work to do. I have to go first. By the way, please tell me after the concert that the first song was terrible, but the second song was okay. After saying this, Duanmu reached out and touched the little panda lying in Sha Jui's arms. He felt a little comfort from the furry touch, and then turned around and left the venue. Hearing Duanmu's words, Sha Jui looked at his receding back speechlessly, not knowing what to say for a moment. It would be fine if you just praised him. Why did you have to say something nonsense? Chapter 1376 Investigation Team. After becoming a detective, Duanmu also handled some cases, but this commission was quite beyond Duanmu's expectations. Unlike other cases that only require 1 or 2 people to solve, this case not only has 3 detectives from the Detective Association, but the Metropolitan Police Department has also dispatched 3 police officers to jointly handle the case. It must be said that this posture is not easy to mess with. As for the reason, Duanmu had heard from Xianji Yuko on the way here. In short, a large number of missing cases were found in March City where Area B is located, and the number is higher than the average level, which attracted the attention of the Metropolitan Police Department. Of course, in a large or medium-sized city, there are many missing people every year, and missing cases are different from serious cases such as murder. To be honest, if the person is not found at the time, it will basically be listed as an unsolved case later. After all, the police force is limited. Instead of wasting energy on missing cases with no clues, it is more cost-effective to solve a theft case. So in this world, generally speaking, most missing cases are handled by detectives. After all, detectives are idle. It's just that any city will have a horizontal line. If the number does not exceed this horizontal line, it is considered normal. And if it exceeds it, it is abnormal. This is why this incident was exposed. A mother of a missing person wanted to find her child, but the police had no results, and the detectives had no clues. The mother may have missed her child too much and developed paranoia. She thought the police and detectives were just perfunctory, so she found a reporter to expose the incident. As a result, when the reporter investigated, he found out that the number of missing cases in March City in a year was as high as that in big cities like Tokyo. How could this be? What the reporter wanted was a big news story, wasn't it? So he published it without hesitation. After all, the police and detectives didn't take action, and it involved conspiracy theories, so it was bound to go viral. In fact, this news story really went viral. So it was the Metropolitan Police Department and the Detective Association's turn to be in a state of panic. After all, this report not only talked about the situation in March City, but also speculated that there was a huge human trafficking network inside March City, and those missing people were all captured and sold. The reason why the police didn't take action was because the local police had connections with this human trafficking network, and they were shielding them from the wind and rain. The reporter's move was a big news. But the Metropolitan Police Department could not sit still and decisively sent people to investigate the matter. Originally, this should be considered an internal matter of the Metropolitan Police Department and had nothing to do with the Detective Association. But after learning about this, the Detective Association investigated. Wow! Many detectives in March City have disappeared. I came to watch the fun, not to become a part of the fun. The matter involved detectives, so naturally the Metropolitan Police Department could not handle it. So the two sides finally decided to form a joint investigation team and took the Shinkansen to March City to investigate the matter thoroughly. The Metropolitan Police Department sent an old policeman who was about 50 years old, with two young people. The same was true for the Detective Association. In addition to Dwanmu Hwai, there were two other detectives. One of them was a female high school student, known as the idol detective. The other was a fat uncle, known as the food detective. As for Dwanmu Hwai, well, those who understand will understand. The two sides exchanged information on the way, and then came to March City. This is a medium-sized city, not too big, not too small, surrounded by mountains, and it seems quite secluded. After revealing their identities, the group came to the March City police station and met the police chief. Ah, welcome to March City. Facing the crowd in front of him, the March City police chief seemed very enthusiastic. He stood up from behind his desk with a smile and greeted everyone enthusiastically. I didn't expect that you would come to such a remote place. It was really beyond my expectation. No need to say more. Chief, as the representative of the Metropolitan Police Department, the old policeman was the first to speak. He stepped forward and took out the documents. We are here on behalf of the Metropolitan Police Department and the Detective Association to conduct a joint investigation. We hope you can cooperate with us. Of course, we will cooperate. Facing the old policeman's words, the chief seemed very enthusiastic and said everything he knew. Very good. Then we want to meet with the investigative reporter. No problem. This, facing the old policeman's request, the chief seemed a little embarrassed. I'm afraid that won't work. Why? Because a few days ago, the investigative reporter fell off a cliff after driving under the influence and died. Huh? Everyone was shocked to hear the chief's answer. Dead? What about the body? The body has been cremated. So soon? The old policeman stared at the chief, a cold light flashing in his eyes. It's illogical to cremate this person just a few days after his death. Isn't it? This is also the request of his relatives. After all, because he fell off the cliff, his whole body has become a bloody mess, and he can't be recognized at all. So, he can only be cremated as soon as possible. Then, we want to meet with the mother of the missing person. Can we arrange it? That's not a problem. But I must remind you in advance that perhaps because she is too anxious to find her child, her mood is very unstable now, and she is receiving treatment at Aomori Mental Hospital. Although the director was very respectful, everyone's faces had become much gloomier at this moment. After all, those who could join the joint investigation team were not fools, and they certainly understood what the police chief was doing. He was demonstrating to himself. The investigation team hadn't arrived yet, and the two people who exposed the dark side of the city, one died, and the other went crazy. No one would believe that this was a coincidence. Good man. This city is really lawless. Then, we can conduct the investigation here. Of course, I have already told my men to investigate freely. If you need our assistance, just ask. After hearing the chief's answer, the old policeman didn't say much, but nodded silently, and then turned around and left with everyone. When they walked out of the police station again, the old policeman's face was already livid. The other party's obvious naked and almost undisguised attitude was simply a threat. But no matter what, the investigation must continue. It seems that it is difficult for us to get help from the police station now. The old policeman sat down in a family restaurant nearby and said, "For now, we can only investigate on our own. What are your plans?" Well, faced with the old policeman's question, the food detective stroked his mustache. "I plan to find some familiar detectives in this city to get information and see what's going on. I'll go to the mental hospital to see." Duanmu Huai also made his own decision. After all, in the world of Cthulhu, a place like a mental hospital is a treasure trove. No matter good or bad, something will definitely come out. I'll go to the street to find out about the missing incident. The information is not complete yet. Maybe I can get more clues from the students. The idle detective girl also gave an answer. "I understand." Hearing the answers of the three people, the old policeman also nodded. "We will go back to the police station and ask them to sort out the missing files again. I don't believe that nothing can be found out. The people here are all professionals." After making a decision, everyone dispersed immediately and went about their own business. Duanmu Huai also drove to the mental hospital in the suburbs of March City, intending to meet the woman who was imprisoned there. And Xianji Yuko also gave the information she had collected in a timely manner. Yamada Miko, 43 years old, a housewife, was admitted to Aomori Mental Hospital 3 days ago because of her violent tendencies and unprovoked attacks on others. Well, the procedures were very normal and went very smoothly without any problems. No problem is the biggest problem. Otherwise, why would they be so anxious to put others in the mental hospital? Listening to the introduction of Xianji Yuko on the phone, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. "I want to see what tricks the light of the universe is playing this time." As he spoke, the gate of Aomori Mental Hospital was already in sight. Duanmu Huai parked the car aside, then opened the door and got out of the car, walking towards the mental hospital. But he had only taken a few steps when he saw 3 or 4 well-trained men holding explosion-proof forks, rushing over and blocking Duanmu Huai. "Stop! Who are you? What are you doing here?" The leading security guard held an explosion-proof fork, stared with eyes wide open, and tried to show Duanmu Huai a fierce look. But unfortunately, in Duanmu Huai's eyes, the explosion-proof fork they held was actually no different from plastic paper. In the past, it was not easy for Duanmu Huai to enter such a place. But now the situation is different. "I'm a detective." As he spoke, Duanmu Huai took out his detective license. "This time, I came to the mental hospital to investigate. Everyone be honest." "Detective?" Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the security guards were stunned for a moment and looked at each other. Then one of the security guards turned around and left. After a while, the security guard came over with a doctor in a white coat. "Are you a detective?" Looking at Duanmu Huai in front of him, the doctor with glasses immediately took out a flannel to wipe his glasses, and then stared at the license in Duanmu Huai's hand again, looking back and forth between the photo on it and the person himself. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to see Ms. Yamada Miko, because she is currently being held here, and I want to meet her to discuss in detail." Yamada Miko. "Ah, that lady." Hearing Duanmu Huai's request, the doctor thought for a moment, then nodded as if he had suddenly realized something. "I see. Our hospital also has the obligation to assist in the investigation. But I think you may not be able to get anything out of her." "What do you mean?" Duanmu Huai's face was slightly gloomy, staring at the doctor in front of him, who just laughed. "As long as you see her with your own eyes, you will know." Chapter 1377 Fog Traces. Under the guidance of the doctor, Duanmu Huai saw the woman, and then he understood why the doctors here were so fearless. Ah. The woman standing in front of Duanmu Huai had dull eyes, her mouth wide open, saliva flowing down the corners of her mouth, and she looked like a zombie. But zombies at least bite people. But she seemed like a simple doll. After being brought here, she stood there without saying a word, and only made these unclear shouts. "I think you should give me an explanation." Duanmu Huai took a glance and knew that he could not get any information from this woman. So he turned his head and looked at the doctor next to him, who sighed. "As you can see, the effect of this lady's treatment in the hospital is not good. Perhaps because of excessive sadness, she has completely closed her heart. Now she is just a bunch of walking corpses, as described in the literal sense. In fact, even we can't communicate with her." "Oh, okay." Duanmu Huai obviously didn't bother to pursue the nonsense of this guy. He just sneered, then raised his phone and pointed it at the lady in front of him. Then with a click, the flashlight came on, and then Duanmu Huai put down the phone and nodded to the doctor. Okay. Thank you for your cooperation. Then I will leave first. Seeing that Duanmu Huai chose to leave so directly, the doctor was stunned for a moment. But soon, he returned to normal. Of course. Goodbye. After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned around and left the mental hospital. The doctor frowned as he watched him go away. But in the end, he said nothing and continued his work. After leaving the mental hospital, Duanmu Huai drove away. Okay. Now you can tell me the situation. As Duanmu Huai spoke, the shadows around him began to roll like a quagmire. And then a middle-aged woman appeared quietly in the back seat. This is exactly the old ability that Duanmu Huai possesses. Shadow copy. By copying the other party's intelligence data, and then reproducing it with a shadow, there is no difference between the real person. It's just that the shadow will completely obey Duanmu Huai, and will say anything as long as he gives an order. This is also the biggest reason why Duanmu Huai can solve those cases. What is simpler than letting the criminal confess voluntarily? So Duanmu Huai didn't expect to get intelligence from that woman at the beginning. For him, as long as they met and used shadow copy, the problem would be solved. It should have been like this. However, the woman sitting in the back seat of the car was still the same as before. She was still staring blankly at the front, like a zombie. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai frowned. Shadow copy is to copy the current human memory and copy it completely. But it will not have the original state. For example, a person is unconscious after taking drugs. But the memory of the person copied by Duanmu Huai will be normal, and there will be no drug state. Duanmu Huai originally thought that the woman had taken some psychotropic drugs, which made her look like a ghost. But now it seems that this is not the case. But this does not mean that Duanmu Huai has no solution at all. Explain what's going on. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that the psychiatrist appeared next to the woman. The latter looked at Duanmu Huai with a flattering smile. Sorry, Master. I don't know the details. I only know that the director personally performed the operation on her. After that, she became like this. Be more specific and explain the cause and effect. Yes, about 3 days ago, our hospital received a notice from the police saying that a violent suspect was suspected of having mental problems. So he was sent to our hospital for treatment. When the woman was brought in, her hands and feet were tied tightly. But even so, she kept trying to attack the police officers, which was indeed consistent with the state of mania and aggressiveness. Then, the director immediately admitted her and sent her to the operating room for treatment. Send her to the operating room immediately? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai frowned. This is not an emergency like a car accident. Even if we take a step back, is it necessary to send her to the operating room for a mental illness? What kind of operation? This? Sorry. I don't know. In the whole hospital, only the head nurse may know about the director's operation. Others are not allowed to talk about it. Does your hospital receive many patients? I mean, like her? Yes. There are quite a few. We have cooperation with the police. Whenever they find a mental patient, they will send him to our hospital for treatment. In fact, many patients have been cured by the director and returned to society. At this point, the doctor became excited. Perhaps you can't understand what this means. Master, the mentally ill can be cured through surgery. This is a great progress in medicine. In this hospital, almost all doctors hope to receive the director's teachings and master this technology. Become like her? Duanmu Huai glanced at the woman behind him, who looked no different from a robot servant, and said, No, this is just a side effect of the operation. In fact, after the operation, the patient will go through such a period and then return to normal. At least that's what the dean said. During this period, the patient will remain in this state. Then this side effect is quite strong. Duanmu Huai silently complained and then changed the subject. So, do you mean that the police station and your hospital have a cooperative relationship? Yes. This is a care plan from the city hall. I heard that the content is to maintain social order. After all, the police used to arrest mentally ill prisoners, but couldn't do anything with them. Later, the mayor issued this plan and allocated a sum of money from the city government to establish a care foundation, which is mainly used to treat mentally ill patients who have caused harm to society for various reasons and provide them with treatment expenses. Even the mayor was implicated. To be honest, I'm not surprised at all. Duanmu Huai seemed very calm about this. After all, this matter could be covered up for so long. It must have been related to the higher-ups. Then the mayor was very suspicious. How long has this plan been implemented? About 5 years. 5 years. Hearing the doctor's answer, Duan Mu Huai frowned. So how many patients have been cured and discharged from your hospital in these 5 years? About more than 300 people? Were these 300 people sent here by the police station? It should be about the same. At least in my memory. The large increase in patients began after the implementation of the care plan. Okay. I understand. Hearing this, Duan Mu Huai chuckled and glanced at the passenger seat next to him. That's what he said. So, Mr. Chief, what do you have to say? As Duan Mu Huai's voice fell, the shadow began to expand again, condensed, and turned into a fat police chief. Hee hee. Master, I can only say that I was following orders. Of course, I made a lot of money from it. After all, the mayor promised me that I would be rewarded for every person I arrested. And my subordinates also need to share the money. So who are you arresting? No. Of course not. Our main target is those who have noticed the abnormality in this city. Unfortunately, there is always a loophole. After all, our police force is limited, and we can only do this. The mayor was furious about your arrival, and ordered us to send you away as soon as possible. So, what is the mayor going to do? The mayor has a plan. Plan? Yes. A great plan. For that, Lord. At this point, the director's fat body suddenly began to tremble. Dedicate everything to it. Whether it's our flesh and blood, or our souls. It's all about to begin. And no one can stop it. 4. Bang. However, before the police chief finished speaking, his body suddenly expanded and became a huge human-shaped balloon. And then burst completely. At the same time, the psychiatrist and the woman sitting in the back seat of the car also turned into a pile of rags. The scattered black shadows splashed like mud, staining the car and emitting an unpleasant odor. What a trouble. And Duan Mu Huai seemed to ignore it. He just held the steering wheel tightly and looked ahead, muttering to himself. As for why this happened, the reason was simple. The other party had established a connection with a certain evil god. Therefore, when Duan Mu Huai tried to control it, the power of the evil god began to fight back and eventually self-destructed. Now it seems that at least his idea is correct. This city is involved in some conspiracy, and it is related to the evil god. I just don't know which one it is. So far, Duan Mu Huai's investigation has come to an end. He sent the car to a car wash and asked them to wash it from inside to outside. He went to the hotel room to take a shower and change clothes. At the same time, Duan Mu Huai did not forget to ask Xianji Yuko to investigate the situation of this caring foundation on the internet, and sent a text message to Sha Jui to explain the situation. When Duan Mu Huai finished his shower and changed his clothes, he also received a call from the food detective. It seemed that the investigation there had also come to an end. In order to exchange information with each other, Duan Mu Huai went to a nearby family restaurant according to the address in the text message. Hey, this way. As soon as Duan Mu Huai entered the door, he saw the food detective sitting not far away waving at him. So Duan Mu Huai also came over and sat down opposite. Next to the food detective sat an idle detective girl in a school uniform who looked like a high school girl. The former was eating curry rice with big mouthfuls, while the latter was fiddling with her phone boredly. Duan Mu Huai nodded to the two of them, and then sat opposite them. What did you find? Some. What about you? Me too. Let me talk first. Duan Mu Huai asked for a glass of juice, and then explained what he had heard from Shadow. After hearing what Duan Mu Huai said, both the food detective and the idle detective showed surprised expressions. Have you investigated so deeply? It's okay. Not that difficult. After all, you just need to copy the shadow and ask questions. Anyone can do it. The police transferred the mentally ill to the hospital for special treatment. Is this really okay? The idle detective also became serious. In this case, doesn't it mean that the police can take anyone to the hospital if they say they have a mental illness? And since this is within the scope of treatment for doctors, and does not involve law enforcement, doesn't that mean they can arrest anyone they want? That's right. I have some information to share. The food detective took another bite of curry rice, and spoke at the same time. I still have a few old friends in this city. But when I went to find them today, I found that they were all missing. No. It can't be said that they were missing. They seem to have left the city. Even their neighbors didn't know where these people went. I found an old friend's assistant and asked him, and learned that he was investigating a missing case before he disappeared. I have similar news. The idle detective also spoke up at this time. I asked around the school here and found that there was indeed a situation that matched what Mr. Duanmu said. I heard that a student suddenly went crazy during class and attacked many students. Then the police came and took him away and transferred him to a mental hospital for treatment. Later, he was cured and discharged from the hospital. He is still attending school. According to the teacher, he seemed to have returned to normal after being discharged from the hospital and did not show similar symptoms of madness again. But? His friends don't think so. I asked the student's childhood sweetheart, who told me that she felt that the student had become a different person since he came back. Although his behavior was the same as usual, she always felt that he was a monster in human skin. Now it seems that the mental hospital does seem to be a big suspect. As he spoke, the idle detective frowned and looked at the food detective. Can mental illness be treated surgically? Lobotomy can indeed alleviate mental symptoms to a certain extent, but I don't know the specifics. But I know a few doctors. You can contact them to ask. The food detective is not a professional doctor, so naturally he can't give a professional judgment. And Duanmu Huai is the same. So soon, the three of them skipped this topic. So what should we do next? Do we continue to investigate the mental hospital? To be honest, I think there must be something wrong with that place. Duanmu Huai didn't care. If he were a judge, he would rush in and execute him on the spot without saying a word. Unfortunately, in this world, he didn't have the qualifications to be a judge, which was a bit of a problem. No, I think we can wait a little longer with the mental hospital. The food detective shook his head. Your visit today has aroused the other party's vigilance. If you continue to investigate, you might force them to destroy the evidence. I think we can start with that student. At least we need to know how he was cured and what he looks like now. Of course, the important thing is that high school students are easier to handle. 2 adult men here can't handle a high school student. No problem. When do we leave? The food detective didn't say anything, but looked at the idle detective, who smiled proudly and raised his phone. I've already contacted them. We'll go after dinner. Chapter 1378 Threats emerge. After dinner, the three of them came to a nearby residential area, where they met the girl. She was a simple, inconspicuous high school girl wearing glasses, the kind you can see everywhere. Ah, we're here. Xia. Ah. Seeing the detectives appear, the girl with glasses was very excited. It's the detectives. I didn't expect that you guys would really accept my commission. Oh, do you know us? The food detective said with a smile, and ate another burger at the same time, which even Duanmu Huai couldn't help but look at him sideways. Since leaving the family restaurant, he has eaten 3 plates of curry rice, 4 burgers, and drank 2 extra-large cups of Coke. Well, Duanmu Huai guessed that this food detective probably didn't mean to eat delicious food, but to eat beautifully. Of course, you are the food detective Mr. Ubaminato. And this one. While speaking, the girl with glasses looked at Duanmu Huai with shining eyes. It must be the extremely popular detective Mr. Duanmu Huai recently. I heard that you rule the entire Kanto underworld, and you are even the chairman of the largest gang in Kanto. Dong Chenghui. It's so cool to lead the underworld to uphold justice in places where the police can't see. This is pure rumor. Duanmu Huai silently reached out his hand to press his forehead and sighed helplessly. After handling so many cases, Duanmu Huai naturally appeared in the media. Once it is in the media, the right to explain is no longer in Duanmu Huai's hands. This so-called extreme detective came from this. Of course, for Duanmu Huai, this is pure rumor. Why does this broken world want to lead me to that path, when I am obviously not interested at all? Okay, let's not talk about this. Tell me about your situation. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to explain these boring things, so he decisively changed the subject. Ah, yes. The girl with glasses was also very obedient, and immediately told the three about her situation. As the idle detective said before, the girl with glasses had a childhood sweetheart. But unlike the seemingly inconspicuous girl with glasses, that childhood sweetheart was very sunny and handsome. The so-called current group. He was very popular in the class, and was also very popular. And that childhood sweetheart always went out to play with girls from other classes. And the girl with glasses couldn't say much about it. Although she also likes her childhood sweetheart, she also knows that she is not good-looking or academically worthy of Xiancheng. So she just silently supports him from behind and basically doesn't talk to him at school. just pretending not to know him. He became strange half a month ago. It was evening, and the girl with glasses was going to rest after reviewing her homework. Suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door. The girl with glasses, who was frightened by the sudden knock, came to the door carefully, only to see Xian Cheng standing there in fear and banging on the door desperately. Although she didn't know what happened, the girl with glasses still opened the door to let Xian Cheng in. The latter seemed very nervous after arriving at the glasses girl's house, and even locked himself in the bathroom on the first floor and refused to come out. The glasses girl didn't know what was wrong with Xian Cheng, but judging from his fancy outfit, I think he must have gone to a social gathering that day. Social gathering? Yes. He is very popular with girls. So classmates in the class would call him when they wanted to socialize with girls from other schools. And every time he would dress very fancy. So I think he must have gone to a social gathering that day. But Xian Cheng was in a bad mood that day. The glasses girl's parents were away on business, so she was alone, which made her panic. At that time, Xian Cheng was covered with scratches all over his body, as if he had rolled down from somewhere. She also said that she would bandage Xian Cheng or take him to the hospital. But the latter directly refused and locked himself in the toilet and refused to come out. And the next morning, when the glasses girl got up, she found that Xian Cheng had left without saying goodbye. At that time, she didn't know what had happened, and she was thinking about waiting for Xian Cheng to calm down and then asking him properly. As a result, during the class the next day, an unexpected accident happened that the girl with glasses could not imagine. It was still an early class, and although the girl with glasses was holding a book, she did not listen to anything, but was just thinking about what happened last night. However, at this moment, suddenly, a shrill scream came from outside, which scared everyone. Then everyone heard the sound of ping-pong from the next classroom, like something was smashed. At that time, the students were very scared and curious, and the teacher ordered them to stay in the classroom and check the situation by themselves. Then, they heard the sound of smashing glass and screams from the corridor outside. Now everyone couldn't help but come to the door of the classroom and look out. As a result, the girl with glasses was surprised to see Xian Cheng holding a fire extinguisher in his hand, smashing it at everyone he saw like a madman. He was then subdued by the school teachers and security guards, and then taken away by an ambulance. Later, I heard from other students that Xian Cheng suddenly screamed like he was having a nightmare during class, and then picked up a fire extinguisher and smashed it at other students, which caused the commotion. Since Xian Cheng was very famous in the school, everyone was talking about this matter. About 2 weeks after this, Xian Cheng returned to school again, saying that his illness had been cured, and his behavior was no different from before, and he quickly returned to his usual self. That's what I said. But I always feel like he's a different person. What do you mean? According to the girl with glasses, before this, Xian Cheng always ignored her because he was Xian Cheng, and being with a rustic and introverted girl like her would lower his self-esteem. So the relationship between the two was actually very ordinary. But since returning from the hospital, Xian Cheng has repeatedly chatted with the girl with glasses, and even behaved intimately with her and touched her. Although the girl with glasses and Xian Cheng are childhood sweethearts, she has never thought of falling in love with him. And his uncharacteristic behavior also makes the girl with glasses very uneasy. So she ran away several times. But he did not stop there, and even became more aggressive. I think he is really scary now. And if he is too emotional, he will make a sound, not like a human voice. It doesn't sound like a human voice? The three detectives looked at each other in confusion. Can you explain it? I can't put it into words. It's a bit like the whirring sound of some kind of wind coming out of a cave. Sorry. I'm not very good at describing it. We're here. That's the one. While speaking, the girl with glasses stopped and pointed forward. Everyone looked in the direction of her finger, and saw a house not far away. At this moment, the door of the house suddenly opened, and then a boy walked out. The crowd reacted quickly. When the boy walked out of the house, they quickly hid behind the walls on both sides. The boy looked around, and then turned to walk to the opposite side. It was not until then that the four people poked their heads out. And then the idle detective looked at the girl with glasses. Is it him? Yes. Hey. He looks just like that. Duanmu Huai was tall, so it was easy for him to see the boy's appearance. He felt that he looked just average, with dyed yellow hair, earrings, and fancy clothes. Why is this guy so popular in school? In my country, students like this would be directly isolated to the poor class by teachers. Although Dwanmu also knows that you can't judge people by appearance. But I am born like this. But this guy is not born like this. TSK. The girls here really have no aesthetic sense. Dwanmu complained silently, and turned to look at others. What should I do now? I plan to go and see. The idol detective seems to be very good at disguise. And he is also eager to try it now. The food detective just laughed. Forget it. It's tiring enough to walk such a long way. Let me and this little girl go to visit the boy's home. What about you? I'll go too. Dwanmu stared at the figure of the boy in the distance and made a decision. Soon, the group was divided into two groups. Dwanmu and the idol detective followed the boy, while the food detective and the girl with glasses went to visit the boy's home. By the way, how many burgers did you eat along the way? I feel so full just looking at it. Why don't you move around to digest the food? By the way, you are really interesting. Following the boy all the way, the idol detective chatted with Dwanmu on the phone from time to time. I thought a big guy like you would not be good at tracking. But I didn't expect you to do so well. While talking, the idol detective looked around. Originally, with Dwanmu size, he stood out here. But now no matter how the idol detective looked, he could not find Dwanmu. After all, I am also in this business. So I have some skills to make a living. Dwanmu was also standing under a lamp post at this time, looking at the young man not far away, and answered casually, this can be considered a superpower. To be honest, it is almost like a superpower. Not long after, the two saw the young man walked into a KTV, and after meeting up with other students there, they went into a private room to sing. It's just an ordinary student who came out to play. It's so boring. It seems that there is nothing to gain. The idol detective was obviously very dissatisfied with this. Why? Do you still want to see him sneak into the alley and make a deal with some gangster? That's a good choice. Dwanmu and the idol detective chatted to kill time. And nearly an hour passed like this. And the sky gradually became darker and darker. At this time, the young man walked out of the box and came to the back door of the KTV. Seeing this scene, the two of them immediately perked up and followed him to this uninhabited place. Hey, big guy. What do you think he wants to do here? I think you've already answered this question. Huh? Just when the idol detective was a little surprised by Dwanmu answer, a girl came over in a hurry, and her eyes lit up when she saw the young man. Sorry, I kept you waiting. Nothing. While saying this, the young man reached out and grabbed the girl in front of him. Then the two hid in a corner alley where there were few people and hugged each other. You are indeed young. You are young too. Of course. I am a beautiful and youthful idol detective. Forever 17 years old. However, just as Dwanmu and the idol detective were chatting boredly, the situation suddenly changed. Dwanmu saw the popular boy open his mouth. And then a thick, huge, sticky and weird thing like a snail's body emerged from it and went directly into the girl's mouth. Woo! Woo! The girl was also shocked by the sudden attack. She tried desperately to struggle and resisted to keep a distance from the boy. However, the boy held her tightly and did not allow the girl to break free. At the same time, then tentacles emerged from his nostrils and ear holes and stabbed at the girl. Hey, is there something wrong? Leave it to me. Seeing this, Dwanmu was also suddenly shocked. And then he quickly flashed. The next moment, Dwanmu, a burly man, rushed out from behind a lamp pole that was not even as thick as his forearm, and grabbed the boy's outstretched hand. Tongue! Pulled it out of the girl's mouth. And then he threw a backhand punch, hitting the boy and sending him flying backwards, hitting the wall heavily. At this moment, under the light of the street lamp in the alley, Dwanmu finally saw the boy's appearance clearly. He opened his mouth wide, and a twisted, huge tentacle that almost filled the boy's mouth stretched out from his mouth, shaking constantly, and the boy's two eyeballs stretched out from the eye sockets like the eyes of a snail, staring at the front. A faint green light flickered under the translucent skin, and mouths of different sizes emerged from the surface of the split tentacles, and you could even see the sharp teeth inside. At the same time, it made a twisted, terrifying and weird scream. Tekali Lee. Tekali Lee. Get out here and die. If it were someone else, They would probably faint from fear after seeing this thing. But Duanmu Huai was not afraid at all. He clenched his fists, roared, and rushed directly towards the young man. But just as Duanmu Huai threw a punch, the boy's body suddenly swelled up. And then a mass of rotten mud jumped out of his mouth and rushed directly towards Duanmu Huai. Facing this kind of attack, Duanmu Huai was naturally not afraid. Facing the filthy mass rushing towards him, he raised his right hand directly. The dark tentacles condensed and formed at this moment, tightly wrapped around the opponent's body, and then swallowed him completely in the shadow in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the idol detective also ran over in a hurry. What's going on? What happened? Before he could finish his words, the idol detective saw the impersonation boy lying on the ground, and was stunned. At this moment, in front of him, there was only a piece of impersonation boy's human skin. His flesh and bones seemed to have completely disappeared, and only a piece of skin was lying soft on the ground, which made people unable to believe their eyes. What is going on? Seeing this scene, the idol detective was completely confused. Duanmu Huai frowned, staring at the human skin in front of him, without saying a word. Now it seems that the situation has become a little troublesome. Chapter 1379 Spread of Infection. Am I dreaming? The idol detective is still a detective after all. She didn't faint like the victim. But even so, she stood beside Duanmu Huai, staring at the pile of human skin on the ground in front of her with disbelief. Do you think you are dreaming? To be honest, I would rather think I am dreaming. What was that just now? It doesn't matter. What matters is that we have to go back. Go back? Ah, right. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the idol detective was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered that the food detective went to the boy's home to investigate. And now the boy has become this kind of unknown monster. So what about his family? Shouldn't we call the police? Are you serious? Duanmu Huai bent down, picked up the human skin, and stuffed it into a random pocket, while looking at the idol detective like a fool. The latter was stunned for a moment, and spread his hands helplessly. I'm just saying it. The idol detective is not stupid. Now that she knows that the police station in this city is infiltrated like a sieve, she would be walking into a trap if she called the police. What should she do then? Just stay here. When she wakes up, she will probably just think she had a nightmare. That's fine. The idol detective looked at the unconscious girl lying on the ground with a complicated expression, but didn't say much. Just sighed. Then he left the alley with Duanmu Huai. Buzz? Buzz? A noisy sound came from his ears, and the food detective slowly opened his eyes and looked at the dim ceiling in front of him. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what happened to him. What happened? The food detective shook his head and tried hard to recall. I remember that after that, I went to the boy's home with a girl with glasses and met his parents. I pretended to be a school teacher and came to visit the family, then drank tea and chatted. And then, oh, damn. What on earth is going on? The food detective also came to his senses at this time. He wanted to get up, but found that he was tied up at the moment. At the same time, a dull voice sounded from not far away. The food detective subconsciously turned his head and looked, and then he widened his eyes in surprise. What on earth is going on? Looking at the scene in front of him, the food detective was stunned for a moment. Not far from him, two twisted, strange objects were entangled together. Their bodies looked like humans, but they were not humans at all. Thick, huge tentacles emerged from the mouths of the two monsters, and their limbs became like soft squids. Between the two monsters, the girl with glasses was entangled by layers of tentacles. Her sailor suit had been torn into pieces, and her fair skin was entangled by ugly tentacles that looked like dirty condensed matter. At this moment, the girl with glasses was rolled up by the tentacles and floated in the air. Her head tilted back and her eyes were dull. Her petite body trembled with the movement of the tentacles. But it was not like resistance, but more like a natural reaction of the body when invaded by foreign objects. The girl with glasses in front of her was like a puppet who had completely lost her self-awareness and could only be manipulated by others. What are you doing? Let her go. Seeing this scene, the food detective's heart suddenly ignited with anger, and the anger overwhelmed the unspeakable fear, causing him to stare at the two monsters and shout at them. After hearing the roar of the food detective, the two monsters paused for a moment, then turned their heads and looked at the food detective. Woo! Although before that, the food detective's anger overwhelmed his fear. But when these two monsters that looked like humans but were not humans cast their eyes on him. The instinctive fear immediately made the food detective close his mouth involuntarily. It was as if he was facing two ferocious and angry beasts. And even making a little sound would stimulate the other party to attack. The two monsters didn't speak, but their tentacles turned around and reached out to the food detective. Woo! Damn it! Seeing the sticky, smooth tentacles coming towards him, the food detective's face tensed, and he struggled desperately to break free. However, his body was tied tightly to the chair, and there was no way to break free. At this moment, the food detective saw one of the monster's tentacles swinging towards him like a whip, and then whipping him directly. This attack made the food detective feel like being hit head-on by a truck. He flew backwards, hit the wall and collapsed to the ground. He could only watch the tentacles reaching out to him, as if sensing the fear and despair in the food detective's heart. The two monsters hissed, like a weird and twisted sharp laugh. The only thing the food detective could do at this moment was to stare at the tentacles with wide eyes, clench his teeth, and stare at the stinking tentacles. That was his last stubbornness as a human being. However, just when the food detective was about to despair, a loud bang suddenly came from outside, which not only surprised the food detective, but also the two monsters stopped their actions and turned their heads in surprise. Then, a huge figure like a beast appeared from the corridor, roaring and rushing towards the two strange monsters. It was none other than Duan Muhuai. Seeing Duan Muhuai's appearance, the two tentacle monsters also roared angrily, waving their tentacles quickly and hitting Duan Muhuai. Go to hell! Faced with the tentacles that were enough to blow the food detective away, Duan Muhuai didn't care at all. He just stretched out his hand to grab the whipping tentacles and pulled them hard, directly pulling the two monsters to the ground. Then he raised his foot and stepped on them hard. Puff! The next moment, the two monsters were crushed into pieces by Duan Muhuai, and then disappeared in the shadows on the ground. Seeing this scene, the food detective was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the scene in front of him, wondering if he was dreaming. Are you okay? At this moment, the idle detective also rushed over and helped the food detective up. And then the food detective seemed to come back to his senses. After this, the situation came to an end. The two monsters were completely destroyed by Duan Muhuai, and on the ground, Duan Muhuai found two broken human skins. Although I don't know who they are. It looks like they should be the boy's parents. As for the girl with glasses, it's really troublesome. Looking at the girl lying on the bed in front of him, completely unconscious like a doll, Duan Muhuai stretched out his hand and scratched his head helplessly. Duan Muhuai had already obtained the result of her situation through detection. It can be said that the SAN value has been reset to 0, and she has completely lost her self-awareness. Basically no different from a madman. There is no other way. It seems that he has to try that trick. Duan Muhuai looked around and was currently in the bedroom on the second floor. Duan Muhuai had just told the two that he wanted to rescue the girl with glasses, so he brought her here. The idle detective was bandaging the food detective below. It was good to have thick skin and flesh, so he was fine. If it was a thin person, his ribs would be broken in one blow. It seems that fat is good. As for the girl in front of him, Duan Muhuai stretched out his hand, and with a click, a flash of light appeared, and in the shadow beside Duan Muhuai, a girl's figure emerged. Master, she has no more power, so you can take her place. Duan Muhuai looked at the completely unconscious girl in front of him and spoke coldly. After the shadow is created, as long as the shadow kills the original body, she can replace the original body and become the real person. Duan Muhuai had never used this ability before, but now it seems that there is no other solution. Hearing Duan Muhuai's order, the shadow lowered his head. Yes. Then leave it to you. After saying this, Duan Muhuai turned and left, leaving the shadow in the bedroom. When Duan Muhuai came to the living room on the first floor, the idle detective had already finished communicating with the food detective. Seeing Duan Muhuai appear, the food detective hurriedly stood up. How is the child? She's fine. Just let her rest for a while. Duan Muhuai silently glanced at the stairs and then answered. Really? That's good. Hearing Duan Muhuai's answer, the food detective breathed a sigh of relief and then sat down on the sofa again, holding his head tightly with both hands. Is this true? Although I don't want to say it. I didn't take any drugs and had hallucinations. You may have taken drugs, but I definitely didn't. The idle detective looked at the two tattered human skins in front of him with a pale face, and at the same time did not forget to complain about the food detective. I wonder if you dare to eat anything casually in the future. Faced with the idle detective's complaints, the food detective also lowered his head. Strictly speaking, he was indeed not very vigilant. Otherwise, he would not have been drugged by the other party. By the way, what on earth is that? It should be a monster, right? Not a ghost or something? As she spoke, the idle detective also showed a fearful expression. It seems that she is the type who is not afraid of monsters but ghosts. That's a Shoggoth. Dwanmu Huai was not interested in pretending to be a Riddler here, and gave the answer directly. It's a very ancient creature. I didn't expect them to appear here. Hey! Do you know what that monster is? Of course. Faced with the idle detective's question, Dwanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Dealing with these monsters is my main job, and solving any murder case is incidental. In other words, if the murder case is not caused by these monsters, I don't bother to care. So, there are really such monsters in this world. Forget it. It's useless to say these now. The food detective took a breath and came back to his senses. And the idle detective frowned, looking uneasy. Things are not that simple. Or rather, things are worse than we thought. Really? That's right. Faced with the inquiry of the food detective, the idle detective nodded, and then explained to the food detective what she and Dwanmu Huai had seen at the KTV. Now we can almost know why the boy ran back in panic that day. It is obvious that he went to the social gathering and made friends with the girl across the street. When the two were planning to make out in private, the girl tried to use this method to infect the boy. So that's why the boy ran to his childhood sweetheart's house in panic. So that's the reason. The food detective also nodded, sorted out his thoughts, and then his face changed slightly. Wait, then why did he suddenly go crazy at school the next day? Could it be that he found out that the school also? At this point, the food detective and the idle detective looked at each other in horror. They might understand why the boy went crazy. To be fair, if they encounter such a thing, they will definitely want to go to a crowded place for safety. After all, as far as we can see now, this kind of monster will only attack others in places with few people, not in places with many people. Therefore, it is safer to stay with a group of people than to stay alone. However, what if he finds that the whole class has turned into that kind of monster, and only he has not changed? No. No way. The food detective swallowed. Maybe he just had a nightmare because of excessive shock. But if that's the case, why do the students over there say that? Well, it's useless for you to speculate here. Dwanmu Huai interrupted the two detectives' self-deception. No risk. No gain. Let's go find the real boss, and we'll know what's going on. The real boss? Go to the mental hospital. Now! Dwanmu Huai gave a direct answer. There must be something wrong with that place. Chapter 1380. The game has begun. After that, the girl with glasses also walked down from the bedroom on the second floor. Of course, she is no longer the original her. Or rather, the original her. Well, in short, she is still her in the end. The two detectives naturally knew nothing about this. They sent the very depressed girl with glasses back home, and then drove to the mental hospital again. Along the way, the three of them also confirmed the situation through the information they exchanged with each other. From the current perspective, that kind of monster seems to have the ability to control others? Faced with the question of the idle detective, Dwanmu Huai also shook his head in confusion. The original body of the Shoggoth can directly mimic and transform into anything, including humans. It does not need to act in human skin like this. Of course, maybe the Shoggoth here is different, and the specific situation is hard to say at present. Damn, doesn't this monster have any weaknesses? The food detective clenched his fist angrily and hit it, while Dwanmu Huai thought for a moment. It's not that there are none at all. Shoggoths are a little clumsy in imitating humans, and once they are angered or stimulated, they will return to their original state. Of course, these are just data records. You can only know the details after you actually try it. In other words, the hospital transplanted this monster called Shoggoth into the patients' bodies, and the Shoggoth controlled these patients, making them look like they have fully recovered. So after these patients are discharged from the hospital, they will look for other targets to attack, and increase their companions in this way? As he spoke, the idle detective shuddered. Why does it feel like the plot of a third-rate horror movie in Europe and America? This kind of plot is only third-rate in movies. If it happens in real life, you will suffer. Dwanmu Huai complained while sending text messages on his mobile phone. So, this monster called Shoggoth is the culprit of all this? No. Shoggoth is just manipulated by the mastermind behind the scenes. I am sure of that. Huh? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the two detectives were quite surprised. Why? Because the intelligence of the Shoggoth itself is limited, and they don't really have a goal in what they do. But the problem is that these bastards will respond to any request. Anyone who can find and control them can summon and manipulate these things to do things for them through various means. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai shook his head helplessly. This can't be the home of the Shoggoth. So it must have been summoned or awakened by something. The guy hiding behind is our target. It's actually like this. After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the two detectives fell silent for a while Duanmu Huai continued to send text messages. The target he sent was not someone else, but the shadow that had been transformed before. The order Duanmu Huai gave her was very simple. That is, to find the students in the school who were controlled by the Shoggoths, then kill them all, and then replace them with the shadow. In fact, Duanmu Huai's shadow also has the ability to change. He can split into countless shadows, and then let these shadows scan other people, and then change into the other person's appearance. Of course, if the other person is alive, then these shadows can only exist for a maximum of 7 days, and will turn into mud after 7 days. If the shadow kills the person who is the prototype, then the shadow can replace that person and exist forever. This is the case with the girl with glasses. When the shadow killed the girl with glasses with her own hands, she had already become the girl with glasses herself. Moreover, although they look no different from ordinary people, in fact, shadows are very powerful. They can move freely through shadows, and their speed and reaction ability are far beyond ordinary people. Not only that, the real body of the shadow, as the name implies, is actually the shadow under their feet. Take the girl with glasses for example. If a policeman shoots at her, the bullet will only pass through her body, and will not cause any harm to her. On the contrary, only by hitting the shadow under the girl's feet can she be truly hurt, because that is the real body, and the person seen by humans is actually the shadow. It is precisely because of this that Duanmu Huai is not worried at all whether his shadow can beat the Shoggoth. They are both equally matched. If the Shoggoth cannot find the weakness of the shadow, coupled with the characteristic that the shadow can hide in the shadow and kill with one blow, it can almost be said to be a sure kill. Well, the only problem is that the health bar of the Shoggoth is relatively long, so it is not easy to kill. It is precisely because of the terrible characteristics of the shadow that Duanmu Huai has never used it much. But the situation is different now, considering that the Shoggoths have begun to multiply and divide in this city. Duanmu Huai has no choice but to fight poison with poison. Use the shadow to skin the people controlled by the Shoggoth, then generate a clone to kill the original body, and then replace the original body to find other targets. Of course, if the situation gets out of control, then Duanmu Huai doesn't mind having a competition to see whether the shadow replaces all the humans in this city first, or the Shoggoth infects all the humans in this city first. Maybe it will end up being a battle between shadow men and Shoggoths. What kind of monster movie is this? Anyway, let's experiment first. Starting from school. We're here. Just as Duanmu Huai gave the order to the girl with glasses through his mobile phone, the car stopped. Everyone turned around and saw that the entire mental hospital was dark under the dark night, with only the dim light at the gate. What should we do next? Looking at the dark mental hospital in front of him, the idle detective gripped the steering wheel nervously. Should we sneak in? To be honest, I don't think this is a good idea. If this is the base camp of that monster, who knows how many more there are? No need to sneak in. Duanmu Huai pushed open the car door, strode out, and straightened his clothes. Let's go in directly. Huh? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the food detective and the idle detective were surprised. Wait, we don't have a search warrant. In this way, even if we find any evidence, the judge will not accept it. Evidence? Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at the two people in confusion. Are you going to show a Shoggoth to everyone in court? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the two were speechless and didn't know what to say for a while. Then what are you doing? We just go in, find the core, destroy it, and then leave. Is it really okay? What if the other party calls the police? Don't worry. Duanmu Huai raised his cell phone and waved it at the two of them. I'm ready. Do you want to come? After hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the two looked at each other. And then the food detective moved his fat body out of the car and took out a revolver. I'm also a detective. Since I've encountered such a thing, I can't just sit back and watch. Ah. The idle detective sighed silently and got out of the car. I'm a pure idle. Violence is prohibited. While complaining in a low voice, Duanmu Huai saw her reach out and pull out a whip from her waist. Pure? If there is a camera here, I will never use it. Feeling that Duanmu Huai was looking at her, the idle detective explained, and the food detective laughed. Of course. At your age, wearing a sailor suit and holding a whip is too much. Please don't bring up this topic again. By the way, how old is this idle detective? At least on the surface. She looks like a high school student. Of course, it is possible that she is born with a young face. And she is wearing a sailor suit. Never mind. This has nothing to do with me. Right? Take this. Duanmu Huai reached out and took out 2 holy emblems from his arms and threw them to the 2. What is this? It looks so tasteless. This thing can protect you from being attacked by Shoggoths. Duanmu Huai ignored the idle detective's complaints and spoke directly. Of course, this is not invincible. It just prevents the Shoggoth from trying to get into your body to control you. So you have to be careful. If you lose it, you will be the unlucky ones. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the 2 of them looked serious, and then carefully put the holy emblem on their necks. They have all seen how the Shoggoth manipulates others, so naturally they don't want to suffer the same fate. Well, let's do it. Seeing the 2 of them put on their badges, Duanmu Huai turned around and started communicating with Yuko Xianji. How is it? We have already taken care of the nearby base station and locked the signal. From now on, except for the line between you and me, any external communication will be cut off. Well, do it. Wait a minute, let me see the system of this place. Done. As Yuko Xianji finished speaking, Duanmu Huai saw the indicator light of the surveillance camera at the gate of the mental hospital suddenly flashed, from green to red. Then, the door that was originally tightly closed slowly opened, opening the way to the 3 people. She is indeed NET Detective Alice. The food detective and the idle detective also heard from Duanmu Huai that Xianji Yuko would also participate in this operation. Seeing this scene, they were also quite moved. After all, the detective circle is not big or small, and everyone has at least heard of her name. Xianji Yuko is also a relatively well-known detective, and the 2 of them have naturally heard of her. However, it was the first time that they really saw the skills of this NET detective. There are 2 security guards patrolling on the 1st floor, and only 2 nurses are on duty on the 2nd floor, which is a ward. The basement is a black box and cannot be invaded. It should be physically isolated. However, from the circuit system, it can be known that the power consumed by the basement accounts for 2/3 of the entire hospital. It is certain that if there is anything, it must be underground. Is there any emergency passage? There is one on the design drawing, but you will only know the specific situation when you go there. Very good. I understand. As they were talking, the 3 of them had already passed through the gate and walked across the square in front of the hospital. Then Duanmu Huai pushed the door open without hesitation and strode in. Squeak! The harsh sound of the door opening was naturally very loud in the corridor late at night. But Duanmu Huai didn't care at all and walked in leisurely, as if he was going home. At this moment, a flashlight appeared from one side of the corridor, and then 2 security guards ran over with flashlights. Seeing Duanmu Huai and others, he was also stunned. Wait! Who are you? Why? However, before the security guard finished speaking, Duanmu Huai reached out and grabbed the security guard who was close to him, then threw him forward and hit his colleague behind him like a hammer. And then the 2 flew backwards and hit the wall heavily. If it were ordinary people, this would be enough to make them lose consciousness directly. However, the moment the 2 security guards hit the wall, they suddenly screamed, and their bodies instantly exploded, turning into 2 sticky and weird monsters, opening their mouths and rushing towards Duanmu Huai. Die for me! A mere Shoggoth was no problem for Duanmu Huai. He clenched his fists and punched forward, smashing the tentacles that were attacking him. Then he stepped forward and stomped on the 2 Shoggoths to pieces. Hiss! But it wasn't over yet. At this moment, 2 nurses with slender arms and legs, like spiders, suddenly jumped down from the ceiling and pounced on the detective duo behind them. Woo! Seeing these 2 strange nurses, the gourmet detective was also startled, and hurriedly raised the gun in his hand and pulled the trigger. The idle detective shouted, and swung the whip in his hand forward with a sound of breaking through the air. Bang! As the gunshot sounded, one of the nurses' heads tilted back as if hit hard, and then fell to the ground. The other nurse was entangled by the whip and fell to the ground. But soon, the two got up again and stared at the prey in front of them angrily. At this moment, the faces of the two nurses were completely distorted, with tentacles extending from their facial features, and their ugly mouths full of sharp teeth emitted heart-pounding screams. Tekali. Really? Looking at the horrifying appearance of the nurses in front of them, the two detectives' faces changed drastically. However, just as the nurses were about to rush forward again, a pair of big hands suddenly stretched out from behind them, grabbed their heads, and slammed them together like eggs. Then the two nurses' heads exploded instantly, and they were mixed together indistinguishably. Then their bodies began to break apart, turning into turbid fragments and disappearing into the shadows. It was only then that the two breathed a sigh of relief. This monster is really hard to deal with. I hit it in the head, but it didn't die. Does it have to be effective with holy water or something? You'd better say real holy water. As an idol, is it appropriate for you to say such things? Detectives are detectives after all, and they have seen a lot. The two of them told a joke, and they barely calmed down. Although their faces were still pale, they seemed to be able to hold on. Well, professionals are different. Where are we going next? Well, Duanmu thought for a while. Let's go check on the patients first. Chapter 1381 The Bottom of Darkness. After killing the monsters guarding the door, Duanmu rushed directly into the second floor with the two detectives. It must be said that this rough method made the two detectives very excited. You know, in the past, they searched carefully, just like thieves. It's not as comfortable as breaking into an empty door like a robber. Well, it's a pity that they still can't do this when facing ordinary people. But there is no such concern when facing monsters. There are about 30 wards on the second floor. But unlike ordinary psychiatric wards, which have one ward for each patient, these wards are packed like sardines in a can, with nearly a dozen people in one ward. Such an environment is unbearable for ordinary people, not to mention mentally ill people. However, the strange thing is that the patients in these wards are standing there like puppets, with dull eyes and no reaction. The doors of these wards are not locked, as if they don't care if the patients will escape. This is indeed the case. Even if everyone goes in to wake up these patients, the latter look stupid and stupid. Although they can move when being pulled, they will stop as soon as they are let go. No, these people don't react at all. The food detective sighed and looked at the patients with a complicated expression. They have all undergone surgery, which means that the monster called Shoggoth may have been implanted in their brains. The idle detective flipped through the files next to him, and his face was equally ugly. In that case, let them stay here and wait to die. Duanmu made a decisive decision, and when they heard what he said, they were both stunned. Do we really want to do this? Maybe we can take them to the hospital for treatment. At least this isn't something unscientific like evil spirits. Maybe it can be cured. Then we'll see what happens. Duanmu shook his head. Well, since these people are beyond saving, let's get back to our jobs. Although it was hard to accept Duanmu's judgment, the two detectives knew that this was the only way, so they didn't say anything more, but followed Duanmu to the emergency exit. According to the architectural drawings that Ziyuan Temple Yuko investigated, there should be a passage leading to the underground. But there's nothing here. Duanmu reached out and knocked on the wall, making a dull sound of dong dong dong. Is it really just a disguise? Then I have no other choice. There must be a hidden passage leading to the underground. But I can't determine the exact location of the entrance. What should I do then? Don't you have two detectives there? Leave it to them. That's right. It turns out that these two detectives are indeed not rookies. After spending a little time, they really found clues. Right here. The food detective panted and sat down on the chair, taking out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his forehead. In front of him was a bookshelf in the head nurse's office. At this moment, all the medical books and periodicals on it were opened, revealing the combination lock hidden behind. Sure enough, I said, these people's ideas are really simple. But they are right. They can come in here to search. Unless they are like us, it may not be easy to find these things. The idle detective narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the combination lock in front of him. Password, fingerprint, voice print, quite old-fashioned and safe method. What should we do now? We don't even know the password. And we don't know who to find for fingerprints and voice prints. No need to be so troublesome. Duanmu Huai walked over and waved at the two of them. You go aside. After signaling the two to step aside, Duanmu Huai stared at the heavy steel bookshelf in front of him. Then he raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Then Duanmu Huai roared and smashed the bookshelf in front of him and the wall behind him with a punch. A deep hole was instantly smashed into the solid wall. Duanmu Huai reached out and grabbed the left and right sides of the broken gap. The muscles on his arms bulged. With the sound of steel tearing, Duanmu Huai actually tore a big hole in the wall under the stunned gaze of the two detectives. Wow. Is there anything wrong with my eyes? The food detective and the idol detective stared at this scene in amazement, not knowing what to say. You know, this is a steel plate, but in his hand, it is as fragile as craft paper? Could this guy not be human? Bang! Duanmu Huai certainly didn't know what the two were thinking. After tearing the crack, he grabbed the steel door with both hands and pulled it back hard, directly pulling the heavy steel door that was more than 2 meters wide off the wall, and then threw it aside, revealing the elevator room inside. Okay, let's go! Fortunately, there was nothing strange installed in the elevator. Perhaps for the people here, they didn't expect that someone would forcefully tear down the door and rush in. As long as the data is connected, I can find a way to crack it. The voice of Xianji Yuko from the headset was 3 parts of surprise and 2 parts of speechlessness. You can open it directly. Why waste time? What I hate most is decryption and finding the key. Not long after, with a ding sound, the elevator slowly stopped. Then, a cold electronic voice came from inside. Welcome, Doctor. As the elevator door opened, a clean and tidy metal corridor appeared in front of the 3 people. From the outside, it seemed that this place was no different from other places in the hospital. If the way to this place was not too strange, then everyone would only think that they had arrived at another floor for treating patients. At least there is nothing bloody, ugly, or even twisted here. Just as the 3 of them walked out of the elevator, the voice rang again. Doctor, please enter the psychiatric diagnosis and treatment room. Along with this voice, a door next to it opened directly. The 3 of them looked at each other and then walked in. This place also looked no different from an ordinary treatment room. And there was a computer on the desk. Duanmu Huai and others came to the computer. And then the idol detective reached out, turned on the computer, and began to search for information inside. Let me see. Ah. As expected, it says Dean Mahara. And here is the surgical record. It's that boy's. As he spoke, the idol detective clicked on a surgical record. And soon, a gloomy, thin, mouse-like man's face appeared on the screen. He was wearing a white coat, staring at the screen with a sneer, and then spoke. Prepare the record. Patient Honda Sure, a second-year student at Kitagawa Middle School, suddenly fell ill during class and attacked the surroundings indiscriminately. He was considered a priority patient. Surgery is about to be performed, and we will follow the rules and procedures. As he spoke, the camera turned to the bed next to him, where a young man was tied up with a belt. But he still struggled and shook his head. The 3 of them were familiar with this face, which was the face of the young man. However, the young man's face was red at this moment, and he looked like he was going to be furious and shouting, "Let me go! I'm not sick. They are all monsters. Don't you understand? Those monsters want to kill me. Let me go!" The patient suffers from severe paranoia. He claims that his classmates are not real people, but monsters in disguise, and he wants to kill them. We think this is a very dangerous cognition, so we will give him a first-level treatment plan. Now, start anesthesia. As the doctor spoke, a nurse with an indifferent expression appeared on the screen, and then she took out a syringe and quickly inserted it into the boy's body. A moment later, the boy who was originally roaring and cursing was lying there like a dead pig, motionless. Then, the nurse pushed the bed and walked towards the operating room. Soon, the camera turned from the ward to the operating room. There were only 2 people in the entire operating room, a doctor and a nurse. This was the same as the information Duanmu Huai had obtained from Shadow before. It seemed that these 2 people were the main responsible persons in the entire mental hospital. Of course, this did not mean that others were innocent. Soon, the screen showed the scene of the operation. The doctor used an electric saw to cut open the skull, and then picked up a scalpel to cut here and there in the patient's brain. It looked very professional. But unfortunately, it was completely incomprehensible. Wow. I feel a little disgusting. The idle detective covered his mouth with a pale face. And even the food detective didn't know what to say. Only Duanmu looked at the bloody brain in the screen and sighed silently. I feel like eating brains. Okay. We have completely removed the frontal lobe. And we will proceed with repair treatment. Repair? How? Install a CD player there? But what appeared on the screen next made the three of them stare at me. The nurse came over with a sterilized tray, on which was a bottle of something like black mucus. But that sticky liquid, and the faint purple glow in it, for the three of them. It was so familiar. The doctor took out the liquid with a syringe and injected it into the removed part of the brain. Soon, the strange viscous liquid began to merge with the brain after being injected. At the same time, the doctor's voice sounded again. They need enough space to gradually devour and digest, and analyze the other party's memory and emotions. I once tried to inject it directly into the brain, but due to insufficient space, unnecessary accidents eventually occurred. Therefore, it is very necessary to remove part of the brain structure to provide space for their assimilation. As the doctor spoke, everyone saw that the black objects that originally looked like a pile of mucus began to gradually penetrate into the brain along the grooves. And it also gradually began to change, as if it had merged with the brain. This process will last for a while, and then the operation will be over. As the voice fell, the picture flashed, and then the boy appeared on the screen again. But this time, the boy had a bandage on his head, and his eyes were dull. No different from the people Duanmu and others saw on the second floor before. This is the first stage after the operation. During this period, the patient has no reaction. Only biological reactions. For example, he will eat, drink, and excrete. But other than that, he will not have any self-consciousness. We believe that this is because the brain is analyzing and understanding the information, which takes a certain amount of time. So it temporarily controls the functions of other parts of the body. Then, the picture jumped again. And this time the boy on the screen had no bandage on his head and had grown hair. His expression was still a little dull, but he had already started to read and write. In the second stage, the patient is recovering. No, strictly speaking, he is getting familiar with his abilities. He is trying to merge with this body and master the cognition of this body at a rapid speed. Seeing this, the faces of the three people became a little ugly. The reason is known without asking. Then, the scene turned again, and the boy who appeared this time had completely recovered. Whether it was dressed or dressed, he looked like an ordinary person. In the third stage, the patient is completely recovered, and his behavior is no different from before. This is a very worthy research topic. After all, the removal of the frontal lobe will affect the connection of the body's nerves to a certain extent. But now this body is performing very smoothly, and the test results are also quite perfect. It can be considered that it has completely simulated and replaced the original human body structure. It is really an unimaginable ability. As if to verify the doctor's words, the scene changed, and a pair of parents were seen smiling, taking the teenager out of the hospital, and saying goodbye to the doctor at the same time. The patient's condition is completely normal, and his family didn't even notice anything. So far, the treatment can be considered successful. The doctor's voice was mixed with a hint of ridicule. And then the video ended. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone was speechless. And then the food detective clenched his fist and pounded the table hard. Damn it! This bastard! What on earth did he do to those people? Well, now it seems that those people above are no longer possible to be treated. Duanmu was prepared, so he was not as angry as the two. Let's continue to focus on our target. Do you have a map of this place? Let me see. I found it. Wow. This is the psychiatric diagnosis and treatment room. And the operating room. The material storage room. Material storage room too? The idle detective, who turned on the computer and studied the map carefully, was stunned for a moment and pointed to the map on the screen. Look! This material storage room is so strange. There are two material storage rooms. And they are placed together? In short, we'll know after we go and take a look. As the idle detective said, the material storage room is right next to the operating room. And of course, the door is tightly closed. Of course, it's no match for Duanmu. To be honest, I still think this is too exaggerated. Watching Duanmu Huai easily remove the door of the storage room, the food detective shook his head helplessly. What? Do you have the ability to knock open the anti-theft door with a password and fingerprint? Duanmu Huai ignored the alarm, threw the door aside, and then walked in. The material storage room outside looked like an ordinary material storage room, mainly containing some medicines, alcohol, gauze, and other surgical instruments. On the contrary, the door leading to the second material storage room was a bit weird. Unlike the clean and tidy stainless steel doors in other places, this door was made of stone and looked quite old. It was locked with iron chains and huge padlocks. Well, it was a completely incompatible style. Duanmu Huai reached out, grabbed the iron chain and broke it. And then he pushed open the stone door. Huh? As the stone door opened, a fishy, disgusting, and cold breath came from inside, causing the two detectives to cover their mouths and noses and push back. Duanmu Huai also frowned and strode in. The whole room was dark. Duanmu Huai raised his flashlight and shone it around. He saw that this was a room that didn't look too big. It was empty inside. There was only something in the middle that was about 5 meters in diameter and looked like a well. On the surrounding walls, there were strange and twisted patterns, and patterns engraved all over. A well? How can there be a well here? The idle detective picked up the flashlight in confusion, walked to the well mouth and shone it inside. It's so deep, I can't even see the bottom. At the same time, the food detective's face changed slightly. Hey, did you hear any sound? Sound? The food detective didn't say anything, just lay on the ground with his ears pressed to the ground. And then his expression became more and more terrified. This is Tekali Li. As if it came from ancient times. Across the world, a voice like a devil's curse sounded. It passed through the ground, emerged from the depths of the well, and spread outward. When the two detectives heard this voice, their faces suddenly changed. Oops. The idle detective hurriedly stepped back, and the gourmet detective also quickly retreated from the door. Only Duanmu Huai still stood there, holding up the flashlight and shining it at the well in front of him. Under the illumination of the flashlight, a liquid like mud gushed out from it. It rolled and changed. Eyes and mouths emerged from the oil black, sticky surface, staring at the three people in front of them. Then, those mouths opened one after another, and once again let out the wailing that could only be heard when the nightmare came back. Tekali Li. Chapter 1382. Order a big one. A sticky, squirming monster like a giant pool of snot emerged from the well. They struggled, twisted, deformed, and shouted maliciously. The food detective and the idle detective screamed and stepped back, while Duanmu Huai just stood there. Then he reached out, took out a lighter, and lit it with a pop. Whoosh! At that moment, the shining flames were like dazzling sunlight, covering the entire room in daylight. The monster seemed unable to bear the sudden strong light, screamed, and quickly retreated into the ancient well. Duanmu Huai took a look at the ancient well, then turned and walked out. Seeing him, the two detectives also hurried forward. What's going on? Did they run away? No, but they are down there, Duanmu Huai said, looking around. We must completely destroy this place and completely eliminate them. What are you going to do? The food detective looked at Duanmu Huai with a serious expression, and the latter pointed to the warehouse. It's very simple. I will find a way to make a bomb here and blow this place upside down. In this way, there will be nothing left here, not to mention those damn monsters. Wait, what about those patients up there? Hearing this, the idle detective immediately asked anxiously. We can only give up. You can see that they have been infected. Once the fusion is successful, they will become the carriers of that monster. For safety reasons, I think it's best to let them all burn to death here. But, the idle detective wanted to say something else. But the food detective reached out, pressed her shoulder, and shook his head. I understand what you mean, but we have no other way now. You don't want these things to run out and hurt people. Think about that child. We must never let that happen again. Perhaps thinking of the experience of the girl with glasses. The idle detective was silent for a moment, and then sighed. Okay, I understand. So what should we do now? Do what you should do. Collect information, and take away all the information that can prove these bastards and the mastermind behind them. Okay. The two detectives nodded, then turned and left to do their own work. Duanmu Huai stayed in the warehouse and began to make bombs with the help of the equipment here. I have to say explosion. This skill is really useful. In the past, Duanmu Huai just threw the hot melt bomb mindlessly. But now, after Duanmu Huai put explosion, after mastering this skill, he found that whenever he touched these materials, the assembly blueprints of the bombs would automatically appear in his mind. Just like the IKEA furniture assembly videos on the internet, Duanmu Huai only needed to follow these operations. And there are indeed many flammable and explosive materials here, which is naturally easier for Duanmu Huai, although it is not as good as a hot melt bomb. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, it is no problem to blow up this place. Finally, after about half an hour, the bomb in Duanmu Huai's hand was also completed. He fiddled with it and confirmed that there was no problem. So he turned around and left the warehouse. When Duanmu Huai came to the main computer room inside, he saw the two detectives looking at the main computer cabinet in front of them with a helpless look. What's wrong? We have found the database. Seeing Duanmu Huai coming, the idle detective also hurriedly reported to him. It is certain that all the information about this mental hospital is stored here, but we can't open it. And we didn't bring a hard drive to transfer data, which is really bad. The food detective also spoke up. And Duanmu Huai looked at the cabinet and then looked at the two people. Does this thing have a backup system? Of course. This is standard. What about other things? I've searched everywhere and taken everything I should take. Well, let's go. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand, and the two saw him grab the main cabinet in front of him with both hands and pulled it hard. The next moment, the entire main cabinet was pulled down by Duanmu Huai. At the same time, the whole room was instantly dark. And then the red emergency light began to flash. And the cold mechanical voice came from the speaker again. The main control system has lost its response. And the backup system has been activated. Please leave immediately. Okay. Let's go. Duanmu Huai directly clamped the main cabinet under his arm, then turned and walked out of the computer room. Looking at this scene, the two detectives were stunned, then looked at each other and shook their heads. They finally understood the style of this partner. Ding! The elevator almost feebly brought the three people to the first floor again. However, just as the three people walked out of the elevator, suddenly, they heard a roar like a beast coming from upstairs. Roar. Hiss. Roar. That is, could it be those patients? Hearing this sound, the two detectives were also shocked. How is it possible? Didn't they say they wouldn't merge so quickly? Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's go! Duanmu Huai walked in front holding the cabinet, and the two detectives followed behind. However, just as they arrived at the hall, they heard a noisy roar from the stairs next to them. After that, several creatures that were no longer human and half of their bodies had melted into jelly climbed down from the second floor, with two long and thin claws grabbing the wall and the floor. They quickly pounced on the three people. Go to hell! Facing the twisted monsters flying towards him, Duanmu Huai swung the cabinet and smashed it forward like a fly swatter, directly knocking all the monsters away. Go start the car. Quickly! Ah! Yes! Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, the two hurriedly left the hospital gate under Duanmu Huai's cover and ran towards the car parked not far away. Duanmu Huai held the cabinet in his hand and swung it like a windmill, knocking all the monsters flying towards him. At the same time, Duanmu Huai could feel that a wave of spiritual fluctuations was turning into noise that ordinary people could not hear, screaming and covering the entire mental hospital. But there was no point in staying here. Duanmu Huai raised the cabinet again and smashed the twisted monster in front of him. At the same time, a beep sound came from behind him. Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw that the idle detective had driven the car to the door and was desperately honking the horn to wave to him. Come up quickly. If you don't run now, it will be too late. Ah! However, before the idle detective finished speaking, several monsters with slender arms and legs suddenly broke through the glass, jumped down from the second floor platform, and pounced on the car below. Looking at the monsters rushing towards them, the idle detective and the food detective also shrank back in fear. At the same time, accompanied by a gust of wind, a huge cabinet whizzed past the car, instantly blasting the monsters into pieces. Then Duanmu Huai took a step and sat on the back seat, placing the cabinet beside him. Okay, let's go! Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, the idle detective no longer hesitated and stepped on the accelerator. With the harsh friction sound of the tires, The convertible off-road vehicle rushed out like a wild horse and roared towards the gate of the mental hospital. At this time, Duanmu Huai also pressed the button on his mobile phone. Then, a shining light burst out from the ground. As the SUV crashed open the door of the mental hospital, a scorching glow like a volcanic eruption gushed out from the ground, accompanied by bursting flames and rushing straight into the sky. In a flash, the entire mental hospital collapsed and was completely surrounded by blazing flames. Even the speeding SUV was suddenly hit by the air wave from behind and almost flew out at an angle. Oh my God! How did you do it? After finally escaping the danger zone, looking at the flames from behind, the food detective could hardly hide his inner surprise. It was just a little trick. Thanks to the fact that there were enough materials there, Duanmu Huai was calm on the surface. But he was quite surprised in his heart. After all, he didn't have any hot melt bombs in this world. So Duanmu Huai could only use local materials. Duanmu Huai thought that no matter how powerful this thing was, it would probably not be as powerful as the hot melt bomb. But he didn't expect the result to still scare him. I didn't expect it to be so useful. Okay. It's done here. Duanmu Huai glanced at the blazing flames in the distance, which had dyed the dark sky red at this moment. However, because the mental hospital was originally located in a sparsely populated area on the outskirts of the city, it was also some distance away from the city. In addition, Duanmu Huai had cut off the communication. So even if someone found out that something happened here, by the time the fire truck arrived, there would only be a pile of ashes left. And in this way, those guys hiding behind the scenes would definitely not be able to hold back. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai sneered. The reason why he made such a big fuss was not only to eliminate this evil place, but also to make the guys hiding behind it take action. When he was a judge, Duanmu Huai liked to use this trick. If those cultists wanted to play with his patience, Duanmu Huai would take the opportunity to beat the dog when it was down. It depends on whether it is willing to be beaten to death in the end, or can't help but come out to bite him. If they would rather be timid than come forward, Duanmu Huai will leisurely pull out the nails. And if they can't help but want to jump out to stop it, it's even better. Duanmu Huai can directly take action on them. Anyway, no matter which one, he won't lose. Chapter 1383 Demons and Devils. Special report. An explosion occurred at the March Psychiatric Hospital in the suburbs of our city last night, suspected to be caused by a gas leak. The fire has been controlled, and the number of casualties is still being counted. Oh, I never thought that such a thing would happen. Sitting at the dinner table, watching the news on TV, the middle-aged woman sighed, and then looked at the girl with glasses opposite her. Are you okay? Do you want me to call the school to ask for leave for you today? No, Mom. The girl with glasses finished her breakfast silently and stood up. I'm going out. The girl with glasses came to school as usual and greeted her classmates as usual. But when she came to the classroom, she was surrounded by several people dressed as hot girls at the door, and then took her to a secluded place behind the school. Hey, ugly girl. The hot girl in the lead stared at the girl with glasses with disdain, while the latter still lowered her head and curled up her body. Sada didn't come to school today, and didn't ask for leave from the teacher. Do you know what happened to him? I don't know. Huh? Hearing the glasses girl's answer, the hot girl suddenly widened her eyes and stared at her in dissatisfaction. Don't you live near his house? How could you not know? Are you hiding it from us on purpose? I really don't know. The glasses girl shook her head, looking panicked, while the hot girl showed a ferocious smile and slowly approached the glasses girl. You really don't know? He disappeared. But you told me you know nothing? But it doesn't matter. I'll soon know what you know. At this point, the hot girl suddenly opened her mouth, and then the dark tentacles shot out from it and shot towards the girl with glasses. At the same time, a cold light flashed, accompanied by the severed tentacles. The hot girl let out a strange roar and retreated. The girl with glasses stood in place, holding a kitchen knife in her hand, staring coldly at the hot girl in front of her. Sure enough, it's just as the master thought. Roar! Roar! The hottie stared at the girl with glasses angrily. Her face began to melt and her features twisted, like a wax figure on fire. The other hotties also gathered around. Their appearance gradually turned into indescribable beasts, staring at the girl with glasses fiercely. The latter just held the kitchen knife tightly and stood there quietly without moving. Hiss! Several tentacles attacked from both sides and stabbed at the girl with glasses. The girl with glasses swung the kitchen knife at a speed that was almost impossible for humans to react to, cutting off all the tentacles that were stabbing at her. Although the girl with glasses reacted very quickly, the monster on the opposite side was also fast. Just as the girl with glasses swung the kitchen knife again, a tentacle suddenly circled, flew past the girl with glasses, and directly pierced her chest. Then, tentacles attacked from all directions, piercing the girl with glasses' head, chest, arms, thighs, and lower abdomen, turning her into a horrible skewer. If it were an ordinary person, this would be enough to kill them completely. But the girl with glasses just glanced at the tentacles and then gave an order. Go! The next moment, several figures suddenly jumped out from the shadows of the hot girl monsters. Their arms instantly became longer, and they easily pierced the heads of the hot girls. Obviously, these monster hot girls did not have the ability of the girl with glasses. After their brains were pierced, they screamed, and then turned into a pool of splattered mud and soft human skin, and fell to the ground without any reaction. Sure enough, just like the master said, their heads are their weak points. The girl with glasses said as she swung the kitchen knife again to cut off the tentacles that pierced her body, and then threw them aside. The big hole in the girl's chest did not bleed at all, but shook a few times like a skip frame, and then returned to its original state. The girl with glasses raised her head and looked around, and saw that behind those human skins, the hot girls were still standing there. These are the shadows of the hot girls that the glasses girl had copied by scanning. Although their appearance is better than the soft-bodied Shoggoths, their spider-like slender arms and legs are good. Eat them. You want us to eat this? The hot girl's shadow in the lead showed an unhappy expression, while the glasses girl's expression remained unchanged. You know, if you can't eat her, then you can't replace her. Well, I just don't want to eat this. As she spoke, the hot girl's shadow reached out to the rotten meat on the ground. With a crack, the hot girl's remaining body disappeared completely, leaving only a dark, burnt human-shaped trace. Ugh, it's so disgusting. Is this the taste of Shoggoth? Why does my prototype have to be mixed with such disgusting things? This is not the time for you to complain. Faced with the complaints of the hot girl leader, the glasses girl's expression did not change at all. What do you know? Well, everyone in the class has been completely transformed. They are now turning their targets to teachers and other students in the club. Of course, their families and their friends. And their friends' friends. Why do you do this? Do you know the reason? I don't know. The leader of the hot girls shook her head and pointed to her head. The information received by the original form can only be transformed, polluted, and spread as much as possible to welcome the return of a certain existence. That's all. I know. Hearing the hot girl's answer, the girl with glasses nodded. Then she took out her mobile phone and made a call. Master. It's me. This is the situation. Yes. Okay. I know. After a brief conversation, the girl with glasses hung up the phone, then turned around. At this moment, the other shadows standing beside her had also. Eat it. Her prototype was standing there staring at her. The situation has changed. The master allows us to move freely. There is only one thing we need to do next. At this point, the girl with glasses paused. Assimilate everyone in this city as quickly as possible. Duanmu Huai hung up the phone, yawned, and looked out the window silently. Although I had guessed it would be like this, it seems to have really become like this now. If Duanmu Huai had his original ability, he would be more inclined to directly issue an extermination order to the entire city. But unfortunately, in this world, Duanmu Huai cannot use the power of the god of destruction. And even if his explosion is upgraded to the maximum level, it is impossible to blow up an entire city. So the only way is to fight poison with poison. Well, from this perspective, Shadow and Shoggoth are actually quite similar. Shadow needs to scan other people's information, copy it to become someone else, and then eat the scanned prototype to become someone else. The Shoggoths here also transform into the form of others through assimilation. In fact, Duanmu Huai knew that the Shoggoth Lord had the ability to mimic humans. Of course, ordinary Shoggoths did not have this ability. But now, well, we can only blame the culprit who made them become like this. Is it really the Cosmic Light Foundation? Yes. Looking at the unhappy expression of Xianji Yuko on the other side of the computer screen, Duanmu Huai also snorted coldly. After leaving the mental hospital, Duanmu Huai removed the hard drive in the main cabinet. and then connected Xianji Yuko through the computer. The latter analyzed the data in the entire hard drive, and then came to the result. In short, the director of this mental hospital has been conducting research on the treatment of mental illness. And he is more concerned about the field of treating mental illness through surgery. Of course, his research did not make any special progress at the beginning. And it also caused a lot of problems. He was even sued by the patient's family once, and almost went to jail. Just when he was detained and was about to despair, someone came forward to bail him out. And the other party was from the Church of the Light of the Universe. After that, they paid for the construction of the March Mental Hospital. And the doctor became the director. Here he could have a large number of mental patients as guinea pigs for experiments. Of course, the Church of the Light of the Universe also helped the mental hospital deal with some troubles. However, the director's research has not improved, which makes him more and more anxious. Just when he was about to despair, the people of the Church of the Light of the Universe came to his door again and took him to the second material storage room. Well, so this is indeed a play performed by the Church of the Light of the Universe. Looking at the decrypted data, Duanmu Huai's face was calm and indifferent. From these records, it can be seen that it was the Church of the Light of the Universe that built the mental hospital here. So it is obvious that they knew what was here. So they chose this place. What's more amazing is that the Church of the Light of the Universe did not tell the Dean about the secret of the Shoggoths at the first time. On the contrary, they chose to tell him about this when the Dean was completely desperate and at the end of his rope, so that the Dean completely stepped into the abyss. Well, Duanmu Huai has no interest in the life of this Dean. This is how cultists are. They only need to be responsible for doing evil. Who cares if there are any unknown tragic experiences behind them? But this church is really cautious. I investigated the account of the mental hospital and found that they have a large amount of money coming in every year. But this money is not transferred, but directly deposited into the account. In other words, the other party gave cash, which is an old-fashioned and reasonable circumvention method, especially in the information age. Duanmu Huai sighed. In the internet age, any operation that circulates through the internet will be recorded. The only way to get rid of this kind of investigation is to give cash directly. It's just like the kidnappers in the movie who want cash instead of checks. Of course, the more sophisticated ones also want old banknotes. These are all to avoid being traced. After all, whether it is remittance or transfer, records will be left. And as long as the remitted money is locked, it will be taken away sooner or later. As long as the person who takes the money is found, the criminal can be caught. In comparison, cash is much more convenient. However, this is not the end. This scene in the mental hospital is just the prelude to a bigger drama. According to the information obtained from the girl with glasses, the memories of the Shoggoths obtained after scanning only welcome the arrival of a certain existence. In other words, the spread of these Shoggoths is to prepare for the arrival of a certain evil god? So, what should we do now? The idle detective flipped through the information at hand and narrowed his eyes. Although the explosion in the mental hospital was disguised as a gas explosion in the news, it is certain that the other party will be vigilant. Of course, this also shows that the other party has a very deep control over this city. The idle detective's face was gloomy. The fact that they all reported it as a gas explosion the next day after the incident showed that the other party's control over this city had reached an unimaginable level. After all, this cannot be achieved by public relations orders. As a star, the idle detective is different from other detectives. She has appeared on TV for a long time. Because of this, she is also quite familiar with the operation of the media. The fact that everyone gave such a unanimous answer meant that it was not just an administrative order from above, but that the media executives were also involved. It's just a small city. But I didn't expect this to happen. The emperor is far away. So what's so strange about that? Duanmu Huai didn't care. After all, small cities are like this. Although they are not as good as big cities, their closed circles are more difficult to deal with. The so-called strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake is like this. Of course, for Duanmu Huai, there is no need to suppress the local snakes. Just destroy them directly. Should we report to the Detective Association and ask them to send people? The gourmet detective also put forward his own opinions. At least we now have enough evidence to prove the inhumane experiments of the mental hospital. If we use this as an excuse to ask the Detective Association to reinvestigate, aren't you afraid that the newcomers will also be transformed into monsters? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the gourmet detective was speechless. The more people there are, the more problems there are. And this cannot be solved by just having more people. This city also has tens of thousands of people. And once a commotion occurs, it will only be more difficult to solve. The idle detective shook his head. And Duanmu Huai also laughed. That's right. Since the other party has indicated that they are unwilling to make a big fuss, then we will continue the investigation. Anyway, no matter what trouble we cause, the other party will have to clean up our mess whether they are willing or not. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the food detective and the idle detective rolled their eyes. After a night of getting along, they already knew Duanmu Huai's style of doing things very well. It can be imagined that the trouble Duanmu Huai said must not be an ordinary trouble. Well, fortunately, it's not me who cleans up the mess. What are your plans next? I'll investigate the dean. He shouldn't have left the city yet. The idle detective quickly gave an answer. Then I'll investigate the situation of the care fund. Since this is a proposal from the city council, it means that there may be accomplices in the city hall. Maybe I can find some clues by following the clues. The food detective also made a decision. The two looked at each other, and then looked at Duanmu Huai. Facing their gaze, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. I'll take a nap first, and then see what happens. After all, it's tiring to toss and turn all night. That's true. Chapter 1384 Murder in the Dark. For March City, this is an ordinary night. Under the night, neon lights flickered, and men and women came and went on the bustling streets, enjoying the frenzy of nightlife. They did not realize that darkness was quietly approaching them. The man dressed as an office worker showed a smug smile as he walked into the hotel with the girl beside him. Originally, he just took advantage of his drunkenness to chat up the high school girl sitting in front of the statue in the square outside the station. But he did not expect that the other party would be so proactive. She looks like a good girl. But kids nowadays are really amazing. Looking at the girl next to him and smelling the sweet scent coming from her body, the office worker felt that he was ready to go and couldn't wait. He checked in the room almost as quickly as possible, and then took the girl and walked straight in. He didn't even have time to lock the door, and hugged the girl in front of him tightly in his arms. Ah, great. Feeling the touch of the youthful breath in his arms, the office worker felt that his saliva was about to flow out. He took a deep breath, then lowered his head to block the girl's lips. The girl just stood there, motionless, letting the office worker do whatever he wanted. However, just as the office worker was about to take off the girl's uniform, his movements suddenly stopped. Then the office worker suddenly struggled and pushed back in fear. At the same time, a sticky tentacle suddenly appeared between the girl and the office worker. The office worker wanted to break free, but the tongue that stretched out from the girl's mouth was like a giant python, directly inserted deeply into the office worker's throat. At the same time, the girl stretched out her hands and grabbed the office worker's arms. The slender, seemingly extremely fragile hands seemed like iron pliers, firmly restraining the office worker's movements. The office worker struggled more and more fiercely. And then, he was like a fish on the hook, and was directly hooked by the tentacle that went deep into his throat, shaking in the air. Woo! Woo! Under the pink light, the shadow of the office worker reflected on the wall kept struggling frantically. On the other side, the girl's body that was wrapped around him gradually began to deform, and then several tentacles emerged and rushed towards the office worker again. Finally, with a wail that was almost like a roar, the office worker's figure completely merged with the tentacles. However, this was not the end. Woo! Accompanied by a flash of cold light and a scream, the woman collapsed to the ground. She looked at her daughter in surprise, and for a moment she had no idea how to react. Mariko, what are you doing? The woman could not understand why her well-behaved and obedient daughter would point a kitchen knife at her. What's going on? What's wrong with you? Answer me? Mariko. Faced with the woman's scream, the girl in front of her did not hesitate at all. Although she killed her mother with her own hands, the girl in front of her did not feel sad at all. She stood up and stretched out her hand to her mother's body. Then, a faint white light emerged from the girl's body. Crack. Accompanied by the flash of light like a flash. The next moment, the elongated shadow behind the girl, illuminated by the light, began to boil. The heavy shadow surged up like boiling bubbles, and then condensed into the shape of a woman. Then the woman with the condensed shadow walked forward, came to the side of another self, then squatted down and stretched out her hand to press on the still warm body. Crack. With another flash of light, The body lying on the floor completely disappeared, leaving only a dark, burnt-looking human figure. Then, the woman stood up, closed her eyes, and thought for a moment. My name is Yoshino Satomi, 36 years old, a full-time housewife. As she spoke, the woman turned around and looked at the girl, then smiled. Mariko, you're back. Wait a moment. Dinner will be ready soon. Dad hasn't come back yet? Well, it's about this time. Just then, there was a sound of a key opening the door, followed by a deep voice. I'm back. Hearing this voice, the woman and her daughter looked at each other. Then she reached out and picked up another kitchen knife on the chopping board. And then the mother and daughter turned around and left the kitchen. You're back, dear. You're back, Dad. Under the dark night, similar scenes are constantly being played out. The shadows killed their classmates and family members, then scanned them, copied them, and then let the copied shadows eat the original body, thus completely replacing the original existence. A large shadow net is slowly spreading out with the entire city as the center, covering everything. But it is not enough. As the main body and the core of the shadow network, Duanmu Huai can naturally feel the information flowing along with it. But he will not change his decision because of this. Of course, these people are innocent. But as a judge, the number of innocent people who died in Duanmu Huai's hands is no less than that of the guilty. Each extermination order means the destruction of tens of billions of innocent lives. But their demise is for the survival of more humans. For the Inquisition, this is a necessary sacrifice. But then again, Shadow's ability is really dangerous. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but recall the situation when he first acquired this ability. Fortunately, the old one was seriously injured at that time, and the location was an isolated island. Otherwise, if the opponent appeared in a complete form, this move would force Duanmu Huai to issue an extermination order. However, this infection is still too slow. Duanmu Huai knows that Shadow's ultimate means is to completely liberate. That is, to liberate all information in one breath, forming a torrent that completely swallows and replicates the entire city. However, the information collected by Duanmu Huai is not enough at present. As long as the amount of information is large enough, Duanmu Huai can directly activate this ultimate move and completely devour the entire city. Well, this can be regarded as an alternative extermination order. Fortunately, this is not completely without gain. At least now Duanmu Huai got the news from Shadow. These Shoggoths were ordered not to leave the city, obviously in preparation for a certain ceremony. Otherwise, if one of these guys ran away, it would be a big trouble. The whole operation lasted for a whole night. And there were also cases where Shadows, who were out looking for prey, met Shoggoths, who were also out looking for victims. And then they fought each other. However, at present, Shadows still have an overwhelming advantage. After all, Shadows are almost invincible in the dark. And at present, Shadows can copy humans who have been corrupted by Shoggoths. But Shoggoths cannot in turn corrupt the copies made by Shadows. Well, after all, from a level perspective, Shadows are still higher, belonging to the information level. Although the Shoggoth is twisted and weird, it is still a biological creature after all, and is naturally weaker than the Shadow. This is normal. Apart from the ability of mimicry, the Shoggoth is just a servant created by the ancients. It is not comparable to other real followers of the Old Ones or the Outer Gods. Of course, the threat to humans is already big enough. At present, Duanmu Huai is most concerned about the things hidden behind these guys. After all, the Shoggoth cannot resist the copying of the Shadow. So the destruction of the Shadow that he copied before means that there must be an outer god or a powerful thing of the Old Ones behind it. But he doesn't know which one it is. After all, there are too many strange things in this world. But at least it is certain that the opponent is not weak. Otherwise it would be impossible to fight against Duanmu Huai's shadow copy. March City is a small city with a population of 300,000. Even if Duanmu Huai goes all out, it is impossible to infect all the people in this city in a short period of time. And just in case, the shadow will not act during the day. After all, once the opponent finds the weakness of the shadow, it will be troublesome. Similarly, the Shoggoth will not act during the day, which is a good tacit understanding. The two sides stopped fighting during the day, and then fought to the death at night. In fact, if it were those smart people, there might be better ways to use it. But for Duanmu Huai, well, this is enough. Anyway, the final result is to kill them. How to kill them is not important, as long as they die. The next morning, the food detective and the idol detective went to work after breakfast. Of course, Duanmu Huai had told Yingzi not to attack them. So in theory, these two should be safe. So Duanmu Huai was not particularly worried. As for him, he slept until noon, then got up to eat, take a shower, and change clothes, then picked up his phone to video chat with Xia Jui and play with the little panda. Originally, for Duanmu Huai, he had nothing else to do. The plan can be completed by those shadows, and he only needs to control the overall situation from behind and see how long the other party can endure. I heard about the situation from Alice. Is it so serious over there? Brother, are you okay? While teasing the red panda, Xia Jui looked at Duanmu Huai in the video, and the latter shrugged his shoulders. Fortunately, it's not a big problem. Alice has been worried about whether the infection over there will spread. Don't worry. I found the notes written by Dr. Benna. According to his experiments, this thing is like a beehive, with a main brain. As long as I destroy that brain, all the monsters will die. Duanmu Huai made up a lie. Of course, it was played like this in the movie for the sake of artistry. But there is no such good thing in reality. Just dream on. However, Duanmu Huai was originally trying to comfort Xia Jui, so there is no need to consider the rationality. Just make up something like a movie. Huh? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Xia Jui was also relieved. How is your situation? Everything is fine here. Nothing unusual. Oh, by the way, the band has gained several more fans since then. And Hong Xia has also started preparing for the next concert. Then they have to check the weather forecast first this time. With the lesson from last time. They should not forget it this time. In this way, Duanmu Huai and Xia Jui chatted aimlessly to kill time until the food detective and the idol detective came back. Nothing special was gained. The idol detective was a little dejected. The other party is very alert, and I dare not alert them. So far, I have only found some scraps, but no valuable information. I did find out some information. In contrast, the food detective, who was eating the family bucket, was much more proud. Seeing him holding the family bucket and drinking happy water, he really made people feel full. As for the source of the Caring Foundation, I investigated and found that there was only a small amount of government funds, and most of the funds came from a company called Juman Company. It is a local company that mainly engages in ocean shipping. Ocean shipping? Yes. Many city government councilors have inextricable ties with Juman Enterprises. After all, elections cost money. It seems that this Juman family is very interesting. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes. Although this family seemed nothing special on the surface, and ocean-going shipping made Duanmu Huai immediately alert. After all, who knows what strange things these guys will bring back from overseas to commit suicide? Should we follow up on this clue? I'll check and see if I can get anything. Duanmu Huai made a decision, and at the same time, he gave orders to the shadows in his heart. Tonight, it's time to take action against the Juman family. Chapter 1385. Open the door. The Court of Justice. How did humans develop adaptability? If Duanmu Huai were to explain, it would be very simple. It was forced out. Duanmu Huai had hardly used the priesthood of the Old Ones. Only occasionally, so he was not particularly concerned about the abilities of the Old Ones. To be honest, if Magnus, the idiot, had not been as stupid as ever and offered to give himself food, Duanmu Huai would not have been forced to start the enhancement trial of the Old Ones. If Duanmu Huai had to choose, he would rather choose the 6th Heavenly Demon King as the second enhancement. After all, this priesthood is very effective in dealing with evil god believers. Unfortunately, in this world, Duanmu Huai can only use the priesthood of the Old Ones. So he had to break his usual habit and force himself to start exploring the potential of this priesthood. As a result, Duanmu Huai really found it. I didn't expect it to be really useful. Looking at the weapon in his hand, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Duanmu Huai held a huge, chainsaw-shaped long sword in his hand. This weapon was not unfamiliar to Duanmu Huai. After all, he had used this chainsaw sword more than once or twice. Of course, there were more convenient ones. Duanmu Huai moved his right hand slightly, and then saw the chainsaw sword in his hand quickly turned into a pool of black shadow, and then condensed again and turned into Thor's hammer. At the same time, a dark shadow emerged from Duanmu Huai's body and wrapped him up. Not long after, the power armor of the Inquisition appeared on Duanmu Huai. It's much more comfortable now. Wearing the power armor and waving the thunder hammer in his hand, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. This is certainly not Duanmu Huai's original power armor. In fact, Duanmu Huai's power armor is still lying in the inventory and cannot be used at all. The reason why it became like this is also because of Duanmu Huai's sudden whim. In short, Duanmu Huai suddenly had such an idea when he was monitoring the spread of his shadow infection. Since the shadow copies the information of the other party, it also copies clothes and other things. Does it mean that the shadow can also copy the information of inorganic objects? If the shadow's clone can do this, it means that Duanmu Huai can do it himself. So Duanmu Huai opened the inventory and scanned his chainsaw sword with a try-it attitude. The result? He actually copied it successfully. In other words, as long as it is information, anything can be scanned, copied, and then printed out for use. Unfortunately, this printed item also has a disadvantage. That is, the copied item can only be used within a radius of 50 meters from the printer. For example, if Duanmu Huai prints a grenade gun and then shoots a bullet in front of it, the bullet will automatically disappear after flying 50 meters. Similarly, Duanmu Huai cannot print anything larger than 50 meters, such as an Emperor-class Titan. That is definitely not possible. For Duanmu Huai, this disadvantage is almost not a problem. He's not exaggerating. He can't hit the target even at 10 meters, let alone 50 meters. When I went to the temple fair to play balloons when I was a kid, I gave money to the boss. But the boss didn't take his money and kept giving him prizes. What a nice guy. Okay, the memories are over. Duanmu Huai withdrew his thoughts from the lively balloon stall at the temple fair in the park when he was a kid, and then looked at the mansion in front of him. It's time to take action. The Juman clan. This family is almost insignificant in the whole of Japan. To be honest, even the status and popularity of the Baifan family are much higher than the Juman family. The latter are more like local tyrants in March City. Perhaps here, everyone knows them. But after leaving this area, no one takes them seriously anymore. Even if they go to cities like Tokyo or Kyoto, even the patriarch of the Juman family will only be regarded as a bumpkin from a remote area. For the Juman family, this is naturally a humiliation. The more they stir up trouble in their local area, the greater their sense of loss will be when they go to other places. In this area, there is nothing that the Juman family cannot solve with money. Even those fools in the city council are just puppets and puppets of the Juman family. But that's all. As long as they leave here, they will just be unknown bumpkins from the countryside. No matter how hard they try to attend banquets, they will not be treated differently by those upper-class people. For the Juman family, this is a humiliation. But it is also a goal that motivates them to strive for progress. After all, everything is just around the corner. Standing in the luxuriously decorated study, the 9 clan leader stared at the map in front of him, holding a glass of red wine in his hand. The plan has been launched, and what he has to do next is to play his role in the drama, and wait for the arrival of that great being. As long as it comes here, everything in this world will change. The means used by ordinary people to measure status will no longer be universal, and wealth and connections will be abandoned. By that time, they will turn over and become the real upper class in this world. But things have changed recently. The Juman clan leader turned his eyes to the TV next to him, which was reporting the explosion in the mental hospital. Although it was claimed to be a gas explosion, the Juman clan leader knew that things were not that simple. What happened? He had contacted the mayor, but the latter said nothing, which made the Juman clan leader very unwilling. You have to know that the funds needed to implement the plan are almost all taken out from the Juman family. However, the mayor's attitude was obviously not what he should do to a sponsor. And all this was just because the role he was going to play in the script was more important than his own. Thinking of this, the head of the 9 gates clenched the goblet in his hand. It was only temporary, as long as he could get the appreciation of that adult. Then his role would also change. Although the 9 Gates clan was only a supporting role in this drama, as long as his performance was good enough, he would have the opportunity to go one step further and become the dazzling protagonist on the stage. But for some reason, the 9 Gates clan leader felt a little uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, the 9 Gates clan leader felt the floor beneath his feet suddenly tremble, almost knocking him to the ground. He staggered to his feet and looked around. At this moment, the chandelier above his head began to flicker constantly, and gunshots, roars, and screams came one after another. The Nine Gates clan leader walked to the window and looked out anxiously. But he could not see anything, and it was dark all around. Then, his room also fell into darkness, with only the white moonlight shining through the window, illuminating the room with a cold, beautiful pure white. What happened? The Nine clan leader took out his mobile phone and tried to make a call, but his phone could not be dialed out at all, and the microphone always came with a dead tone of disconnection. He threw the phone on the ground angrily, and at the same time comforted himself not to worry. There is a team of well-equipped bodyguards here, who are enough to drive away any enemy who tries to break in here. Moreover, he also had those gifts from darkness, which were extremely twisted and terrifying. Even the army would retreat in front of that terrifying figure. No matter who it was, he would pay the price for his stupid behavior. Boom! The vibration sounded again, and the Nine clan patriarch trembled. He lay on the ground carefully, with his ears against the solid wood floor, listening downwards. He heard gunshots, screams, and, "Go to hell, heretic!" Duan Mu Huai raised the chainsaw sword in his hand high and rushed towards the shooting of the bodyguards in front of him. The latter raised the pistol and desperately pulled the trigger at Duan Mu Huai. The dense sound of gunfire echoed in the corridor. However, none of these bullets could penetrate Duan Mu Huai's power armor. The replica printed by the shadow was as strong as the original body. The only flaw was that it needed to consume Duan Mu Huai's old power. However, for Duan Mu Huai, the magic power left by the magic little mag was enough for him. He rushed forward with big strides, and the jetpack behind him burst into a whistling airflow. Then Duan Mu Huai jumped up and rushed from one end of the corridor to the other like a comet. At the same time, he swung the chain sword in his hand. In a moment, all the bodyguards blocking Duan Mu Huai were cut into pieces, and the dense gunfire stopped at this moment. Bang! When Duan Mu Huai's heavy body fell heavily to the ground, there was no living thing here except for the splattered blood. The bodyguards, who were responsible for resisting, had all turned into pieces of meat. As expected, as the famous sayings of the tribunal said, excessive use of force is the most reliable way to win. Duan Mu Huai walked up the stairs. The whole mansion was dead silent. For ordinary people, it was a wrong decision to break into this dark, cold, unclean mansion alone. But for Duan Mu Huai, everything in front of him made him feel as familiar as returning home. The heavy power armor, the blood of the cultists, and the wailing of the souls, the ubiquitous corruption, and himself who was about to completely destroy all of this. Well, it turns out that this is more effective. Duan Mu Huai walked up the stairs and came to the second floor. In front of him was a corridor with portraits hanging on the walls on both sides. Duan Mu Huai stood there, and the searchlight on his shoulder illuminated the corridor. At the same time, from those portraits, twisted, turbid, purple glowing monsters crawled out. They had ugly facial features and bodies that could not be described in words. Eyes appeared from the surface of these monsters' bodies, staring at the enemies in front of them. "Come on, monster!" Duan Mu Huai raised the chainsaw sword in his hand. "In the name of the tribunal, I want you all to die." Then, there were screams, roars, and cries. The Nine Gates patriarch hid behind the locked door trembling with fear, holding a book in his arms. He heard the sound coming from outside. The angry, miserable, violent roars, cries, and screams. But now they have disappeared. There is no sound. The Nine Gates patriarch felt as if he was the only one left in the world for a while. He leaned against the locked door trembling with fear, and began to hesitate whether to go out to see the situation. Although he was confident in his watchdog, he still felt uneasy about what was happening. At this moment, he still held the book in his arms, and whispered to himself, "No one can see me, because I am hidden in the Lost Carcosa. The ragged mist hides me, and those who pass by me are blinded." The Nine Gates patriarch repeated the spell again, and then he walked carefully to the door and put his ear to it. At this moment, boom, the heavy door suddenly exploded, and a sturdy arm covered with steel stretched out from it, firmly grasped the Nine Gates clan leader, and lifted him up. The latter stared with horror at the steel monster that broke in. His eyes radiated scarlet light, and the black steel was filled with a cold and disgusting twisted breath. "Hey, hello, buddy." Staring at the Nine Gates clan leader, Duanmu Huai showed a cruel smile. If you don't mind, let's talk. Chapter 1386 Information Hazard. You? What are you? Caught in Duanmu Huai's hand. The Nine Clan chief couldn't calm down at this moment. He stared at Duanmu Huai in fear and anxiety, as if he couldn't understand what kind of existence was in front of him. Or, in his brain. He couldn't process the information. Why did a guy wearing sci-fi armor suddenly appear in his home? However, Duanmu Huai was not interested in this at all. He just stared at the Nine Clan chief and asked, "Answer my question. Old man, what do you want to do? Why do you want to infect humans with Shoggoths? Answer me. What is your ultimate plan?" Plan? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the Nine Clan leader seemed to come back to his senses. He stared at Duanmu Huai and grinned. No plan. All this is just a performance dedicated to it. You, me, and everyone in this city are just actors on the stage. We are all actors. No exceptions. I've had enough of your nonsense. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to listen to this idiot's nonsense. He raised his left hand and pointed it at the Nine Gates clan leader, intending to scan. He could get the answer directly from the shadow. So why waste time on the real body? However, even so, the Nine Gates clan leader's struggle did not stop. Although his body was tightly grasped by Duanmu Huai, he still shook his head back and forth desperately, as if he wanted to shake his head off his body. At the same time, his screams did not stop. Did you hear it? I heard it. The music and cheers at the end of that scene. Cheers! Cheers! Did you see it? The light from the yellow seal. Hearing the words of the Nine Gates Patriarch, Duanmu Huai was shocked. And then he threw the Nine Gates Patriarch out as if it was hot. The latter flew out like a tattered rag doll, hit the bookcase, and then collapsed to the ground. His limbs and spine were smashed to pieces by the huge impact. But even so, the Nine Clan chief still raised his head, staring at Duanmu Huai with his crazy eyes. Did you see it? The yellow seal is here. It has seen you. And you will also become its actor. Just like me. This drama is not over yet. Everything is going on. For the advent of the great nameless king. Duanmu Huai did not let it continue. He just raised his foot and stepped on the pathetic, twisted figure, stepping it deep into the ruins of the bookcase. The screams of the Nine Clan leader also stopped abruptly. And soon, the whole room returned to its original silence. But it was not so quiet. Duanmu Huai heard the melodious singing coming from behind him on the wind. I dance in the bright garden, surrounded by vines, flowers and weeds. The youngest son is lost. The second son dies, and the eldest son searches for power. I dance where the flames fall, and the unknown king is coming, bringing what we think we need and taking away the common ways of the world. Get lost, Duanmu Huai roared, and with him as the center, shadows roared in all directions like a tide, accompanied by the roar of thousands of roars. And the singing voice was completely covered by the roaring sound waves and disappeared. Damn! Duanmu Huai gritted his teeth as he looked at the Nine Clan leader who had merged with the bookcase fragments. Of course, he was not interested in the bloody corpse, but saw the book with a yellow cover that looked like a script in the arms of the Nine Clan leader. Duanmu Huai knew what it was. The King in Yellow. If you were to rank the most difficult old ones outside of the Outer Gods, the King in Yellow would definitely be in the top 3. Strictly speaking, the King in Yellow is not stronger than the other Outer Gods. But the problem is that the damn King in Yellow is an information hazard. In the game, the danger of the King in Yellow is that once someone has read, seen, or even heard the script of the King in Yellow, a hazard called the Gaze of the Nameless Lord debuff, it will slightly weaken the player's attributes, and will occasionally pull the player into a dungeon-like environment, including, but not limited to PK, dungeon, gathering and even completing tasks. And the player will experience a fragmented adventure in that dungeon. The entire dungeon is fragmented. It can be said that there is no cause and effect, and it is not coherent at all. No player can experience the entire dungeon plot smoothly at one time. And according to the players who have seen this script, the content of this script is a palace drama, and its content itself is also fragmented and quite complicated. The general meaning is that the queen of the palace is about to celebrate her birthday, and a series of palace conspiracies are unfolding around this. But in the end, the existence who calls himself the King in Yellow comes here and seizes the queen's throne and the country. At that time, this task made many players very angry. The reason is very simple. The triggering of the King in Yellow task is a kind of information pollution. You don't even need to find any props. As long as you send a message to others in the game and mention King in Yellow, the other party will automatically be infected with this debuff. The most abundant thing in the game is people who like to have fun. So many people inexplicably received messages from their friends, and then inexplicably fell into the trap, and then began a miserable life of being tortured by the Yellow King. Especially imagine that when you are in a dungeon and fighting a boss. At the most critical moment, the scene suddenly changes and turns you into a palace drama. The players will want to spit blood and kill people, and there is no way to get out after entering. Even if you force quit the game, unless you finish this plot, you can only stay in it. Just thinking about this scene is enough to drive people crazy. So many players are going crazy outside the game. And with the idea of I can't be the only one suffering, many players immediately began to spread the information pollution of the King in Yellow, which resulted in all game players having to suspend their actions, especially those big guilds, which put their plans and strategies on hold. After all, if you participate in a guild war and are suddenly pulled into a fantasy, it's okay if it's just an interlude, but if it's an interlude that lasts for several hours, you can only be angry to death. Duanmu Huai and other workers were also naturally affected. After all, customers don't care about whether he is the King of Yellow or not. They just want the result. So many players, including Duanmu Huai, had to bite the bullet and spend more time than before to place orders. Players also protested to the game company. But in response to the players' protests, the game company still maintained their style of play if you want to. Get out if you don't. That is, pretending to be dead and not saying anything. So in desperation, the players had to rack their brains to complete this task. After all, since this is a task, there must be a way to complete it. Otherwise, players will really go and smash the game company. As for how it was done, Duanmu Huai was not very clear. He only remembered that one day, when he was browsing the internet, he suddenly saw someone saying that the Yellow King had been solved and the debuff disappeared. Duanmu Huai went online and saw that it was indeed the case. As for how it was solved, the whistleblower was also vague. He only said that someone found the Yellow King, who was imprisoned and sealed on a planet based on the clues in the drama, and then directly piked with it offline and killed it. The debuffs that had troubled countless players for a long time also disappeared. Whether the Yellow King is powerful or not is not mentioned for now. But for Duanmu Huai, the most terrifying thing about it is the information pollution. As long as you hear the name of the Yellow King or the Yellow Seal, you will be polluted, which is much more difficult. Moreover, the shadow part of Duanmu Huai's old one ability is about information. So the information pollution of the Yellow King is very restraining to him. After all, think about it carefully. If you copy a game like Yin Geo Yun from your hard drive to play, it turns out that it has a virus? Will you be doomed if you open it? No wonder Duanmu Huai exploded after scanning the director's copy. After all this time, it turned out to be information contaminated. Damn. Duanmu Huai frowned and complained in a low voice, then walked to the side of the rotten corpse and picked up the script that he was holding tightly in his arms. The 4 words "The King in Yellow" can be seen on the cover. As Duanmu Huai looked at the script, the singing around him seemed to be coming back again, but it was soon dispersed by the roaring waves. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai was also an old one. Otherwise it would be difficult to deal with this information pollution. The whole script was not long, and Duanmu Huai went through it briefly. In short, it was a court conspiracy drama of a country. The queen believed that a church in the country that believed in the King in Yellow was trying to steal power from her. And even her children believed the nonsense of that church. Then at the banquet, a masked man in a yellow robe appears, announcing his arrival to take over the city. The queen imprisoned him, whipped him, and killed him. But then, the army of the dead came outside the city walls. They conquered the city, and the King in Yellow appeared and took over the country. It's that simple. A fragmented, crazy drama story that doesn't seem to be anything special. It's really troublesome. Duanmu Huai frowned as he looked at the vague descriptions and script lines. He couldn't even discuss this with others. No matter the lines, content, or even a single sentence, it might make the other party feel the information pollution and thus be targeted by the Yellow King. With the power Duanmu Huai currently possessed, he obviously didn't have time to find the planet where the Yellow King was sealed. So, what should be done to deal with this thorny problem? Chapter 1387 Waiting for the Opportunity. The next morning, The news reported that the entire house of the Juman family was destroyed due to a gas explosion. Of course, as part of social news, the host also asked the city government to test the safety of the gas pipeline. However, only the common people would pay attention to such boring news. For example, Duan Mu Huai would not pay attention. Are you sure you want to watch it? Duan Mu Huai sat on the sofa, staring at the two detectives. I've already told you about the dangers. You won't forget it, right? After breaking into the Juman family last night, Duan Mu Huai found the script of The King in Yellow and brought it back. Duan Mu Huai didn't mention this thing, but he also explained some things to the two detectives, especially about the aspect of information pollution. After all, this is much more terrifying than ordinary monsters. It must be said that after hearing the explanation from Duan Mu Huai, the two were also quite shocked. After all, they had never heard of this kind of thing that would infect them as long as they knew it. So Duan Mu Huai gave the two some time to let them consider whether to accept it. And now, it was time for the two to give their answers. Facing Duan Mu Huai's question, the two looked at each other. And then the idle detective raised his hand. No problem. We accept it. Really? Are you sure? If you leave without knowing anything, you won't encounter any trouble in the future. But once you know that information, your whole life will be entangled with it. And even your family and descendants may become victims. Even so, are you willing? Of course. The food detective nodded vigorously. Detectives exist to explore the truth. If we choose to leave without knowing anything, then we would not have chosen to be detectives in the first place. After all, truth and danger always live side by side. And no one understands this better than a detective. Very good. Duan Mu Huai nodded, then reached out and took out 2 injections from his pocket. What is this? This is an antimimetic vaccine, which can protect you from contamination to a certain extent. Antimimetic vaccine. Can this actually be used for protection? The idle detective took the injection curiously and looked at it carefully. Is this also a product of the organization called the Tribunal? Almost. Duan Mu Huai casually passed over the idle detective's question. This vaccine did not come from the Tribunal, but from the Foundation. When Duan Mu Huai used the heart of the Blood Crow to rob the Foundation's lair in Yellowstone Park, he got some good stuff besides Deus Ex Machina. And the anti-meme vaccine was one of them. Strictly speaking, this thing is also very useful. After all, the evil gods in the subspace are also information pollution similar to the King in Yellow, to some extent. Of course, this vaccine is a copy that Duan Mu Huai scanned from the inventory and copied with a shadow. So strictly speaking, he intends to use these 2 detectives as guinea pigs. If it works well, Duan Mu Huai can start mass production of anti-meme vaccines when he returns. How do you use this? Just inject it into your arm. The 2 followed Duan Mu Huai's instructions, picked up the injection gun, pointed it at their arms, and pulled the trigger. After a moment, Duan Mu Huai made sure that everything was fine. Then he took out the script of The King in Yellow from his arms and threw it over. Is this it? Looking at the script on the table, the idle detective was a little surprised. To be honest, in my opinion, it is no different from an ordinary script. It's like I've seen too many similar things when I was on the set. That's why it's dangerous. Because the truly dangerous things won't have "I'm dangerous" written on their faces. Are you sure? The idle detective glanced at Duan Mu Huai, then smiled and looked away. Then took the script and opened it. Okay, let's take a look at what's written in it. The entire plot of The King in Yellow is actually very simple. Queen Casilda is running out of time, and the country she rules has begun to decline, with riots and desolation everywhere. Casilda has a daughter and 2 sons. As the queen, she has to choose one of the 2 sons as the next heir to the throne. But in fact, in addition to Casilda's 2 sons, her brother Adonis also covets the throne. In addition, the priests of the sect hope that the great nameless king will rule the country. The priests cooperate with one of the sons to try to find the yellow seal, so as to call the coming of the King in Yellow and let this immortal god become the ruler of the country. A court conspiracy, a boring drama, and finally the King in Yellow descended. The shadow of the Lost City covered the kingdom, and the country became a part of the eternal god forever. Now it seems that the most important characters in this drama are just a few. After reading the script, the idle detective spoke first, as the queen with a coherent main line of the story. The queen's 2 sons were deceived, played, and then killed. The queen's brother who thought everything was under control and played tricks. and the princess who fell into madness and ended up in a tragic end. Priests who believed in evil gods. Guards who guarded the palace. In other words, according to Mr. Duanmu, we are now in a large-scale drama in real life? That's right. So, just like the last performance of this drama, the king in yellow will eventually come here and devour the city? If this city is regarded as a country, then it is like this. Duanmu Huai nodded. To be honest, I feel like this is just like a nightmare. The food detective put his hands on his forehead and shook them constantly. A drama. The resurrection of an evil god. The destruction of a city. Is this a myth? Then what can we do? Should we find the evil god and kill him? That's a good idea. But we can't find it before it is resurrected. After all, they are far away in outer space. Duanmu Huai doesn't even have a shuttle. And even if he does, he doesn't know where it is. I don't think it's that simple. But we can't tell others about it. Right? Yes. The anti-meme vaccine is not cheap. You don't think it can be given to everyone like chickenpox. And after all, it is a printed replica. And it will disappear 50 meters away from Duanmu Huai. Well, now we have to face a completely different enemy. But we don't have any means to deal with it. As he spoke, the food detective walked to the window, opened it, and looked out. Just as he cast his eyes toward the sky, the food detective seemed to see something, and suddenly trembled, and frightened, and sat down on the ground. Oh my god! What is that? Huh? Seeing the food detective's appearance, Duanmu Huai and the idle detective also came to the window and looked outside. However, nothing? Looking at the blue sky, the idle detective blinked, looked at the sky, and then looked at the food detective. With a puzzled look on his face, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes, and his 1,000 eyes opened at this moment, passing through countless dimensions and capturing the picture hidden in another world. It was a lake, from a distant planet. The huge lake was hanging upside down in the air. On the other side of it, the silhouette of a huge city emerged. The spires on the horizon. The strange, pink two moons. The narrow shadows under their illumination. The ancient palaces and domes. That was the lost city of Carcosa. The silhouette from a distant planet. It was like a meteorite, approaching slowly and unwaveringly. Duanmu Huai closed his eyes, then opened them again. The sky in front of him was still a deep blue. At this moment, behind him, the voices of the idle detective and the food detective came. Did you see it? Did you really see it? Of course. It's right there. Damn it. You didn't see it? Why did I see it? We were all vaccinated. That's Carcosa? What will it bring us? Hey. Answer me. There's not much we can do. After hearing the question from the food detective, Duanmu Huai was silent for a moment. Then he turned around and looked at the others. At least for now. It seems that all we can do is wait. Wait for the inevitable arrival. And the appearance of the nameless king. As long as it breaks free of the seal and appears here, Duanmu Huai will be confident enough to get rid of it. No one saw it. Or rather, others can't see it. That silent, terrifying, indescribable ancient city. That street that looks like it's completely frozen in time. When you look up, you see the huge city that is slowly approaching. It hangs upside down above March City, completely covering everything here under its shadow. Duanmu Huai and the food detective are not the only ones who see the scene. On the top balcony of a hotel, a man in a suit is sitting in an outdoor chair. He is wearing a pure white mask without any expression or facial features, and holding a glass of red wine in his hand. No one can stop this. The laughter from behind the mask was full of calmness and madness. The performance has begun. The roles have been assigned, and everyone's fate has been determined. The great nameless king is about to return, and all struggles are just fuel resistance. He knew what happened in the city during this period, and he also knew the news that the mental hospital and the 9 gates were destroyed. But for him, all this would only make the stage more boiling and eye-catching. This will be the most wonderful drama, and everything they do will not disrupt the plan, but will only make everything return to its original track. When this city returns to Carcosa, these words will always echo in the streets outside. There is no relief, no end, no future. Chapter 1388 Fall. When the gourmet detective woke up and opened his eyes, the first thing that caught his eye was a large bed that looked luxurious and old. The bed sheet that was supposed to be white was covered with bright red velvet, which felt soft and comfortable to the touch. What on earth is this? The gourmet detective sat up in confusion and looked around. He clearly remembered that he fell asleep in a hotel room. But the room in front of him was completely different from his own room. The room lacked decoration and was old and decayed. A long sword and a tapestry were hung on the wall. The tapestry was embroidered with strange patterns. Perhaps because of the embroidery, the food detective could not see clearly what was depicted on the tapestry. Where is this? This is not his room. The food detective sat up from the bed and walked down. What he felt on the soles of his feet was not the soft carpet of the guest room, but the cold stone slabs. The hard stone even made the food detective feel pain in his feet. He subconsciously took a breath, raised his foot to avoid the stone. And then the food detective pushed open the door, walked out of the room, and looked around. Then, he widened his eyes in surprise. In front of the food detective, it was not the familiar hotel, nor were there any busy roads and tall buildings. All he saw were rows of low stone buildings that did not look like those of this era, and tall towers and palaces in the distance. The food detective looked up and saw 2 pink moons clearly visible above the night sky. Wait, where is this place? The food detective continued to look up and saw countless stars twinkling under the dark night sky, and even gathered into a galaxy flowing forward. No, that's not starlight. Above his head, there is an upside-down city. The food detective can see the tall buildings emerging under the night sky, and even the cars speeding on the road. The moment he realized this, the food detective felt his body suddenly begin to float up, and even his center of gravity shifted at this moment. Then, he watched himself falling towards the upside-down March city in the sky. The food detective stood up suddenly and jumped out of the bed. He kept panting and looked around. This time, the food detective saw a standard hotel room as usual, and the bed he was lying on was not a velvet bed, but an ordinary Hotel Simmons mattress. Huh? The food detective reached out and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. What a strange dream. Anyway, I'm a little hungry. The food detective looked at his watch, then picked up the phone and ordered a midnight snack. After all, people must be full to have the strength to continue fighting. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. The food detective walked to the door and asked, "Who is it?" "Room service. The midnight snack you ordered." "Oh." Hearing the call, the food detective also walked to the door, then opened the door, and then he looked at the waiter in front of him. Wow! The next moment, the food detective was suddenly startled and stepped back. The waiter who appeared in front of the food detective was not the waiter in the hotel uniform in his memory. On the contrary, the waiter in front of him was wearing an exaggerated costume that looked like he would wear on the stage, and his face was also painted pale with white powder. He was just like this, holding a gun in one hand and a plate in the other, staring at the food detective. "Excuse me, what's wrong with you? Customer?" "Ah, no." The food detective shook his head, closed his eyes, and then opened them again. However, the waiter in front of him was still dressed in this weird way. He swallowed his saliva and reached out to take the plate. "I just had a nightmare and was a little confused." "Okay. Have a good night." The other party didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with his dress. He just nodded and handed the plate to the food detective, then turned and left. Watching the waiter leave, the food detective hurriedly closed the door, then quickly locked it, and then put the plate aside, leaning against the door and taking a breath. Is there something wrong with me? Or is there something wrong with this world? The food detective was completely confused. Forget it. Let's eat first. While thinking, the food detective opened the plate, took out the burger inside, and then took a bite and ate it casually. I have to say that the delicious fried meat patty exploded in the mouth, coupled with the fresh sauce. It gave people a very good feeling. Just as the food detective was enjoying the food, with the help of the light outside, he seemed to see that the burger in his hand was a little strange. So the food detective reached out and turned on the light. Soon, the originally dim bedroom was illuminated by the light. And at this moment, the food detective also saw that in the burger in his hand, a group of snow-white maggots were twisting and drilling in the meat patty. He could even see the remains of the half-bitten meat patty that were still wriggling. Woo, woo! At this moment, the food detective could no longer bear it, threw down the burger in his hand, ran to the bathroom and vomited desperately holding the toilet. He even felt numbness in his throat, as if maggots were crawling down his throat. It was unknown how long he had been holding the toilet and vomiting. The food detective, who was almost exhausted, finally came to his senses. He barely rinsed his mouth with water, and then walked to the burger he had thrown away again indignantly, wanting to use this burger to ask the hotel for an explanation. However, when the food detective picked up the burger, he found that everything was normal. Huh? The rotten meat patty that was drilled by maggots just now had completely disappeared. And instead, there was a steaming, completely normal, delicious meat patty wrapped in bread, lettuce and sauce. The food detective stared at the burger in his hand silently, thinking for a long time, and then gritted his teeth and threw it into the trash can. After what happened just now, he has completely suffered from psychological trauma. In the next few days, the three of them are still running. Duanmu Huai has already determined the plan. Since the people here hope to unlock the seal and summon the King of Yellow to the city, then he will wait for the other party to summon the King of Yellow, and then kill it. Of course, this does not mean that Duanmu Huai will just sit there and wait. On the one hand, he still needs to swallow a lot of information as a trump card to fight against the King of Yellow. On the other hand, Duanmu Huai also wanted to force the other party to act as soon as possible. After all, after the other party knew that someone was tracking them, they would naturally speed up the progress in order to complete the plan. And Duanmu Huai and the other two detectives went to track down the whereabouts of the mayor these 2 days. Fortunately, the mayor was very competitive and had not been caught by them. If Duanmu Huai and his team really caught the mayor, it would be more troublesome. It was better if they couldn't catch him. At present, Duanmu Huai and others gathered in the restaurant for dinner after a busy day. Duanmu Huai drank coffee while reading the newspaper in front of him. The food detective next to him was eating with his head down, and the idle detective couldn't stand it. I say you've eaten too much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the 7th plate. I feel full just looking at it. Oh, there's nothing I can do. After finishing the dinner in front of him in a flash, the food detective sighed. After all, with a city like this now, I can only eat normal food when I'm with you guys. Are we eating normal food? It's no wonder that the food detective is so depressed. As he said, as time goes by, the situation in March City becomes more and more weird. Not only the food detective, but also the idle detective can see the changes that are happening in this city. Many times they will see the original skyscrapers become strange palaces and castles, and the towering chimneys become high towers. Even the people walking on the street are like actors performing on stage, wearing makeup and exaggerated and weird costumes. It's not just people. It's the same with cars and subways. Sometimes they see horseless carriages running on the street, and huge underground monsters with their mouths opened like earthworms in subway stations. Not to mention the food. It's only around Duanmu Huai that everything will return to normal. Otherwise, they might have trouble eating and drinking in the next few days. I say, Mr. Duanmu, is there really no way? The idle detective asked Duanmu Huai a little bit like a spoiled child. But Duanmu Huai just shrugged his shoulders. I told you that the information of this city is gradually merging with Carcosa, so it will undergo such changes. But no one else reacted at all. The idle detective watched a maid walk by. The maid had pale powder on her face and wore funny clothes like a clown, jumping and hopping on the ground like a frog. Although the tableware in her plate fell to the ground and smashed to pieces, neither she nor the people around her saw it. This is normal. Duanmu Huai flipped the newspaper again. Look at the lunatics in the mental hospital, and you will know they are lunatics. But do you think the lunatics know they are lunatics? The idle detective was speechless. If you want to be like them, just take off the pendant, and you can go back to the normal world. Then what will I look like in your eyes? While speaking, the idle detective looked at a man wearing only a leather coat on the other side and trembled. Forget it. I think this is fine. No matter what others say. At least, I won't go to the extent of being in the same boat with these guys. It's just like that famous joke. The food detective started to finish the next plate of food while making a joke. When everyone in the world becomes crazy, then are you crazy? Or are they crazy? Anyway, at least I'm sober now. The idle detective didn't fall for this, and shook his head vigorously. While listening to the quarrel between the idle detective and the food detective, Duanmu Huai read the newspaper and secretly sensed the spread of the shadow network in his heart. After the shadow people and the Shoggoths fought several times, the Shoggoths changed their direction and placed the infected area in the city center. Duanmu Huai did the opposite and asked the shadow people to block all entrances and exits of the entire city. All personnel were only allowed to enter but not leave. And all those who wanted to leave were replaced by shadows. And relying on the information sent by the shadow people who had infiltrated the interior, the progress over there was also very fast. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before the ceremony really began. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, suddenly, there was a thunder outside, which startled everyone. They turned their heads and looked out of the French window. Then the idle detective widened his eyes in surprise and pointed to the sky. Look there. Without the idle detective's reminder, everyone had already seen that the phantom city, which had always been blurry like a mirage, was gradually becoming clear. It maintained an upside-down posture and slowly fell towards March City. Okay. It seems that the other party can't wait any longer. Duan Mu Hui stood up. Then, let's take action too. Chapter 1389, Sacrifice City. Wu. When the girl opened her eyes, she found herself lying on the ground. What happened? The girl opened her eyes and recalled carefully. She only remembered that she was resting at home before. And then an earthquake suddenly occurred. Before the girl could escape, she was knocked to the ground and hit her head and fainted. But fortunately, she was lucky. The girl walked out of the door and looked around. The whole world was dark. She raised her head and looked at the sky. And then she froze there. Oh my God! What is that? The girl looked at the sky in shock and saw a mysterious, ancient, indescribable strange city hanging upside down above her head. It appeared from the clouds as if it was about to fall from the sky. And seeing this unimaginable and terrible scene, the girl felt unspeakable fear. What on earth happened here? The girl barely came to her senses and tried to call her family. But the call was completely unreachable. She stumbled out of the house and looked around. All the houses were either collapsed or in a damaged state. There was no one on the street, and this weird atmosphere made her feel scared instinctively. She must leave here as soon as possible. Where to go? School? Shelter? Or hospital? Although the girl's brain was in a mess, her body still instinctively started running. Even though she didn't know where to go, her instinct told her that she must escape from here. Escape from everything. H.A. The girl ran forward desperately. And finally, she saw several figures appearing on one side of the street. So the girl ran over without hesitation. Sorry to bother you. As she ran over, the girl asked loudly. Hearing the girl's call, the group of people turned around and looked at the girl. Ah! After seeing the faces of those people, the girl screamed in fear. No wonder she was so frightened. Because those people's faces were not human faces at all. Tentacles emerged from their mouths, ears, and eyes, twisting constantly. Behind these people, the girl saw several women tied up by tentacles. They were in tattered clothes. Their eyes were dull, and they were being abused like puppets. Ah! Seeing this scene, the girl turned around and ran away in fear. But at this moment, a tentacle suddenly stretched out, wrapped around the girl's legs, and pulled her over. The girl turned her head in horror and saw those twisted, inhuman monsters walking towards her. At the same time, tentacles emerged from their mouths and lower bodies, and pounced on the girl like an octopus. Help! 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 Woo woo! The girl's cry for help was completely blocked by the tentacles. She widened her eyes in fear and tried desperately to struggle. But the tentacles had already climbed onto her body. All the girl could do was to watch in despair as those strange and bizarre figures slowly approached and completely devoured her. For the people in this city, this nightmare has just begun. Standing on the rooftop of a tall building, the masked man stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the scene below with a smug look. It's really wonderful. Nothing is more interesting than the struggle of mankind before destruction. Don't you think so, Mr. Mayor? The masked man said as he turned his head and looked behind him. Not far behind him, a middle-aged man was sitting on a chair and tied up. The latter was staring at the masked man angrily, gritting his teeth. What on earth do you want to do? You bastard. You don't understand at all, Mr. Mayor. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, the masked man chuckled. You cooperate with us to try to consolidate your rule over the city. It's a stupid and petty ambition. But even you have the qualifications to be the protagonist of this drama. Right, Queen Casilda? You lunatic. Don't forget that if I hadn't allowed you to spread in this city, you would never have reached this point today. But you've gone too far. You were the ones who attacked the Juman family. Right? What on earth do you want to do? Faced with the mayor's roar, the masked man bowed slightly. Your Majesty, this is ridiculous. I wasn't the one who plotted the conspiracy. So why would I want to overthrow your dynasty? The end is near. And soon the king in yellow will descend to establish his eternal and fair rule. What on earth are you talking about? Damn it. Answer me. What on earth are you crazy people planning to do to March City? Seeing the masked man's affected appearance and listening to the strange and incoherent lines he read, the mayor became more and more angry. However, the masked man didn't care and just continued to speak. Your Majesty, I just repeated the teachings of the order. This teaching has existed since the time of your father, your grandmother, and even the time of the Lord of Kings. I just remind you that your dynasty rules by the will of our God. Harry predicted that our God will come one day as the king in yellow and rule personally. The moment is imminent, and I don't need to overthrow anyone. Madman. 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 The mayor stared at the masked man angrily. You are all crazy. What gods rule over mankind? What era is this? You still believe in such words? You can try. March City is just a small town. Even if you control it, you can't change anything. You will be hit and suppressed soon. Your tricks of pretending to be gods are no match for guns and cannons. You have fallen into your mistaken idea that only reason is real. This world is not so reasonable. The masked man looked at the mayor and smiled. Look, you have disappeared for so long. But has it had any impact on this city? No, not at all. Your enemies think you have chosen to escape, while your friends, like me, know that you will be here, devoting everything you have to a great cause. Your persistence and stubbornness will become the brightest light in this drama. To highlight how ignorant and unattainable human beings are, the masked man raised his hands high when he said this. Look, the yellow seal is here. Everyone who sees it will be extremely happy. Bang! Just then, the tightly closed door on the rooftop was kicked open, and the food detective and the idle detective rushed in panting. They held their weapons tightly and looked at the masked man in front of them. The latter shook his head and turned around to look at the two. Ah, you are finally here. You are so slow. I have been waiting for you, because you will make a choice in the end. As he spoke, the masked man pointed to the mayor, who was tied to the chair. Now there are two enemies in front of you. He was blinded by greed and wanted to completely rule the city. For this reason, he sold his soul to our Lord. But now he regrets it. And I am the spokesperson of God. I came here and brought God's will here. Now, choose. Me. Or him? Stop this weird ritual right now. End it all. The food detective raised his pistol angrily and aimed at the masked man. You have no right to do this. No. Of course we can. This is a prophecy. It predicted everything. The masked man shouted and raised his hand again. Only then did everyone see that he was holding a tattered robe in his hand, dancing with the whistling wind. However, in the eyes of the food detective, he could see the shining mark on the robe, emitting a yellow glow. This gave him a headache. Woo-ha! What's wrong with you? Seeing her companion in pain, the idle detective was stunned for a moment. And then she saw the food detective suddenly raise his gun and aim at the masked man. The latter stared at the food detective. Although the mask had no facial features, the idle detective seemed to see through it and saw the weird smile hidden under the white mask. Don't. Bang! The idle detective rushed forward, and at the same time, the gourmet detective had already pulled the trigger. As the gunshot rang out, the masked man fell backwards, his hands still raised high, grabbing the tattered coat. A scream with laughter sounded, echoing in the dark rooftop. You slaughtered the truth, and the ancient lie finally won. Everyone can realize their desires in my royal court, but in the end it all means nothing. Dang! The sound of a gong rang out. The gourmet detective came back to his senses and saw the idle detective looking at him with a pale face. At the same time, a purple light descended from the sky and shone on the rooftop. The ground around began to tremble, and yellow marks appeared one after another. And then the light changed to yellow again. Then, a being appeared. It was about 3 meters tall, wearing a ragged robe and a hood, and its face was hidden behind a billowing yellow silk veil. Its hands were covered with yellow hoods, and under the yellow robe, you can see countless tentacles flowing out like a skirt, flapping with its movements. Finally here, standing in the hall full of blood and corpses, Duanmu Huai raised his head. Just now, the three of them rushed into the city hall. In order to stop those monsters, Duan Mu Huai chose to stay here to attract the attention of those monsters, allowing the food detective and the idol detective to continue moving forward. But this was just Duan Mu Huai's trick. The reason why he didn't go with the two was to avoid being discovered by the King of Yellow. After all, he was also an old one, and the King of Yellow might not come if he found out that he was here. If that were the case, then this play would be in vain. But now, since it has appeared, it would be much simpler. Duan Mu Huai stretched out his hand, and with his movements, the shadows around him began to surge. Liberate. Chapter 1390 The Sea Without Light. The sound of the gong resounded throughout the city, symbolizing that the final scene of the King in Yellow has arrived. The King in Yellow has descended here, and he will awaken from the dark slumber and seal. It will be the end of the kings. And this place is Carcosa, because Carcosa has come. The food detective and the idol detective hugged their heads tightly and screamed silently. They felt an unimaginable powerful force pressing towards them from the air, and they also heard the singing of neither men nor women in their ears. The Lord of the Dead prays on the gods, covering the sky and the sun. The bones of the earth gods trembled, and the stars stopped, and the Hyades were silent, because they saw the king appearing with his great power. The Lord of the Dead prays on the world. No. Stop. The two men knelt on the ground, wailing. They couldn't even breathe at this moment. They could only grit their teeth and instinctively resist the pressure from the sky. But in the end, their spirits could no longer resist the impact that was like the overturning of mountains. Their eyes went black and they fainted completely. Because of this, they did not see the surging lightless sea under the skyscraper. Liberate. With Duan Mu Huai's order, the bodies of the shadow people began to change. The original human forms quickly melted, then merged together, and gathered into dark shadow rivers, flowing towards the skyscraper. It was like countless rivers merging into the sea. The river formed by the shadows pushed forward, ruthlessly devouring everything, whether it was people, monsters, buildings, or vehicles. Everything was completely swallowed up. Their information was scanned, swallowed, and then gathered. They gathered into a lightless ocean, and all colors disappeared. The green trees became dark and lightless, and the flashing neon lights lost their colorful brilliance. And in the ocean of shadows, the shining red light quietly emerged. Boom! The sky-high brilliance penetrated the entire building at this moment, rushing straight towards the ancient city hanging upside down in the sky. At the same time, a huge shadow fell from the sky and landed on the rooftop. Bang! Duan Mu Huai, wearing power armor, held Thor's hammer in his hand and landed heavily. He raised his head and stared at the monster in front of him, who was almost as tall as himself, grinning and revealing a smile. Hello, alien bastard. The King in Yellow turned his body slightly and looked at Duan Mu Huai, and the tentacles under his robe kept squirming. This is not your Carcosa. Duan Mu Huai raised the Thor's hammer in his hand and pointed it at the enemy in front of him. Go to hell. This is your final end. Huh? Before he finished speaking, Duan Mu Huai suddenly rushed forward, raised Thor's hammer at the same time, and smashed it hard at the Yellow King. However, facing Duan Mu Huai rushing towards him, the tentacles under the Yellow King's robe also reacted quickly, and several thick tentacles stretched out towards Duan Mu Huai. Facing the attack of the Yellow King, Duan Mu Huai didn't care at all. On the contrary, a smug smile flashed in his eyes, and he continued to rush towards the enemy in front of him. Just as the tentacles of the Yellow King reached Duan Mu Huai, countless sword lights fell from the sky, and sharp blades penetrated, tore, and cut off the tentacles of the Yellow King, shooting them into pieces. Although this body cannot use the king's treasure, the effect of scanning and printing with shadows is the same. Ha ha ha. Duan Mu Huai passed through the frenzy of tentacles chopped by the sword rain, rushed straight to the front of the Yellow King, raised the Thor's hammer in his hand high, and then swung it down with force. Looking at the Thor's hammer that was smashing down on him, the Yellow King raised his right hand, and the sharp and skinny claws suddenly grabbed the Thor's hammer. At the same time, the air began to whistle, and the swirling airflow blocked Duan Mu Huai and the Yellow King like a compressed storm. At the same time, the scene in front of Duan Mu Huai began to change. The originally dilapidated and empty rooftop turned into a magnificent palace hall in front of Duan Mu Huai. Men and women wearing masks, gorgeous aristocratic costumes and dresses were dancing to the weird, twisted, and strange music. In front of Duan Mu Huai, there was a beautiful blonde girl with hollow eyes. She stood in front of Duanmu Huai like a puppet, and stretched out her hand to him, as if inviting Duanmu Huai to dance with her. Then, Duanmu Huai's hammer hit this beautiful face hard. Puff! The blonde girl's face cracked like a porcelain doll, and her head broke and shattered, turning into a pool of rotten meat and spitting away. And the headless body also fell to the ground after spraying blood, and then was directly pierced by the falling hammer, expanding and exploding. Then, the magnificent palace banquet disappeared, and the illusion disappeared. Thor's hammer pierced through the swirling storm, and continued to hit the head of the king in yellow. The latter also raised his claws at this moment, and the eyes behind the cloak emitted golden light. Because of this, the king in yellow did not see the 4 strange cylindrical creations emerging from the shadows around his body, and then quickly unfolded. At this moment, everything suddenly changed. The boiling air began to calm down again, and the infinite power surrounding the Yellow King began to dissipate. Even the power armor condensed by shadows on Duanmu Huai's body collapsed together, and the Thor's hammer in his hand also disappeared like a melted ice cream. All the unstable forces affecting reality disappeared. Reality became stable again, and the Hume Index returned to normal. That's right. Thor's hammer is just a cover. Duanmu Huai's biggest weapon to deal with the Yellow King is his trump card, the reality stabilization anchor, regarding the existence of the evil gods, ancient gods, and outer gods in the subspace. It is not that no one has conducted research and investigation on them. The Foundation is a branch that has gone a long way in this regard. In the Foundation's research, whether it is demons, devils, or evil gods, outer gods, and the old ones, they are collectively called reality twisters. As the name suggests, they actually use their reality twisting ability to twist reality, thus showing the characteristics of being able to do whatever they want and ignore the rules of physics and logic. According to the Foundation's research, reality maintains a standard value, also known as the Hume Index. When the Hume Index is 100, it is a normal reality state. Once it is lower or higher than 100, it is an abnormal state, which is the so-called reality distortion. And the reality twister actually uses the Hume Index in his body to affect the external reality, causing various abnormal phenomena by making the latter's Hume Index deviate from the standard value. Like the warp god, the outer god, and the old ones, they are the most powerful and typical reality twisters. The Foundation also obtains some means to deal with these reality benders by studying them. Reality benders show their power by distorting reality, which is most obvious in the warp god. Yet there is no way to corrode the barrier between the material world and the warp through sacrifice, so that the latter can invade the real world. Then the power of the warp god is basically useless. The effect of the reality stabilization anchor is to stabilize the Hume Index of this world, which is originally higher or lower than the standard value due to distortion. By adjusting the Hume Index, its function is that all super real abilities will become ineffective under the effect of the reality anchor. Of course, this is limited to super real abilities. If you punch it or hit it with a crowbar, it will still break. In fact, Duanmu Huai's reality anchor only lasted for less than a second, because this reality anchor itself was copied by Duanmu Huai through the shadow scanning of the reality anchor in the inventory, which is a non-real existence. Therefore, when the copied reality anchor takes effect, the replica, which is also a product of non-reality, will naturally collapse. But for Duanmu Huai, this second is enough. Compared with physical enemies such as the burrowing demon worm, Duanmu Huai's biggest headache is those who always like to play tricks. And the guy like the Yellow King who spreads through information pollution is the guy Duanmu Huai hates to deal with the most. He is not interested in playing any spiritual confrontation or illusion magic with the opponent. So Duanmu Huai's battle plan is very simple. Use the reality anchor to forcibly erase all supernatural powers. If you are a warrior, then have a close-range fistfight. What? You are not a warrior. That has nothing to do with me. Ola 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 ola. The iron fist like a storm slammed into the body of the king in yellow without mercy. Duanmu Huai clenched his fists and punched the enemy in front of him one punch after another. The latter trembled and retreated under Duanmu Huai's attack. It tried to reverse reality and use its own power to regain the advantage. But Duanmu Huai has been continuously using shadows to create reality anchors to interrupt the Yellow King's ability. Although each reality anchor can only work for 1 second, it is enough to deal with an enemy like the Yellow King. Ola! Finally, the Yellow King's tentacle defense was smashed open by Duanmu Huai's heavy fist. His fist was like a battering ram hitting a heavy city gate. mercilessly hitting and tearing the Yellow King's body, and then completely piercing it. This is the end. Feeling the warm throbbing between his fingers, Duanmu Huai roared and clenched his right fist. The next moment, accompanied by a shrill roar that spanned the entire sky, the city hanging upside down in the air began to gradually dissipate, and the body of the king in yellow broke apart. A stream of golden light shot out from under his tattered cloak. But soon, a dark shadow emerged and gradually enveloped the body of the king in yellow, and the light that shot out from the gaps in his cloak gradually died under the swallowing of the shadow. Feel the death. And that's the end of it. The black flames of the destined death burst out from Duanmu Huai's palm, printed by the shadow. The death rune that could kill even gods would naturally not let the Yellow King go. Under the black flames, the latter trembled desperately, trying to break free. But in the end, it still disappeared in the black flames, and experienced the complete death that even the old ones could not avoid. Huh? Duanmu Huai was relieved until the remains of the Yellow King completely disappeared. He raised his head and looked at the sky, where Carcosa had been shattered. The eternal city hanging high in the sky will also usher in the moment of its complete destruction. But this is not over yet. Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and looked around. During this period of time, the ocean formed by the condensation of shadows continued to spread, spreading out to the surroundings, completely swallowing up the entire city. Then, let's try this. Duanmu Huai raised his hand, felt the information in the shadow, and closed his eyes. Duanmu Huai did not forget that what tormented him the most on Riti Island was not the shadow of the old day, but the unlucky guide who repeatedly went back in time, causing Duanmu Huai and Mary to be forced to go back every time before they found a place. Or just found a place. Reload. Back to the beginning. This ability is actually the power of the old one. But after the other split, this ability went to the unlucky boy along with the rebellious shadow. Of course, after Duanmu Huai killed the old one and devoured his power, this ability also returned to Duanmu Huai. However, Duanmu Huai never used it. For a simple reason. After all, he was not good at manipulating time. Not to mention that this ability to load the game seemed to be very brain-consuming. To be honest, if this world had not restricted Duanmu Huai to using only the power of the old ones, he would probably never have cared about this ability in his life. But now, the entire city's information data has been swallowed up, and the reconstruction work has been completed. Feeling the data torrent in the shadow network, Duanmu Huai nodded. Next, he will go back in time, back to before they arrived in March City. This time, there will be no Yellow King, and no Shoggoth. As for whether it can succeed, Duanmu Huai is not sure. But no matter what, if it can be completely traced back, it means that the city can still be saved. Although as a judge, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, destroying the Yellow King only sacrifices a city, which is indeed worthwhile. But if it is placed outside, the complete destruction of a city is still quite troublesome. So he plans to try it within his ability to see if it can be changed. Anyway, this is a trial world. It should be okay if it is broken. Then what's next? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai glanced at the unconscious detectives lying not far away. Leave it to you. As he said, Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers. Chapter 1391 Reappearance and Return. Woo! The engine roared. And the idle detective, who was driving, suddenly opened his eyes and looked forward. Woo! What happened? Did you fall asleep just now? The food detective sitting next to him also looked terrified. Be careful. You are driving. I know. Maybe I just took a nap by accident. The idle detective breathed a sigh of relief with a little fear. Forget it. Let's talk about the case. The recent incident in March City, and the inaction of the local police. What do you think? It should be related to the upper level. Are you talking about the mayor? Yes. Although I think so. I don't know why. I think the mayor should just be used. It's strange. I feel the same way. As they talked, the two looked at each other. And then the idle detective glanced at the food detective in confusion. What's that necklace you're wearing around your neck? Necklace? The food detective reached out and touched his neck. Then took out a pendant. It was engraved with skulls, war hammers, and tentacle patterns. Seeing this, the idle detective couldn't help but laugh. What's this? You're so old. And you're still rebelling like a young man? Huh? Aren't you wearing it too? Hey! Do I have one too? The idle detective reached out and touched his neck, and found that he was indeed wearing the same thing. Where did this come from? Why don't I remember it? Could it be a souvenir we bought at a stall before we came here? Souvenir? Why would we buy something like this as a souvenir? Forget it. Keep it. As he spoke, the idle detective put the pendant back on. Aren't you going to throw it away? It's good to keep it. Maybe it can save my life. Although I just have this feeling. The idle detective joked. Then looked forward with a serious face. The March City is ahead. For the detectives, this will be a brand new story. And for Duanmu Huai, this is just a sequel. Walking out of the venue, Sha Jui stretched. The rain has stopped. By the way, Hong Xiao and the others' performance was really good. The first song was terrible. It was all thanks to Pochi that they saved the day. Duanmu Huai stroked the little panda and gave his evaluation without hesitation. These three people who usually look so lively and energetic are not as good as a social phobia at the critical moment. It's really not good. But after that, weren't everyone's emotions mobilized? Hearing Duanmu Huai's evaluation, Shaji also hurriedly comforted him. And, in addition to the end of the band, the performances of several other bands were also very good. Really? I didn't pay much attention. After all, when Duanmu Huai regained consciousness, the live was about to end. Yes. For example, that song Kasuga's Shadow is also quite nice. Oh. The brother and sister walked and talked, and soon came to the corner. And at this moment, they suddenly heard a cry of grief not far away. No! Huh? Hearing this cry, Duanmu Huai and Sha Jui turned their heads curiously to look at the place where the sound came from, and saw a girl running to another girl in the park not far away and grabbing her. What do I have to do to make you come back? As long as I can do it, I am willing to do anything. However, facing the crying girl who was kneeling on the ground, the girl she caught seemed very indifferent. She just stared at the girl and then spoke. How determined are you to say such a thing? Hey! You are just an ordinary student. Can you take on the responsibility of other people's lives? I am willing to do anything. It's such a heavy thing to say. Don't speak casually about things you can't do. But I really... Hearing the other person's words, the girl who knelt on the ground wanted to say something, but was shaken off by the former. He stared at her coldly, and then spoke. You always only think about yourself. After saying this, the other person turned and left, and only the girl knelt on the ground, motionless like a sculpture. Seeing this, Shaji also pulled Duanmu Huai. Brother, let's go too. Oh, that's right. Duanmu Huai just glanced at the girl, then retracted his gaze, and continued to walk home. But then again, I'm willing to do anything. This is the first time I've heard this in real life. Sha Jui couldn't help but sigh, while Duanmu Huai snorted. In the final analysis, it's just an irresponsible way of expressing your determination. It's actually useless. Being willing to do anything doesn't mean you can do anything. Hey! Really? That's right. Didn't you say you were willing to do anything? Then why don't you do advanced mathematics for me? How about it? Can you do it? Faced with Duanmu Huai's complaints, Sha Jui was speechless for a moment. So you see, being willing to do everything is different from being able to do everything. Such as mathematics. If you can't do it, you can't do it. Although it is true, but it is two different things. Right? For the two of them, this was just a casual topic on the way. And after that, they went home to rest. Back in his room, Duanmu Huai was also lying on the bed, holding the little panda in one hand, while opening the system panel. After killing the Yellow King, Duanmu Huai also obtained the essence of the old ones. However, for Duanmu Huai, compared with the essence of the old ones, his biggest gain this time was the further mastery and control of his abilities as an old one. After all, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, the abilities of the old ones were mostly used for mental pollution, which was too brain-consuming compared to the mindless killing of the god of destruction. So he had never been willing to use it. It was not until he was sent to this enhanced trial, and was forced to start using it, that Duanmu Huai found that this priesthood, hey, it's really good. Of course, this is also because Duanmu Huai swallowed the ability of the shadow of the old one. If it was just tentacles and mental pollution, he would not be interested in it. But now it is different. Duanmu Huai has decided that in the future, he will scan anything he sees, whether it is useful or not. It is definitely right to leave the data. At least you can print it directly on the spot if you need it. And there are no other restrictions on the printed things except the distance limit of 50 meters. For Duanmu Huai, this shortcoming is not even a shortcoming. And the printed things have another advantage. That is, if the original is damaged, the printed copy will automatically replace the original. That is to say, if someone wants to destroy evidence in the future, Duanmu Huai doesn't even need to stop him. He just needs to scan a copy and wait for the other party to destroy the original. And then the copy he has in hand will automatically become the original. And there is also time reversal. Although this ability is not very useful for Duanmu Huai, or the evil god of the subspace, because basically all the outer gods, evil gods, and the old days belong to the only existence in the past, present and future on the timeline. It is still quite useful to restore some destroyed things. March City is a good attempt. Well, Duanmu Huai now feels more and more that he has figured out the operation of this enhanced trial. At least his understanding of the priesthood of the old rulers has also made a step forward. As for the old essence obtained by killing the Yellow King, Duanmu Huai chose to use it to strengthen perception. And then, he also obtained a Cthulhu version of ability judgment. Skill. Of course, this judgment is not on the physical level, but mainly perceives the opponent's skills and abilities. For example, for Sakuya and Xianji Yuko, their current status is shown in Duanmu Huai's eyes as follows. Minami Sakuya 17 years old. Gender, female. Strength, 45. Constitution, 50. Intelligence, 80. Education, 75. Agility, 60. Appearance, 85. Willpower, 90. Occupation, student. Skills, listening 80%. History 68%. Cthulhu Mythos 5%. Reconnaissance 58%. Persuasion 73%. First aid 25%. Xianji Yuko 13 years old. Gender, female. Strength, 15. Constitution, 30. Intelligence, 85. Education, 80. Agility, 30. Appearance, 75. Willpower, 70. Occupation, detective. Skills, computer use 90%. Navigation 61%. Detection 78%. Tracking 62%. Psychoanalysis 60%. Well, how should I put it? This can analyze and judge their situation more accurately. At least it is more meaningful than the quality judgment. Which is a bit. Never mind. There is no point in talking about this now. But at least with this, if Duanmu Huai launches investigation on other people in the future, he can also get information about their abilities and skills, and maybe get some intelligence from it. A few days later, Duanmu Huai saw a news report from TV. The next report is about the bribery scandal of the mayor of March. According to the investigation of the two detectives, the mayor of March, Mr. Mikawa, was found to be suspected of embezzling funds. He colluded with his secretary to embezzle government funds in the name of repairing the mental hospital. But Mr. Mikawa himself insisted that this was all political persecution. The scene changed, and a man was pushed by the police to the police car. The reporters next to him were holding cameras, and the man was also shouting in embarrassment. "It's not me. It's none of my business. It's all done by that old bastard from Juman. It's none of my business." Then, the unlucky guy was taken into the police car and taken away. Then the scene turned to an office, and the person who appeared in the camera was the patriarch of the Juman family. Facing the interview of the reporter, he seemed very calm. Although it is true that our Juman enterprise has taken over the renovation of the March Mental Hospital, the government funds have not yet arrived, so we have no way to start the work. But according to the information we have received, you have been involved in the embezzlement of public funds by Mayor Sanchuan. These are all rumors. The Juman clan leader's face became serious, and he refuted loudly. These have nothing to do with us. They are just rumors heard from others. We Juman. However, before he finished speaking, the office door suddenly opened. And then, he saw the idle detective and a group of policemen walking in. "Hey. Hello. Old man. I think you should know why we came to you. Your Juman enterprise and Mayor Sanchuan colluded with each other to swallow up government property and built projects with inferior materials. When you were reported, you were suspected of illegally detaining and intimidating the reporter. Well, let's go to the police station to talk about the next thing." As he spoke, the idle detective waved his hand, and then the police immediately stepped forward and arrested the leader of the 9 gates. "Let me go! Do you have an arrest warrant? Asshole. Stop filming." Watching the old man struggling desperately on TV, Duanmu Huai yawned silently. It seems that no matter which timeline, these guys will not have a good ending. Forget it. It has nothing to do with me anyway. I'm back. At this moment, the door opened, and then came the voice of Sha Jui. Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw Sha Jui, who was wearing a uniform, walking in with a plastic bag. Ah, brother. Is it okay to eat curry tonight? Of course it's okay. Everything you cook is delicious. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Sha Jui also smiled slightly, and then she looked embarrassed. By the way, brother, in fact, there may be something I want to ask you. Ask me? Yes. It's a message from the principal. He wants to entrust you to investigate the incident that happened in the school. Chapter 1392 Strange Things on Campus. On the second day after school, Duanmu Huai followed the contact agreement and came to the gate of the school. At this time, most of the students had left the school, and the entire school gate was basically empty. Duanmu Huai saw Sha Ji waiting there at a glance. So he stopped the car, walked straight to the school gate, and greeted Sha Ji. Hey, I'm here. Ah, brother. Seeing Duanmu Huai's arrival, Sha Ji also smiled and waved to him. Please follow me. I'll take you to see the principal. Oh! Duanmu Huai nodded, and then followed Sha Ji into the campus. Xianyuan Academy, where Sha Ji studied, is a girls' school that has a junior high and high school system. Basically, the students here are either rich or noble, or at least children from middle-class families. Students are divided into day students and boarding students. Sha Ji is naturally a day student, and boarding students live in a dormitory called Xianyuan Dormitory, not far from the teaching building. The most famous thing about this school, besides the beautiful school uniforms and noble ladies, is the clock tower standing in the center of the academy. In fact, not only the school, but also other areas around the school. Almost every day, people listen to the bell to determine the time. This bell tower can be regarded as a famous product of Xianyuan Academy. Do you know why the principal asked me to come? Following Sha Ji into the school corridor, Duanmu Huai asked while looking around. In response to Duanmu Huai's question, Sha Ji shook his head. I don't know much. Although I also asked a little bit. It seems to be related to the boarding students. No one is very clear about the specific situation. The information seems to be blocked by the teacher. Maybe something happened. This is only natural. Why would a detective like me be called here if nothing happened? It certainly can't be a trivial matter like catching a kitten or a puppy or a student who ran away. Soon, the two came to the principal's office on the third floor, and Duanmu Huai also met Xianyuan, the principal of Xianyuan Academy. Xianyuan looked to be about 60 or 70 years old, with gray hair, wearing a simple and heavy suit and glasses, and looked like an educator. Seeing Duanmu Huai appear, the principal also laughed and greeted him. Welcome, Mr. Duanmu. Hello, principal. Duanmu Huai nodded to the principal as a greeting. He then sat down on the sofa without any hesitation, and Sha Ji looked at his brother helplessly, then bowed to the principal obediently, and then sat next to Duanmu Huai. I don't like to waste time, so I would like to ask, principal, what do you want to see me for? Is it something like a kitten or a puppy? Maybe that's about right. Faced with Duanmu Huai's blunt question, the principal smiled bitterly. I hope you can help me find something. Something? Duanmu Huai looked at the principal in confusion, with a look of surprise on his face. This is too general. Tell me, what do you want me to find? The principal stared at Duanmu Huai and explained slowly. About 3 days ago, 2 students living in Xianyuan dormitory suddenly disappeared. At first we thought they were just out for a night out, but we never saw them again. Then we called the 2 students' homes, but found that they had not returned home. Considering the urgency of the situation, we reported them missing to the police. Then what? At least so far, we have no clues about the 2 students, and we don't know where they went. The principal shook his head. After that, in order to prevent similar situations from happening again, we strengthened the control of Xianyuan Liu and adjusted the night patrol to prevent students from going out again without permission. Then, this tragedy happened. While talking, the principal pressed the remote control, and then Duanmu Huai saw the TV next to him turn on, which was playing a night surveillance video from the night before. On the screen, 2 security guards were patrolling back and forth with flashlights, And then one of them seemed to have discovered something and kept looking around. Then he ran towards the woods next to him. And the other security guard followed him in surprise. Then the two disappeared from the surveillance video. This is normal. Who would install surveillance in the woods if they have nothing to do? Then the screen turned to the other side. And then a security guard was seen holding a flashlight and running out of the woods. Although the surveillance did not record any sound. His distorted and deformed expression of fear showed that he must have seen something very scary in the woods. The security guard ran desperately out of the woods. But before he ran out of the woods, he seemed to be caught by something and dragged back directly. And the flashlight in his hand fell to the ground. After that, the surveillance video returned to normal. The next day, we sent people to conduct a thorough and comprehensive search of the entire forest. And then found this. As he spoke, the old principal took out a few photos and put them on the table. Duanmu Huai reached out and took them. Took a look. And then couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. In the photos, two skinny mummies, like they were devoured by vampires, were clearly visible. If they were not wearing security uniforms, they would probably just think they were mummies unearthed from a pyramid. The police found wounds on their bodies that looked like those caused by wild animals. And they thought they were attacked by some kind of animal. But Duanmu Huai knew it was impossible without the principal saying anything more. Although Qianyuan Academy was not in the city center, it was in a densely populated area, and there were no deep mountains or old forests nearby. Even if a deer ran out, it would have to pass through the main road to reach the school gate. How could it appear in the woods of the school? We and the police conducted a carpet search of the entire school during the holiday. But we found nothing. And I am also worried about the safety of the students in Qianyuanlio. Although the police are also investigating, I can't just watch and do nothing. I heard that you are very good at dealing with such difficult problems. That's why I especially entrusted you, hoping that you can help solve all of this. Of course, the reason why the principal chose Duanmu Huai, in addition to his fame, is that he is the brother of Minami Sakuya. For the sake of his sister, Duanmu Huai can't do nothing unless Sakuya transfers to another school now. But of course, this is impossible. So what do you want me to do? Duanmu Huai naturally couldn't watch his sister's school go wrong. So he leaned back on the sofa, crossed his arms, and stared at the principal. I hope you can investigate the school for a while. The principal was obviously already prepared. It just so happens that our school's physical education teacher is on sick leave. I will tell everyone that you are the temporary substitute teacher. During this time, you can live in the duty room. After all, it is common for physical education teachers to be on duty in schools. And now, it's up to you, Mr. Duanmu. Of course, in order to avoid boring rumors and cause panic among students, please don't tell these things to others. After all, we announced to the outside world that the two security guards were fired due to poor supervision to avoid questions and panic from the media and parents of students. To be honest, I don't know what happened to this school, so I hope you can help. Mr. Duanmu, I have to say that the principal seems to be very thoughtful, and Duanmu Huai does not object to this arrangement. But the physical education teacher, he remembered that he was a physical education teacher in Jiwang before, and he was still a physical education teacher here. Well, it's not strange at all. After hearing the principal's explanation, Duanmu Huai thought for a while, and then looked at Sha Jui. The latter stared at Duanmu Huai without saying a word. Looking at Sha Jui in front of him, Duanmu Huai laughed, then reached out and touched her head. Then he turned around and looked at the principal. I'll take your commission. Then Duanmu Huai spoke. Duanmu Huai did not object to the principal's arrangement, and after getting Duanmu Huai's answer, the principal was relieved. Of course, he also explained to Duanmu Huai that for confidentiality, only the principal and his secretary knew about Duanmu Huai's investigation, and everyone else only knew that Duanmu Huai was here to substitute for a class. Duanmu Huai himself also had a teacher's certificate, so this problem was not really a problem. On the contrary, there was another question that made the principal a little difficult to talk about. When Duanmu Huai mentioned that he was going to Qianyuan dormitory to investigate, he showed a subtle expression. Well, the situation is quite complicated. Even I can't interfere at will. Complicated? Duanmu Huai looked at the principal with a puzzled look. How complicated could a student dormitory be? Well, in short, it can't be explained in a few words. But you will know when the time comes. I can only say that I will try my best to support you. Duanmu Huai looked at the principal in confusion. Then at Sha Jui, who also shook his head in confusion. As a day student, she certainly didn't know much about the situation in the dormitory building. But the more the principal said this, the more curious Duanmu Huai became. What problems could there be in a dormitory building? After that, Duanmu Huai also said goodbye to Xia Jui and left the principal's office. Xianyuan dormitory? Duanmu Huai stood in the corridor, looking at Xia Jui in confusion. Do you know what's going on there? I'm not sure about that. Brother. Xia Jui shook her head. But she quickly made a suggestion. But I remember that Mei Jia is a boarding student. Maybe we can ask her about the situation. Chapter 1393 Five Swords. After returning home, Xia Jui called Mei Jia, who was relieved when she heard that Duanmu Huai was coming to the school to investigate. Ah, is Mr. Duanmu coming? That's great. In fact, everyone has been very uneasy during this period. Uneasy? Yes. After all, it is rare for students to leave the dormitory and disappear. And because of the order of Master Wujian, no one is allowed to talk about it. So, what are the five swords? It's like this. According to Mika, when the school was first established, the atmosphere at that time was very resistant to letting girls go to school. They believed the girls should not show their faces in public. And some people would find ways to attack the girls' dormitory, persecute and intimidate those female students. Later, in order to protect the female students in the dormitory, 5 girls from samurai families united and formed an organization similar to the vigilante group, also known as the Five Swords. Xianyuan dormitory does not have a president to manage the dormitory, but is managed by the Five Swords. When they graduate, they will hand over their duties and missions to their chosen successors. And thus the Five Swords have been passed down from generation to generation, and have become a tradition of Xianyuan dormitory. Basically, the Five Swords are representatives selected from sports clubs, and they all carry real swords. Because the school is a private place, it does not violate the sword law. In the past, there were people with bad intentions who wanted to sneak into Xianyuan dormitory, but they were all discovered by the Five Swords, and then slashed and arrested. Because of this, the disappearance of students this time is very embarrassing for the Five Swords. So much so that they have now implemented a very high-pressure rule in Xianyuan dormitory, not allowing anyone to leave the dormitory without permission. This also makes the residents panic. I'm still thinking, if this continues, I can only ask Mr. Duanmu to help. People are panicking? Is there anything else happening besides the disappearance of students? If it was just a disappearance, it would at most become a topic of gossip among students, and it would not cause panic. And because someone sneaked away, Duanmu Huai didn't think it was too outrageous to strengthen the dormitory inspection. Wasn't it the same when the teacher caught the student climbing over the wall to go to the internet cafe? Or is it that the spoiled young lady can't stand this hardship? Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Mei Jia on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. Recently, the school seems to be haunted. Huh? Many students have heard. At night, coming from the forest, hee. A very scary strange laugh. I have heard it a few times. It's really scary. No one investigated. We explained it to Lord Wujian. But Lord Wujian said it was just hearsay and asked us not to spread rumors. But I have lived here for 2 years, and this is the first time I heard such a sound. It seems that haunting is not my responsibility. I know. I will investigate it when the time comes. But then again, this Wujian seems to have nothing to do with me. Because Lord Wujian is guarding the dormitory, and we are a female dormitory, so men are not allowed to enter. I'm a teacher, right? It's the same for teachers. Only female teachers are allowed to enter Xianyuan dormitory. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was confused. He finally understood why the principal said that the situation there was a bit complicated. What about the police? Will they dare to intervene if the police go in? Of course not. But, Mr. Duanmu, you are not a policeman, right? That's true. Duanmu Huai scratched his head. Forget it. I want to see what's the point of a bunch of little girls playing house. The principal was very quick. At the morning meeting the next day, he announced to everyone that Duanmu Huai would temporarily serve as the physical education teacher. As a detective, Duanmu Huai had appeared on TV many times and was well known. So the students quickly accepted the principal's statement. Otherwise, Duanmu Huai looked so fierce and ferocious that the students would be scared and would have protested long ago. After taking office, Duanmu Huai naturally started his work. In short, Let's go to the rooms of the two missing girls and check them out. The physical education teacher is always the most idle. So after Duanmu Huai wandered around the school, he went straight to Qianyuan Dormitory. Qianyuan Dormitory is located on the east side of the main teaching building, connected by a corridor in the middle. Next to it is a forest. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, the area of this forest is not large, and it is completely surrounded by the school wall. Logically speaking, even students, unless they are mentally retarded, cannot get lost in it. After all, this is just an artificial forest, and the trees are not dense. At least Duanmu Huai can clearly see the wall opposite the forest when he stands in the corridor. So it is ridiculous to say that someone is missing in the forest. And across the corridor is Qianyuan Liu, a female dormitory that looks about the same size as the main teaching building. Logically, Duanmu Huai only needs to walk up the stairs and then enter the female dormitory. But it's not that simple right now. At the end of the stairs, 3 girls were standing there. The leader was a black-haired girl wearing a mask, and next to her, there was a foreign girl with curly hair, and a petite girl who looked like a junior high school student. All 3 of them had a sword on their waists. And it looked like, is this some kind of anime plot? You 3 little girls, what are you doing here instead of going to class? This is my problem, Teacher Duanmu. The masked girl in the lead took a step forward and stood on the steps staring at Duanmu Huai. As a teacher, what are you doing in the girls' dormitory? I'm going to investigate the rooms of the 2 missing students. This is the job the principal entrusted me with. Duanmu Huai sold out the principal without saying a word. Can you let me pass? Of course not. However, the next moment, the masked girl decisively rejected Duanmu Huai's request. This is the sacred Qianyuan Rio, the girls' garden. Dirty, ugly men are absolutely not allowed to enter. Even teachers are the same. If you want to go in. While speaking, the masked girl drew the samurai sword from her waist, then asked the sword in my hand first. Hee, looking at the 3 people in front of him who were ready for battle. Duanmu Huai sneered. So this is the trouble the principal was talking about. Very good, very good. The sacred Qianyuan dormitory? To put it bluntly, isn't this just a girls' dormitory? Duanmu Huai raised his fist and clenched it tightly. You 3 little girls, do you really think you can stop me? You don't think you can be my opponent with a broken knife? This is private territory. Even teachers cannot enter without permission. The foreign girl next to him drew out the rapier in her hand and pointed it at Duanmu Huai. If you must break in, then we have the right to fight back. Even if you break 1 or 2 bones. You can't blame us. This is my line. Kid. Duanmu Huai sneered. It seems that you lack the beating of society. In this case, let me, as a teacher, teach you the first lesson of entering society. After the voice fell, Duanmu Huai suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the 3 girls. It was extremely stupid. Looking at Duanmu Huai rushing towards her, a cold light flashed in the masked girl's eyes. She and others occupied the high ground, and the range of the sword was obviously much larger than that of the fist. In this situation, he dared to rush over directly. Did he think that others would hold back because they were afraid of hurting him? You are the one who should not underestimate the 5 swords. The masked girl's sword flashed. She gripped the hilt tightly and chopped it hard at Duanmu Huai's chest. At the same time, the blonde girl next to her also drew out her rapier and stabbed Duanmu Huai's shoulder. But Duanmu Huai did not dodge the attacks of the 2 people, but just rushed forward. How stupid. This is a real sword with a sharp blade. Even if your body is sturdy, aren't you afraid of being killed? For the 2, Duanmu Huai's actions were completely unpredictable. Originally, their idea was to threaten Duanmu Huai by attacking him to dodge, and then launch a series of follow-up pursuits. However, what the 2 did not expect was that Duanmu Huai not only did not choose to dodge, but also did not resist. He rushed straight in front of the 2 people, as if he could not see their attack at all. At the same time, the masked girl's rapier and the masked girl's blade also swung down. Puff! The rapier and the blade cut deeply into Duanmu Huai's burly body in front of him. The touch from their hands surprised the 2 people. Is this man crazy? He really didn't dodge. Aware of this, the 2 subconsciously wanted to pull their hands away. But at this moment, they only felt a black screen in front of their eyes. And the next moment, Duanmu Huai grabbed the heads of the 2 people with both hands and lifted them up directly. The first element of fighting is that once you attack, you must not show mercy, no matter what the reason. As long as there is an enemy in front of you, you have to destroy it completely. And, speaking of this, Duan Mu Huai suddenly turned around, grabbed the blonde girl's right hand, and swung it like a pillar, hitting behind him. The blonde girl's body drew an arc in the air like a stick held by Duan Mu Huai, and hit the petite girl who flew up from behind, knocking her out directly. The latter hit the wall like a baseball, then collapsed to the ground with a wail. When you sneak attack someone, you must be prepared to be counterattacked. Duan Mu Huai glanced at the blonde girl who collapsed to the ground, then grabbed the two girls' heads again and lifted them high. The latter seemed to have noticed something and tried desperately to struggle. But the next moment, Duan Mu Huai grabbed their heads and smashed them to the ground. Bang! Accompanied by a tremor on the ground. The two girls' bodies suddenly tensed up, and then collapsed to the ground completely. Duan Mu Huai stood up at this time, then reached out and pulled out the long sword that pierced his body. Anyway, bullying children is not my hobby. Just consider it as a concession to you. If Duan Mu Huai was serious, these two girls would not be able to hurt him. But Duan Mu Huai thought it was stupid to fight a little girl who was playing house wine. So he didn't care. As for getting hurt, what a joke. He is the old one. It is impossible for ordinary weapons to hurt him. Duan Mu Huai patted her shoulder, and then walked to the front of the petite girl who was knocked away by him. Hey, stand up. I didn't use that much force. You, what else do you want to do? The petite girl barely stood up and stared at Duan Mu Huai. I said, I'm here to investigate. You are the 5 swords, right? Didn't you say you manage the dormitory? Take me to the room of those two girls. I know, but send them to the infirmary first. No need. I'm a teacher. I can't really beat students to death. They should just lie there and reflect. They will get up by themselves in a while. If I really want to kill them, it will only take a blink of an eye. Okay. The petite girl looked at the two again, then retracted her gaze and turned to the dormitory door. Follow me. Class was in progress at this time, and naturally there was no one in the dormitory building. And the petite girl also introduced herself to Duan Mu Huai. What surprised Duan Mu Huai was that although she looked like a junior high school student, she said she was already in the 3rd year of high school. Well, okay. It didn't seem strange. The entire Qianyuan dormitory is managed by our 5 swords and our followers. The first floor is a common facility, including a canteen, bathroom, laundry room, etc. The 2nd to 7th floors are accommodation areas, which are allocated according to grade. The petite girl took Duan Mu Huai into the dormitory building and introduced herself to him. The head of the dormitory will guard the gate and lock it after the curfew. What about the windows? The windows on the 1st floor are all closed. And there is a timetable here. As she spoke, the petite girl pointed to the notice on the wall. The rules and time were clearly stated on it. 6:30 wake up, 7:10 roll call, 7:15 8 o'clock breakfast, 8:15 school, 17:30 1900 hours dinner, 1900 hours 2200 hours bathing, 2100 hours door access, 2300 hours lights out. Note, on weekends and holidays, 12 o'clock 1300 hours is lunch time. When did the two girls disappear? It should be after the lights were turned off, because according to their friends' reports, they had been doing homework together before the lights were turned off, and the other 2 students did not return to their rooms until the lights were turned off. No one saw the 2 students after getting up the next morning. At first, they thought they had just overslept, but when they went to the room, they found that everything was normal. I thought they had finished washing and went to eat, but when roll call time came, I didn't see anyone, so I reported it to the teacher. Can I talk to those 2 girls? Of course. But, while speaking, the petite girl looked at Duan Mu Huai's shoulders and chest. Don't you need treatment for your injuries? They hit you hard just now. This level is not worth mentioning. It's worse than a scratch for me. Duan Mu Huai waved his hand. Okay. Take me to the victim's room and see if I can find any clues. Follow me. Chapter 1394 Mysterious Disappearance. The 2 missing students lived in the same room, and the dormitories here were all double rooms. The petite girl took the spare key from the duty room and opened the door of their dormitory. So, they can't jump from here, right? Of course. This is the top floor. The petite girl answered helplessly. They are freshmen who have just enrolled, so they live on the top floor. To be honest, freshmen have always been difficult to discipline. It's not uncommon for some people to feel that the rules of the dormitory are too rigid and want to go home or go out for a night out. So we didn't pay much attention to it at first. But now it seems. At this point, the petite girl waved her hand. Forget it. It's useless to say these things now. How to investigate? Do you need my help? Wait a minute. Duan Mu Huai looked at the clean and tidy room in front of him, and then asked, Is it like this when they left? I'm not sure, but the police had searched this place before. And then the students on this floor helped to tidy up the room again. So I think it should be different from when they left. Oh, a bunch of little girls. Don't expect them to have any idea of protecting the scene. Duan Mu Huai raised his mobile phone, pointed it at the room in front of him, and pressed the button. Click. The next moment, a shining white light suddenly appeared. Without the petite girl noticing, Duan Mu Huai had already scanned the entire room. Then Duan Mu Huai put away his mobile phone and walked into the dormitory. The dormitory is a double room, with 2 beds placed on the left and right sides of the wall, 2 desks in the middle, and bookcases next to the beds. According to the petite girl, this is the standard configuration of Qianyuan dormitory. Basically, the layout of each room is like this. There is only 1 bathroom, and the large bathroom is on the first floor. So there is no place to take a shower here. The main reason is that, after all, this is an old building, and it is impossible to renovate it on a large scale. Of course, for modern people, there is electricity and internet here, which is basically convenient. But some people do find it inconvenient. Duan Mu Huai walked into the room. Then he stretched out his hand, pressed on the bookshelf next to him, and closed his eyes. Then, the scene in front of Duan Mu Huai began to quickly retreat, flip, and change. From the perspective of the bookshelf, Duan Mu Huai can clearly see the situation in the entire room. Under his conscious control, the scene in front of him is like a videotape rewinding. Duan Mu Huai saw policemen coming and going, students coming and going, and then, pause, play. The picture turned, and the next moment the scene in front of Duan Mu Huai changed again. In the room, several girls were chatting. They were wearing sailor suits, one with short hair and one with long hair. The long-haired girl wore glasses and looked like a literary girl, while the short-haired girl gave people the feeling that she was a member of the sports department club. They were doing homework with 2 other students in the dormitory, and it didn't seem like anything special. Soon, it was lights out time, and the lights in the room went out. The other 2 girls also said goodbye and left. After they left, the literary girl closed the door, and then came directly to the sports girl, turned on the flashlight on her phone, and looked at her excitedly. Generally speaking, members of the sports department club give people a more lively and outgoing feeling. But here, in front of Duan Mu Huai, it was the literary girl who looked more excited. So, are you ready for action? Are we really going to do this? The sports girl looked a little uneasy. You know, if we are found by the 5 swordsmen, it will be terrible. We might even be put in solitary confinement. I heard from my seniors that the punishment from the 5 swordsmen is terrible. What are you afraid of? This is the 21st century, not the Taisho era. On the contrary, the literary girl looked fearless. Duan Mu Huai also noticed that she was holding a book in her arms. Judging from the thickness and size, it should not be a textbook or a novel. Don't you want to think about it? The secret hidden in this school? The sports girl seemed to be persuaded by the literary girl. At their age, they are in the rebellious period. Maybe because of this, will we really not be discovered? Of course, I have already agreed with the seniors. We will disguise ourselves as the guards and go out on patrol. Then we just need to leave during the patrol, and the seniors will fill our positions on the way back. Okay. Perhaps the literary girl's confident words moved the sports girl, who was silent for a moment and nodded. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and the literary girl hurried forward to open the door, and then shouted excitedly, "Senior, should be quiet. Are you ready?" "Ready." "Very good. Remember, don't let Master Wujian find you. Otherwise even I can't save you." Because the bookshelf was against the wall, Duan Mu Huai could only see the opposite side, but not the students standing outside the door on the side. The literary girl nodded, then pulled the sports girl out of the dormitory, and then closed the door. This was the scene when they left the dormitory for the last time. "Hey!" At this moment, the petite girl's voice suddenly sounded, pulling Duan Mu Huai back to consciousness. "What are you daydreaming about there? Aren't you going to check?" I'm thinking. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, pretending to think. And then he turned his head to look at the petite girl. Let me ask. Do you take the guards to patrol every night? Of course. After the lights are turned off, we will patrol the entire dormitory building to prevent any problems. Will we also go outside the dormitory building? After the inspection, we will finally walk around the dormitory building and then go back to the room to rest. These two students are not members of the guards. Of course. Unless the other party performs particularly well, we will not select people from the first-year freshmen to join the guards. After all, we are also responsible for the security work of Qianyuanliu. So students who join the Royal Guard must at least have a certain level of martial arts skills to be recognized by us. What kind of girls' school is this? Just call it a martial arts school. So, if these two students disguise themselves as Royal Guards and sneak out, will others find out? How could this happen? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the petite girl was stunned for a moment. Everyone knows the members of the Royal Guard. If there are two more unfamiliar faces, how could it be not right? At this point, the petite girl seemed to have thought of something. If they are Princess Satore's personal guards, it is not impossible. Princess Satore? Oh, it is the name of our 5 swords. Of course, it may seem a bit stupid to you adults. The petite girl also explained that this is basically how other students call them. And it is also how they call each other, which is to take a part of their own name and add princess. This title. For example, the 2 girls who tried to stop Duanmu Huai at the dormitory door before were named Gewalin and Geheching Mary. So they were called Giji and Heji. And this petite girl was called Haneji Warabi, also known as Warabi. Well, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, it was really a bit immature for a group of students to call her that. But considering that they were indeed at the age of immature, forget it. This is understandable. If this nickname is mentioned in front of them again in 10 years, I'm afraid these people will commit suicide on the spot out of shame. As for the Satoreheim mentioned by the petite girl, she is also one of the 5 swords, named Neem Satore. She also has her own personal guard, the masked girls. According to the petite girl, these masked girls always wear masks similar to the killer Jason when they appear on weekdays. So even the other 5 swords don't know how many people there are in this personal guard, and who they are. It is even possible that their own personal guards are also Satoreheim's personal guards. After all, everyone in school wears uniforms. If you have an ordinary figure and wear a mask, who knows who you are? I see. The petite girl now understood what Duanmu Huai meant. If those 2 students put on masks and went out on patrol with Princess Satore's guards, they could indeed leave the dormitory. But is it possible? Even if we can't tell who those masked girls are, the guards should be able to identify them. Otherwise, anyone can pretend to be a member of the guards by wearing a mask. Isn't this too outrageous? What if there is an insider among them? Wouldn't it be easy to impersonate him? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the petite girl was speechless for a moment. After all, this is really possible. What are you going to do next? Teacher Duanmu? Looking at Duanmu Huai, the petite girl's expression changed from the original carelessness to a lot more serious. After all, after that, the 5 swords also held many meetings to discuss how the 2 students escaped from the dormitory without their patrols. If you say it was the seniors, maybe they could still find some loopholes. But those 2 freshmen who had just entered the school could actually make the 5 swords run around, which was really embarrassing. As for the police, they didn't care about this at all, and just thought that the 2 students escaped from the dormitory when others were not paying attention. Everyone was naturally very dissatisfied with this. But there was nothing they could do. After all, they themselves didn't know how to explain it. The idea currently proposed by Duanmu Huai seemed outrageous at first. But if you think about it carefully, this may be the most reasonable explanation. So the attitude of the petite girl towards Duanmu Huai also changed. In addition, Duanmu Huai was also a famous detective. Now it seems that although this detective looks fierce, he is indeed capable. I want the people in charge of patrol that day to talk to me. Can you ask them to come over? I'm afraid I can't. But I can go and talk to Satoreheim. Then it's decided. I'll investigate further. Duanmu Huai nodded and walked directly to the dormitory door. Okay. Let's go. Just like that? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the petite girl was somewhat surprised. She originally thought that Duanmu Huai would turn the place upside down like those policemen. I didn't expect that the other party just walked in and stood in front of the bookshelf for a while. And it ended like this? Speaking of which, it seems that he did nothing. But he feels much better than those policemen. Is this the ability of a top detective? Yes. I will conduct some more investigations. And I will leave that to you. For Dwanmu Hwai. He now has the answer. As for the process, let others run it. Chapter 1395 High school students are indeed the strongest. After that, Dwanmu Hwai left the dormitory and returned to the teaching building. Then he found Sha Jui and explained some situations to her. After listening to Dwanmu Hwai's story, Sha Jui nodded seriously. Do you want me to investigate? Yes. You are also a student, so it is more convenient for you to act. And those are junior students. If you go, they should not dare to say anything. Also, I have asked the UN Temple to investigate the family situation of the missing person. You can contact her if you have anything. Okay, brother. I know what to do. Well, I'll leave it to you. Okay. Just as Dwanmu Hwai was explaining the investigation to Sha Jui, he suddenly felt a gaze and turned around to see someone standing at the end of the corridor walking towards them. But her expression looked a little stiff. Although she controlled herself not to look at Dwanmu Hwai, Dwanmu Hwai could still feel that the other person was staring at him. Who is she? Dwanmu Hwai curiously threw an appraisal at the other party. And soon a line of information appeared in front of Dwanmu Hwai. Yotani Miko 16. Gender, female. Strength, 40. Constitution, 50. Intelligence, 50. Education, 50. Agility, 50. Appearance, 60. Will, 90. Occupation, student. Skills, clairvoyance 99%. Performance 80%. Listening 80%. Wrestling 15%. Persuasion 30%. There was nothing else worth Dwanmu Hwai's attention. But the clairvoyance 99%. Surprised Dwanmu Hwai a little. Clairvoyance? This girl's clairvoyance is so high? This is higher than many people's inspiration. Is it true or not? Could it be that the system made a mistake? Won't you know if you try it? Thinking of this, Dwanmu Hwai couldn't help but think. And then he silently stretched out his tentacles and reached out to the girl. Seeing the tentacle reaching out to her, the girl's body suddenly froze. But she still pretended to be calm and continued to move forward. Oh! This is interesting. Seeing the other party's reaction, Dwanmu Hwai became more interested. He manipulated the tentacle to come in front of the girl, and then directly wrapped it around her thigh. Oh! JK's thigh feels really good. At the moment when Dwanmu Hwai's tentacles wrapped around her, the girl's body froze again. And then she pretended to be nothing and turned to the window across the corridor, looking out the window, as if she was enjoying the scenery. It seemed that she was simply enjoying the scenery outside. However, her tense muscles and slightly trembling body betrayed her true thoughts at the moment. Good guy. He can actually see it. Dwanmu Hwai also whistled in his heart. You know, not everyone can see his evil god state, let alone see through it. Mary, who has golden eyes, can do it. But Mary doesn't usually look at this. And the girl in front of her doesn't have a cheating ability like golden eyes. She is simply high psychic vision? No wonder she has such a strong will. Thinking of this, Dwanmu Hwai manipulated the tentacles again and slowly climbed up along the girl's body, while the latter also held the windowsill tightly, pretending to be indifferent. Then Dwanmu Hwai's tentacles slowly came in front of the girl, and then dozens of eyes suddenly emerged from them, staring at the girl. However, although the latter's body was tense, she still pretended to be indifferent and forced her eyes to look at the playground in the distance. But looking at her, she is about to cry. Okay. No more playing. There is no point in bullying a little girl. After confirming it, Dwanmu Hwai retracted his tentacles. But this girl has such a high psychic vision. Maybe she will see something interesting in school. I will ask her later. But then again, this girl's own abilities and attributes are very ordinary. In such a world, her psychic vision is still so high. It's really hard for her. Thinking of this, Dwanmu Hwai also turned around and left. After all, he still had work to do. The petite girl was not slow. Before school was over, Dwanmu Hwai received her report, saying that she had contacted the masked girl guards, who were in charge of patrol the day through Myanmar Sanatorai. So Dwanmu Hwai asked those guards to report to the counseling room after class. Soon, after class, Dwanmu Hwai met the guards called masked girls in the counseling room. But, wow, this is really... Dwanmu Hwai was confused when he saw the girls in a row wearing masks. If you think about it carefully, a group of girls wearing sailor suits and Jason masks on their faces look weird. Among them, only one person was not wearing a mask. And that was... Are you Mianmu Sanat-Warai? Looking at the green-haired girl standing next to him, Duanmu-Huai asked. The latter smiled and nodded. Yes, Sanat-Warai has heard about the details from Xiaowei. I didn't expect that the missing person would be mixed in Sanatori's guards. It really surprised Sanat-Warai. Although she was surprised, her tone was so leisurely and long without any pauses that it sounded very strange. And for some reason, Duanmu-Huai always felt that although the girl was smiling, there was no emotion in her eyes, which was very strange. So Duanmu-Huai silently gave her an appraisal. And then the girl's information also appeared in front of Duanmu-Huai. Nimu Satori / she's 17 years old. Gender, female. Strength, 65. Constitution, 50. Intelligence, 60. Education, 50. Agility, 75. Appearance, 70. Will, 60. Skills, Japanese sword 90%. Police vision style 90%. II 80%. Observation eyes 87%. Listening 68%. Avoidance 72%. Special status, SAN value 0. Obtain permanent madness, no taboos. Violent tendency. Exhibitionism. Paranoia. Seeing this, Duanmu-Huai's eyes changed when he looked at the girl in front of him. My goodness. What kind of people are there in this school? SAN value is 0? What has she been through? Looking at all these crazy states. You haven't been locked up in a mental hospital yet. And you have become one of the 5 swords? Are you kidding me? What's wrong? Is there anything strange about Satori? Seeing Duanmu-Huai looking at him, the latter also blinked curiously, still staring at Duanmu-Huai with those dead fish eyes without any emotion, and asked, Forget it. Let's get down to business first. Stand here, Duanmu-Huai said casually, then picked up his phone and took a photo of them. Click. Okay. I'll call you later. Come in one by one. After saying this, Duanmu-Huai walked into the room inside the counseling room. The masked girls looked at each other and just stood there in silence. After a while, Duanmu-Huai's voice came out. Okay. Come in. Duanmu-Huai didn't need to interrogate these girls. After all, he had copied the information of these masked girls. He only needed to reshape a shadow and then ask them, and they would come forward to explain the situation. But Duanmu-Huai still had to pretend. After all, he was a detective, not a fortune teller. He couldn't just put out his 8 characters and calculate directly. Hey, there were no fortune tellers in Japan. Although he could be a fortune teller. But what about him? Being a fortune teller? Are you kidding? Forget it. Let's continue to be a detective. A promising job. Fortunately, although Duanmu-Huai doesn't like to use his brain, he is not a fool. With the answer, the other party's confession, and the evidence found in a targeted manner, it is not difficult to make a person speak. Duanmu-Huai's method is very simple. That is, to call a person in, then ask some common questions, then let the person stay for 10 minutes, and then leave. This is also to prevent others from noticing who is the unlucky person. After all, Duanmu-Huai also knew that this kind of bullying in Japanese schools was very serious. If she knew who was the guy who caused them bad luck, her life in this school would definitely be difficult in the future. Not to mention that the person she followed was a lunatic with a SAN value of 0. Finally, it was the third to last guard. Duanmu-Huai watched her walk in, and then sat uncomfortably on the chair. Although the other party did not speak, the fearful gasps had already explained the situation. Take off your mask and tell me your name. Duanmu-Huai tapped his notebook, and the latter hesitated, took off his mask, and lowered his head. 2nd year, 3rd class, Sasaki Jun. Then I'll tell you directly. Duanmu-Huai stared at the other party and spoke directly. You took Tanaka and the others out of the dormitory, right? Huh? Hearing that Duanmu-Huai suddenly exposed the biggest secret in her heart, the girl was also suddenly surprised. No. I know you and Tanaka are relatives. And she came here to study because you took care of her. So when she asked to leave the dormitory at night, you used your identity to disguise them as masked girls, and then took them out of the dormitory when you were patrolling. Well, what else do you have to say now? Duanmu-Huai knew the relationship between Sasaki and Tanaka. Of course, It was the information that Sakuya and Shionji Yuko obtained by questioning those students and conducting online investigations. After all, this kind of thing is not a secret. Just ask and check and you will know. I am not. I can understand. Seeing the pale face of the girl trying to explain, Duanmu Huai waved his hand. For you. This is just a small favor for the other party. But what you didn't expect is that they are missing. So you dare not say it. For fear that others will blame you. This is normal. I didn't come here to blame you. I just want to know the situation. For me, what you did for them is not important. But where they went is important. Now, can you tell me? I really didn't mean it. Faced with Duanmu Huai's series of words, the latter finally couldn't bear it anymore and lowered his head and cried out. I was against it at first. But that child, she... Then, Duanmu Huai also learned the truth from the other party. The literary girl Tanaka was an avid fan of the supernatural. The reason she did this stupid thing was because of a magazine. Magazine? Yes. That's the supernatural magazine she likes to read. Recently, this magazine has published an album of psychic photos and is soliciting psychic photos from readers for a competition. The final winner will receive a prize of 50,000 yen. Is she going to participate in this competition? Yes. Actually, she didn't know what to do at first. But later, she accidentally found an old photo in the school library. According to Sasaki, the literary girl found a photo tucked inside an old book in the library. The photo was very old, and it was taken of school students from who knows how long ago. These students took a photo in a strange underground space. And there were some supernatural things in the photo. The literary girl was very excited after seeing the photo. So she planned to find the place where the photo was taken. Take a photo of herself. And then take it to participate in the competition. As for where that place is, the literary girl doesn't know. But as an old man who has been in this school for a long time, Sasaki knows it. According to her, this school used to have an air raid shelter. And many students know it. It's just that the air raid shelter hasn't been open for a long time. Why don't they go there during the day? Or on weekends? Why do they have to wait until night to go? We've been there before during the day. And that place was very gloomy and scary. She took photos at the time. But found nothing. So she wanted to go there again at night to take photos. A typical operation of not doing anything to get ahead. So that night, I wanted to get them out. After all, we've been there during the day and know that there's no danger there. I originally thought that they would come back soon after taking the photos. But no one showed up. At that time, I thought that the child might be staying up late to take photos. And I thought she should be back in the morning. But, have you told the police? Of course not. What can I say? And after that, I went to the air raid shelter to look for them again. But they were not there at all. I don't know where they went. Logically speaking, this is impossible. Besides, the police also searched the air raid shelter after that. And they found nothing. Duanmu Huai knew that the police had conducted a carpet search of the school. Obviously, Sasaki had also been paying attention to this matter. So she would definitely pay special attention to the air raid shelter. And since it was a school facility building, the police certainly had no reason to let it go. They were not really the idiots in detective novels, who only had a meal but did nothing. In fact, Duanmu Huai had heard these contents from Sasaki's shadow. The reason why he asked her again was to make sure that she had not concealed anything, and also to give her a sign that he had interrogated her. At least, he couldn't ask about your birth date, and even calculate how many people there are in your family. That would be outrageous. After confirming that the other party was not lying, Duanmu Huai asked the girl to leave and called the next person in. At the same time, he also contacted Shionji Yuko through his mobile phone and asked her to check the records of this case in the police archives to see if the police had found anything. Since Sasaki said the police had searched the air raid shelter, it stands to reason that they should have gained something. Maybe? After questioning the last student, Duanmu Huai also walked to the waiting room outside, and then saw the group of masked girls standing upright by the wall without moving. And Mienmu Satora supported his cheeks with his hands and looked at them with a smile. What are you doing? Duanmu Huai silently glanced at the people who seemed to be standing for punishment, and asked, Didn't I say you can go back after the questioning? Is that so? At this moment, Mienmu Satora also turned around and looked at Duanmu Huai. But they made a mistake, and they must be punished. So, Satora asked them to stand here as punishment. Forget it. This is your own problem. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders, and then turned around and left. Just as Duanmu Huai walked out of the counseling room, and was about to go to the air raid shelter to check the situation, he heard brisk footsteps coming from behind. Duanmu Huai turned around, and saw Mianmu Sanawarai staring at him with a smile, following him like a young bird. What do you mean? Has the teacher found the betrayer? This doesn't seem to be a problem for you to intervene. Satori just wanted to ask. While speaking, Mianmu Satora laughed again. So where is the teacher going now? It has nothing to do with you. No. But Satori also wants to go with you. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai stopped and turned to look at her. Why? Because it seems interesting. Doesn't it? So Satora wants to go and see. Even in the face of Duanmu Huai's cold eyes, Mianmu Satora still looks innocent, and even opens her hands and spins in circles, as if Duanmu Huai's eyes and threats have no effect on her at all. It really is useless. Her SAN value has dropped to 0. What if I refuse? Then, Satori will have to punish those traitors. Should I strip them naked and hang them on the rooftop of the dormitory? If it were someone else, Duanmu Huai would just think that the other party was just threatening him or joking. But this guy, a madman with a SAN value of 0, can do anything. Okay. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment, then nodded. Come with me. Although he didn't care much about a madman, this madman might be able to help. Just take her around. Chapter 1396 Air Raid Shelter. Before going there, Duanmu Huai asked Shaji about the air raid shelter. Indeed, according to Shaji, most students know about the air raid shelter, because it is located on the hill behind the playground on the west side of the school. It is said that it was dug in the past to avoid air raids. Of course, it is more like a warehouse at present, mainly used to store some disaster relief supplies, as well as some props that are not used on weekdays, and are only used for large-scale activities. Therefore, except for some senior students, who went to the air raid shelter to get things for cultural festivals or sports events, no one else would go near that place. According to Saki, it was a creepy place, and the school was full of girls, so there weren't many brave people. So no one would go near it on weekdays. She had gone in to move props. But Saki said that there was nothing special about the air raid shelter, at least that's what she thought. But now? Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked at Minmu Sanahorai, who was walking in circles like a bird, and frowned slightly. It was already sunset, and because of the end of school, the students had already left the school, either going back to the dormitory or going home. The huge campus suddenly became as quiet as a ghost town. Not to mention that they were now walking through the path in the woods to the air raid shelter. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be very nervous. However, at the moment, Mianmu Satori was acting as relaxed and excited as if she was going on a picnic, as if she had no fear at all. Staring at Mianmu Satori's figure, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but think of what the petite girl, who looked like a junior high school student, said to him after the investigation in the dormitory. In terms of strength, Satoriheim is second only to Yuiheim among the 5 swords. But in my opinion, she is a monster. No one can understand what Satoriheim is thinking. Or she is thinking nothing. In fact, many times, Princess Satori would also make some plans, but that was not for a certain goal, and she did not care about the benefits of doing so. In short, she did it just because humans would use strategies. So, in my opinion, she is not so much a human as a monster that imitates human behavior. Duanmu Huai did not understand what the girl meant. Monsters cannot understand the meaning of human behavior. They only know that humans would do this, so they would imitate it. Indeed, the Mianmu Satori in front of him also gave people this feeling, although she acted very cheerful, as if she was going to go on a spring outing in the wild. But Duanmu Huai could not feel any happiness and joy from the atmosphere she exuded. Just like those electronic pets in the game. When it rubs against the player or wags its tail, it does not really mean that it likes you, but is simply a code command set feedback. Mianmu Satori gave Duanmu Huai the same feeling. She was actually not happy at all, not looking forward to it, and had no purpose. She was like a shell with nothing on the surface. And perhaps even she herself did not know why she was acting. But that's right. After all, the SAN value is reset to 0. It's here. At this moment, Minmu Sanatori also stopped and pointed forward with a smile. Duanmu Huai raised his head and followed the direction of Minmu Sanatori's finger. He saw a dark hole on the hill not far away. Going closer, he could see the steps spreading downwards, and next to it was an iron plate with the words refuge. But the iron plate was rusty because of the long time. Duanmu Huai picked up his phone, turned on the flashlight, and walked down the stairs, while Mianmu Sanatwarai followed him, while humming a song that he didn't know what it meant. When he walked down the stairs, the first thing he saw was a heavy iron door, which was not locked, but just half closed. Duanmu Huai reached out and pushed the door open, then walked into the hall inside. The entire air raid shelter was unusually cold, but as an underground building, this was natural. Duanmu Huai reached out and touched the switch next to him and turned it on. He saw the dim light bulb flicker a few times and then light up, illuminating this originally extremely dark space. It seems that there is electricity here. Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and began to carefully look at the warehouse in front of him with the help of the dim light. In a corner of the warehouse, there were some railings similar to those used for obstacle races, and some large deflated balls and the like. It was obviously the place where the school used to store items. On the other side, there were several tattered beds, and in the middle were several desks and chairs. However, these desks and chairs were not stacked up like in the warehouse, but were scattered separately, as if someone had set up a classroom here. Besides, the entire air raid shelter looked very empty, and you could see the end at a glance. Obviously, there was no one here. No one, dead or alive. In short, let's go and look at those desks first. Maybe if we are lucky, we can find some clues. Duanmu Huai thought of this and walked forward. He came to the desk and looked at it carefully. Then he chose a set of desks facing the gate and reached out to press it. Swoosh! At this moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from below and rushed towards the gate. However, when the black shadow rushed to the gate, Duanmu Huai only saw a flash of cold light. And then the long sword in the hand of Mianmu Sanatwarai nailed the black shadow to the ground. It was a huge rat. Its head was directly pierced by the sharp long sword, and it was completely dead before it even had time to struggle. Mianmu Sanatwarai just stared at the rat in front of him with wide eyes, curiously looking at it. And then, shwa! He drew out his sword, and continued to hum the song and began to spin. It was indeed very beautiful. Duanmu Huai silently withdrew his gaze, put his hands on the desk again, and then closed his eyes. Then, in front of him, time began to reverse again. Click! The dim light came on, dispelling the darkness of the underground air raid shelter. Then, Duanmu Huai saw 2 girls walked in. It's here! The one walking in front was the literary girl, holding a book in one hand and a photo in the other, as if she was comparing them. The photo was taken here. As she spoke, the literary girl walked inside, while the sports girl behind her held a flashlight and looked around anxiously. Let's finish the photo and leave quickly. I'm afraid that Master Wujian will find out. Don't worry. It will be done soon. As long as we can take supernatural photos here like our predecessors. The 50,000 yuan bonus will be ours. TSK. 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 Looking at the excitement of the literary girl, Duanmu Huai shook his head silently. Although the sports girl wanted to leave, she was still dragged by the literary girl to the depths of the air raid shelter. The literary girl seemed to have found a good position according to the photo. She raised her mobile phone and pointed it at herself and the sports girl. Okay, I'm going to take a picture. The two stood together, and then the literary girl blinked. 1, 2, 3. Click. Then, the flash went off, and the literary girl excitedly took back her phone, put it in front of her and opened it. Let me see how it works. Look! When checking the photo, the literary girl was excited as if she had discovered something, and hurriedly waved to the sports girl next to her. The latter leaned over to take a look, and was immediately frightened and turned pale, and hurriedly stepped back. This, you are not trying to scare me on purpose. How could I scare you? This is a real supernatural photo. I finally took a real supernatural photo. Unlike the terrified sports girl, the literary girl was jumping up and down excitedly, while Duanmu Huai looked at her as if she were a dead person. Doesn't this idiot know what this means? But at this moment, the literary girl suddenly stopped, looked around, and then turned to the sports girl. Did you talk to me just now? Hey! I didn't say anything just now. Hearing the literary girl's question, the sports girl was stunned for a moment, shook her head, and then her face became ugly again. Let's go. Now that we've finished taking photos, we should leave. Ah. Well, just as the literary girl was about to leave reluctantly, the already dim light suddenly went out. And for a moment, the entire air raid shelter was plunged into darkness again. Only the dim light from the two people's mobile phones illuminated a small area nearby. Ah! At this moment, the sports girl finally couldn't bear it anymore. She screamed, stumbled and turned around and ran towards the door. I'm leaving. I'm leaving here. I can't stand it anymore. While shouting, Duanmu Huai saw the vague figure of the sports girl running towards the door. No one knew what happened next. Duanmu Huai only saw that the mobile phone that was originally held by the sports girl and was lit suddenly flew out violently, as if it was hit by something, hitting the wall next to it, making a pop sound. The literary girl was also startled. She raised the flashlight of her mobile phone and shone it forward, shouting the name of the sports girl. Hello? What's wrong? Are you there? What's going on? However, the literary girl stopped talking before she finished. The phone in her hand quickly fell to the ground and was kicked away by the literary girl's desperately shaking feet. At that moment, with the help of the light of the phone, Duanmu Huai, the literary girl, seemed to be entangled by something and was hung in the air. Then, there was no movement. After that, the whole warehouse returned to silence and darkness. It seems that this is it. Duanmu Huai frowned as he looked at the warehouse that was swallowed by darkness again. It was obvious that the two girls had indeed been here and were attacked. Although he didn't know what attacked them. It was definitely not a stray cat or dog. And judging from the current situation, there might not even be a corpse left. While thinking, Duanmu Huai opened his eyes. And then he saw a dark warehouse and Nianmu Sanatwarai, who was staring at him with his mobile phone against his chin. What are you doing? Just playing. There was a power outage just now, so I think it's more fun this way. Power outage? Duanmu Huai frowned slightly. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a strange laugh coming from somewhere. Eat. 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 What's that sound? Nianmu Satora curiously put his hand to his ear and listened left and right, while Duanmu Huai silently clenched his fist and looked around. The laughter seemed to come from all directions, and it was impossible to determine its specific location. Just when Duanmu Huai was about to concentrate further, he suddenly felt a strange breath rushing towards him. Chapter 1397 Invisible Things. What is that? Duanmu Huai is also a veteran and experienced man. Facing the sudden attack, he raised his hands to block it. And then Duanmu Huai felt like a thick whip hitting his arm, and then bounced off. Duanmu Huai also hurriedly reached out and grabbed it back, but he didn't catch anything. Ah. At the same time, Nianmu Sanatwarai seemed to have been attacked. But it should be said that she was worthy of being a swordsman. She chuckled and dodged to the side, as if she had easily avoided the opponent's attack. Then, Nianmu Sanatwarai drew out his sword and chopped it to the side. Puff! It seemed like something was chopped. But nothing happened. Ah. Awesome. There seems to be something. Nianmu Sanatwarai was not afraid at all, but was excited like a child who saw a toy. Well, it's not strange. But the question is, where is that thing? Duanmu Huai was sure that he and his companions were attacked, but he could not see the other party at all, even with 1,000 eyes. In other words, this thing is invisible in all dimensions? Fortunately, at least the system is still powerful. After all, Duanmu Huai can see words like tentacles floating in the air. At least these marks can be used to determine the general location of the other party. What the hell is this thing? Huh? The invisible thing pounced towards Duanmu Huai again. But this time Duanmu Huai just made a move and did not move. Soon, he felt a tentacle as thick as an elephant's trunk wrapped around his body. Very good. Now, while being entangled by the other party, Duanmu Huai's hand suddenly moved forward, grabbed the tentacle tightly like a tug-of-war, and then pulled it hard towards himself. Pung-ling clang. The tables, chairs and sundries in front of him flew away as if they were hit by something. And Duanmu Huai clenched his fists again and swung them hard towards the front. Boom! This time, Duanmu Huai felt that his fist hit something hard, and it had a tough and thick surface like a tire. But this was of course meaningless to Duanmu Huai. His fist tore it apart like piercing through brown paper, and went straight into it. The violent shock wave completely erupted, instantly blowing the invisible monster in front of him to pieces. But this was not over yet. because Duanmu Huai could feel that at the same time. There was a sound of wind coming from all around. Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. At the same time, Minmi Sanatwarai on the other side was also swaying left and right to avoid the attack. At the same time, she raised the sword in her hand and waved it around as if she was free. I really can't see it. It's so interesting. This way, or this way. While talking, Minmi Sanatwarai jumped up from the ground, then quickly rolled to the side, and at the same time she slightly turned sideways, as if avoiding the opponent's attack. However, Duanmu Huai saw that at this moment, in the air, several invisible objects marked with tentacles appeared almost everywhere around Minmu Sanatwarai. Sure enough, just as Minmu Sanatwarai swung her blade again, her right hand holding the sword suddenly raised high. Or, it was more like something was entangled and then lifted up. Oh! Minmu Sanatwarai tilted her head curiously, staring at her raised right hand as if she was looking at something incredible. As if she didn't know why her right hand was raised. But then, the girl's body suddenly trembled. And then her shoulder was torn. Blood splashed out, and then disappeared into the air. At this moment, Duanmu Huai finally took action. Ha! Duanmu Huai clenched his fist, roared, and punched the ground, accompanied by a strong air wave. A violent shock wave rushed forward, wrapped in tables, chairs, benches and debris and smashed forward. I saw those debris flying out like a cannonball, hitting the seemingly empty air, making a sound, ping-pong-pong sound. And the opponent seemed to give up and quickly threw down Minmu Sanatwarai. And then, Duanmu Huai only felt a gust of wind blowing, accompanied by a strange chuckle of chi-chi-chi. And someone or a group of things rushed out of the door and disappeared. Although Duanmu Huai also hurriedly summoned tentacles to try to block. He couldn't see, so he couldn't identify the opponent. He only felt that the tentacles seemed to touch those guys. But he couldn't catch them. The other party was like a fish that got into the mesh of a net and disappeared. TSK. What the hell is this? Duanmu Huai frowned, looking unhappy. It's not that he was not prepared, but this thing came too suddenly, and its characteristics were also very strange. Duanmu Huai had opened 1,000 eyes, but he couldn't see its shape in any dimension. In other words, this thing is invisible in all dimensions? Forget it. Let's put it aside for now. Duanmu Huai collected his thoughts and walked to the side of Minmu Sanatwarai. Are you okay? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Minmu Sanatwarai, who was lying on the ground, raised his hand, then turned over and jumped up. Ah ha ha ha. It's so interesting, it's so fun. Then, the girl in front of him shouted happily, as if she had just ridden a roller coaster. I didn't expect there would be such a fun thing in the world. Sanatwarai really wants to chop it to death. No. Or stab it to death? Which do you think is better? Teacher? While speaking, Minmu Sanatwarai stared at Duanmu Huai without blinking. Seeing her like this, Duanmu Huai also realized why the petite girl said that she was not like a human being. She rarely even blinked. Her eyes were always wide open. But she didn't look like she was looking at anything. Just like now. She was obviously staring at Duanmu Huai and talking. But it felt like she was completely distracted and looking somewhere else. You can do whatever you want. By the way, are you okay with your injury? It's okay. Just a small bite. Woo. Should I get a rabies vaccine now? Minmu Sanatwarai shook his shoulders, still looking indifferent. Anyway, just bandage it first. Duanmu Huai gave Minmu Sanatwarai another appraisal, confirming that there were no special symptoms such as poisoning or infection. So he withdrew his thoughts. Minmu Sanatwarai reached out, took out a handkerchief from his arms, and then handed it to the side. Bandage me? Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment when he saw Minmu Sanatwarai handing him a handkerchief. However, before he could say anything, he saw the former put the handkerchief back and began to bandage himself. Duanmu Huai was confused when he saw the girl humming a song, spinning around, and bandaging her own wound. Well, he had already thought that she must not be a normal person. So Duanmu Huai did not care about Minmu Sanatwarai, who was bandaging and spinning around, but continued to check the air raid shelter in front of him. According to the observations just now, the two girls are obviously in danger, and they should have been eaten to the point where not even the bones are left. But this makes Duanmu Huai wonder. That is, why now? If these monsters have always been here, then there will always be people missing in this school. And didn't the literary girl find an old photo of the monster? In other words, the monster should have been in the school for a long time. But Duanmu Huai asked Sha Jui and learned that there has been no similar disappearance incident in this school for nearly 10 years. Since this school is a junior high school and high school system, many students go from junior high school to high school graduation. If such things really happen continuously, then these students cannot be unaware of it. Coincidence? Certainly. There is another question. Where did the book in the arms of the literary girl go? Duanmu Huai remembered clearly that when he looked back in the dormitory, he saw the literary girl holding a book very preciously. It didn't look like a textbook or a story book, but more like something like a magic book. Although it is unlikely to be the Book of the Dead, Duanmu Huai remembered that when he looked back through the table, he saw the literary girl holding the book when she walked in, and then took pictures. And after taking pictures, the power went out. And then, well, then it was pitch black. Same as now. Almost at this location. Duanmu Huai walked to the same place as the literary girl before, holding his phone and looking around. And at this time, the bandaged Miami Sanatwari also came over. What's wrong? Teacher? What are you looking for? Looking for something they left behind. Those two people may have been attacked by that thing, so they should have left something here. At least the two people's phone should still be there. But Shianji Yuko did not find it in the police investigation file, which means that they did not find the girls' dropped phones in the air raid shelter. Or maybe he didn't look for it seriously at all. Just as Duanmu Huai was taking photos with his phone, he suddenly found a flash of inorganic light in the ruins next to him. Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand to pull away the pile of garbage, and then found a pink, very girlish mobile phone underneath. I remember that this seemed to be the place where the vaulting horse was placed before, because of the battle between Duanmu Huai and the invisible monster. This place has long been unrecognizable at this moment, and all kinds of things have been smashed all over the ground. It was because of this that Duanmu Huai discovered this. So, the phone was kicked to the corner next to it when it landed, and it happened to be kicked into the gap between the vaulting horses, so it was not discovered. Is this the child's phone? Looking at the phone Duanmu Huai picked up, Mianmu Satora also came over and asked, "Is it right?" Duanmu Huai took a look at the phone, then put it away. Then he turned it around casually again, then raised his head and looked at the ceiling. Then, Duanmu Huai's face changed slightly. "Found it," Duanmu Huai said coldly while staring at the ceiling. On the ceiling, a strange, worn-out magic circle was clearly visible under the light of the mobile phone. And in the center of the magic circle, there was a strange, heavy book with a black cover. It was obviously hung on the ceiling, but it seemed to be tightly attached there, motionless. It seemed that this was the magic book that the literary girl had been holding. Chapter 1398, Pass an Appraisal. So, there are really monsters in our school? The voice of Sha Jui coming from the phone sounded quite surprised. That's about it. That thing is really difficult to deal with. The most troublesome thing is that it can't be seen. Duanmu Huai leaned against the wall, holding the phone in one hand and sliding the system prompt in front of him with the other hand. Although Duanmu Huai has the ability of thousand eyes, I don't know if it's because one of his own attributes is not high enough. All the previous attempts to see through those monsters ended in failure. This is why Duanmu Huai tried a lot of methods, but still failed to lock the other party's true identity. Is Mianmu okay? She was slightly injured. After being bandaged in the infirmary, she went back to the dormitory to rest. Mianmu Sanatori's injury was not serious, so Duanmu Huai took her directly to the infirmary to find a doctor for disinfection and bandaging. According to the description of the health doctor, Mianmu Sanatori's shoulder seemed to have been bitten by an animal. Of course, the two fooled it by saying that it was bitten by a wild dog. Have those monsters escaped? No. I think they should still be in the school. Before coming to the school, Duanmu Huai had already set up the court of justice barrier around the school just in case. If those transparent monsters really wanted to leave the school, Duanmu Huai would definitely notice it. After all, they are only transparent in shape. But it does not mean that they can hide from Duanmu Huai's perception. Since the barrier has been normal so far, it means that these guys should still be hiding in the school. I hope they don't go to the girls' dormitory. Otherwise it will be troublesome. However, Mianmu Sanatwari didn't seem to be worried. According to her, there were 5 swords guarding the dormitory. If this monster really appeared, they would definitely not be able to hide it. Duanmu Huai didn't doubt it. After all, Mianmu Sanatwari had fought with the invisible monster before. although she couldn't see the monster either. But the direction and angle of the opponent's attack could still be judged. Well, it seems that although these so-called 5 swords are a bit second-year, they still have real skills. As for the magic circle on the ceiling, Duanmu Huai also checked it. It was a magic circle with a long history. It should have been carved by someone during the digging of the air raid shelter. As for the book, for some reason, it has been completely burned into a pile of black ash, and has no value at all. What if those monsters attack Yan Yuanliu? It seems that Sha Jui and Duanmu Huai have the same idea. I will watch it. If there is any problem, I will take action immediately. Duanmu Huai certainly couldn't spend the night in the girls' dormitory. But he didn't have to worry. In fact, there was already an insider of Duanmu Huai in Qianyuan dormitory. And that was the shadow of the girl named Sasaki. That's right. When Duanmu Huai first took the photo, he copied the information of the girls in the royal guards. And then he took the opportunity to print out Sasaki's shadow, and ordered her to disguise herself as a student and sneak into the dormitory building to observe inside. After all, the attributes of the shadow are much stronger than those of humans. It would not be difficult for the shadow version of Sasaki to deal with the 5 swords. If those transparent monsters really hide in Qianyuan dormitory and try to attack, then Sasaki's shadow will immediately take action to control them and warn Duanmu Huai at the same time. At that time, Duanmu Huai can just rush in. Although in terms of strength, the shadow of Ninyu Satori is the strongest. But he is a big boss with a SAN value of 0. Duanmu Huai is not sure whether the one he prints will be obedient. What if he is also a mentally ill person with a strong self-awareness? Then, isn't this nonsense? So he chose the second best and chose Sasaki's shadow. At least as a member of the royal guard. The other party still has some strength. Then, I'll leave it to you, brother. Well, leave it to me. Putting down the phone, Duanmu Huai also let out a sigh and silently looked at the sunset in the distance. At first, he thought it was just an ordinary commission and thought it would be done quickly. Unexpectedly, it was related to those things again. Xianji Yuko had already investigated and found that this school was not on the address list of the Universalite sect. In other words, this time he was just unlucky. Is my luck so bad? Oh, if only I could bring Rabbit with me. Teacher Duanmu? Just as Duanmu Huai was sighing, a familiar voice sounded. He turned around and saw a girl standing not far away, looking at him timidly. Oh, Meijia, what do you want to talk to me about? Speaking of which, Duanmu Huai had forgotten that his sister's good friend was a boarding student. I'm here to ask everyone what happened. Looking at Duanmu Huai, Baifan Meijia also looked very uneasy. Satori-sama is injured, and she just ordered the whole dormitory to be closed. And even the night patrols were cancelled. Everyone is very uneasy. Satori-sama? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai looked at Meijia with a strange expression. You are a girls' dormitory. And you are still playing so wild? What adults? What orders? If you don't know, you might think this is some special organization. However, Duanmu Huai only complained in his heart. This was much healthier than riding a motorcycle outside like a biker. He didn't plan to say anything more. We were attacked. Attack? Yes. When we were investigating the air raid shelter, we were attacked by a wild beast. Wild? Wild beast? Was it a wild dog? Or? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Meijia's face turned pale, and Duanmu Huai waved his hand. More ferocious than wild dogs. You see, Satori is also injured. Right? So when you return to the dormitory, close the doors and windows. And don't go out casually. If you want to go out, don't act alone. It's best to go in a group. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Teacher Duanmu. Thank you. After listening to Duanmu Huai's words, Meijia hurriedly bowed her head again respectfully, and then planned to turn around and leave. At this time, Duanmu Huai seemed to have thought of something and called Meijia. By the way, when I called you before, you said this place was haunted? Ah, yes. We heard giggling sounds coming from the woods outside a few times at night, which was very scary. Although some people said it might be the cry of wild cats. When did it start? Just these few days. Was it after those 2 people disappeared? Yes. Hey! Could it be that they have turned into ghosts? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Meijia nodded subconsciously at first, and then her face suddenly changed. They are definitely dead. And as for whether they have turned into ghosts, it is unknown. However, Duanmu Huai's suspicion was also confirmed. After all, when they were attacked in the air raid shelter today, they heard a snickering sound similar to chi-chi-chi. When he saw Meijia just now, Duanmu Huai suddenly remembered the haunted incident she had mentioned before. So he asked, "Now it seems that it is really connected. Okay. Go back to the dormitory quickly. I will watch outside tonight." "Oh. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Duanmu." Meijia bowed to Duanmu Huai again, then turned back to the dormitory. Duanmu Huai stared at the woods next to him, but gave up after a while. "Forget it. I can't see anything." Then, Duanmu Huai stood outside the girls' dormitory all night. Why does it sound so perverted? However, although he stood there all night, Duanmu Huai did not find anything. Perhaps those monsters were scared by Duanmu Huai and Nianmu Sanahurai. And everything was normal last night. Duanmu Huai did not hear the strange laughter coming from the woods as Meijia said. And those monsters may be hiding somewhere, and did not appear until the next day when school started. Duanmu Huai did not find the monster. But the matter of a wild beast entering the school was a hot topic. After all, Nianmu Sanahurai, one of the 5 swords, was injured, although she looked fine and went to school. Coupled with Nianmu Sanatori's unpredictable personality, it was difficult for everyone to ask her. Because of this, the rumors became more and more outrageous. So much so that Duanmu Huai was called by the principal to inquire about the situation. Fortunately, he found the mobile phone left by the literary girl. Otherwise it would be a real trouble. This won't do. Duanmu Huai looked depressed when he walked out of the principal's office. There is no reason to be on guard against thieves for 1,000 days. We must find a way to find those monsters and kill them. But how to find those monsters? Brother? Seeing Duanmu Huai walk out of the principal's office, Shaji also ran over in a hurry. "Are you okay? It's a bit troublesome. The principal asked me to deal with this commotion as soon as possible. After all, a student has been injured, Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up and looked at Shaji. "Shaji, do you know a student named Yatsuya Miko? Yatsuya classmate? I know her. She is from the next class. Then please call her over. I need her help with something." Although he didn't know what Duanmu Huai wanted to do with Yatsuya Miko, Sakuya didn't ask much. Not long after, Sakuya brought Yatsuya Miko to the counseling room. "Brother, I brought her here." "Yes." Duanmu Huai nodded to Sakuya, and then looked at Yatsuya Miko. The latter still had a poker face, as if she had no expression. But Duanmu Huai could sense that her eyes seemed to be avoiding him. Of course, if she just didn't look at her face, then Duanmu Huai could understand. But the problem is that Yatsuya Miko's eyes not only avoided his face, but also avoided his shadow. What did she see? Duanmu Huai was also very curious. After all, as an old one, he himself didn't feel that there was much change. But others might not see it that way. "Hello, Yatsuya-san." Duanmu Huai was too lazy to play dumb with the other party, and went straight to the point. "I asked you to come here because I hope you can do me a favor." "Help? Help?" Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Yatsuya Miko was stunned for a moment, and a trace of doubt appeared on her face. Obviously, she didn't expect that Duanmu Huai would ask her for help. Even Saki next to her was quite surprised. "Yes, I know you can see some non-existent things, so I hope to borrow your power." "Huh? Huh?" Hearing Duanmu Huai's simple and straightforward words, not only Saki was surprised, but even Yatsuya Miko was shocked. "No. To be honest, I think you should know that the disappearances in this school and the injury of one of the 5 swords, Matsuno, are all related to that kind of monster. But I can't see them, so I can't deal with them. So I need someone who can observe their existence, and your power may be able to help me with this. Of course, I know this will be dangerous, so I can promise you that I can fulfill one of your wishes. Whatever it is. How about it?" Duanmu Huai said his request in one breath, and then looked at Yatsuya Miko. He was not interested in those roundabout words, and he had already said it. So would Yatsuya Miko agree? Or refuse? Facing Duanmu Huai's gaze, Yatsuya Miko lowered his head this time, and thought for a long time. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he looked up at Duanmu Huai and nodded. I know. May I ask, Mr. Duanmu, what kind of monster are you looking for?" "Which one?" Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment when he heard Yatsuya Miko's question. Are there many kinds of monsters in this school? Sure enough, I can't play action games now. It was the right choice not to buy the Magic Circle DLC before. I can't react. I bought Black Myth as a support for Domestic 3A. Forget about playing it. I really can't beat it. Chapter 1399 Visible. Seeing and how to see are very serious academic issues. Simply put, the world is full of information. But how to receive information is different for all races. If the eyes are compared to a radio, then information is the frequency. For humans, perhaps most of them are born with their eyes receiving the 92.7 traffic radio channel. Then what they see is naturally the information in this frequency. But for ghosts, perhaps they receive the frequency of the 105.2 music radio station. So they cannot receive the traffic radio frequency. Therefore, humans and ghosts cannot see each other, let alone communicate with each other. Of course, there are very few people who can switch the frequency of their eyes between 92.7 and 105.2. This is the so-called yin-yang eyes. When you tune to the former, you receive traffic broadcasts like everyone else. And when you tune to the latter, you receive music broadcasts. As an old god, Duanmu Huai does have the ability to cover all channels in theory. But as when adjusting the broadcast, except for the fixed channel, other channels will only send out rustle. Same as in the process of frequency transfer. Duanmu Huai also cannot recognize the world very well. After all, his soul is human, not ancient god. For Duanmu Huai, viewing the world with 92.7 frequency has become a habit. Unless in special circumstances, he rarely chooses to receive information from other channels. This is also the reason why Duanmu Huai cannot lock the monster. Simply put, it's like you tune the radio. But no matter how you tune it, there is noise. There is no way to accurately determine the frequency of the other party. So naturally you can't lock and see it. Or Duanmu Huai still hasn't figured out whether the monster is AM or FM frequency. However, Yotsuya Miko's situation is completely the opposite. She receives all frequencies. In other words, she can see everything at all frequencies at the same time. This is a bit like a degraded version of the golden eyes. The difference is that Mary's golden eyes can directly tell you where the channel comes from and which radio station it is from. But Yotsuya Miko's eyes can only simply receive frequencies, but cannot distinguish these frequencies. Well, a radio that can receive all radio stations and broadcast them at the same time. It's a headache to think about it. And in fact, Yotsuya Miko herself also thinks so. She is not born with this ability. According to Yotsuya Miko, she just got this power inexplicably on her way home one day, and can see things that she couldn't see before. What makes Yotsuya Miko even more distressed is that only she can see all this, and no one else can see it at all. Yotsuya Miko didn't know how to deal with it, so she chose to turn a blind eye to these things. In fact, this trick is still very effective most of the time. When those scary monsters don't find that they can see them, they won't react to Yotsuya Miko. But it doesn't always work. Some scary things can even disguise themselves as humans. Yotsuya Miko had encountered a similar thing before. At that time, she was resting on a chair in the park, and then she saw a little boy holding a balloon waving at her. So Yotsuya Miko didn't care and waved to him. As a result, the latter instantly turned into a scary monster and rushed directly towards Yotsuya Miko. If someone hadn't helped her at that time, Yotsuya Miko would have been killed by that monster. This is why Duanmu Huai thought Yotsuya Miko's eyes were just a degraded version of the golden eyes. If it was Mary's golden eyes, she wouldn't be fooled by the other person's appearance, but would be able to see through the other person's true body. That was the case with the pink monster. At that time, everyone including Duanmu Huai thought it was just a little girl, but Mary said it was a strange pink monster. This shows that such a mediocre ability is more dangerous. For example, why does Yotsuya Miko ask this question now? The reason is very simple. Because in her eyes, this school is full of monsters. There are ghosts that keep their dead forms. And there are also distorted monsters that are not human-like. So Duanmu Huai asked Yotsuya Miko to help him find monsters. But for Yotsuya Miko, these monsters are not too few, but too many. So which one are you looking for? A lot? Yes. How many are there? I haven't counted them, but they are basically everywhere. Faced with Yotsuya Miko's answer, Duanmu Huai was speechless. Then, the ones with beaks and tentacles? The only feature Duanmu Huai remembered was the one that popped up in the system during the battle. Since the opponent bit Nyum Sanaorai, it must have a beak and tentacles. There are quite a few too. Are there more in the school? No. Outside, more. Duanmu Huai began to doubt that this clairvoyance might not be as useful as he thought. Anyway, let's do an experiment first. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai looked at the girl sitting in front of him again. Then, is there any here? Yotani Miko looked at Duanmu Huai and nodded silently. Where? The girl didn't say anything, silently pointing to Duanmu Huai's shadow. That doesn't count. That is gone. Yotani Miko shook her head. The ones nearby were all eaten. Eaten? By whom? You mean my shadow? Nodding silently. What did you see? Duanmu Huai knew that his current old god position was connected with the shadow. But in his opinion, the shadow was just a simple shadow, occasionally condensing a tentacle or opening an eye. But seeing Yotsuya Miko's pale face and cold sweat, I knew that in her eyes, my shadow might be more than just a shadow. Wait. Let me try. Don't move yet, Duanmu Huai said as he snapped his fingers. Soon, a tentacle stretched out from his shadow and reached out to Yotsuya Miko. The latter sat on the chair with a blank expression on her face, but her hands holding her skirt were shaking. Then Duanmu Huai's thoughts turned, and then he saw the tentacle suddenly drilled into Yotsuya Miko's body. At this moment, Yotsuya Miko trembled involuntarily, but perhaps because there was no touch, she could still endure it. Duanmu Huai's tentacles spread out in Yotsuya Miko's body, and then scanned Yotsuya Miko's information. This is also a use of shadows, updating data through scanning, and sharing the senses of the parties through shadow connections. Duanmu Huai was also curious about what he looked like in Yotsuya Miko's eyes, so he tried this trick. Soon, two scenes appeared in front of Duanmu Huai's eyes, one of which was his vision of Yotsuya Miko, and the other was Yotsuya Miko's vision of him. In the latter's vision, Duanmu Huai, who was sitting behind the desk, had no problems and was just like an ordinary person. However, under the sunlight, the shadow spreading from Duanmu Huai was completely different. Duanmu Huai could clearly see that his shadow was not a flat shadow as he saw it, but a pile of wriggling, black, rotten and smelly meat. Thick tentacles were entangled like snakes and kept throbbing inside, with a sticky liquid on the surface. The tops of these tentacles were like mushrooms, and there was even a dark gap in the middle, revealing sharp teeth and eyes inside. It looked like something that would appear in some 18+ animations. Not only that, through Yotsuya Miko's line of sight, one can see that the surface of the tentacle that penetrated deep into its body can even see veins bulging like blood vessels, which looks like cough cough. Duanmu Huai coughed awkwardly and then retracted the tentacle. Well, now he understands why Yotsuya Miko is so restless. Speaking of which, his old form is too disgusting. Fortunately, Mary's golden eyes can directly penetrate the essence. Otherwise, if Mary saw this thing, he would have a hard time explaining it. Anyway, let's go out for a walk and see where those monsters you mentioned are. After that, Duanmu Huai took Yotsuya Miko out of the counseling room and began to wander around the campus aimlessly. Then he also understood why Yotsuya Miko said that those things were eaten by herself. Duanmu Huai also had feelings about evil spirits or evil spirits, but because these things could not threaten or harm Duanmu Huai, he ignored them most of the time. However, Duanmu Huai's shadow didn't seem to think so. Duanmu Huai would find that as he walked, the tentacles in the shadow would suddenly jump out like a frightened venomous snake, and then directly wrap around a certain place, then wrap around the other party, and drag it directly into the quagmire of the black shadow, and swallow it up completely. Some ghosts were torn into pieces, and then swallowed separately. By the way, even if it was a ghost monster, Duanmu Huai didn't see it all at once. These strange things seemed to have their own frequencies. Duanmu Huai didn't see anything several times. Only by scanning Yotsuya Miko and synchronizing her data to store the frequency, Duanmu Huai could clearly see those things that were originally difficult for him to see. From this point of view, Yotsuya Miko is like a radar with full sensitivity. The only pity is that this radar is not smart enough. It can only confirm that it has scanned something, but cannot confirm whether it is F16 or F22. However, Duanmu Huai took Yotsuya Miko around the whole school, but did not find the mysterious monster. He even took Yotsuya Miko to the air raid shelter, but Yotsuya Miko said there was nothing there. It seems that it has indeed run away. As a result, when school was over, Duanmu Huai still couldn't find the target. Could it be that thing doesn't come out during the day? Duanmu Huai stared at the sky in front of him. and then looked at Yotsuya Miko next to him. The latter was already pale. His legs were trembling, and he was a little unable to walk. But unfortunately, Duanmu Huai didn't intend to stop there. You stay tonight. Huh? Hearing Duanmu Huai's request, Yotsuya Miko was completely confused. Chapter 1400 The Dark Night Demon. In the end, Yotsuya Miko stayed as Duanmu Huai requested. On the one hand, she really wanted to solve the threat in the school. After all, the monster would actively attack humans, and Yotsuya Miko didn't want her friend to be attacked. On the other hand, following behind Duanmu Huai, Yotsuya Miko looked at Duanmu Huai curiously. With a complicated look, Yotsuya Miko knew a little about Duanmu Huai's reputation. After all, he was also a detective on TV several times in this world. However, Yotsuya Miko didn't expect that Duanmu Huai actually possessed such power. But what kind of power is this? Yotsuya Miko looked at the shadow behind Duanmu Huai, puzzled. Since she was able to see those monsters, Yotsuya Miko has experienced a lot. She has seen those ghosts and wild ghosts, and those terrible monsters that look like demons. She has even seen some evil spirits attached to humans. Of course, almost everyone knows nothing about this. Even if they are surrounded by evil spirits, these people are not aware of it at all. At most, I just feel a little uncomfortable. At first, Yotsuya Miko thought that Duanmu Huai might be some kind of medium or exorcist. But she soon found out that it was not the case. Yotsuya Miko had met someone similar to a medium before. Although the other party was limited in strength and could not see what she could see, the mother-in-law's methods were very similar to what Yotsuya Miko imagined. For example, the exorcism rosary is very similar to the exorcism methods imagined by the world. But Duanmu Huai was completely different. Yotsuya Miko could see that he could easily control the scary monster in the shadow, as if the scary monster was a part of his body. Those monsters in the school, Yotsuya Miko couldn't tell how strong they were, but at least they were all existences that he couldn't deal with. However, Duanmu Huai easily destroyed them just by approaching them. Those tentacles were like a group of ferocious snakes, ruthlessly tearing and binding those evil spirits and monsters, and then dragging them into the shadow to devour them. Yotsuya Miko could even hear faint screams and sounds of tearing and swallowing coming from the shadow. To be honest, compared to that weird shadow, Yotsuya Miko felt that Duanmu Huai's ferocious face was more reassuring. At least, he looked more like a human than the monster she had seen. Oh! No. He was originally a human, right? To be honest, Yotsuya Miko didn't dare to ask Duanmu Huai this question. She had a bad feeling that if she asked Duanmu Huai this question, it might cause trouble. Duanmu Huai didn't know what Yotsuya Miko was thinking. He walked in the dim corridor, looking around and thinking. At this moment, Duanmu Huai held a flashlight in one hand and a mobile phone in the other. That was not Duanmu Huai's mobile phone, but the literary girl's mobile phone, although it was broken. For Duanmu Huai, as long as the object itself was still there, he could trace back to the past. And he traced back to it as soon as he got the mobile phone. Most of the situation was no different from what Duanmu Huai knew before. The literary girl was an avid psychic enthusiast. After reading the psychic magazine, she planned to take psychic photos and submit them for prize money. Then she found a photo from a long time ago in an old record book in the library, which captured the appearance of a student in the photo with a translucent tentacle wrapped around him. Because of this, after learning the specific location of that place, the literary girl decided to go to the air raid shelter to take the same photo. However, the problem lies in the book. The book was purchased by the literary girl online. The reason she bought the book was because she wanted to increase the success rate of taking supernatural photos. So the literary girl placed an order online and bought this black magic book. In fact, through the mobile phone review, Duanmu Huai did see that before taking the photo. The literary girl opened the book and whispered something, and then turned around to take the photo. It's just that Duanmu Huai's table perspective didn't see it at the beginning. To be honest, Duanmu Huai has always been a little confused about the logic of these supernatural enthusiasts. Since they are all supernatural enthusiasts, they must have heard a lot of stories about evil spirits killing people. However, even so, they still try their best to find these evil spirits. Duanmu Huai thinks this is simply a self-contradictory approach. Or when they were looking for evil spirits, they never thought that they would be killed by evil spirits? In Yi Gong's love of dragons, Yi Gong did not go to find the dragon, but the dragon took the initiative to find him. But this group of idiots went to find the evil spirits themselves, and they were afraid that they would not come. So they used various means to try to make the evil spirits come. Are they stupid? Or stupid? But no matter what, that stupid guy paid the price for his stupidity. So this is not the problem. The problem is, the effect of that book is actually real? After all, according to records, there has never been a similar incident in the school. And although no one usually goes to that air raid shelter, but because it is used to store sundries, people come in and out during cultural festivals and sports competitions. If those monsters are always there, it is impossible for them not to attack those students. After all, in Japanese schools, in order to prepare for activities such as cultural festivals, there are always many students who go home late, and some even stay in school. These are all excellent prey. But this has never happened in all these years, which means that those monsters may have been sleeping or sealed, until he was awakened by the magic book of the literary girl. Duanmu Huai had taken out the data card inside and asked Sakuya to take it back to Shionji Yuko for analysis. She should be able to find out where the literary girl bought the magic book from. And that magazine. Duanmu Huai always felt that this thing was related to the Universe Light sect. The school at night was naturally very gloomy. But Duanmu Huai was not afraid. And Yotsuya Miko seemed to just follow him silently. For Duanmu Huai, staying up late is not a big deal. But for Yotsuya Miko, it is not the case. Because she has not encountered anything. Her head has begun to nod. And she looks a little drowsy. But Yotsuya Miko still forced herself to cheer up. Ah! Because of this, Yotsuya Miko was scared by the sudden call from behind. And she almost sat on the ground. She turned her head in fear, and saw behind Yotsuya Miko, Mayumi Sanatorai was smiling and raising his hand, waving towards her. Why did you come here? Duanmu Huai didn't care. After all, he had sensed Minmu Sanatorai a long time ago. But what was the point of this guy running out in the middle of the night, instead of taking good care of his injuries? Hey! Aren't you looking for that monster? Sanatorai also wants to seek revenge on them. After all, Sanatorai hasn't chopped them to death or stabbed them to death yet. And she is very unwilling. Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Minmu Sanatori's voice was as calm and leisurely as ever, giving people a feeling that it didn't sound like a voice that would appear in the school corridor late at night. Although the content is very that. Who is this child? At this moment, Mayumi Sanatorai also noticed Yotsuya Miko and stared at her curiously. And Yotsuya Miko hurriedly lowered her head. Ah, Mienjin-senpai. My name is Yotsuya Miko. She might be able to see the monster. So I brought her along. Duanmu Huai quickly gave an explanation. And Mayumi Sanatori's eyes lit up. Oh, really? In that case, Kamiko has to work hard. If you see the monster, you must tell Sanatorai. Ah, yes. Looking at the face of Mayumi Sanatorai approaching, Yotsuya Miko nodded uncomfortably, while the latter chuckled and turned around to continue walking forward. Duanmu Huai glanced at Mayumi Sanatorai, then looked at Yotsuya Miko. Is there anything strange about her? No. Mayumi Sr. looks normal to me. If she looks abnormal, it must be natural. After Mayumi Sanatorai joined, the three continued to inspect the entire teaching building, and then came to the woods behind. Under the night, the forest in front of us was not dark. Perhaps because the trees were sparse, the moonlight shone through the shade of the trees, casting spots of shadows in the entire forest. But this made people look even more frightened. However, the three people present had a different concept of fear than ordinary people. So even when walking in the woods, they did not feel nervous at all. Ninmu Satora changed into a new uniform. Logically, the bite wound would not heal so quickly. But she herself did not seem to care. At least from her movements, she didn't feel any pain at all. The girl skipped ahead at the same leisurely pace as yesterday, while Duanmu Huai and Yotsuya Miko followed behind. It was already late at night, and the lights in Qianyuanlio had long been turned off. Yotsuya Miko looked up and looked at the street lights not far away, feeling somewhat melancholy. Mom and brother wouldn't worry about me, right? Although I've called to inform them. I'm still a little worried. Heat. A slight snickering sound blew along the night wind, and Yotsuya Miko couldn't help but stop. And at the same time Duanmu Huai and Mayumi Sanatorai also stopped. Did you hear it? I heard it. I heard it too. Yotsuya Miko answered tremblingly, and looked around anxiously. Hearing strange snickering sounds in the middle of the night in the uninhabited woods? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like a scene that can make people feel at ease. Yotsuya Miko subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. And then, she froze in place. I saw it. Yotani Miko's voice was as subtle as a mosquito's. But Dwanmu Huai suddenly clenched his fists. And then the tentacles behind him quickly stretched out and entered Yotani Miko's body, immediately scanning, copying and transmitting her data. Then, Dwanmu Huai also saw it. It was a monster that was hard to imagine its existence. Its whole body was as transparent as a jellyfish. Without a head, face, or eyes. Only tentacles were wriggling on the body, which reminded Dwanmu Huai of the fish and insects he had seen in the flower, bird, fish and insect market when he was a child. Countless slender insects gathered together, stretching and wriggling in all directions. When I was a kid, I thought those fishworms were disgusting. And now seeing something hundreds of times bigger floating in the air, it's even more disgusting. Its entire body is transparent. And you can even see the blood vessels inside. Countless tentacles are spread out like flowers. And the mouth parts at the top are like suckers, opening and closing hungrily. At the same time, in front of Dwanmu Huai, the name of this monster finally appeared. Star Spirit. I got you! The moment he saw the monster, Dwanmu Huai immediately perked up, and he raised his hand. And then the dark shadow condensed into a tentacle and waved it towards the monster floating in the air. The latter seemed to have not expected to be discovered at all, and was knocked to the ground by the tentacles. At the same time, Dwanmu Huai's shadow tentacles began to melt and penetrated into the monster's body, quickly revealing its form. Ah! Seeing this, Yotsuya Miko was so scared that she stepped back a few steps and sat on the ground, while Dwanmu Huai and Mayumi Sanaorai rushed over without hesitation. Ah. I finally found you. If it were an ordinary person, seeing the true face of this monster would probably have been as frightened as Yotsuya Miko. But Mayumi Sanaorai was not frightened at all. On the contrary, she smiled and raised her sword as if she had met an old friend and rushed towards the prey in front of her. Eat! 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 At this moment, the monster also laughed cunningly again, and several tentacles opened their mouths, rushing towards the two people like a group of flying snakes. Hey! Facing the tentacles rushing towards her, Mayumi Sanaorai held the hilt of the sword with her right hand, and pressed her left hand on the ridge of the sword, posing a strange posture. Then she dodged the opponent's attack by turning sideways, and then turned the knife over and stuck it on the tentacle, and pressed down with her left hand. Puff! With the action of Mayumi Sanaorai, the tentacle was easily cut off by her. The cut tentacle flew in the air, then fell to the ground, and then gradually melted and disappeared. Mayumi Sanaorai, who saw the scene, laughed happily again and continued to attack other tentacles. On the other side, Dwanmu Huai also rushed straight to the monster in front of him. Since the true face of the opponent has been determined, the enemy is not scary for Dwanmu Huai. The most difficult thing about this monster is its invisible performance that cannot be detected by people. Therefore, once the invisible performance is lost, it will be just an ordinary monster for Dwanmu Huai. But in Yotsuya Miko's eyes, it was not the case. She watched Dwanmu Huai's huge body rushing forward like a monster. Those tentacles madly wrapped around Dwanmu Huai's body, opened their mouths, and tried desperately to bite Dwanmu Huai's body and limbs. However, the man in front of him was not moved at all. He stretched out his strong arms, grabbed the tentacles that rushed towards him, tore them off alive, and then threw them aside. He continued to stride forward, and Yotsuya Miko just watched him rush into the body of the group of tentacle monsters. And the latter's tentacles quickly swelled up and completely wrapped Dwanmu Huai. Then, the body of the terrifying monster began to swell gradually, and then suddenly exploded. Bang! Mayumi Sanaorai next to him quickly retreated, and at the same time did not forget to cut off another tentacle that was struggling to death. And Yotsuya Miko also subconsciously raised her hand to block in front of her. When she put her hand down, she only saw Dwanmu Huai standing on the ground and the broken pieces of flesh around his body. Chapter 1401, just a prologue. But, in the end, the bodies of the two girls were not found. After pouring a cup of tea for Dwanmu Huai, Xiaojui asked anxiously. No, their bodies were eaten clean by the monster. Not even bones were left. After that, I went to the air raid shelter again, but I didn't find anything. Only the mobile phone was preserved. Perhaps because of good luck. The others were either eaten or destroyed. Duanmu Huai shook his head. He could see the endings of the last two girls through his phone. So he didn't have any thoughts. To be honest, the sports girl was really unlucky. She was simply dragged into the stupid behavior of her friends. But the literary girl was seeking her own death. Duanmu Huai didn't feel any sympathy for her. How pitiful. If there is a corpse, we can still worship it. If not, then at least the family can still think that the other person is still alive. Which is not a bad thing. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders, picked up the teacup and drank a sip of tea. The body of the monster had completely melted and disappeared. So there was no evidence left. So Duanmu Huai just told the principal that the monster that invaded the campus had been expelled. Of course, the principal was also skeptical. So, brother is leaving? The principal asked me to substitute for a semester at least. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. But it didn't matter, because the other party was paying the salary anyway. And Duanmu Huai didn't plan to leave, because strictly speaking, this matter was not over yet. Or, in Duanmu Huai's view, it was just the beginning. The reason was simple. After killing the monster, Duanmu Huai did not get the old essence. From the previous review, Duanmu Huai had determined that the monster was more like being attracted or summoned. If we use the game as an analogy, then it is more like a summoned monster, not a real boss. So Duanmu Huai also planned to stay in the school for a while to see what happened. Otherwise, if he said it was okay and left, and something happened in the school right after, wouldn't that be a slap in his face? Although more things should be traced back through the magic circle on the ceiling. When Duanmu Huai traced back, the magic circle was automatically destroyed. This is very similar to the situation in March City, when Duanmu Huai used shadow copies of believers, and then the other party self-destructed. Which means that behind the magic circle must be an old one, who is almost the same as the king in yellow. So Duanmu Huai cannot get information from it. In other words, there must be something wrong with this place. But as for what the problem is, Duanmu Huai hasn't figured it out yet. Woo! Woo! Just then, the phone rang. Duanmu Huai picked up the phone and answered it. And then the voice of Xianji Yuko came from it. Found it. What did you find? According to what you said, I checked the historical records of Qianyuan Academy, and found that there was indeed a collective disappearance 60 years ago. Collective disappearance? Yes, because it was so long ago. I can only extract information from the internet and some tabloids, and I can't guarantee its credibility. But some newspapers did report the collective disappearance of students from Qianyuan Academy at that time. One of the tabloids described the incident about the supernatural photos. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai took his mobile phone, and rushed directly to the second floor and opened the door. Show me. Where is it? Wow! Sitting on the bed, Yuko Xianji was startled by Duanmu Huai, who suddenly rushed in, and immediately turned her head and glared at him in dissatisfaction. Why did you suddenly break into a lady's room? We are obviously living under the same roof. But you still want to contact each other by mobile phone. This is sick. Duanmu Huai glared at Yuko Xianji. This girl is really an ET. She almost never goes out. She sleeps here and eats here. If it weren't for Sakuya's strong pull, she wouldn't even bother to take a shower and change clothes. It was as if she would live in this room forever. Just like just now. She had to contact Duanmu Huai through her mobile phone, even though she was shouting from the second floor. Those who didn't know would think they were thousands of miles apart. Duanmu Huai would not tolerate this dead girl's bad habits. Come! Let me see. Where are you talking about? Duanmu Huai walked directly to the bed of Ziyuan Temple Yuzi, who glared at Duanmu Huai with hatred and turned his head away helplessly. Here, the owner of this website is interested in collecting tabloids. Later, because the internet was developed, he posted all the content he collected on the internet. And he did have a certain degree of fame. This is also normal. Just like some people's hobby is to collect cigarette butts. In the past, no one understood it, and they could only collect them in their drawers to comfort themselves. But now is the internet age. You can post these photos online and communicate with like-minded people. Ziyuan Temple Yuko's screen quickly called up the content of the magazine. Although the paper was a little yellow due to its age, the content inside was still clear. Duanmu Huai read it once and immediately understood why Ziyuan Temple Yuko quickly locked on this content. Because the content of the story was almost exactly the same as what I had encountered before. According to the magazine, the interviewee was a friend of the missing person, who told the reporter that before the students disappeared, they were members of a mysterious club in the school. Their hobbies were supernatural events. And before they disappeared, these people had taken a certain supernatural photo. The reason that prompted them to take the photo was the supernatural album in the magazine. Unlike now, although we have entered the scientific age, superstition is still prevalent. For example, Qigong and mediums were also very popular at that time. They were called supernatural sciences. There were even scholars who specialized in studying these. I don't know if they were liars or fools, who believed that they could explain things like souls or feng shui from a scientific perspective. So at that time, supernatural research was not regarded as a weird hobby in society. And because of its characteristics, it attracted a lot of discussion. The supernatural research group of Qianyuan Academy was also like this at that time. They believed that the location of Qianyuan Academy might be a place where mysterious power could easily gather in feng shui. So such photos should be able to be taken here. So they used some method and finally took a supernatural ghost photo. Then after that, they disappeared. Because Qianyuan Academy was an aristocratic girls' school, the atmosphere at that time was more conservative than it is now. And the students who went to that school were all upper class and wealthy children. So the disappearance of these students really caused a heated discussion in the world. And the police also set up a special task force to investigate from various angles. But all ended in failure. The reason why we know this is that the tabloids specially published the report of the case at that time in order to emphasize the specificity of the disappearance. It should be to prove to readers. The police have tried so hard, but have not found any clues. So this must be some kind of incredible supernatural event. And this matter eventually became an unsolved case because there was no result. The media reported it as a disappearance incident, and it was eventually left unresolved. It has to be said that the whole story is exactly the same as the previous situation. Is history really a reincarnation? After all, if the current situation continues, the police here will also list it as an unsolved case because there are no clues and no bodies can be found. So, the photos that the girl saw were actually taken by students of this school 60 years ago. And those students disappeared after taking the photos. Now she also imitated those predecessors to take photos. And then disappeared. No. Was she eaten by a monster? Seeing this, Shaji muttered to himself, while Duanmu Hui shrugged his shoulders. This is actually normal. After all, in Mary's world, Duanmu Hui encountered a similar situation when facing the cultists. In order to deal with him, the other party summoned creatures from another world. But the latter turned around and ate the summoner after being summoned. If you don't prepare sacrifices, you will be the one who is unlucky. What's so strange about that? And those students are all outsiders. I'm afraid they have never thought about preparing any sacrifices. Therefore, it is natural for them to be eaten by the summoned creatures after being summoned. This also explains why nothing happened in the school after that. After all, the summoned creature ate without receiving any orders. So it turned around and went back to its hometown. So unless someone summons it again next time, it will definitely not appear. In fact, the monster is the same. If Duanmu Hui hadn't found it so quickly in the past few days, it might have disappeared in 2 days. As for why the monster didn't disappear immediately this time, Duanmu Hui probably didn't eat enough. After all, 5 people disappeared before, but only 2 this time. For the monster's size, 2 should not be enough to eat. If Duanmu Hui and Nianmu Sanaorai were eaten at that time, perhaps the monster would go home and sleep contentedly. Then rumors would appear in the school that someone mysteriously disappeared. And the person investigating the incident also mysteriously disappeared. And it would eventually develop into some horror story. Well, in fact, the monster just went home to sleep after eating. What about the magazine? The 2 consecutive incidents were both caused by supernatural topics published in supernatural magazines. It is hard not to think too much. Although similar things are not uncommon, many TV programs will also collect audiences' supernatural experiences, and then film the more interesting ones into dramas, and broadcast them on TV. In fact, Duanmu Hui also suspected that it is very likely that the missing student 60 years ago also got the same magic book. But unfortunately too much time has passed, and the trace back of the air raid shelter itself could not be successful because of the magic circle. As for the things in it, if they are more than 60 years old, they would have been thrown into the trash can long ago. There is nothing wrong with the magazine itself. It is just a very ordinary supernatural magazine. Xianji Yuko spread her hands helplessly. I investigated its distribution, publishing, and planning, all are normal. At least it looks like a simple third-rate supernatural magazine. What about Qianyuan Academy itself? It is a famous private school, which has been very famous since its establishment. Your sister went to school there, so she should know more about it than me. After all, I have never been to the school. Of course, there are occasional suicides or disappearances, but if you look at it from a 100-year perspective, it's not that rare. Similar things happen in every school. After all, students are inherently emotionally unstable, especially during adolescence. It's not impossible for a school to commit suicide or cause trouble for some reason. From this perspective, the incidents that happened in Qianyuan Academy are even rarer than those in other schools. After all, it's a strict school for young ladies. So the clues are broken again? That's right for now. And the commission you received wasn't to investigate this, right? Didn't you kill the monster? Isn't that enough? From the perspective of Xianji Yuko, this is indeed the case. Duanmu Huai also thought that the matter was over if he hadn't obtained the essence of the old days. Anyway, I will stay in school for another semester. Forget it. Let's see how it goes. Duanmu Huai is not the kind of investigator who will get to the bottom of things. His attitude is to stop looking if he can't find the answer, because the other party will eventually reveal themselves, just like the king in yellow. Since there is no way to stop their conspiracy, then wait until they succeed and then come out to beat them up, like a mantis catching a cicada while a yellow bird is waiting behind. Isn't this the case with many adventure and mystery movies? The protagonist goes through untold hardships, passes through traps, avoids monsters, solves puzzles, and finally obtains the treasure hidden in the tomb. Then when he climbed out of the tomb with the treasure, the villain's men pointed guns at him. And then the other party easily took the treasure. No need to decipher. No need to take risks. Simple, rough, direct and easy. Duanmu Huai also likes this approach. Of course, what Duanmu Huai doesn't like is that the villain obviously got the things in the movie, but didn't kill the protagonist. If it were Duanmu Huai, he would just smash the other party's head and throw the body into the ravine. Well, it seems that I am not the protagonist now. Do you want to continue investigating? I did what you said and investigated everything thoroughly, but I didn't find any clues related to the Cosmic Light Foundation. No. Let's talk about it next time. Duanmu Huai thought about it and made a decisive decision. And Xianji Yuko also breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Let's do it. By the way, it seems that someone is looking for you. While speaking, Xianji Yuko pointed at the screen. Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw that it was Yatsuya Miko who appeared on the screen. Chapter 1402 Recruiting People. It was not unexpected for Duanmu Huai that Yatsuya Miko came back. After all, he had told Yatsuya Miko before that if she was willing to help, he could do something for her. Now that Yatsuya Miko's help, the invisible monster was killed, so it was natural for the other party to collect the reward. On the contrary, the other person was a little strange. What are you doing here? Looking at Mayumi Sanatori standing outside the gate, smiling and waving at him. Duanmu Huai was speechless. Today is a day off, so Mayumi Satori is also wearing casual clothes, but the sword is still hanging around her waist. Walking around on the street with this thing is a complete crime. But perhaps Mayumi Satori's attitude is too natural, so most people just think it is some kind of model knife or something like that. Satori comes to play with you. Sorry to bother you. As she said this, Mayumi Satori walked straight into the door without any politeness at all. Duanmu Huai did not stop her, but shook his head helplessly, and then looked at Yatsuya Miko, who was still standing there, looking a little uneasy. Come in. Ah. Yes. Sorry to bother you. Unlike the ignorant Neem Sanatori, Yatsuya Miko carefully walked into the door after getting Duanmu Huai's permission. She raised her head and looked at the hall in front of her, and then quickly shifted her sight as if she saw something terrible. As for what she saw, well, Duanmu Huai didn't ask, because Duanmu Huai was lazy. The first floor still had the bar layout from the cafe period. After Duanmu Huai's renovation, the bar of the cafe became a place to entertain guests. At this moment, Saki was standing behind the bar preparing tea. When she saw Yatsuya Miko coming in, she nodded and saluted. On the other hand, Mienmu Sanatori was lying on the bar curiously, staring at the red panda. The latter was hiding behind Saki and trembling, as if he was stared at by a beast. It seems that animals' instincts are much more sensitive than humans. So cute. What kind of animal is that? At this moment, Yatsuya Miko also walked to the bar, and was immediately delighted when she saw the red panda. Is it a raccoon? No. It's a red panda. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, and was relieved at the same time. After all, if Yotsuya Miko showed any frightened expression when she saw the red panda, Duanmu Huai would go to Chinatown to find the androgynous store manager, and have a good talk with him about what kind of pet he sold to her. Red panda? Isn't this a panda cub? Shouldn't pandas be black and white? This is another species, completely different from the giant panda, Duanmu Huai explained briefly. And Yotsuya Miko didn't seem to care much. So cute. Can I touch it? I'm afraid not now. Looking at the red panda trembling all over and hiding in the corner of the counter away from Neem Sanatorai, Duanmu Huai shook his head, and Yotsuya Miko sighed helplessly and lowered her shoulders. Is that so? Mind me, Sanatorai saw that the little panda didn't come over, so she didn't care. She just hummed a song and walked around, looking here and there, looking like she was having fun. Duanmu Huai didn't care about Minmi Sanatori's rude behavior. The other party's SN value was 0. He was just a madman. Why are you arguing with a madman? So, what do you want me to do today? Sakuya quietly brought the coffee, and Duanmu Huai took her place, standing inside the bar and staring at Yotsuya Miko. Perhaps because the decoration of the coffee shop is more reassuring, Yotsuya Miko is not so nervous. By the way, if you want to discuss your eyes with me, I can only say that I have no comment. I am good at killing monsters, but I am probably not as familiar with the theory and techniques as those psychics. Is that so? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Yotsuya Miko lowered her head in disappointment. It seems that she also hopes that Duanmu Huai can help her solve her eye problems. But Duanmu Huai is a reckless man who is not good at theory, and is not interested in it. But according to my experience, it's probably useless even if you destroy your eyes. It's a kind of information reception. So if you choose to blind your eyes, then maybe you can only see monsters for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Yotsuya Miko's expression seemed quite stiff. I'm afraid that just imagining that scene makes her feel desperate. Maybe her SN value has dropped by several points. But if you want to protect yourself, then use this. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai took out a pendant and placed it on the table. When Yotsuya Miko saw the pendant, her face turned pale again. Well, Duanmu Huai would not ask her what she saw. That's good. Is there no other way? For example, rosary beads, etc. We don't believe in Buddhism here. Strictly speaking, Duanmu Huai is even a party that destroys Buddhism. Then, thank you, teacher. Yotsuya Miko hesitated for a moment, but still reached out to take the necklace. But she did not wear it around her neck immediately, but put it in her pocket. Seeing Yotsuya Miko's actions, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. You're welcome. I'll need your help in the future. Huh? You can see those things, which is also very helpful to me. So I hope you can help me in the future. How about it? Although there is no golden pupil, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, this copycat version is not useless. This, to be honest, Yotsuya Miko didn't really want to be associated with those weird things. So she instinctively planned to refuse Duanmu Huai's proposal at the first time. After all, she is just an ordinary girl, although she has the ability to see things that others cannot see. In other aspects, Yotsuya Miko is no different from ordinary people. She is not as smart as Saoya, nor does she have outstanding hacking skills, nor does she have swordsmanship skills like Neem Satori. If the monster wants to attack her, she has no choice but to pretend not to see it. But Yotsuya Miko also has another voice in her heart telling her that maybe she should change her mind. Anyway, she can see it, and it may be like this for a long time. So she must get used to this kind of life. But all along, Yotsuya Miko was very entangled and didn't know what to do. After all, she was not born in a Shino family, and she knew nothing about exorcism. And she was not even a supernatural enthusiast before this. It can be said that Yotsuya Miko had absolutely no knowledge of these things. So she didn't know what to do when facing those weird beings. But it was obvious that Duanmu Huai was very good at dealing with these things. If I followed him, I might be able to accumulate some experience. At least I might be able to gradually distinguish which ones are easy to deal with, and which ones are difficult to deal with. Will it be dangerous? Of course. But I will deal with those guys. And with the pendant, you will not be attacked. Please let me think about it. In the end, Yotsuya Miko still did not agree immediately. and Duanmu Huai did not force her to agree directly, but just nodded. However, at this moment, suddenly, a hand reached out from the side. I want to join too. Everyone turned their heads and saw Ninmu Sanatwarai raised his hand with a smile, staring at them without blinking. You? Why? Because following the teacher, I can cut a lot of interesting things, which is much more interesting than those boring things. How to say it? Understandable? Okay. I will call you if I need anything in the future. Great. Hearing that Duanmu Huai agreed so quickly, Minmu Sanatwarai raised her hands and shouted excitedly, while Sakuya widened her eyes in surprise. And then she reached out and pulled Duanmu Huai's sleeve. Brother, is this okay? For now, she is a good choice. Duanmu Huai sighed silently as he looked at Minmu Sanatwarai, who raised her hands and kept spinning in circles. Although this Minmu Sanatwarai had various problems, she was indeed a rare helper. On the one hand, her SAN value is 0, so she doesn't have to worry about being scared by those indescribable things. On the other hand, her fighting ability is not weak. Although her body is only at the level of an ordinary girl, her swordsmanship is indeed superb. More importantly, she can swing her sword at her enemies without hesitation. This is very important. After all, other people don't have this ability and awareness. Of course, from the perspective of Ninmu Sanatwarai, she doesn't have any awareness. She just thinks it's interesting. Forget it. It doesn't matter. As a judge, Duanmu Huai thinks that such a helper is even better. Although because of the SAN value of 0, Minmu Satori is likely to go crazy from time to time. This is not a problem for Duanmu Huai. After all, he is not a thoughtful person. For example, if you want to pretend to be a cultist to sneak into the ceremony venue, and then halfway through, Minmu Satori feels too bored and directly lifts up his robe and kills a cultist, then Duanmu Huai will only immediately kill all the other cultists, and will not care whether the plan fails. After all, it is much simpler to attack directly. Another reason is that Duanmu Huai really needs a melee helper. Now he is the only one who can fight here, and Duanmu Huai is also unable to split himself. At least, he can't copy his own shadow and split it out. So it's good that Minmu Sanatwarai can come to help. Duanmu Huai is most concerned about her mental state. After all, the other 5 swordsmen should not be weaker than Minmu Sanatwarai in terms of strength. But only Minmu Sanatwarai can directly attack the enemy without hesitation. After all, the others are still normal people. Unfortunately, normal people are the most useless in the face of such a situation. A few days later, the school was calm. Perhaps because the matter had been resolved. The originally panicked students gradually calmed down. As for the 2 missing students, no one mentioned them again. The school seemed to have returned to a peaceful and tranquil life for a while. At this time, Duanmu Huai received an unexpected commission. Chapter 1403 Mysterious Death. There are so many coincidences in this world. Standing in the stinking room, Duanmu Huai seemed speechless. In fact, he was speechless when he learned about the incident. And he was even more speechless after coming here. Hello, Mr. Duanmu? The detective in charge of the on-site investigation was a police detective named Jiomu, who had met Duanmu Huai several times. Well, this is normal. With Duanmu Huai's appearance, the police are the ones who are most likely to react to him. I didn't expect you to take this case. I don't want to either. To be honest, I'd rather go home and sleep right now. Duanmu Huai yawned, looking bored and depressed. The reason why he came here was simple. The principal called him. As for why the principal asked Duanmu Huai to come here, tell me about the situation. Okay. Detective Jiomu nodded, then took out his phone and scanned it. The deceased is Shizuko Matsushita, 32 years old, a former national gymnast, currently a physical education teacher at Qianyuan Academy. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. This is why he is here. Duanmu Huai still remembers that when the principal invited him to Qianyuan Academy, he said that the physical education teacher was on sick leave, so he could substitute for the class as a physical education teacher and conduct investigations at the same time. Duanmu Huai just listened to it at the time, but he did not expect that he would meet this physical education teacher under such circumstances. According to the description of Detective Jiomu, the situation of finding the body of Matsushita Shizuko was actually very simple, because there was a foul smell in the apartment where Matsushita Shizuko lived, which disturbed other people. So she went to the administrator to protest. The latter used the key to open the door of Matsushita Shizuko's apartment, and then found Matsushita Shizuko's body lying in the living room. Then he called the police immediately, and the police came to investigate and learned her identity. So they called the principal of Qianyuan Academy, and after the principal received the call, he called Duanmu Huai. Therefore, Duanmu Huai had to get up and rush to this stinking apartment in the middle of the night. It seems that he has to take a shower and change clothes when he goes back. What is the cause of death? It is still unknown. But according to our investigation, Matsushita Shizuko died about 5 days ago. There were no signs of fighting in the room, nor were there any signs left by anyone other than Matsushita Shizuko. So we initially judged that the other party should have died of a sudden illness, and the body was found by others after it rotted and smelled. This is not a rare thing. Do you have a photo of the body? Of course. Detective Jiomu took out a photo and handed it over. Duanmu Huai took the photo, glanced at it, and then he twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. What kind of disease caused this death? No wonder Duanmu Huai complained, because the body in the photo was swollen all over. Well, this is understandable. But what is incomprehensible is that the other party was split from the head to the abdomen, and the corpse water and corrupted internal organs poured out, and the whole person looked like he was cut open. Of course, not only that, for the battle-hardened Duanmu Huai, he could see at a glance that this was not someone cutting the body open from the outside, but more like something tore Matsushita Shizuko's body from the inside and drilled out, leaving this empty shell. According to the forensic doctor, a decaying corpse will swell and explode with a certain probability, producing this strange phenomenon. Okay. Duanmu Huai nodded and returned the photo to Detective Jiomu. Do you mind if I investigate? No problem. Our investigation is over. After the initial on-site investigation, the police seemed to think that this was just a simple accidental death. Although the exploded corpse was a bit difficult to explain, it was not impossible to explain. At least for now. There are no obvious signs of homicide, drugs, or alcohol on the body, and there are no signs of outsiders entering the room. At present, it seems that it is just an accidental death. So the police also plan to withdraw. After the police left, Duanmu Huai began to observe the room in front of him. Although there was still that disgusting stench, the whole room was decorated in a very feminine style. For example, the pink curtains and plush carpets, as well as the trophies placed on the bookshelf, etc. But Duanmu Huai was not interested in this. He looked around and found the chandelier on the ceiling, and then reached out and put his hand on it. Soon, in front of Duanmu Huai, time began to go back. Buzz! The sound of the air conditioner echoed in the living room, and the woman in sportswear curled up on the sofa. It was not a hot summer, but the woman was wearing very cool clothes. Only shorts and short-sleeved jackets similar to those worn by basketball teams. Not only that, she even turned on the air conditioner. It would be wrong to say that the woman felt hot, because she was huddled up and shivering at the moment, and her skin was pale, looking like she was very cold. But she didn't intend to turn off the air conditioner even so. And even on the table, you could see ice cream and popsicles that looked very cold. To be honest, even if you're not sick, you'll get sick. There were commercials on TV, and the woman was shivering on the sofa. But she didn't intend to watch the commercials. On the contrary, she held her phone tightly in both hands, as if she was looking at something. It was just that her long hair that hung down blocked her sight, so it was hard to see the woman's expression. At this moment, the whole room suddenly went dark. The TV turned off. The sound of the air conditioner disappeared, and everything seemed to fall into silence. Well, to put it simply, there was no electricity. However, the woman at this moment suddenly stood up in a panic. She was about to rush to the door, as if she was running for her life. However, at this moment, the woman suddenly let out a vague wail, and then she collapsed on the ground as if she had lost her strength. Then, Duanmu Huai saw it. The woman's face split in the middle, extending from the forehead down to the lower abdomen. Her body was like a balloon, being squeezed from the inside by something, expanding, cracking, and then bursting directly. Bang! It was a sound no louder than the explosion of a balloon, and it marked the woman's complete death. She collapsed to the ground, and there was no more movement. Then, Duanmu Huai saw countless black, rat-like things swarming out of the woman's body, and then disappeared like scattered cockroaches. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows, then rewound again. paused, and zoomed in. He followed the light on the ceiling and looked down at the phone in the woman's hand. On the phone was a selfie of the woman. Of course, if it was just this photo, it wouldn't be surprising. But what caught Duanmu Huai's attention was not the girl herself, but the book she was holding in her arms in the selfie. A black book with a thick leather cover that looked like a magic book. And Duanmu Huai had seen this book before. The literary girl had it with her before. At that time, Duanmu Huai used his mobile phone to trace back the literary girl's past. But he didn't know how she got this book, because in the past traced back by the mobile phone, the literary girl put down her mobile phone and went out. And when she came back, she was holding this book in her arms. It was only after that the literary girl excitedly said that with this book, she could increase the probability of summoning spirits. And then she went to die happily. And now, this teacher's mobile phone photo also has this book. Duanmu Huai didn't believe that two people bought one each. After all, these two people are from Qianyuan Academy. One is a teacher, and the other is a student. And when the literary girl took the book, the physical education teacher was not sick yet. Wait. Could it be that the literary girl took the teacher's book, which led to her death? Then how did this book come from? That's a bit of a problem. Forget it. Continue to collect clues, and then go home and let your brain think. Duanmu Huai decisively gave up thinking. His brain was itchy, and he couldn't take the exam. The teacher's mobile phone was kept as evidence, because it was not a murder case. Duanmu Huai was not qualified to retrieve it. But he didn't care about this little trouble. Duanmu Huai first found the apartment manager to inquire about the situation. As for Duanmu Huai, the apartment manager naturally told him everything he knew. What about the electricity consumption in room 308? Now that you mention it, it seems that there is indeed a problem. What exactly? Although I don't remember it clearly, it is true that the electricity consumption in room 308 has been increasing since a while ago. I was also worried that the other party might do something illegal in the room. So I went to ask about it. And the result was, what happened? She just left the air conditioner on. That's it? That's what she told me. She said she was afraid of the heat. But it's not summer yet. Summer vacation hasn't even started yet. That's what I thought. But since the other party is willing to turn on the air conditioner all day and is willing to pay the electricity bill, I have nothing to say. In fact, this time it was because the electricity ran out that we were discovered. If it wasn't because the electricity ran out, I'm afraid we wouldn't have discovered that she had. Oh, is her air conditioner set very low? About 10 degrees. To be honest, I can't stand it. Do you know when this started? Or has it been like this since she moved in? You said so. The administrator scratched his head. It seems that she was not like this before. At the beginning, she was just very ordinary. Oh, yes. If I remember correctly, it should be a year ago. She went back to her hometown and became like this after she came back. A year ago? Yes. I remember that she seemed to go back to her hometown for the new year. When she came back, she brought me some local specialties. So I remember it very clearly. It was after that, she seemed to have kept the air conditioner on. And the temperature was always very low. To be honest, her room felt like a cold storage. Sometimes I felt a little chilly when I walked past the door. Did you know she had a book? Duanmu Huai gestured to the administrator. A black book with a large cover? When the administrator heard Duanmu Huai's question, he was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly clapped his hands. Yes, there is such a thing. About half a month ago, she came to me and asked me if I had seen such a book. She also retrieved the surveillance video at that time, and I watched it with her. But I didn't find it. At least it wasn't lost in the apartment. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes. So what did she look like at that time? Are you anxious? Now that you mention it, she seemed to be anxious at the time. Maybe the book has some special meaning to her. Okay. Thank you. After getting the information he wanted, Duanmu Huai left the apartment. He first sent an email to the principal to explain the situation, and then immediately called Xianji Yuko to inform her of the matter. So, the other party did not die accidentally. I suspect this case may be related to the previous one. By the way, can you investigate where the teacher's hometown is? She went back to her hometown a year ago, so there should be records. Let me check, soon. The phone was filled with the sound of keyboard typing, and after a moment, there was a slight pause. You must be very interested in this news. Let me guess. Duan Muhuai's face darkened. It can't be related to the light of the universe. You guessed right. Her hometown is Yanshan Town in Aomori, which is one of the addresses on the list. Is this a coincidence? It may be a coincidence. Or it may be the result of spillover. Duan Muhuai snorted coldly. Continue to investigate. And I'll talk about the rest when I get back. Chapter 1404. The whole story. The early spring sunshine was extremely dazzling. Matsushita Shizuko withdrew her gaze from the window, revealing a trace of annoyance. Through the window, she could hear the noise of students playing on the playground outside. In the past, Matsushita Shizuko would only think that these students were very lively. But now, she felt a little annoyed. The screams and noises from the playground outside sounded like the buzzing of flies to Matsushita Shizuko's ears, making her unbearable. To calm her thoughts, Matsushita Shizuko forced herself to lower her head, then subconsciously reached into her bag and took out a thick, black-covered book. The cover seemed to be made of some unknown animal leather, with strange foreign letters engraved on it. Other than that, the book had no logo and looked more like a notebook than a book. Matsushita Shizuko reached out and touched the cover, feeling the rough, warm touch, and her original mood became much calmer. Mr. Matsushita. Hearing the voice calling her name suddenly, Matsushita Shizuko was startled, and hurriedly stuffed the book into the drawer, then stood up. Then she saw a teacher looking at her curiously. What are you doing? No. I'm just thinking about something. What's the matter? The principal wants to see you, and asked you to come over immediately. Okay. I got it. Matsushita Shizuko nodded. Then she looked at the drawer reluctantly, and then left the office. Soon, as the bell rang, the teachers in the office went to class, and there was no one in the office. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Excuse me. The girl with glasses walked in, with a stack of homework in her hands. Teacher, not here? As she spoke, the girl with glasses walked to the desk of another teacher next to Matsushita Shizuko, and put the homework there. Just as she was about to leave, the girl with glasses suddenly heard a click. When she turned her head, she was surprised to find that the drawer of Matsushita Shizuko's desk was half opened, and inside, a book with a black cover was clearly visible. At the first glance of the book, the girl with glasses seemed to be attracted by it. She stood there motionless, staring at the book in the drawer with her eyes fixed. The latter was like a magnet, firmly attracting the girl's eyes. After a moment, the girl hesitated. Then she approached the drawer and reached out her hand. Swish. Suddenly, the office door opened, and at the same time, a serious voice came. What are you doing? The girl with glasses turned around in surprise, and saw Matsushita Shizuko standing at the door of the office, like an angry lioness, with angry flames burning in her eyes, as if she had caught the murderer of her father, and wanted to tear him into pieces immediately. Yes, it was Mr. Ueda who asked me to deliver the homework. The girl with glasses looked at the book reluctantly again, and then spoke. This is not a place for students to stay casually. Leave immediately. Facing the angry rebuke of Matsushita Shizuko, the girl with glasses did not say much, and hurriedly lowered her head and left the office quickly. Matsushita Shizuko stared at her intently, with an uncertain expression on her face. Finally, after the girl with glasses left, Matsushita Shizuko quickly returned to her seat, looking at the half-open drawer. Her face was extremely twisted and hideous. How dare you? How dare you, thief, damn thief! You are just a student, but you want to steal the teacher's things. In the office where she was alone, Matsushita Shizuko let out a low roar like a wounded beast. This is mine. I took it out from there with great difficulty. It belongs to me. No one can take it away. While muttering to herself, Matsushita Shizuko solemnly took out the book and put it back into the backpack she was carrying. But soon, she couldn't let it go and took it out again, and put it on the table without opening it, just staring at the cover of the book with an obsessed smile. In the next few days, Matsushita Shizuko kept this behavior. She always carried the book with her, and sometimes even skipped classes. After arriving at school, she sat in the office without moving, just staring at the book in her hand, stroking it very tenderly. Teacher Matsushita, what's wrong with you? Finally, the dean could no longer sit idly by and watch this situation. As a teacher, you actually took the lead in skipping classes, and this is not the first or second time. If you have any difficulties, you can tell us. right? But as a teacher, you come to school to teach. However, Matsushita Shizuko, who was sitting in her seat, turned a deaf ear to the dean's words and just stared at the book without saying a word. Hey! Did you hear me? The dean could no longer bear it. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the book. What are you doing? Why are you so obsessed with this book? Wow! The dean hadn't finished speaking when Matsushita Shizuko, who had been staring blankly, jumped up like crazy, raised her hands, and grabbed the dean's face like she was performing the 9-in white bone claw. Her long nails even pierced into the dean's cheek. Ah! What are you doing? Give it back to me. You thief! It's mine! Mine! What happened? Mr. Matsushita? Calm down. The sudden conflict startled the other teachers in the office, who hurried forward to pull the two apart. The headmaster's face was covered in blood and he was shaking. On the other side, Matsushita Shizuko was like an angry lion, baring her teeth and claws at the headmaster. Her hands were still waving forward like claws. And then she suddenly knocked over a cup of hot tea on the table next to her, and the hot tea splashed out and directly splashed on Matsushita Shizuko's face. Ah! The next moment, Matsushita Shizuko screamed as if she was burned by a branding iron. And then her head tilted and she fainted. Now, what should we do now? Send to the infirmary? Call an ambulance. Soon. Several burly male teachers came forward to support the Dean of Studies, and carried the unconscious Matsushita Shizuko out of the office. Other teachers also left the office. Some said they were going to report the situation to the principal, while others said they were going to comfort the students. And they all left. Soon, the office was empty again. As for the black-covered book, it was kicked into the shadow under the desk next to it during the argument. But not long after, the office door quietly opened, and then the girl with glasses walked in. The office was clearly a mess at the moment, but she seemed to be guided by something. Walked straight to the front of the desk, squatted down, and took the book out from under it. She carefully wiped the stains on it, then turned around and ran out of the office. Then, her figure disappeared from Duanmu Huai's eyes. I see. The time in Duanmu Huai's eyes returned to the present. He narrowed his eyes and pointed at the table beside him. Now everything is connected. The first person to bring the book was Matsushita Shizuko. Obviously, this is not an ordinary book. It is probably some kind of cult book. From Matsushita Shizuko's strange reaction, it can be seen that she has obviously been attracted by the cult book. But it is not only her who is attracted by the cult book, but also the literary girl. The latter obviously wanted to find an opportunity to take the cult book from Matsushita Shizuko after that. But Matsushita Shizuko kept a close eye on the cult book, so she failed to get it. What happened next? Although it was only the information Duanmu Huai got from the backtracking of the mobile phone and the desk. It should be like this: Matsushita Shizuko and the Dean of Teaching had a conflict, and then the two were sent to the infirmary. The teachers also went to deal with the aftermath of this matter. And the literary girl probably heard about the situation from a classmate, and learned that Matsushita Shizuko was not there, thinking this was a good opportunity. So she came to the office and took the cult book, then used it to summon the spirit of the star. Well, if that's the case, then the almost obsessive-compulsive behavior of the literary girl can be understood. Maybe at that time she was completely controlled by the cult, so she chose to summon monsters. Unfortunately, in the past retrospection, Duanmu Huai couldn't give the other party an appraisal. But from the cause and effect, the mental pollution of these two people is already quite obvious. And according to the testimony of the apartment manager, the physical education teacher was normal before, and he became like this after returning to his hometown a year ago. Then the book may also have been brought back by Mr. Matsushita from her hometown. It is understandable that the literary girl has been eaten by the spirit of the star. But why did Matsushita Shizuko die? If it was suicide, it is not incomprehensible. But according to Duanmu Huai, it was not suicide. That is to say, is the book related to the things that ran out of Matsushita Shizuko's body? But why did the book self-destruct? Only a burnt afterimage was left on the ceiling of the air raid shelter. But Duanmu Huai did not remember when he saw the book being burned. But Duanmu Huai has made a decision. After the holiday, I will go to Yanshan town. After returning home, Duanmu Huai spoke to the others. Hey! Are you going alone, brother? Faced with Duanmu Huai's answer, Sakuya was obviously a little surprised. Yes. The Golden Week is coming soon. You can relax and I will take this opportunity to go there and take a look. But really not taking others? For example, Yatsuya-san and Mionin-senpai. No. Duanmu shook his head. This time the situation may be a little dangerous. Bringing extra people will only cause more trouble. So I will go alone. In fact, Duanmu did not tell the truth. Strictly speaking, he was not going to investigate. If it was an investigation, Duanmu would certainly bring Sakuya and Yatsuya Miko. And probably also Nenmi Sanatwarai. I'm afraid that only Shionji Yuko, the otaku, would never go out. But Duanmu did not do so. Because strictly speaking, he was not going there to investigate. In fact, Duanmu was going to take a look there. And then, issue an extermination order for that place depending on the situation. Although there were no warships, this problem was not a big deal for Duanmu. It was like a manual extermination order. But with the addition of kicking doors and burning houses. For the girls in this world, this scene was still too exciting. Duanmu could kill the residents of the entire town without changing his expression. But it did not mean that other people had such psychological qualities. After all, Duanmu is an inquisitor. It is his job to eliminate heretics and cultists. He is used to it. But other people obviously don't have this mentality. Mienmu Sanatwarai may be an exception. Although there is also a method of using shadows to copy and print to replace local residents. As in March City before. Duanmu feels that his actions should be more radical. If the place called Yanshan Town is related to the Universe Light sect, then he should let the Universe Light sect know how powerful he is. After all, as a judge, it doesn't seem right to always chase after others. So Duanmu decided to go to Yanshan Town alone. Once he found the connection between that place and the Church of the Light of the Universe, he would launch an extermination order against that place without hesitation. But, don't worry. Seeing that Shaji wanted to say something, Duanmu also waved his hand. It's okay. By the way, what are you going to do during the Golden Week? Hey! Mika invited me to go to the beach. And I wanted to ask my brother to come along. Forget it. You guys go and have fun. Do you still have any concerns? I'm worried that Yuko will starve to death if I leave her here alone. I have to say, Shaju's concerns are quite realistic. Then take her along. And if she refuses to go, drag her along. Duanmu gave a decisive answer. I don't want to find dead bodies starved to death in the office when I come back. Well, okay. I also plan to go out with Yuzi. Shaju seemed to think that he had to put Yuzi where he could see her. After all, the girl's self-care ability was ridiculously poor. Will Mimi go with you? Of course. Mimi is so cute and obedient. I must take her with me. While saying this, Shaju picked up the little panda at his feet. And the latter also stretched out his paw, hugged Shaju and cried softly. Then, it's decided. Hearing Shaju's answer, Duanmu was relieved. I hope this time can bring me some gains. Chapter 1405 Deep in the Mountains. Yashikan Town, Aomori Prefecture, is located in the mountains on the east side of Honshu Island. The permanent population is 10,000. Apples are the main economy in the area, with a large number of orchards and processing plants. It is just an unknown little place. Remote, isolated, a typical countryside. This is also Duanmu destination. Boom boom boom. Duanmu parked the car on the side of the road. Then opened the door and got out, staring at the rural-style building in front of him without saying a word. At this moment, another voice came from his side. Hey! Is this the place? It looks so boring. Mienmu Sanatwarai got down from the passenger seat and looked around boredly. If you knew it was boring, you shouldn't have followed me. Duanmu silently glanced at Mienmu Sanatwarai. He hadn't planned to bring him along. But Mienmu Sanatwarai didn't know what method he used to hide in his trunk. What do you have to do? Sakuya and the others are all at the beach. Aren't you going home during the Golden Week? Huh? But Sanatwarai thinks it'll be more fun to be with the teacher, and there's nothing fun to do even if I go back. Dad and Mom are too boring. It's obviously the parents. But there's no emotion when Sanatwarai says it. As if he's talking about something that has nothing to do with him. Well, but this is also within Duanmu expectations. After all, generally speaking, a SN value of 0 means that he has either seen something indescribable or has encountered a lot of things since childhood. Satori is not like the former. So it is probably because of family reasons. But he does not intend to go into details. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Just take the things. Got it. As he spoke, Mayumi Satora took out an urn from the trunk. It was the ashes of Matsushita Shizuko. Originally, according to the procedure, the family should handle the affairs after death. However, according to the police investigation, Matsushita Shizuko has no relatives, is not married, and her friendships are not clear. Although the notice was issued, no one came. So the police finally handed the responsibility of handling the aftermath to the principal, who, after cremating Matsushita Shizuko, entrusted Dwanmu Hwai to take her ashes back to her hometown. For Dwanmu Hwai, this was naturally the best excuse. So he came here. Really? That child actually? The mayor looked at the urn next to Dwanmu Hwai, looking a little lonely. Things are unpredictable. I remember she came back once last year, and she seemed to be in good condition at the time. But I didn't expect that she would actually. The old man in front of him sighed again and stood up. Thank you for sending her ashes back. I think Shizuko will be relieved to be able to return to her hometown. If possible. Can you tell me about Miss Matsushita? Dwanmu Hwai handed over the ashes, then stared at the old man and asked. And the latter nodded. Of course, that child, she is a good child. But also a child with a hard life. When she was very young, her parents died in an accident in the mountains. Accident? Yes. It is very dangerous in the mountains in winter. Even the residents here can die if they are careless. The old man also seemed quite regretful. When the child came back last year, he went to the mountains to worship his parents. Unexpectedly. Hey, maybe burying them together can also be considered a reunion. Mountain? Yes. Our cemetery is built on the mountain. There is a shrine there. After that, the old man talked about some meaningless topics, and Dwanmu Hwai did not ask any more questions. He put down the ashes and left. Where are we going next? Teacher? Myanmu Sanaorai, who was following Dwanmu Hwai, also asked curiously at this moment. She had not spoken just now, just sitting next to Dwanmu Hwai. However, unlike the two people who were serious about talking about death, Myanmu Sanaorai had a smile on her face, as if she was watching some interesting scene. Fortunately, the old mayor didn't notice. Go to that shrine and have a look. According to experience, there are usually things left in such places. And the old mayor also said that after Matsushita Shizuko came back, she went to the shrine to worship. Based on Dwanmu Hwai's experience in investigating such incidents, it is likely that she found the book in that shrine and secretly took it away. After all, it would be bad if the things enshrined in that shrine were discovered and stolen. So Matsushita Shizuko left directly after that. In short, go and see and you will know. The shrine is located halfway up the mountain not far from Yanshan town. According to the old mayor, no one is responsible for the shrine, and it is more like an abandoned shrine. But the dead in this place are buried in the cemetery behind the shrine. Hearing this, Dwanmu Hwai immediately became interested in this shrine. After all, for most people, being buried in an abandoned shrine that no one manages after death sounds very strange. And doing such a thing in such an isolated place, then, naturally it is even more strange. It's not easy to get to the shrine. The winding mountain path looks difficult to walk on, because no one takes care of it. There are no handrails. The torii gates on both sides of the road are twisted and look like they are about to collapse. To be honest, it's strange. After all, this is a cemetery. Even if the shrine itself is not taken care of for some reason, someone should be responsible for it. The shrine itself is also very shabby. The dust on the money box and the worn paper door have proved that no one has taken care of it or cleaned it. The floor was also overgrown with weeds. Just as the old mayor said, this is an abandoned place. Ah. Myanmu Sanaorai stared at the shrine with wide eyes, as if staring at the shrine. But Dwanmu Hwai ignored her. He walked through the shrine and came to the back. As the old man said, there was a large cemetery behind the shrine, with tombstones everywhere. And these tombstones did not seem to be well taken care of. Rather than a cemetery, it was more like a mass grave. Dwanmu Hwai stood there, feeling it silently. Unfortunately, even if he infiltrated the shadow into the corner of this shrine, he did not detect any breath related to it. Should I bring Yatsuya Miko with me? But it's a holiday now. And if an extermination order is to be issued, Yatsuya Miko is obviously not suitable to participate. Dwanmu Hwai thought about it, and then retracted his thoughts. Turning out of the cemetery, when he came to the gate of the shrine again, he saw that Myanmu Sanaorai was still standing there motionless. playing the game of staring at the shrine. Have you had enough fun? Let's go! Okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai's call, Mianmu Sanatrai came back to his senses, raised his hand high and responded, then turned around and followed Duanmu Huai out of the shrine and walked down the mountain. However, just as the two of them walked to the foot of the mountain, an accident happened. Sorry. Duanmu Huai stopped and looked at nearly 10 burly men in suits coming out from both sides of the street, blocking his and Mianmu Sanatori's way from both sides. They looked ferocious, with badges on their chests, and held daggers and short sticks in their hands, which looked completely out of place with their outfits. But to Duanmu Huai, these guys in front of him were not even rats. What's the matter? Our boss wants to talk to you. One of the men in suits waved the short knife in his hand and stared at Duanmu Huai and said, I advise you to be obedient. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai sneered. Oh, what if I don't listen? Then don't blame us for being rude. As he spoke, the man in the suit waved his hand. As he moved, the others also gathered around and blocked the two men. Heh. Duanmu Huai stood there, with his arms folded, staring at these men with disdain. Leave it to you, Mianmu. You have nothing to do anyway. Okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Mianmu Sanori smiled and drew out the white wooden sword from his waist. Satori is also feeling a bit bored, so it's just right to kill time. Humph. Facing the two people who didn't take them seriously at all, the man in the suit suddenly looked gloomy and raised his hand. Go! In the eyes of the man in the suit, dealing with just two people is not a problem for them at all. After all, the other party is just an outsider, and they are the locals. Although the man may be good at fighting, the girl next to him is just a high school student. As long as she is caught, then it can be dealt with. However, often, there is a gap between reality and ideal. Just like now. Ah woo woo woo. Ah. Ah ah ah. What kind of monster is that? Lying on the ground, listening to the wailing of his companions, the man in the suit stared at the girl holding a long sword and strolling leisurely with a pale face. All the brothers he brought with him before had been chopped to the ground by her, although they were not dead. For them at this moment, perhaps it would be better to die. Mianmu Satora raised the sharp blade in his hand, and then mercilessly stabbed the man's shoulder at his feet, piercing through him instantly. At the same time, the man also let out a painful howl. Oh 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 oh! Auntie! My love! Seemingly satisfied with the screams of the man in front of him, Mianmu Satora drew out the knife and then changed direction. Everyone's screams are pretty nice, so who will be the next one to make a pleasant sound? Monster! The man in the suit trembled, looking at the other person in fear as he slowly walked towards him. It was indeed a girl, but in the eyes of the man in the suit, it was more like a monster in a girl's skin than a girl. Her weirdness was no less than that of the man who looked extremely ferocious. What frightened the man in the suit the most was naturally the look in Mime Satora's eyes. During the battle just now, she seemed to be in a daze. She was obviously not looking at this side, but the sword in her hand pierced the enemy in front of her without mercy, and the bright smile on the girl's face after she chopped someone down made him feel cold. Monster! At this moment, Mianmu Satora had already walked in front of the man in the suit, who looked at her in horror and whispered, What the hell are you? Huh? What are you talking about? Satora doesn't understand. Hearing the man in the suit's words, Mianmu Satora tilted his head curiously. Why? Why are you still smiling? Is it so fun to cut people? Fun? Mianmu Sanatrai repeated the word in confusion. Sanatrai doesn't know either. In fact, Sanatrai doesn't know what kind of expression to show at this time. Humans are really complicated, so, while speaking, Mianmu Sanatrai raised the sword in his hand. Sanatrai thinks that just laughing is enough. Then, he swung the sword down. Stop! At this moment, suddenly, a roar sounded. Duanmu Huai raised his head, and saw a man standing not far away, staring at him with a serious face. Which group are you from? How dare you make trouble on the territory of the Yingwei group? Are you going to go to war with the Yingwei group? Group? Hearing the other party's question, Duanmu Huai's face also sank. I am a law-abiding citizen. Chapter 1406 Commission from the Underworld. Looking at the man in front of him, Duanmu Huai was almost mad. I don't even have a traffic violation record in this world. Why do you two want me to go astray? Who are you? I am the young leader of the Yingwei group, Reneki Tezuka. Tell me your name. No matter who you are, You are not allowed to run wild on the territory of the Ingwe group. I am not a gangster. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. I am a detective. Huh? Eh? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, not only the man looked surprised, but even the gangster member who was lying on the ground and crying for his parents after being chopped by Mayumi Satora now raised his head and looked at him in disbelief. Looking at their expressions, Duanmu Huai felt even more upset. What are you looking at? Do I look like a gangster? I see. Hearing Duanmu Huai's introduction, Tezuka-rin nodded. You are the extreme detective. I've heard of your name for a long time, but I didn't expect you to come here. That's right. Although he was very unhappy with his nickname, Duanmu Huai still nodded. Got it. I'm not here to destroy your place, nor to grab the territory. I'm here to investigate the incident. Well, if there's nothing else, then we'll leave first. After saying that, Duanmu Huai took Ninmu Satori and planned to leave. But at this moment, more people in black suits rushed over and blocked their way. Wait, you attacked our Ingwe group? And you just want to leave like that? It's not that easy. Oh! Seeing the black suit blocking his way, Duanmu Huai showed a sinister smile. And then he clenched his fists. If you are not afraid of death, just come on. Let me see what you have the courage to bark in front of me. Woo! Ah! Looking at the roaring Duanmu Huai, the black suits also had a sudden change of expression. And some of them even sat down on the ground with their legs softened. The others were also pale. As gangsters, they were always extremely vicious to others. But the man in front of them gave them the feeling that he was 10,000 times more vicious than the big boss in the group. Just being stared at by him was as terrifying as being killed. Stop! Just when the atmosphere became tense, Tezuka Reneki shouted. Then, he walked forward and looked at Duanmu Huai. Then, Tezuka Reneki put his hands on his knees and bowed his head deeply to Duanmu Huai. Wakado! What are you doing? Everyone was quite surprised to see Tezuka Reneki bowing to Duanmu Huai. And Duanmu Huai also raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? My subordinates were wrong to offend you just now, and I apologize to you on their behalf. So? What do you want from me? Duanmu Huai is not stupid. Those who show kindness for no reason are either traitors or thieves. And Ninmu Sanatwarai even chopped several people on the other side. But these gangsters were able to keep their composure and talk to him, and even bowed to him. If he said that there was nothing wrong, he would never believe it. In fact, we have also heard of the name of Jidao Detective. After meeting him today, it is true that his reputation is well deserved. So we want to ask you to help with a matter. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai became interested. It must be an extraordinary case that can make the underworld bow to him. What is it? Please follow me. Okay. Lead the way. Duanmu Huai thought about it, and decided to listen to what these underworlds wanted to do with him first before talking. So he drove and followed the other party's car out of the foot of the mountain, and drove along the road. Then the other party took Duanmu Huai and others to a construction site. Of course, although it was a construction site, the workers here were all strong and fierce-looking, and they were not good people at first glance. Of course, for Duanmu Huai, you can't judge people by appearance. Who knows that these fierce-looking guys have a pink bunny girl's heart? Tezuka Liani took the two to an unfinished building, and then waved away the surrounding brothers. I'm sorry. I can't entertain you properly. I'm not interested in these things. Tell me, what do you want to talk to us about? Then I'll just say it directly. Staring at Duanmu Huai, Tezuka Liani's expression also became serious. I hope you can help me find someone. As he spoke, Tezuka Liani took out a photo of a woman in her 20s. Her name is Ingwe Mio, the daughter of the leader of the Ingwe group. But she disappeared a few days ago. Speak more clearly. Duanmu Huai took the photo and glanced at it, speaking lightly, and Tezuka Liani did not hide anything, nodded and began to talk. In fact, the original underworld organization such as Ingwe Group had no interest in a small place like Yanshin Town. The reason why they came here was also related to a certain development plan. The higher-ups planned to build some large-scale projects here and requisition part of the land in Yanshin Town. However, the residents of Yanshin Town were very resistant to this, so the requisition work was not smooth. So the big guys there hired the Eagle Moon Group to be in charge of the collection work. This kind of thing is also common in the underworld. For example, if real estate developers want to acquire a certain building, They will let the underworld harass the residents and businesses inside, making them annoyed and then moving out. If there are still people who refuse to listen, don't blame the underworld for being rude. Generally speaking, the underworld is too lazy to invest in such a small place. But because the development plan is very large, and even the Eagle Moon Group has invested money, so this side is also very attentive to the collection work. But the situation here is also quite complicated. Originally, the Eagle Moon Group thought that they were just a group of country folks. They could be scared away by just scaring them and giving them some money. Unexpectedly, the people in the expropriated areas were united in hatred of the enemy, and seemed unwilling to let them expropriate even if they died. Therefore, the expropriation work did not proceed very smoothly. Of course, after the initial negotiations failed, the Eagle Moon Group began to gradually show its underworld side. For example, they smashed the other party's glass, harassed the residents in the expropriation area, etc. And the conflict between the two sides gradually became white-hot. Then, something happened. It was what Tezuka Reneki said before. The disappearance of Ingwe Group leader's daughter Ingwe Mio. At the beginning, Ingwe Group leader didn't care much, because he had been arranging blind dates for Ingwe Mio, wanting to marry with the big guys of other groups. Ingwe Mio was not a gangster. She was just an ordinary college student, and she was very dissatisfied with her father's arrangement of blind dates for her. So she ran away several times in a row. However, the Ingwe Group had a huge influence in Aomori, and every time Ingwe Mio was caught before she had time to escape, and this time was the same. But unfortunately, the situation was different this time. Just 2 days later, the Ingwe Group received a letter from Yanshan Town, which contained a photo of Ingwe Mio tied to a chair, and a letter attached, saying that if Ingwe Mio was to be safe, then the collection work in Yanshan Town would be abandoned. Otherwise, Ingwe Mio's life would be in danger, and Ingwe Mio's little finger was also attached to the letter. This naturally made Ingwe Group leader furious. As a gangster, he had always been the only one threatening others, but now a group of country bumpkins dared to threaten him. So the leader of Ingwe Group sent Tezuka Reneki to Yanshan Town to find Ingwe Mio and the bastards who kidnapped her. Let them know that Ingwe Group is not just for show. That's what he said. But when he really arrived in Yanshan Town, Tezuka Reneki found that there was actually very little he and his people could do. Call the police. It's impossible to call the police. Ingwe Group is a gangster organization. They kidnapped your daughter, but you didn't solve it according to the rules of the gang, but asked the police for help. If the news gets out, other colleagues will laugh at you. But if you really want to arrest those residents and question them, that's impossible. The Eagle Moon Group is a gangster organization, and they are registered with the police. If you harass the residents but don't catch them in the act, the police may not care if the harm is not serious. But if you kidnap or kill someone, the police will definitely intervene and investigate to the end. Not to mention that this is a large-scale development project, and the developer doesn't want to have some fierce scandals. So Tezuka Reneki and others can only intimidate them. But it is obvious that it is useless for these country bumpkins. This also made them at a loss. After all, if they continue to delay like this, not only would missing Ingwe Mio not be found, but they and others would also be in trouble. This is also the reason why Duanmu Huai and Mianmu Sanawarai were immediately targeted by the Ingwe Group after they came here. After all, they might also be related to this matter? Even if it is not related, at least they can vent. Right? I can't touch the locals. Can't I deal with the outsiders? Well, the facts prove that it really can't. This is why Tezuka Reneki called his men to stop. They came here for a mission. If Duanmu Huai and Mianmu Sanawarai were related to the missing young lady, it would be fine. If they were not, it would be a waste of manpower. If the team leader knew about it, he would definitely be punished. And it just so happened that Duanmu Huai was the rumored detective. So Tezuka Reneki made a decisive decision and planned to ask him for help. After all, detectives are much more professional than gangsters when it comes to finding people. I know the situation. After listening to Tezuka Leonie's explanation, Duanmu Huai nodded. But are you sure that the young lady is in Yanshan Town? I'm not saying that. It's possible that your enemies have captured her and deliberately led you here to waste your efforts. Right? What you said is not unreasonable. But we also have evidence. Evidence? Yes. It's this photo. While speaking, Tezuka Leonie handed over another photo. Duanmu Huai took the photo and saw that Ingwe Mio in the photo was tied up on a chair with a terrified face. and behind her was the shrine that Duanmu Huai had visited before. In fact, the location in the photo of Miss Takatsuki Mio is right there. Tezuka Reneki pointed to where he was standing. That's why we set people to monitor that place. And that's why my subordinates think that you two are related to the young lady. Are you sure it wasn't buried underground or mixed into concrete? Duanmu Huai snorted, while Tezuka Reneki's face was stiff. We hope it's not the case. Otherwise, I don't know how angry the team leader will be. And by that time, something serious might happen. Duanmu Huai looked at the photo again. Ingwen Mio in the photo looked like a sacrifice. On the table in front of her, there was a small table for cutting off little fingers and a short knife. Not only that, Duanmu Huai also saw that behind Ingwen Mio, the shrine was open, and there was a book with a black cover inside. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai's eyes flickered for a moment. And then he looked away. I'll look for it. But don't hold too high expectations. I'm not sure if I can find it. I understand. If any other detective dared to talk to Tezuka Reneki like this, the latter would definitely grab the detective's collar and start threatening him. But unfortunately, in front of Duanmu Huai, Tezuka Reneki's only choice was to be obedient and docile like a lamb. He didn't have the capital to threaten Duanmu Huai. Then contact me if you have anything. Duanmu Huai exchanged business cards with the other party, and then turned around and left with a yawning Neem Sanat. Brother Tezuka, is this really okay? After Duanmu Huai left, a younger brother ran in, looked at Tezuka Reneki anxiously and asked. Tezuka Reneki did not answer his question, but frowned. How are those guys injured? Most of them are lightly injured. Although it hurts, they are not seriously injured. At this point, the younger brother swallowed his saliva. Brother, those two guys are too scary. Do we really want to entrust them to do it? This younger brother was one of the people who participated in the siege before, and because of this, he knew very well how powerful Mayumi Sanat was. Of course, the sword skills of the girl are secondary. The most terrifying thing is her attitude. When she tortures those who are knocked to the ground by her, she will appear quite excited and joyful. This reminds me of the scene when I was a child playing with and dissecting frogs in biology class. In front of the girl, they are like frogs being nailed to death in biology class, with no way to escape, and can only watch themselves being toyed to death. As for Duanmu Huai, although he did not make a move, these gangsters were so scared by Duanmu Huai's gaze that they could not breathe. It felt that his pressure was even stronger than that of the boss of the Ingwe group. Even if they were just stared at, they felt that their breathing was stagnant. Frankly speaking, as a gangster, he felt that those two were not human beings at all. They were more like strange monsters. Of course, one more person means more strength now. Tezuka Reneki shook his head and looked at his younger brother. Send everyone out to conduct a carpet search nearby. I don't believe that we won't find any clues. Yes. Chapter 1407. A dark and windy night. Duanmu Huai did what he said. After leaving the construction site, he went to the expropriation area to start investigating. Regarding the situation in this area, Tezuka Liani had already told Duanmu Huai that Yangshan town is divided into the new district and the old district. The old district is the center a long time ago. The new district is the area that was rebuilt after entering the modern era. The two sides are separated by a river. Currently, most of the population of Yangshan town lives in the new district, and there are less than 800 people left in the old district. This is why they chose to develop there. Although he disapproved of the gang's practice of forcibly expropriating other people's land, when Duanmu Huai arrived at the old district, he also felt that it might not be a bad thing to flatten the place. Although the new district and the old district are connected by a bridge, there is no road in the old district for cars to drive on. And the buildings here are also quite disgusting. For example, the walls of the houses are made of mud and the roofs are thatched, which looks like the natives of the deep mountains and old forests who have not been civilized. These houses are quite low, and some have even collapsed. Narrow paths are scattered like spider webs in the middle, and you can smell an unpleasant stench. Rather than calling this an old district, it is more appropriate to call it a cesspool. Ugh, so smelly. Mianmu Satori showed a disgusted expression, and Duanmu Huai nodded. This stench was like the rotten vegetables that had been left in the market for several days, which made people quite uncomfortable. According to Tezuka Liani, no one has ever come into contact with people in the old district. People inside never cross the bridge, and people outside never go in. Although the bridge is not closed, it is like an invisible door that completely separates the modern and the ancient. Even those lawless underworld members seem to be nervous about the atmosphere here. So much so that they dare not come here, let alone go in to cause trouble. But before that, Duanmu Huai still has some things to confirm. He took out the envelope and photo that Tezuka Ritake had given him, stared at them, and then closed his eyes. Click! The next moment, the scene in front of Duanmu Huai suddenly changed, and a dilapidated shrine that seemed to have been abandoned for a long time appeared in front of him. In front of the shrine, a woman was tied up on a chair, and next to her, there were dozens of villagers. Their clothes were quite strange. It was not winter yet, but everyone was wrapped up in thick clothes. They also wore turbans and hats on their heads. The faces of these villagers were also strange. Their faces were fat and thick, with dark pupils occupying 3/4 of the white of their eyes, protruding front teeth showing from their lips. And they were not wearing shoes, and their flat feet were covered with hair. They stared at Ingwemio, whispering as if they were talking about something. And then several men came out and came to Ingwemio. Quick! Let me go! It should be said that Ingwemio was worthy of being the daughter of the underworld. Even in the face of this situation, Ingwemio was not timid at all. She stared at the man angrily and shouted loudly. What on earth do you want to do? I can tell my dad. He has money. However, these men completely ignored what Ingwemio said. They held her down, then took her right hand and put it on the table. Although Ingwemio wanted to struggle, she was no match for these men. She could only watch as the other party held her hand down. And then one of them raised a kitchen knife and cut the little finger that was fixed. Ah! You can imagine how painful it is for a girl to have her little finger cut off alive. Mio Ingwe screamed and struggled wildly. But these people just grabbed her hand and prevented her from moving. Then, amid Mio Ingwe's screams, 2 villagers came over. One picked up the severed little finger, and the other picked up the Polaroid photo, and then put it together with a piece of letter paper and stuffed it into an envelope. They whispered something, but because the voice was too low and Mio Ingwe screamed, it was unclear. But soon, the man left the shrine. He walked through the dilapidated streets with the envelope, came to the post office on the other side, and stuffed the letter into the mailbox. Then Duanmu Huai opened his eyes. Take a break. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Mianmu Sanatwarai looked at him curiously. We'll do it in the evening, Duanmu Huai said while checking the weather forecast on his phone. Tezuka Liani's judgment was wrong. The shrine was not a shrine halfway up the mountain, but a shrine in the old district. It was just that the layout inside was the same. So it was mistaken. That is to say, there is more than one shrine of the same kind here. As for how to deal with it, Duanmu Huai has already decided. Soon, night fell. When Duanmu Huai opened his eyes, the cold night wind blew past, and the whole sky was dark. It was already late at night, and for such a small place deep in the mountains, naturally no one was out. The town was dark, and only the light of the street lamps brought small dots on the road, which looked like the last traces of human civilization. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at Mianmu Sanatwarai. At this moment, their car was parked in the parking lot, next to a small park. At this moment, Mianmu Sanatwarai was sitting on the swing in the park, swinging back and forth, as if enjoying some interesting game. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai nodded, and then he got out of the car. As Duanmu Huai moved, the shadow behind him began to roll and boil, covering Duanmu Huai's body, and then turned into a dark, hard, steel power armor. Are you ready? Duanmu Huai strode to Mianmu Sanatwarai, who looked at the power armor on Duanmu Huai curiously, then jumped off the swing, and then saw Mianmu Sanatwarai reach out and pat Duanmu Huai's armor. How interesting. Teacher, are you going to dress like this? Of course. So are you ready? If it were someone else, Duanmu Huai might consider whether to show off his equipment. But Mianmu Sanatwarai, it didn't matter. Of course. Satori is ready. Very good. Duanmu Huai nodded. Remember what I said? Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed, leaving no one alive. I understand. I hope we can cut something interesting this time. Let's go. Duanmu Huai glanced around again, then turned and walked towards the old district not far away. And Mianmu Satora also followed Duanmu Huai with a white wooden sword in his hand. When the two stepped over the wooden bridge across the river, the last ray of light of human civilization also disappeared. In front of Duanmu Huai was a dark, primitive, ancient ruin. Duanmu Huai turned on the searchlight on his helmet, and the light of civilization once again pierced through the primitive darkness like a sharp blade, illuminating everything in front of him. The entire darkness squirmed and retreated from the pure white light. Duanmu Huai, holding the thunder hammer, strode forward. There was a dead silence all around, and even the sound of insects could not be heard. Perhaps because of the cold night wind, the disgusting smell of decay had dissipated a lot. Duanmu Huai could feel that something was watching him from deep inside these dilapidated houses that looked like ruins. But he didn't care, because as a judge, Duanmu Huai had only one thing to do when he came here: passing through the twisted path in the ruins and stepping on the slippery mud. Duanmu Huai came to the center of the old district, which was a small mound located in the center of the old district. The entire mound was covered with dense weeds, and under the light, it showed a dark green, disgusting color. In the middle of this hill, there is a cave. The door is locked and covered with vines and weeds. At this moment, the dark surroundings suddenly light up. Duanmu Huai looked up and saw people holding torches from all directions, surrounding him and Nianmu Sanatwarai. Among these people were men and women, old and young. But their outfits were the same as what Duanmu Huai saw in the time travel before. Everyone wore thick clothes and wrapped themselves up, wearing a headscarf. Only a flat face was exposed. No shoes, deformed, fat feet covered with hair. They whispered to each other, as if they were talking, but it seemed that they were not saying anything. Then, one of the hunchbacked old men stood out from the crowd with a cane. Stranger. His voice was hoarse and distorted, and it didn't sound like a human voice. This is not the place for you. Leave here. If you want us to leave, you wouldn't have let us in the first place. Duanmu Huai sneered at the old man's warning. He raised the war hammer in his hand and stared at the old man coldly. And I have already decided your ending. We just want to live a quiet life here, that's all. I know. But unfortunately, you no longer have the qualifications. You dirty heretic bastards. Duanmu Huai interrupted the old man. Heretics who believe in evil gods have no need to survive in this world. And you will perish completely along with the filth you believe in. The moment he saw the distorted appearance of these people through time travel, Duanmu Huai had already made a decision. Since he was the judge, these heretics who gave up their human identity and surrendered to the evil gods would obviously have only one fate. How about showing your true face? Or do you still have a trace of human dignity until now, and think that you can't show your ugly appearance to others? Foolish sacrifice. At this moment, the old man's voice also began to tremble. The power bestowed upon us by the great gods is beyond the comprehension of you mortals. Chui Yi Ming Qi. The divine gift we have received has already made us transcend the mundane world. Accompanied by the old man's roar, the villagers around him took off their clothes and ripped off their headscarves, revealing their original appearance. They were twisted deformities. Their big eyes bulged under the firelight. Their ears and feet were disproportionately large, and their bodies were covered with dark, thick hair. The lips were split into 3 parts, and the beast-like teeth could be seen from the twisted lips. Their legs were bent, and they squatted on the ground. Rabbits. Yes, these people were like monsters formed by the fusion of rabbits and humans. But their appearance was not as cute as rabbits, but turned into a disgusting, indescribable twisted form. Nianmu Sanatwarai did not speak. She held the white wooden sword in her arms, staring at the deformed body in front of her, and her body trembled constantly. But that was not fear. Duanmu Huai could see the enthusiasm and excitement in her eyes, just like a child seeing a toy that he couldn't let go of, or like he came to a bustling and lively amusement park. She couldn't wait to experience the joy here. Squeak! At this moment, accompanied by the old man's rabbit-like scream, those people suddenly jumped into the air, and pounced on Duanmu Huai and Nianmu Sanatwarai. Chapter 1408, Murder and Arson. For investigators, one of the most difficult situations they face is that the enemy is outnumbered. For example, when an investigator goes to investigate alone or with a few people, he finds that all the people in that place have become believers of the evil god, and even polluted by the evil god and turned into deformed monsters. The whole place is occupied and blocked by these monsters, and the investigators are powerless. They are either captured by the locals as sacrifices, or can only rely on stealth, lock-picking, and luck to sneak out of this troubled place. However, just as all problems are energy problems, all the dangers of the investigators ultimately come down to just 4 words: insufficient firepower. If you have enough firepower, then these problems will naturally no longer be a problem. Boom! The whistling thunder hammer swung through the air and hit the rabbit man directly, smashing it hard to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the twisted and mutated monster was smashed to pieces by Duanmu Huai's heavy blow. Its fur shattered and burst, and the flesh and bones inside gushed out and spread on the ground. Duanmu Huai didn't even look at them. He just raised his warhammer and swept forward, smashing the rabbit people who tried to take the opportunity to attack him into pieces. Yes, there are hundreds of rabbit people here. They have long been polluted by the evil god and have completely turned into deformed creatures that are neither human nor ghost. They have the jumping ability of rabbits, teeth like beasts, and strong strength. But for Duanmu Huai, these are useless, because they have only one way to go: death. Squeak, 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 accompanied by screams. Several more rabbit men appeared from behind Duanmu Huai, swinging their iron rods and pitchforks vigorously. However, Duanmu Huai did not even dodge, and saw those farm tools directly hit the power armor and then bounced off. At this moment, Duanmu Huai had turned around, and with a wild air wave sweeping past, the upper bodies of those rabbit men disappeared directly, and the remaining parts flew out like a cannonball, piercing the bodies of the companions behind. Ah ha 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 ha. On the other side, Nyenmu Sanatwarai was also enjoying this crazy killing. Although surrounded by the rabbit people, Nyenmu Sanatwarai was not nervous at all. On the contrary, she waved her blade in the crowd like a lady dancing on the dance floor. Every time she raised her hand, a head would be chopped off with a flash of sword. Of course, Nyenmu Sanatwarai was not just rushing. Squeak! The rabbit people were not afraid of the cruel killing and casualties in front of them. Their red eyes burned with the killing intent of beasts. Just as Nyenmu Sanatwarai swung his sword back and pierced through the heart of another rabbit man, 5 or 6 rabbit men suddenly jumped up. Their bent and deformed hind legs stepped hard on the ground, bursting out with strong jumping power. Like a spring compressed to the extreme, it flew out and pounced on Nyenmu Sanatwarai. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Although Nyenmu Sanatori's sword skills are superb, her physical attributes are still just that of an ordinary girl. Facing the attack in front of her, Nyenmu Sanatwarai naturally did not dare to resist. So she turned around and bent down at the same time to try to leave the battlefield. But her movements were obviously not as fast as those of the rabbit men. In fact, just when Nyenmu Sanatwarai lowered her body, those rabbit men had already rushed over her head. But for Nyenmu Sanatwarai, this was enough. Huh? The warhammer flashing with thunder almost brushed against Nyenmu Sanatori's hair, ruthlessly killing those rabbit men like sweeping dust. At the same time, Nyenmu Sanatwarai passed by Duanmu Huai. She held the hilt of the sword with both hands, raised the weapon to the side, and instantly pierced through a rabbit man who tried to attack Duanmu Huai when he turned around. The sharp blade pierced the chin of the rabbit man, then extended from the top of its head. Then Nyenmu Sanatwarai grabbed the hilt and flipped it, splitting the rabbit man's head in half. At the same time, she moved her feet and exchanged positions with Duanmu Huai again. Well done. Duanmu Huai swung the warhammer while glancing at Nyenmu Sanatwarai beside him. Although this girl is quite crazy, she is indeed impeccable in terms of combat skills. She can observe the situation of the entire battlefield and make the best choice and response method at the same time. Moreover, even when killing these deformed creatures, Nyenmu Sanatwarai did not hesitate at all. On the contrary, every time she killed a rabbit man, her expression became more and more excited and crazy, which created a very strong contrast with her calm observation of the battlefield. Calm observation. Crazy killing. Well, but anyway, it is really useful. Squeak. After an unknown amount of time, the rabbit men seemed to finally realize that they could not defeat the enemy in front of them. Soon, one of the rabbit men screamed, then jumped and turned like a real rabbit and rushed into the black hole in the middle of the mound. The same happened to the remaining rabbit people. After a short while, the surroundings became quiet again. Only the torches were still burning. And everywhere you looked, there were twisted and deformed bodies of rabbit people. Humph! They can run. Thinking they can run away? Duanmu Huai waved his warhammer, and then looked at Nyenmu Sanatwarai beside him. How are you? Who? Ha! Who? Compared to Duanmu Huai, Nyenmu Sanatwarai was obviously a little tired, which was also normal. Her mind was not normal, but her body was normal. After such a high-intensity fight, it was naturally consumed a lot. However, in response to Duanmu Huai's question, Mianmu Sanatwari closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and then opened his eyes again. No problem, Sanatwari can still kill. Keep killing. And can still kill a lot. Although the girl's face and body were stained with blood, her expression was still the same. Well, under the light of the fire, walking in a sea of corpses and blood, with blood on her face, a girl with a bright smile. This scene itself might make you lose SAN? Of course. I have no SAN left. Then I will clean up the inside. You are responsible for cleaning the battlefield. Duanmu Huai gave the order. He could feel the breath of the old ones gradually becoming stronger from the cave. Next is the battle between the old ones. This kind of battle is not something that Minmu Satori can intervene in. So it is safer for her to stay up there. I understand, keep it up. Teacher. Carrying the blood-stained knife. Minmu Satori smiled and waved at Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai nodded, then turned and walked into the cave. The cave was pitch black, and even the searchlight on Duanmu Huai's helmet could only illuminate a small part. Duanmu Huai held the warhammer in his hand, strode into the cave, and walked down the steps. Not long after, the originally narrow for Duanmu Huai passage suddenly became wider and turned into a huge hole. The entire hole looked like an underground lake, with green moss and thick vines growing everywhere on the walls around it, and slippery weeds growing on the ground. In it, you can see a building that is almost identical to the shrine on the mountainside. Swish, swish. Duanmu Huai walked into the water and came to the shrine in the middle of the lake. Then, he opened the shrine. There was nothing inside. TSK. Was he taken away? Staring at the empty shrine, Duanmu Huai frowned. And at this moment, a faint voice sounded. Help! Help! Hearing this voice, Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw a woman curled up in a huge iron cage in the corner next to the shrine under the illumination of the searchlight. Feeling the searchlight, she also raised her head tremblingly, looked at Duanmu Huai, and said, Please, save me. It was none other than the woman Duanmu Huai had seen in the photo before, the daughter of the leader of the Ingwe group, Ingwe Mio. However, the appearance of Ingwe Mio has completely changed. Her cheeks are bulging, her lips are split, and her long front teeth are sticking out. Her ears have become big and long and drooping on her shoulders. Thick hair visible to the naked eye has also appeared on her body. Duanmu Huai silently threw an appraisal. You have been infected. There is no hope. To be honest, Duanmu Huai is not surprised at all. Woo. Hearing Duanmu Huai's cold answer, the woman curled up and cried bitterly. You are Ingwe Mio, right? I did receive a commission to find you. But I'm sorry. You are in this state now. I can't let you leave here alive. Duanmu Huai stared at the woman. But I can assure you that I will completely eliminate those bastards who did this to you, and the evil gods behind them. Really? Really? Hearing this, the woman raised her head, and her bulging eyes stared at Duanmu Huai. Of course. That's why I came here. The woman was silent for a moment. Perhaps Duanmu Huai's outfit was very convincing. So she nodded vigorously. I want to leave a few words for my father. My phone has been taken away by those guys. No problem. Duanmu Huai took out his own phone, turned it on, and handed it over. Do you want to start recording? No. The woman shook her head. Obviously, she didn't want her father to see her like this. Okay then. Duanmu Huai turned on the phone. And then, the woman took the phone and whispered for a long time, until the recording time was over. She reluctantly handed the phone back and handed the necklace on her neck to Duanmu Huai. This is the relic my mother left me. Please, don't worry. I will take them back. Duanmu Huai took the phone and necklace and put them away, then looked at the woman. By the way, I have one last question for you. There should be a black-covered book in the shrine here. Do you know where it went? Those people just took it downstairs. Okay. Thank you. Duanmu Huai nodded. Then he glanced at the woman. The next moment, a tentacle suddenly emerged from the shadow behind the woman and pierced through the woman's head. The latter didn't even have time to react to what happened, and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Rest in peace. Duanmu Huai took a last look at the woman in the cage who had lost her breath, and continued to move forward, passing through the passage behind the shrine. Duanmu Huai came to a larger cave, and here, he finally found his target. The rabbit people who had escaped before were now surrounding a huge statue. Calling out loudly, the leading rabbit people held a black-covered book in their hands. and they seemed to be chanting, calling, and praying. Perhaps because they sensed Duan Muhuai's arrival. The chanting of these rabbit people became faster and louder. If it were an ordinary investigator, he would definitely stop the cultists from summoning at this time. But Duan Muhuai would not do that. After all, the evil god is something that you can summon once and a second time. So he is used to solving the problem fundamentally. As long as the evil god is killed, there is no need to worry about it being summoned again. So Duan Muhuai just stood there, watching this scene coldly. Then, the earth began to shake. And then, the huge stone statue slowly stood up from the ground. It looked similar to the statues on Easter Island, except that it was covered with weeds. But that was just its disguise. Soon, a larger part emerged from the ground. Its entire body was made of green vines condensed and entangled. And the fresh green leaves swayed as if they had independent consciousness. There was a huge, blooming flower on its top. Its petals looked like rotten purple cabbage leaves. And the stamens in the middle have sharp mouthparts like aliens. The strong smell of plant decay blows towards you, making you sick. Finally it appears, looking at the monster in front of him. Duan Muhuai sneered, and then his body trembled slightly. And the next moment, the aura of fear burst out instantly. The screams and chants of the rabbits stopped abruptly, and they stared at their inhuman bulging eyes. The incomparable fear turned into an invisible sharp blade, and the cruel and ruthless moment penetrated their last line of defense of reason, reaping their lives mercilessly when the rabbits rolled to the ground. They had already turned into corpses with twisted and terrified expressions. At this moment, the green monster also sensed the danger. It turned its head and stared at Duan Muhuai, roaring angrily, facing the monster in front of him. Duan Muhuai held the chainsaw sword tightly with his right hand, and stretched out his left hand to hold it tightly. The flame in the promethium ejector suddenly emerged, illuminating the extremely dark cave. Come on, monster! It's time for you to die. Chapter 1409 Gas Explosion. The blinding flames illuminated the dark cave. The green evil god roared angrily, and it moved its sturdy legs and pounced towards Duan Muhuai. The vines on its body spread out, and every leaf and every blooming petal screamed, and then was completely engulfed by the surging flames. Duan Muhuai raised his left hand, and the flamethrower on his arm mercilessly roasted the evil god in front of him. The originally humid air was evaporated in the hot flames and became dry. The large patch of green moss covering the wall was directly burning, enveloping the entire cave in a sea of fire. For this evil god whose body was almost entirely made of plants, the environment in front of him was clearly a hellish existence. His entire body was on fire, and the merciless flames spread rapidly over his body. This made the green god even more angry, and his body began to twist and split again, twisting and turning like a snake to separate from the body engulfed by the flames, and at the same time spreading out again, forming a huge net that covered the sky and the earth, and fell head-on towards Duan Muhuai. Buzz! The madly spinning chainsaw sword tore through the large net of vines, like the claws of a beast. Duan Muhuai roared and rushed out, clenching his left fist, and rushing towards the green god. Spores that were enough to kill people burst around the green god. They could even corrode steel, and turn all the materials that were contaminated by it into debris covered with plants. However, the blazing flames on Duan Muhuai's body mercilessly devoured those dust-sized spores floating in the air. He rushed straight to the front of the green god, clenched his left hand, and blasted it forward, like a thick iron rod, into the green god's angry mouth. Then, the steel armor on Duan Muhuai's left arm flipped and deformed, and suddenly ejected into the green god's body. The hot, shining flames turned into a high-temperature torrent, pouring into the green god's body, and those originally dark green, shining vines began to gradually crack, and flames poured out from them. Then, violent explosions and flames bloomed in an instant. Boom! On the ground, the mound covered with weeds was completely destroyed by the violent shock wave, and the shining flame shot up into the sky, illuminating the dark night. For the people of Yanshan Town, this was a night of fear and anxiety. For Tezuka Reneki, the same was true. After listening to the recording, Tezuka Reneki's expression was uncertain. He stared at Duan Muhuai in front of him with a complicated expression, and didn't know what to say for a while. This is the message and relics that Miss Ingwenmio asked me to bring to her father. Duan Muhuai reached out and placed the necklace in front of Tezuka Reneki. What did you do? I didn't do anything. Duan Muhuai shrugged. Like I told you. We found Ingwenmio, But she was tortured by those people, and only had her last breath left. So this is all I can bring you. Then why is it an audio recording instead of a video? Her appearance is not suitable for a video. Do you understand what I mean? I think she also hopes to keep the image in your memory in your heart. So, what happened in the old district? Tezuka Reneki slapped his hand heavily on the table, staring at Duanmu Huai, clenching his teeth. Since midnight, there have been violent explosions and earthquakes in the old district. What on earth is going on? The sudden earthquake in the old district at midnight yesterday naturally alarmed Tezuka Reneki, and he tried to send someone to check the situation. But the continuous earthquakes and landslides made them dare not act rashly. It was not until dawn, when everything calmed down, that Tezuka Liani went to check it out in person. What he saw was shocking. On the side of the bridge connecting the new and old districts, the entire old district had completely collapsed. The mountains next to it had completely collapsed, and the huge rocks rushing down completely buried the entire old district. There are no houses there now. Only large pieces of stones and soil piled up together, like a huge tomb. However, in the face of Tezuka Liani's question, Duanmu Huai just shrugged his shoulders and gave a calm answer. Oh, maybe it was a gas explosion. Are you kidding me? Hearing this, Tezuka Liani felt his blood pressure rise. The old area has not been renovated at all. Where does the gas come from? Maybe it's from the fertilizer they piled up underground? Who knows? Duanmu Huai spread his hands, saying, I don't know anything even if you ask me. So, what about the residents there? They probably died in this disaster. So pitiful. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. And at this moment, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open. And then Nyenmu Sanaorai ran in with a white wooden sword in his hand. Teacher, the blood on Sanatori's sword can't be washed clean. What should I do? I'll make you a new one later. Okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Nyenmu Sanaorai turned around and left happily, leaving Duanmu Huai and Tezuka Reni staring at each other in silence. Oh, don't think too much. She just went to kill a few rabbits. Anyway, isn't the problem solved now? You don't have to consider compulsory collection anymore. Right? But that? It was just a gas explosion. Duanmu Huai interrupted Tezuka Liani's questioning again. Isn't it enough for you to just know? Or are you a geologist? Do you have to find out the whole story? I understand. Tezuka Liani stared at Duanmu Huai for a moment again, then lowered his head. Indeed, just as Duanmu Huai said, their Ingwe group is a gangster, and they only want results. Now there is news about the young lady, and the old area has been completely destroyed in the gas explosion, and all the residents inside have died. Even if they really kidnapped the young lady, they have paid the price for their actions. Moreover, since the old district has been completely destroyed, the Eagle Moon group naturally does not need to consider the trouble of forced expropriation. All they need to do next is to construct on that piece of land. Of course, the prerequisite is that they must conduct a comprehensive geological survey there. But this is not something that the underworld should care about. But is this really okay? Tezuka Liani was very upset. On the surface, everything was indeed resolved. No one protested, and there was no need to expropriate again. He also received the last message from the eldest lady. Although it was not a perfect ending, it was at least. But why was he so unhappy? He was sure that the other party had done something. Moreover, Tezuka Liani had a hunch that what happened in the old district was definitely related to Duanmu Huai. Intellectually, this was impossible. The entire old district was blown up, and even the mountain next to it collapsed. This was not something that a human could do. Besides, Duanmu Huai was just a detective, and Tezuka Liani only asked him to find the eldest lady. He couldn't have found someone to blow up the entire old district. Why? This doesn't make sense logically. Besides, how did he do it? How big a blast would it take to blow up a mountain? Forget it. I'd better not think about it. Tezuka Reneki felt his head swelling. And finally, he decided not to think about it anymore. I will report to the team leader and send the commission reward after that. Is there any problem? No. For Duanmu Huai, the real reward has been received. Originally, the commission of Ingwe Group was easy to do, and he didn't really care whether there was any reward or not. Then I'll go. Duanmu Huai stood up, nodded to Tezuka Lian, and then walked out of the office. Tezuka Lian stared at Duanmu Huai's back, silent for a moment, and finally said nothing. He had a bad feeling. That is, this man is much scarier than the underworld. It is better not to provoke him. For now, let's report to the team leader first. Duanmu Huai didn't care what this group of underworld would do next. After that he returned to the car and turned on the system. Soon, a series of system information appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. Eliminate the green god. Get the essence of the old ones +1. Complete the additional task. Destroy the Sussex manuscript translation/mistranslation of the Book of the Dead. Get additional random rewards. Seeing this system information, Duanmu Huai was really speechless. After killing the green god, Duanmu Huai did get the black-covered book. And the system did remind him that it was a translation of the Book of the Dead. At that time, Duanmu Huai was quite excited. After all, even if it was not the original version, it was still a translation. However, the system then kindly told Duanmu Huai again that this Sussex manuscript was an incomplete translation of the Latin version, although it also had the introduction of the old ones, and the outer gods, and the rituals of how to summon them. Just like the Book of the Dead, its content was all wrong. In other words, if you follow the ritual above, it will inevitably explode on the spot in the end. And the possibility of success is not even 1%. To be honest, seeing this, Duanmu Huai was completely numb. This is like a martial arts secret book with a deviation in the cultivation method. Whoever practices it will end up being possessed by the devil. This thing is useless. Forget it. These idiots. I guess they don't even know what they want to summon. Or they simply called the wrong number and found the wrong god. Duanmu Huai thought about the enhancement of the old essence and added it to the shadow. He has now decided to use the shadow as the main combat power of his old ruler. After consuming the old essence, the shadow's effective range also increased from the original 50 meters to 100 meters. Well, it was somewhat useful. On the contrary, what was the random reward? The system did not prompt, and Duanmu Huai did not receive it. Although he was curious, he did not think much about it. Anyway, if the system wants to give it, it will definitely give it. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai did not stay any longer. The matter here has been resolved. Although to outsiders, this may just be an ordinary disaster, but the Universalite sect should understand what happened. And it depends on whether they will make any big moves next. So Duanmu Huai drove with Nianmu Sanatori and returned home along the same route. Perhaps because the fighting that night was too intense, Nianmu Sanatori just kept dozing off while holding his sword on the way back. Duanmu Huai was also helpless about this. And he also told Nianmu Sanatori not to tell anyone about what happened that night. And the latter nodded. But a madman with a SAN value of 0. How do you know what she would think? Just like before. If Tezuka hadn't pretended not to see it. Then. But I was not wrong. It was indeed just killing a few rabbits. It should be correct. After sending Nianmu Sanatori home, Duanmu Huai also went home to sleep. Sakuya and the others hadn't come back yet. The whole house was empty, and I was the only one there, which was a bit lonely. Duanmu Huai didn't think much about it. He went back to his room and fell asleep on the bed. Then, a night passed. When Duanmu Huai opened his eyes again, it was the next morning. He yawned in a daze, then sat up. And then, what is this beside me? Soft, fragrant, white. Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and looked. And then he saw a woman lying next to him. And, master. The latter opened his eyes and smiled when he saw Duanmu Huai. The red eyes were calm and gentle, and the long white hair spread like silk, draped over the woman's curvy body. Alice? Yes. The person who appeared in front of Duanmu Huai was none other than Alice. Not only that, and me, master. Just then, a pair of white arms stretched out from behind and hugged Duanmu Huai's neck. He turned his head and saw a lovely and charming purple-haired girl hugging him and looking at him with a smile. Medea? Seeing this, Duanmu Huai was completely numb. My goodness, the system sent them here? Is this an extra reward? However, just as Duanmu Huai came to his senses, he heard the sound of a door opening from below, followed by Sha Jui's voice. We are back. Brother, are you there? Listening to Sha Jui's voice below, Duanmu Huai was confused, looking at Ali, then at Medea. What should he do now? Chapter 1410. Are you kidding me? I went on a trip happily, and when I came back, I found that there were 2 more women around my brother. How would Saki feel? Well, that's my current mood. Looking at Saki sitting on the sofa in silence, Duanmu Huai scratched his head helplessly. As for Xianji Yuko, she had already found an excuse to sneak back to her room. Fortunately, after coming to this world, the system also humanely set identities for the two of them. Among them, Irisville is Duanmu Huai's fiancé, and Medea is the maid next to Irisville. From this setting, Duanmu Huai felt that the system wanted to make trouble. Fortunately, at least it was Irisville and Medea who came. If it was Theno and Euryale, it would be hard to say how the situation would develop. After all, those two are the ones who really don't do anything serious and just come to cause trouble. In fact, the best way is for Duanmu Huai to let them become spirits. But it doesn't matter that they can't become spirits in this world. What a ghost! Duanmu Huai is sure that the so-called extra reward of this system is definitely to trick him. It can't be that they deliberately summoned these two, because they saw that he still hasn't found a girlfriend in this world. He doesn't need the system to worry about such a thing. Brother. Just when Duanmu Huai was thinking about it, Shaji also coughed lightly, and then stared at him. Do you have anything to say? What can I say? Duanmu Huai spread his hands helplessly. Speechless. I came back only 1 day earlier than you, and found that they were already here. Duanmu Huai did not lie. The fact was actually like that. But you should also prepare a room for them. Say this. Shaji sighed helplessly. Then she looked at Irisville and lowered her head. I'm so sorry, Miss Irisville. My brother is so careless. Nothing. Faced with Shaji's apology, Alice smiled and waved her hands. Before Duanmu Huai brought them out to meet people, he had already briefly explained the situation of this world to them. So they quickly got into their roles. After all, their identities were similar to Duanmu Huai's. As for Shaji, Alice was in a state of heard but not seen. In short, she was engaged to Duanmu Huai a long time ago, and this time she came here just to meet Duanmu Huai. It must be said that this made Saki feel somewhat complicated. Duanmu Huai quickly changed the topic and began to ask about Saki's trip. Unlike Duanmu Huai and Mayumi Sanatwarai, Saki and Xianji Yuko spent a happy vacation in Meijia's villa. And Meijia also had a private beach, so everyone didn't have to worry about being harassed when playing together. Because of this, even Xianji Yuko rarely went to the sea to play. And then, they had barbecue, seafood, and took a walk nearby. In general, for Saki, this was also a good vacation. Of course, after the holiday, the work to be done still needs to be done. The arrival of Alice and Medea made Duanmu Huai relax a little. These two are experts in magic. Before this, Duanmu Huai had no similar people around him. He could only investigate and infer through some means, and then rely on system information to supplement. But this also has very large limitations. Not to mention that Duanmu Huai himself is not very familiar with this aspect. Now with Alice and Medea, Duanmu Huai has two more assistants in magic. At least these two are in mysticism. All of them are above 90. In the next few days, Duanmu Huai and Shaji will still go to school, while Alice and Medea will stay at home. Medea also promised Duanmu Huai that she would clean up the place. Well, Duanmu Huai recognized Medea's ability. After all, for Caster, the formation is a basic operation. At the same time, he also asked Alice and Medea to send their servants to investigate the address of the remaining cosmic light. Although Xianji Yuko can also investigate, she, a dead otaku who never leaves her house, can only obtain information through the internet, and it may not be comprehensive. Some things can only be detected by magicians, like Irisville and Medea. Life in school is the same as usual. Duanmu Huai was a little worried about Mianmu Sanatwarai at first, but after careful observation and confirming that her performance did not change much, Duanmu Huai was relieved. It should have been like this. But unfortunately, not everyone thinks so. I think you have noticed it too. In a meeting room at the school, 4 figures were sitting in it. They were none other than the representatives of the 5 swords. However, among them, only 4 people, Mianmu Sanatwarai, were not present. This was also normal. After all, she was the focus of the topic this time. Yeah, Kawara nodded, and a solemn look appeared behind the mask. The aura of Princess Sanatwarai is a little different. That's right. Hanaji Awara, who had brought Duanmu Huai into Qianyuanliu before, also spoke. She now gives people the feeling that she is much sharper and more dangerous than before. Although this 5 swordsman does sound very second-rate. As representatives, they all have a considerable degree of swordsmanship ability. It is precisely because of this that after the holiday, the other 4 people quickly noticed the changes in Mayumi Satori. Although on the surface, she is still as dull as usual, as if she doesn't take anything seriously. But in the eyes of the other 4 people, Mayumi Satori's temperament has undergone some unimaginable changes. It was like a sharp knife, or a grown-up beast, and even they felt the danger and trembling. Strictly speaking, in terms of strength, Minmu Sanatori ranked second among the 5 swords, and the others were not much different from her. But in just a few days, they felt that Minmu Sanatori's momentum was far beyond theirs, and they were afraid that even the number 1 among the 5 swords might not be able to defeat Minmu Sanatori. I have asked? Another blonde woman also asked at this time. But she didn't tell me. Although this is natural, she didn't say anything when asked again. Teacher? It seems to be Teacher Duanmu, Hua Jiawei said with a smile. I remember they met each other, and sometimes they acted together. It seems that they have a good relationship. Teacher Duanmu. Hearing this name, the other 2 girls frowned immediately. The reason was simple. They were the first 2 unlucky people who were beaten to the ground by Duanmu Huai at the entrance of the dormitory after Duanmu Huai came to the academy. They still remembered Duanmu Huai's brutal, violent, beast-like attack and temperament. In fact, that was the first time they felt the coming of death. In fact, when they woke up from the ground and came to their senses, their first reaction was that they thought they were dead. After all, the impact of being grabbed by the head and smashed directly to the ground was too terrifying. They even only remembered that the floor in their vision was getting bigger and bigger, and then they completely lost consciousness. Because of this, after that, the 2 girls stayed away from Duanmu Huai and did not dare to look for him again. Only Hua Jiawei knew that the 2 knew each other because he had contacted Duanmu Huai before, and knew that he had contacted the masked girl of Minmu Sanatori's personal guard in order to investigate the commission. As for the 2 girls, I am afraid they knew nothing about this information. Therefore, when they suddenly heard that Duanmu Huai was related to this matter, the 2 girls immediately didn't want to inquire. After all, the psychological shadow left by the previous incident was too deep. And at this moment, the last person who had been silent spoke up. Then, let me go! Duanmu Huai naturally knew nothing about this matter. So when he passed through the school garden and found someone blocking his way, he was also quite surprised. Who are you? Are you a student here? Duanmu Huai was confused when he saw the petite girl in front of him. It was no wonder that he had such doubts, because the girl in front of him looked like she was only in junior high school, and she was not wearing a school uniform like other students, but a white witch costume. Her hair was also white like Alice's, tied in 2 ponytails and hanging behind her. But the most eye-catching thing was the long sword in the girl's hand, which looked almost as tall as her. And in this school, who was qualified to carry a sword around? You are not one of the 5 swords. Are you? Duanmu Huai had seen 4 people including Mime Sanatori before, but he had never seen the last 5th person. That's right. The girl nodded. She had kept her eyes closed and had no intention of opening them. I am Inaba Ueya, also one of the 5 swords. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Duanmu. I didn't expect that there would be a child like you among the 5 swords. Duanmu Huai looked at the girl in front of him curiously. So what do you want to talk to me about? It's about Mime Satori. Mime? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Has anything happened to her? No. Inaba Ueya shook her head. In fact, I found that after this golden holiday, Princess Satori's strength has greatly improved compared to before. Oh, it seems that this has nothing to do with me. Right? Not really. Inaba Ueya shook her head again. I asked Satoriheim, and she said, this is a secret between me and the teacher. The teacher told me not to tell anyone else so. I'm very curious about what you did. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was speechless. Although that was indeed what he meant. Why did it sound so wrong? I just took her out for some training. A very healthy one. For the sake of his reputation. Duanmu Huai had to dispel the rumor. Really? After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Inaba Ueya was silent for a moment, then turned around. Then I'll take my leave. After saying this, the girl, who was as petite as a junior high school student, turned around and left, leaving Duanmu Huai staring at her back in confusion. What on earth is this little girl doing here? Chapter 1411 Meijia's Request. As an old one, the deeper Duanmu Huai explores his divine abilities, the more he finds his perspectives are different. To put it bluntly, it is the perspective of the victim and the perpetrator. The setting of a standard Cthulhu story is this: a group of people are locked in a closed space without knowing it. At the same time, in the corner of this closed space, there are some terrifying and terrible beings who are trying to kill them. In order to escape from these terrible guys, the investigators worked hard. They paid the price of sacrifice and blood. And some were killed to protect their companions. Some were willing to sacrifice their lives to open the mechanism. And some chose to die with the monsters. In the end, the only survivor opened the closed exit. He was carrying everyone's expectations and was about to leave this gloomy, terrifying, and evil place and return to the real world. At the same time, he secretly vowed that he would never forget the sacrifice of his companions. However, when the survivor opened the door, what appeared in front of him was a city that had been razed to the ground and monsters rampaging everywhere. It was only then that he understood the truth of the matter. The whole world had been destroyed. And this was the last refuge for mankind. But now, all that was left was despair. In the final analysis, the core of the Cthulhu mythology is irresistible despair. As a tiny creature, human beings are as insignificant as dust in front of the universe and those indescribable great beings. Well, if we use the human empire as an analogy, a group of Astra Militarum encountered cultists and demons at the bottom of the hive. When they fought desperately to repel the attack and open the gate to try to escape, they found the Grey Knights and Inquisitors in front of them. Well, condolences. This is also the essence of Cthulhu mythology. The perspective of the victim. In the final analysis, the investigators are powerless in front of the existence that humans cannot resist. All they can do is to resist like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But the opposite may not be so dramatic. For example, Tuan Mu Huai, as an inquisitor, learned that there were cultists summoning demons at the bottom of the hive. So he led the Grey Knights to investigate and destroy them. However, when they took the elevator to the bottom of the hive, they encountered bloody and half-incomplete Star Army. Considering that they might be contaminated, Tuan Mu Huai gave them the choice of either turning around and sacrificing for the Empire or being purified by the Grey Knights on the spot. There was nothing dramatic, and he didn't want to scare these Star Army. This was just Tuan Mu Huai's duty as an inquisitor. Similarly, if Tuan Mu Huai led a group of night guards to massacre the Gnostics, then in the eyes of the massacred Gnostics, perhaps Tuan Mu Huai and the night guards were as terrifying as those indescribable demons. But for Tuan Mu Huai, they were just aliens that needed to be eliminated. That's simple. So, people feel terrified because they are subjectively aware of the irresistible force, not because the other party is intimidating them. Do you understand? Tuan Mu Huai looked at Medea, who was sitting in front of him, and spoke. The reason why it became like this was that not long ago, Tuan Mu Huai taught Irisville and Medea some common sense about the Old Ones and the Outer Gods. And in order to better explain it, Tuan Mu Huai also gave them a few stories as examples. The result was that after listening to it, Medea nodded thoughtfully, and then spoke. I understand. So the Old Ones are the kind of existence that tries to make themselves more scary and scare others to the point of mental breakdown. So, Master, are you going to become more scary too? But I think you are already scary enough. So next, Tuan Mu Huai had to spend 5 hours carefully explaining the difference to the two of them. I didn't get the position of the Old One just because I look scary. Shouldn't it be? It must not be. Understand? Understand? Looking at Tuan Mu Huai, Medea nodded a little uneasily. She had never heard Tuan Mu Huai say so many words before. Well, I'm glad you understand. Tuan Mu Huai nodded with satisfaction. And at this time, Sha Jui also poked his head out from the stairs with dissatisfaction. Come and eat if you understand. Really? My brother always gets entangled in some weird things. What do you mean I always get entangled in some weird things? If this thing is not right, it will never end. Dinner was made by Sha Jui, and it tasted good. The family had a happy meal. Only Xianji Yuko was a little reluctant. In fact, after she first came here, she stayed in her room and didn't go out. Even the meal had to be delivered to her room by Sha Jui. And then, he would come to take the dishes away after she finished eating. But Tuan Mu Huai didn't indulge her. This isn't a hotel, and Sha Jui doesn't provide room service. If you want to eat, come down and eat. Otherwise, you'll starve to death. So in the end, Xianji Yuko had to obey and come down to eat on time every day. The hall was originally converted from a cafe, so there were many places to eat. It was a bit empty before with only 3 people. But now with Alice and Media, there are 5 people in total. It seems a lot more lively. By the way, brother, during dinner time, Shaji thought of something and looked at Duanmu Huai. Do you have time next week? What's wrong? What's the matter? Duanmu Huai thought about it. Recently, he had nothing else to do except tracking down the light of the universe. Duanmu Huai also gave the task of tracking down the light of the universe sect to Irisville, Media, and Xianji Yuko. The former 2 can detect in reality through familiars, while the latter can track in the information field through the internet, which just makes up for the weaknesses of both sides. But so far, the Universe Light sect has not made any movement. Besides that, Duanmu Huai currently seems to have nothing to do. Meijia invited us to a party. Again? Facing Duanmu Huai's complaints, Xia Jui's expression was a little embarrassed. After all, the last time Meijia invited them to a birthday party, something went wrong. And now it happens again. And, actually, Mika wants you to help her investigate a case. Sure enough, I knew it wasn't that simple. Tell me what happened. So Sakuya quickly explained the situation. Strictly speaking, this is not Mika's business, but the Shiraho family's business. The theme of the incident is God of Hiding. As mentioned before, the Shiraho family has many industries, including a hot spring hotel located in the mountains. Due to its superior geographical location and good environment, the Shiraho family has carried out a series of industrial expansions around the hot spring hotel, and of course hired many local people to work there, intending to build it into a high-end health resort community. All along, the Baifan family had a good cooperation with that village. After all, they hired local people to work there, which provided a lot of jobs for the local people. The village was also very supportive of Baifan's work, so it could be said that the cooperation was pleasant. But all good things must come to an end, and even the most cooperative partners will eventually go their separate ways. Not long ago, the son of the village chief found the person in charge of the Baifan hotel and had some private negotiations. To put it bluntly, they want money. After all, in the eyes of the village chief's son, these lands belong to the village. Baifan, as a large capital company, had previously offered too low a price. Therefore, he believed that Baifan company was maliciously suppressing the price. So he asked them to make up the difference again. Otherwise they would see each other in court. The Baifan family naturally disdained this. Capitalists and lawyers hired by them were calculated on a group basis. Any land acquisition contracts and the like were naturally made clear. The Baifan family wanted to turn this place into a high-end convalescent community. So naturally there would be no hidden dangers. Everything was clear. There was no price difference at all. So they rejected the man's request. Although Baifan's family was wealthy, the money didn't come from the wind. Moreover, this kind of person is greedy and will not be satisfied. If we give him money this time, he might come again next time. Of course, we can't open this loophole. The village chief's son didn't get the money, so he left with a dark face. At that time, no one took it seriously. After all, the village chief's son didn't have a good reputation, and he left the village after graduating from junior high school, saying that he was going to a big city to start a career. As a result, more than 10 years later, he came back in disgrace and looked even poorer than before. On the contrary, those country folks he looked down on made a lot of money because they relied on the big tree of Baifan enterprise. No wonder he would find a way to ask for money. But a few days later, something bad happened. First, the village chief mysteriously disappeared. And then the village chief's son also disappeared, which immediately caused a lot of discussion in the village. Not only that, after that, several people disappeared in succession. Although they reported to the police investigation did not make any progress. This is not a good thing for the Baifan family. After all, the residents there are in a panic. Some even want to say that the village is cursed and want to escape from here. After all, they also made a lot of money when they worked at the Baifan hotel, so they are confident to move. Originally, this has nothing to do with the Baifan hotel. But the problem is that the Baifan hotel employs locals. If the locals all run away, where can they hire people? And if there is a rumor of a curse, will others come again after hearing it? Wouldn't their high-end sanatorium community be wasted? I understand the situation. After listening to Xia Ji's explanation, Duanmu Huai nodded. So Mei Jiao wants me to investigate the disappearances there? What does this have to do with her? Even if the hotel belongs to Bai Fan's family, it doesn't mean that Mei Jia has to come forward. Right? What about the owner of the hotel? Brother, don't you know? The hotel was originally a birthday gift from Bai Fan's family to Mei Jia. And she is the owner of the place. But currently someone else is acting as an agent. Okay. Rich people are awesome. I'm not going to play anymore. Duanmu Huai sighed silently. So you see, this is capital. The little girl is only 16 years old. Not even old enough to drink. But she runs a hot spring hotel. And ordinary people work hard all their lives. And probably don't have this good. By the way, your family also gives birthday gifts to hotels? When will you give me a plane? Duanmu Huai finished complaining silently in his heart. And then thought for a moment. Okay. I agree. After all, I'm just sitting around doing nothing. Chapter 14:12 Off Island. Brother, what do you think of detective novels? Me? Standing on the deck, Duanmu Huai admired the endless sea view while looking at Sakuya beside him. Why do you want to ask me this question? Because brother is a detective. Right? Have you ever encountered a murder case like the one in the detective novels? No. Duanmu Huai shook his head decisively. I have never seen anything like a murder in a closed room. Duanmu Huai did not lie. Although he did solve some normal murders when he was a detective. They were basically murders of passion. Of course, there were also some cases of planned murders. However, the focus of the criminals in those cases was mostly on how to hide the body. They basically never claimed to have an alibi like in detective novels. Or murdered in a closed room. I thought so too. After all, it's too bizarre. Besides, the method of murdering in a closed room may not be successful. If it fails, won't it be discovered? Is this the content of the novel you are reading now? Duanmu Huai glanced at the novel in Shajui's hand. And the latter nodded. Of course, not only me, but also Alice and Miss Medea are reading it. While speaking, Shajui turned his head and saw that on the deck not far away, two people were also lying on sun loungers, drinking drinks under an umbrella and reading detective novels. Well, after they came to this world and learned about Duanmu Huai's identity, they expressed their willingness to help Duanmu Huai and be a good assistant. But Duanmu Huai felt that it didn't matter whether he was an assistant or not. If you want to help me, you should read horror novels instead of detective novels. No, you should read the group running records. After all, the situation this time is more complicated. Aren't isolated islands the most suitable for murder cases? Compared to murder, I think it's easier to cause trouble for the old ones. Duanmu Huai naturally didn't forget what happened to Ryu Island before. It was because of that incident that Mary always believed that the Japanese festival was to sacrifice a few people to help with the fun. Of course, Duanmu Huai's shadow was also obtained there, and he didn't complain about it. However, places like isolated islands are indeed prone to the appearance of the old ones or the outer gods, and it is not impossible that the entire island is polluted. By the way, building a hot spring hotel on the island, this can't be some Okinawa Lolita island. I'm so sorry, Mr. Duanmu, for taking you out of your busy schedule. At this moment, a voice came from the other side. Duanmu Huai turned around and saw Bai Fan Mei Jia standing there, bowing her head to him. It's nothing. It's work after all. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. And you took us with you on your yacht. That's enough. TSK. Rich people are different. In fact, in this world, Duanmu Huai is also considered a rich man. After all, the success rate of his commissions is very high, and Duanmu Huai is very popular. Almost every client will give him a considerable bonus at the time of settlement. For Duanmu Huai, it is more than enough to use this money to buy a yacht or even a private jet. It's just that he doesn't have this need on weekdays. And Duanmu Huai is not interested in the pastimes of those rich people. So he just lets the money lie in the bank account and gather dust. But it's not bad to just take advantage of others like this. After all, Duanmu Huai doesn't like to go out to sea, especially in the world of Cthulhu. Most of the time, people have to stay away from the sea to be safe. Duanmu Huai is a little skeptical whether this thing can last until he and others return safely. After all, this thing doesn't look like it can charge Cthulhu. Forget it. I'm free anyway. Let's talk about the situation over there. Okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai's request, Mei Jia didn't refuse, but nodded, and then took out a map and put it on the table. At this time, Alice, Phil, and Medea also came over and looked at the map in front of them curiously. We are going to Xiangnong Island next, which is just an ordinary offshore island. About 2 hours away from the mainland, there is a village on the island, which has been fishing for generations and is quite famous. So the Bifan group sent people here to investigate, and finally signed an agreement to build a hot spring resort community on Xiangnong Island. As she spoke, Mei Jia stretched out her hand and pointed to the map. The village is located on the south side of the island. It is a small village. The hotel of Bifan group is in the deep mountains. On the one hand, there are hot springs found here. On the other hand, the environment here is very superior, enough to withstand typhoons and avoid accidents. Looking at the map in front of him, Duan Muhui nodded silently. The whole island is sea-shaped, and the raised sea part is all high mountains. The village is located on the inside of the gap, which is equivalent to half of the inland sea, because of the protection of the mountains. It is not afraid of being attacked by typhoons. It is a relatively good place. It's no wonder that the Bifan group chose this place as a sanatorium. Hot spring sanatoriums are divided into 2 categories. One is hot spring hotels, which are mainly Japanese style and are prepared for those guests who stay for a short period of time. The hotels and villas are designed in Western style and are used to entertain guests who live on the island. But there are not many permanent guests now. Tell me about the disappearance incident. Does it have anything to do with the curse? Yes. I heard that there was a legend about this island before. It is said that a long time ago, someone disappeared here for no reason, and everyone was very worried at the time. Later, a monk came and told the villagers that there was a demon on the island, and that the missing people were eaten by the demon. The villagers were very scared and asked the monk for help. The latter also agreed to the villagers' request and sealed the monster. After that, no one disappeared again. Of course, because it was a story from a long time ago. It was only passed on by word of mouth on the island, and it was impossible to tell whether it was true or false. Just like there was a mountain in the past, there was a temple in the mountain, and there was an old monk in the temple telling stories. That's it? Because someone is missing again. You think it's the work of evil spirits? It's not just that simple. I heard that the shrine in the village was also attacked. In fact, it was the villagers who went to the shrine to worship early in the morning who found that something was wrong with the shrine. So they hurried to inform the village chief, and then found that the village chief was missing. Did you call the police? What do the police think? The police investigation has not yet come to a conclusion, and I don't know the situation very well. At this moment, Alice suddenly stretched out her hand and pointed at the map. Is this the shrine? Ah, yes. Looking at the direction of Alice's finger, Mika nodded, and Alice stared at that place, then moved her finger gently across the map. What's wrong? Ailey? Seeing Alice's thoughtful look, Duan Muhui asked, and Alice and Medea looked at each other. I have some ideas, but let's check the situation after we go to the scene. Beep! At this moment, accompanied by the sound of the whistle, the island and lighthouse on the sea level were clearly visible. Although it is a small island, its level of modernization is beyond Duan Muhui's expectations. He originally imagined that this place should be a backward place. However, the entire pier looks very clean and wide, and the road along the seaside is also quite straight. There are also many buildings next to it, which are also restaurants and the like. According to Mei Jia, this is all part of the Bifan Group's construction plan. After all, they want to turn the entire island into a tourist destination, so it must be modernized in all aspects. Stepping onto the dock, Duan Muhui glanced around. A small island far away from the mainland. A missing case. Well, pure Cthulhu style. This tastes right. I just don't know which guy is behind this time. Of course, the premise is that it is really the old one. Miss Bifan. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit came over and bowed respectfully to Mei Jia. This is the person in charge of the hotel, Mr. Kashiwagi Shufu. Mika also introduced Duan Muhui and others, and then looked at the man in the suit. Mr. Kashiwagi, they are the guests I invited. I think you already know the details. Yes. The middle-aged man in front of him was very respectful. Everything has been arranged. Please follow me. Soon, the group got on the bus that came to pick them up and headed towards the hot spring hotel. Mika also took the opportunity to ask Manager Kashiwagi about the current situation. The current situation. The employees are still in a stable mood, but there have been 6 disappearances so far, and everyone is indeed a little panicked. Wait. 6? Yes. After that, 2 more disappearances occurred, and the police have launched an investigation. But there is not much progress. Don't the police plan to search the mountains or something like that? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai asked, and Manager Baimu shook his head. No. This is originally a small place, and the police force is insufficient. There are only 10 people in the entire police station. Although the hunting friends in the village organized several small-scale patrols and searches, there was no gain. At this point, Manager Baimu also frowned. Miss, I think this matter should be controlled as much as possible. If we continue to call the police, it will only make those troublemakers aware of the abnormality of this island. No one knows whether those reporters will exaggerate and distort the report, thereby damaging the reputation of Baifan Enterprise. Faced with Manager Kashiwagi's advice, Mika lowered her head and said nothing, while Shaji also looked at her worriedly. Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and stared at Manager Kashiwagi. From a business perspective, what Manager Kashiwagi said was right. The Baifan group spared no expense for this plan, as can be seen from the completely modernized village. If the disappearance incident spreads and is reported by the media, it may attract some curious customers. But this is obviously not what the Baifan group wants. They are taking the upper-class route, and their goal is to serve those upper-class people, not some weirdos who like to track down supernatural events. Therefore, from the perspective of the Baifan group, it is the right thing to do to suppress this matter as much as possible. Don't worry. Looking at the silent Meijia, Duanmu Huai reached out and patted her shoulder. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Meijia raised her head and looked at Duanmu Huai. Mr. Duanmu? Did you forget? We came here for this. Chapter 1413 Unstable Shadow. Originally, according to the plan, everyone was going to go to the hotel to rest first, and then investigate. But Duanmu Huai thought that since they were here, it would not be too late to investigate the clues first, and then go back to rest. So he directly asked the bus to turn around and drive towards the shrine. Generally, shrines are located in high places, and this place is no exception. After walking up a long hillside, everyone arrived in front of the shrine. This place has been sealed, and the police have put up a sign prohibiting entry. However, for Duanmu Huai, this was not an obstacle. He pushed open the door and strode into the shrine. Compared with the shrine in Yanshan town, the shrine here is more formal. The gate is newly renovated, and there is a hand-washing pool inside, followed by the shrine and the money box in front. Except for the smaller scale, this place is not much worse than those shrines in tourist attractions. Even the specifications are quite formal. Basically, the structure of Japanese shrines is similar. There is a torii at the entrance, and then there is a way to the shrine in the forest. On both sides of the shrine, there are stone lion sculptures, which are mainly used to remove filth and evil spirits. After passing the shrine, you will come to the main hall, which is a place for people to worship. Behind the main hall is the main hall, which contains the sacred objects of the shrine. In addition, there is the shrine office. It may sound unclear what this place is for, but in fact, it is the supply and marketing agency of the shrine. The shrine maidens will sell the shrine's amulets and some specialties here, and are also responsible for drawing lots and interpreting lots. In fact, it is a place for people to spend money at the shrine. This place was also renovated by our Baifan group. Manager Kashiwagi also hurriedly introduced it to everyone. After all, our target customers are the upper class, so they naturally have this demand. So we negotiated with the owner of the shrine and carried out a comprehensive renovation of the entire outside of the shrine. It must be said that this group of people is really capable. Hearing what Manager Kashiwagi said, Duanmu Huai also nodded. Now it seems that the Baifan group has indeed put a lot of effort here. Strive to give their customers the best experience. Indeed, if they just stay in the villa, then they naturally don't need to care about other places. But if the guests want to go out and play, and let them see a shabby and dirty village and shrine, it will naturally not get a good evaluation. Of course, if the target customers here are ordinary tourists, then the Baifan group may not put so much effort. But since their target customers are those upper-class people who are not afraid of spending money, the situation is different. If Duanmu Huai came here for vacation, he would also happily spend money here. After all, for the upper-class customers, money is no longer a problem. They are more concerned about whether they can live comfortably and have fun. As long as their expectations are met, then the amount of money is not a problem. But on the other hand, This also puts a lot of pressure on Bifan Group. With so much cost, if this problem cannot be solved, it will be all in vain. No wonder Mika was so nervous. Do you know what this shrine is dedicated to? If there is anything that makes people unhappy about Japan, it is that the beliefs of Shintoism are too diverse and far less simple than other religions. For example, Taoist temples generally worship the three pure ones. If a temple worships something else, everyone's first reaction is that it feels wrong. But Japan is different. The so-called belief in 8 million gods makes them worship everything. Worshipping foxes and wild boars is just basic operation. There are even shrines dedicated to hair, and those who go there to worship basically cannot grow hair. There are also shrines dedicated to penis, which are also very popular. Those who go there to worship are either themselves or their husbands. In addition, shrines dedicated to pillows are mainly used to treat insomnia. Duanmu Huai has also seen a shrine dedicated to the god of poverty. But the purpose of this shrine is not to make people poor, but to let those unlucky people come here to vent their anger. Most people go to the shrine to pray and make wishes to the statue. But in this shrine of the god of poverty, people go there to beat the statue. To put it bluntly, it is to let those unlucky people who are not doing well in life and career beat the god of poverty to vent their anger. To be honest, Duanmu Huai really can't understand the Japanese's brain circuit. Everyone can understand that you worship the god of wealth to make money. But you beat the god of poverty to vent your anger because you are poor? Aren't you afraid that if you offend the god of poverty, he will directly destroy your family? Or is the host of this shrine a materialist? Don't believe in this at all? There is even a super outrageous shrine that worships Edison and Hertz. One is in charge of strong electricity, and the other is in charge of weak electricity. I wonder if you go to this shrine to pray that there will be no power outages. I don't know if Edison and Hertz can get this incense. So, in Japan, if something strange happens, the shrine is the most likely suspect. Many ghost stories, and even old hauntings are more likely to appear in shrines. And this is the reason. Because the things worshipped in shrines are all strange. It's possible that one of them belongs to the old or foreign gods. Maybe you go to a shrine that worships umbilical cords, and people there believe in the skull orphan. Duanmu Huai looked carefully before entering the shrine. He didn't see the iconic fox and wild boar statues outside, which means that this shrine is definitely not dedicated to foxes and other animal spirits. Then, what is enshrined here is very questionable. There is an introduction to the history of this shrine over there. Manager Kashiwagi was also prepared for this. He walked to a self-service newsstand next to him and took out a few brochures. I have to say, it's really a craftsman spirit. Duanmu Huai silently gave a thumbs up, then reached out to take the brochure and flipped through it. According to the above, this shrine is also related to the story that Mika told him before. It is written in the brochure that this shrine was originally dedicated to that demon. Duanmu Huai didn't find it strange. After all, these things enshrined in Japanese shrines are all demons and monsters in Xia country. The kind that he would kill on the way to the west to eat with wine. The owner of the shrine was also an accomplice of the demon, helping the demon to choose villagers to devour every year. Later, a monk came and defeated the demon and his lackeys here, and sealed the demon. In order to express gratitude to the monk, the family who was saved by the monk decided to replace the former shrine owner who died in the battle with the monk, and guard the shrine and the sealed demon for generations. The monk died soon after because he consumed his life to seal the demon. This shrine enshrines the skull of the monk. The shrine enshrines the heads of monks. This kind of crazy thing can only be seen in Japan. For Duanmu Huai, you might as well flatten this shrine and build a temple. Believing in Buddhism is worse than worshipping skulls. Isn't this unlucky? Next, Manager Kashiwagi led everyone to the worship hall, which is where people usually come to worship. Generally, according to the rules, people will first wash their hands in the hand basin, and then come to the money box in front of the worship hall to worship. In simple terms, just like in many cartoons, throw a coin into the money box, shake the imperial bell hanging on the money box, and then bow twice, clap twice, and bow once. Well, to put it bluntly, it means to tell the gods enshrined here that I have paid you money. Please help me realize my wish. To be honest, with the few coins they gave, I guess they won't be able to realize any valuable wishes. After all, coins, how much can their face value be? Anyway, if Duanmu Huai became a god enshrined in a shrine, he would not realize the wishes of these believers. You want me to help you with just a few coins? Am I so cheap? At least you have to learn Shaolin or something. And spend a lot of money to burn the first incense. So every time Duanmu Huai heard others say that the Japanese are superstitious, he would sneer. Superstitious? Have you ever seen such a deadly superstition? If it were the old people in the rural areas of Xiagua who worship the gods, they would also offer 3 animals to express their feelings. When making a wish, they would also say that if the wish came true, they would definitely slaughter cattle and sheep to fulfill the wish. You tell them not to do this. Just throw a few coins in the land temple and see if they will spit at you to death. So even though the Japanese are superstitious, I think they don't believe at all. How can you treat the gods and Buddhas so badly? You think your retribution is not enough, right? Okay, let's get back to the topic. At present, this worship hall has completely lost its original appearance. The whole worship hall looks like it has been burned by fire, and it is charred. It has become a large piece of wreckage. In the yard, there is also a thick, collapsed tree, judging from the gods surrounding the trunk. This should be the sacred tree of this shrine. But at this moment, the tree seemed to have been uprooted and fell directly to the ground. According to the villagers at that time, they came to worship early in the morning, and then found that the sacred tree in the shrine yard had fallen and the worship hall was burned down. They were shocked and hurried to find the shrine master and his family. But their family was completely missing. So the villagers thought of looking for the village chief. But when they arrived at the village chief's house, they found that the village chief and his family were also missing. So, this is actually 2 missing cases. The shrine family and the village chief's family? Yes, the shrine master's family of 3. And the village chief's family is him and his useless son. Speaking of this, Manager Kashiwagi also frowned. It seems that he really doesn't like that son. At this moment, everyone has bypassed the outer worship hall and came to the main hall inside. Here, like the worship hall, the entire main body was burned to charcoal and completely collapsed. Or it can be said that this is where the fire first broke out. And the worship hall is just a casualty. When did the fire start? Did no one find out? No. Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Manager Kashiwagi shook his head. The police also conducted an investigation. The strange thing is that no one found out when the fire started. And what's even stranger is that there was no sign of firefighting at the scene. It's very strange to say that if no one put out the fire that could burn down the main hall would definitely spread. But none of this happened. It's really strange. Looking at the sea of trees surrounding the shrine, Duanmu Huai said that this made sense. In such a place, if no one puts out the fire, if a little spark flies out, it will be a joke to set the mountain on fire. However, the strange thing is that from the scene, the fire was limited to the scope of the main hall. Only the worship hall in front was affected, and even the surrounding walls did not burn. This is very strange. Just then, Duanmu Huai noticed that someone pulled the corner of his clothes. He lowered his head and saw Medea looking at him. So Duanmu Huai nodded knowingly. Then he turned around and silently winked at Sha Jui on the other side. The latter was stunned for a moment, but still turned to look at Manager Kashiwagi. Can we see where the owner of the shrine lives? Of course. Please follow me. Manager Kashiwagi didn't notice anything. He nodded, and then continued to walk forward with Sakuya and Mika. After they left, Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and looked at Irisville and Medea. What's wrong? What did you find? Originally, as heroic spirits, Irisville and Medea could communicate with Duanmu Huai telepathically. But after coming to this world, they became like humans, unable to spiritualize, and naturally unable to communicate telepathically. So they could only send others away in this way. Something is wrong here. Irisville spoke first. According to the investigation of Medea and I, this shrine should be located in the center of a spiritual vein. Spiritual vein. Duanmu Huai is not unfamiliar with spiritual veins. After all, magician families in the Type Moon world will build their own workshops on spiritual veins. Yes, in fact, it is not uncommon to use the power of spiritual veins to imprison or seal something. Medea also spoke at this time. Or in other words, most people in ancient and modern times would do this. After all, it is not safe to rely on human seals, but it is safe to rely on the power of spiritual veins. To be honest, in my opinion, the safest way is to kill them directly, cut off the roots, and eliminate future troubles. Duanmu Huai did not have a good attitude towards seals. So what's the problem? The problem is that we did not find any seals here. Alice continued to speak, and Duanmu was stunned when he heard her words. No! Yes. That is to say, there is no seal here. Not only that, Medea was silent for a moment. Based on the traces of mana left here, it seems more like something has absorbed the power of the spiritual vein. Hearing this, Duanmu was speechless. Are you trying to tell me that something in the shrine is not only not sealed, but has been lying here, relying on absorbing the power of the spiritual vein to strengthen itself? Facing Duanmu's question, the two looked at each other and nodded. Very likely. Okay. Duanmu rolled his eyes silently and sighed. Now it seems that this matter has really become troublesome. The wooden bridge is easy to cross. I basically never died after falling once. I just need to be invisible. But the forced blood reduction is really disgusting. By the way, the B button of my controller is broken. It's terrible. I'll buy a new controller and play again. Chapter 1414. Deep in the forest. After investigating the scene, everyone went to the Hot Spring Hotel. The Hot Spring Hotel of Bifan Group has a good environment and good decoration. However, for Duanmu, these things are obviously not what he cares about. After arriving at the hotel, Duanmu found a meeting room and then pulled everyone together for a meeting. At present, there are a total of 6 missing cases. Duanmu knocked on the table, and Shaji nodded and opened the laptop next to him. The first case was the disappearance of the shrine's chief and his family, followed by the disappearance of the village chief and his son. This was discovered on the day the shrine's abnormality was discovered. Then a day later, a forest ranger disappeared. His wife came to the police to report that her husband had gone to patrol the mountains, but had not returned for a day and a night, and no one answered the phone. When Sakuya said this, Manager Kashiwagi continued, then, the members of the hunting club searched the place where the ranger might have gone, but found nothing. Don't hunters usually bring hunting dogs with them when they go up the mountain? Duanmu asked his own question. Did they not use the help of hunting dogs? I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I heard that the hunting dogs were unwilling to enter the woods at that time, and even broke free from the ropes and ran away. Because of this, some people suspected that there were some ferocious beasts hiding in the forest. However, this is just a small island, and we have also investigated the animals in the forest. Most of them are squirrels, hares and other animals, which are not aggressive. Only poisonous snakes need to be paid attention to. In fact, they did not find any traces of strange animals. The fourth missing person was a high school student who did not return home after school, so his family called the police. The police inquired about the school and learned that he left school after school, but he did not return home, and no one knew where he went. So far, they are all locals, so the situation is better. But the next 2 missing cases are a bit bad. The victim of the 5th missing case is a tourist who came here to travel. The waiter of the hotel found that he had never returned since he left the day before yesterday, and his luggage was still in the guest room. This time, Manager Kashiwagi looked a little unhappy. After all, the missing person this time was a guest of the hotel. The most difficult thing is the victim of the 6th case so far. They are officers Kinoshita and Akino from the main island. They were sent by the police station here to investigate the missing case after they asked for help from their superiors. Originally, they lived in another hotel in the village, but the boss hasn't seen them for several days. This matter has not been reported yet, and the news is only a rumor. After all, the situation of the police missing is a bit sensitive. It is certain that once the report is made to the main island, the matter will become more serious, so everyone chose to remain silent. After all, they are just missing, and no bodies have been found. Maybe the 2 policemen went somewhere to investigate? However, for Manager Kashiwagi, the matter must be resolved as soon as possible. After all, the disappearance of the 2 policemen can be concealed in the short term. However, if time goes on for a long time, the main island will find that they have lost contact and will definitely send someone to investigate. And then the matter will become a big deal. Therefore, he also hopes to solve this case as soon as possible. So, the biggest suspect at the moment is this forest, Duanmu said, staring at the forest on the map. This is obvious. After all, the entire island, except for the area near the dock, has no forest because of development, and other places are densely packed with trees. The shrine is also in this forest. According to Manager Kashiwagi's description, the village chief's house is also located near the edge of the forest. There is also a section of the road that high school students take to go home after school through the forest. Not to mention the forest ranger, who disappeared in the forest. Although this is a small island with a small area, it is relatively speaking, at least for humans, this forest is indeed not small. And it is not an easy task to search it thoroughly. Brother, where should we start? After sorting out the case, Shaji looked at Duan Muhuai, somewhat excited. This is also her first time to officially do a job similar to a detective assistant. Let's eat some grass around the nest first, and start investigating the missing guest. Duan Muhuai gave a decisive answer. I want the surveillance footage of that guest, and the waiter who talked to him. I hope to meet him. Of course, the police have done this before, so we kept that part of the surveillance footage, and the person who was in charge of the hotel room service at the time. Please wait. Manager Kashiwagi took out his mobile phone and made a call. Not long after, a waiter came to the meeting room with a videotape. This is Zaya Shanjin, the missing guest he last saw, and the surveillance footage also proves this. Hello. The waiter named Xiaoshan saw that Duan Muhuai's face was obviously pale, and he couldn't say the service industry's unique greeting. If there were no other beauties such as Alice in the conference room, he might have run away. I think you know why I called you here. Duan Muhuai was too lazy to talk nonsense, and quickly got to the point. The police should have questioned you. So just repeat it according to the question at that time. About the guest. Oh. Okay. The waiter lowered his head and stared at the floor, not daring to breathe, and could only speak timidly. I am the concierge of the hotel, mainly responsible for entertaining guests at the gate. That afternoon, the guest walked out of the hotel with a bag on his back, and I asked him where he was going. He said he was a professional photographer and planned to go to the nearby area to take pictures. Did you dissuade him? After all, several people have disappeared. Of course I did dissuade him, but I didn't dare to say anything about the disappearances. I only said that there were poisonous snakes in the forest here and advised him not to go to the forest. He said he wouldn't go too far, but would just stay by the lake for a while. By the lake? Duan Muhuai looked at the map carefully, and soon found a lake on the west side of the community. According to manager Bai Mu, that place had also been developed. There was a road leading directly to the lake in their community, and there were also operating facilities on the lake side, such as renting boats or fishing rods. And of course, there was also a camping site for rest. If you have nothing to do, going out for a walk to the lake to see the scenery is actually a good choice. How long does it take to get there? It's about 30 minutes if you walk. We originally planned to send a shuttle bus, but it's difficult to repair the road. It's still in the preparation stage. When did you find out the guest was missing? 1 day later, when it was time to check out. The front desk called the internal phone, but received no response. So we sent staff to check. But the room was empty, with only the luggage there. At that time, I felt that the situation was not good. So I checked the surveillance and found that the guest had left that afternoon and never came back. You didn't set up surveillance at the lake? The line is too far, and we didn't have time. Manager Kashiwagi shook his head. Originally, we planned to lay it along the road when the shuttle bus was running. So did you send someone to look for it afterwards? Where can we go? This time, the waiter shouted. Everyone is afraid of that place now, and stays away from the forest. The colleagues who were originally in charge of the campground have not been there these days. Only those outsiders would foolishly run into the forest. So you called the police? Yes. It was originally the police's responsibility. The blame was quickly passed on. And then? They sent several police officers to the lake to investigate. But they also found no clues. Hearing this, Duan Muhuai nodded and motioned to play the videotape. Then manager Bai Mu inserted the videotape into the player. And then the surveillance video of the time appeared on the TV in the conference room. At the hotel gate, a middle-aged man wearing a vest and a SLR camera walked out. And then the waiter next to him came up and said a few words to him. The SLR man smiled and waved his hand, pointed to the front and said a few words, then left the hotel along the walking path, and disappeared from the surveillance screen. That's all? That's all. Okay. I understand. After watching the video, Duan Muhuai nodded and stood up. Well, let's go to the lake now. It's about this time. In the shrine before, Duan Muhuai used the backtracking. But unfortunately, just like before, Duan Muhuai couldn't trace back what happened at that time, which meant that the other party was at least an old one. Only in this way can I interfere with my information tracing back, so that Duanmu Huai can't grasp what happened at that time. Maybe I can find some clues from here? Woo woo. Just then, a whistle sounded in the distance. Duanmu Huai turned his head and asked casually, "What sound?" "Oh, that's the scheduled ship from the main island." Manager Kashiwagi also introduced it. "The transportation between here and the main island is not smooth. The eldest lady has her own yacht, but ordinary people wait for the scheduled ship unless they have urgent matters. The scheduled ship usually runs once a week, and we will also use the scheduled ship to replenish some supplies for the hotel. But now it seems that no one should come here." "Is that so?" Duanmu Huai didn't say much, just glanced out the window, and then retracted his gaze. Let's go! Chapter 14:15 Heavy Rain. Starting from the hotel. The road to the lake is not difficult to walk. Following the tree-lined path, a group of people came to the lake. It was dusk at this time, and the lake water was clear and transparent. There was a small dock by the lake, with a few small boats tied next to it, and a wooden house near the dock. Next to it was a flat open space with barbecue grills and other tools, which should be a place for camping. But there was no one here now, and even the door of the office cabin was closed. Well, this is also normal. After all, people here basically don't dare to approach the forest now. Duanmu Huai came to the cabin, glanced around, then stretched out his hand and placed it on the cabin, and then closed his eyes. Then, time began to reverse and go back. Pause. Play. When Duanmu Huai opened his eyes again, what appeared in front of him was the same dusk and the same lake as before. Then, he saw a man with a camera walking down the tree-lined path. Oh, it's so beautiful. Obviously, the SLR guy was also fascinated by the lake in front of him. He quickly raised his camera and took a few photos of the lake. Then he changed his position and took photos while walking. From this point of view, he seemed to be a professional photographer. So, he was also a photographer in his identity. But Duanmu Huai usually took photos with his mobile phone. Or he took photos with his mobile phone just to cover up his scanning. Huh? Just after the SLR guy took a few more photos, he seemed to see something, and looked at the other side of the lake with wide eyes in surprise. Huh? It seems that there. Then, the SLR guy seemed to have discovered something, and walked towards the other side of the lake. And then he disappeared into the forest. And then he never appeared again. From the current point of view, the other party should be in the forest. Duanmu Huai didn't want to waste too much time playing the game of chasing here. So he ended the backtracking and then gestured to Medea and Irisville. Medea, summon a few Dragon 2 soldiers to search the forest and report any situation immediately. Okay, master. Medea nodded. And then Duanmu Huai saw her reach out and take out a few teeth from her bag, and then throw them to the ground. Soon these teeth fell to the ground, and then turned into skeleton monsters with 4 limbs on the ground. Then Medea whispered an order, and the latter immediately sneaked into the forest like a hound and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ailey. After watching Medea release the Dragon Fawn soldiers, Duanmu Huai turned to Alice. Can you use the hotel as the core and set up a barrier around it? Alice thought for a moment, then looked at Medea. This hotel is not on the path of the spiritual vein, so there is no way to set up a defensive barrier. At most, we can only set up an alarm barrier, which can report if something breaks in, but it may not be accurate. Medea also spoke up. In theory, magicians' workshops will set up illusion barriers to prevent ordinary people from entering. But this is a hotel area. Duanmu Huai also understood what Medea meant. Magicians' workshops are basically the kind that others can't enter, and they can't leave. This is normal for magicians who live in isolation. But this is obviously not allowed in a hotel. After all, there are guests and staff coming in and out. If they are dragged in, it will be troublesome. But no one has dared to approach the forest recently. So you can do this. But Duanmu Huai didn't care. At least now, most people didn't dare to venture into the forest. If there were still people who wanted to die, it wouldn't have anything to do with him. Right? After hearing Duanmu Huai's decision, the two nodded. In that case, we can set up a mist barrier with this lake as the center, and mist will be generated within the barrier. This should be able to prevent others from going deeper to a certain extent. After all, the forest and the fog would definitely discourage most people. Anyone who goes to the forest on a foggy day must be tired of living and want to commit suicide. Just do it. Sure enough, It is convenient to have someone who knows magic with you. Before, Duanmu Huai basically fought alone, and relied on his fists, which was very tiring. Now with the help of Irisville and Medea, he feels much more relaxed. For Irisville and Medea, two powerful magicians, it is not difficult to create an alarm barrier. The only problem was that the hotel was not built on a spiritual vein, so they couldn't use the spiritual vein to strengthen the effect of the barrier, which was a bit of a pity. However, for these two people, it was only a little difficult. Besides, this barrier didn't need to last for decades, but only for a few days, so they each injected some magic power. And then Medea and Irisville set up the barrier, and they finished it while no one else noticed. When manager Kashiwagi took Sakuya and Mika back from the camping area, a light mist had appeared around them. It's foggy? Looking at the fog around, Mika felt a little uneasy, but manager Kashiwagi didn't care. It's common to have fog here. Miss, let's go back to the hotel first. Otherwise it will be dangerous if the fog gets thicker. Manager Kashiwagi said so, and Duanmu Huai and others naturally had no intention of refusing. So everyone turned around and left the lake and returned to the hotel again. When the group returned to the hotel, it was already night, and it was pitch black outside. Only the street lights on both sides of the road illuminated the empty road. Even though the hotel was brightly lit, there were only a few staff members in the hotel besides Duanmu Huai and others, including manager Baimu, a front desk, 2 waiters, and a chef. In fact, after the guests disappeared, manager Baimu temporarily closed the hotel on the pretext that the hotel needed maintenance. After all, if one person disappeared, it would be a big deal. If the hotel didn't close, and if more people moved in, who knows how many more people would disappear. Although there are only a few permanent employees, the service is pretty good, and the dinner tastes pretty good. But everyone is very tired, which is normal. After all, they went out to sea on a yacht early in the morning and arrived at the island at almost noon. Before they had time to go to the hotel to rest, they were directly dragged to the crime scene by Duanmu Huai. After the investigation, they had a meeting. After the meeting, they went to the lake again. After returning from the lake and having dinner, they were finally able to rest well. So after dinner, everyone went back to the room to rest. Soon, a night passed. When Duanmu Huai opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the sleeping face of Irisville lying beside him. And on the other side, Medea was also hugging Duanmu Huai's arm and fell into a sweet sleep. TSK. It's worthy of being a hotel. It's professional. The sound insulation effect is really great. Duanmu Huai felt the soft and delicate touch between his fingers, and couldn't help sighing. After all, I have been in this world for too long and have never had sex. Fortunately, Irisville and Medea came, and I finally let out my anger. I have to say that these two are both first class. One is mature and gentle, and the other is a passionate girl. Duanmu Huai also likes them very much, especially Irisville, maybe because she has taken care of Ilya for a long time. She has a more mature charm. Well, how to say it? Using the lines of a famous character, Irisville can be my mother. It seems that this sentence is not used in this way. It doesn't matter. The meaning is roughly the same. Duanmu Huai knows that some Japanese people will play a baby game, which is to wear baby clothes, put on diapers, suck on pacifiers, and curl up in a woman's arms like a baby. For example, Mom, hungry, Grandma, etc. Of course, Duanmu Huai would not play it. Think about his height of 2.8 meters, wearing baby clothes, wrapped in diapers, sucking on pacifiers. Damn, this is even more indescribable than the evil god. And Duanmu Huai is not interested in this weird stuff. Anyway, get up first. Duanmu Huai packed up, got up, changed clothes, and then quietly left the room. Sha Jui and Meijiao live in the same room, but Duanmu Huai is also afraid that she will wake up and find that she is not there. Then it will be over. Although Alice's identity in this world is Duanmu Huai's fiancé, it is not strange for the two to do anything. But Medea is different. Besides, Medea looked about the same age as Sha Jui. If Sha Jui found her, well, it would be bad. Although Duanmu Huai reacted quickly. When he walked to the door of his room, he found Sha Jui standing there, staring at him with dissatisfaction. Brother, where did you go? I went out for a walk. Walk? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Xia Jui frowned slightly. It's raining outside. Why did you go out for a walk? The air is good. Duanmu Huai coughed awkwardly. You're looking for me. Why didn't you call me? Don't you know? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Xia Jui stared at him with wide eyes. My cell phone has no signal. That's why I came to find you. Brother. My cell phone has no signal? Duanmu Huai took out his cell phone and took a look, and found that it was true. His cell phone showed that it was out of the circle and had no signal. Why is there no signal? Duanmu Huai remembered that Manager Kashiwagi had introduced it to them yesterday, saying that they had specially built a base station and a communication tower here to solve the signal problem, at all costs. But it broke down after one day? I don't know. Mika went to see Manager Kashiwagi. Hearing what Xia Jui said, Duanmu Huai also frowned. I had only been here for one day, and the communication was inexplicably interrupted? This is not a good sign. Chapter 1416, Shocking Change. Swish. The rain was getting heavier. Manager Kashiwagi drove to the city to investigate the signal, and the others could only kill time in the hotel's entertainment room. After all, it was raining all the time, and it was impossible to go out to investigate. Therefore, Duanmu Huai, Alice Phil, Medea, Xia Jui and Mika could only sit on the sofa and stare at the TV. It's strange. Why did we suddenly lose the signal? Could it be because of the heavy rain? Or thunder? I didn't hear it. Meijia shook her head, looking confused, while Saki looked at the weather forecast below the TV. But the weather forecast said there will be a typhoon in the next 2 days. I'm sorry, Saki. I was too anxious. I should have checked the weather forecast earlier. Meijia was also very embarrassed. She wanted to solve the problem as soon as possible, but she forgot that the weather, especially the typhoon, would have a huge impact on the island. After all, she was young, and it was her first time to encounter such a thing, so it was normal for her to handle it poorly. So no one else said much. After all, they didn't check the weather forecast themselves. In addition to Duanmu Huai and his men, several other staff members were also crowded here, killing time out of boredom. The chef was responsible for making coffee and tea, and the waiter was responsible for delivering the food. Everyone chatted with each other, which was quite lively. It's really strange. Only Meijia looked at her watch from time to time, and then looked out the window. It's been several hours. Why hasn't Manager Kashiwagi come back yet? Puff. However, before Mika finished her words, the TV screen suddenly went black, and then turned into a rustling snow screen. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, before they could come to their senses. The next moment, the lights in the entertainment room also went out with a pop. For a moment, the originally bright entertainment room suddenly became dim. Hey! Hey! What happened? Meijia stood up in surprise, holding her phone and looking around. Power outage? Oh! Miss, please don't worry. The chef also hurried to comfort her. Our hotel has a backup power supply. Go and turn on the backup power supply. While speaking, the chef shouted to a waiter, who also nodded hurriedly, turned around and ran out. Brother, I have a bad feeling. At this moment, Xia Jui also came over and whispered in Duanmu Huai's ear, and Duanmu Huai also nodded. Need I say more? The communication was gone early in the morning, and now the TV signal is gone. The electricity is also out, and now it is a typhoon day. It seems that we will be trapped to death on this isolated island. By chance? Hee hee. At this moment, Alice suddenly trembled, and then she looked at Duanmu Huai and made a slight gesture, and Duanmu Huai nodded in understanding, stood up and left the entertainment room with Alice. What's wrong? I sense something strange approaching us. Strange things? Duanmu Huai frowned after hearing Alice's report. What do you mean? I don't know the details. I just feel that they should be living things. But they don't look like living things. They don't move very fast. Just like ordinary people walking. But they can't be guests staying at the hotel. It was raining so hard, and it was a typhoon day. The hotel was in the mountains. Most people would be crazy not to take a car, but walk up instead. Alice thought so too. So she nodded seriously. At this moment, the two were standing at the entrance of the hotel, looking into the distance. Although the mist barrier only covered the edge of the forest and did not affect the hotel area, the pouring rain was dense, and it was difficult to see the situation in the distance. Brother, What are you doing here? At this time, Sha Jui and the others were also bored in the entertainment room. So they came out to see what was going on. As a result, they saw Duanmu Huai and Alice standing at the entrance of the hotel. And they also came over curiously and asked, "Oh, I came out to get some fresh air. I'm free anyway." Duanmu Huai answered casually, and Sha Jui looked forward casually. Then she was stunned for a moment. "Wait, is there anyone there?" While saying this, Sha Jui stretched out her hand and pointed forward. Everyone also looked in the direction of her finger, and then saw a figure slowly emerging under the rain. Because the rain was too heavy and the sky was dark, everyone couldn't see each other's faces clearly for a while. Click. However, at this moment, perhaps because the backup power supply was switched successfully, the originally dim hotel suddenly became bright, and the street lights that were originally dark also lit up, illuminating the figure. That was Mr. Kashiwagi. Seeing the figure in front of her clearly, Mika screamed, and the others were also shocked. At this moment, Manager Kashiwagi had completely lost his previous elite look. He was in tatters, and even one of his legs was twisted and deformed. Perhaps because of the heavy rain, there was no blood on his body. But seeing him hanging his head and staggering like this, you know he must be seriously injured. "Mr. Kashiwagi, what happened to you?" Seeing this, Meijia hurriedly shouted and wanted to run over, but was quickly grabbed by Duanmu Huai. At the same time, Manager Kashiwagi raised his head. At this moment, his pale face was covered with blood and flesh, as if corroded by something. Oh. I don't know if it was Meijia shouting or the light that stimulated him. But Manager Kashiwagi suddenly shouted, and then his head instantly bloomed like a flower, and the whole face and skull split together. The densely packed sharp teeth were revealed. Then, he quickened his pace and rushed towards everyone like a mad run. Seeing this scene, many people were stunned and had no reaction at all. On the contrary, Duanmu Huai roared directly, stepped out of the hotel door in one step, clenched his fist, and rushed directly towards Manager Baimu. Facing Duanmu Huai's attack, Manager Baimu did not dodge or evade, but rushed directly in front of him. Then, he was knocked to the ground heavily by Duanmu Huai's punch. If it were an ordinary person, this punch would be enough to kill him. But Manager Baimu did not stop there. Instead, he twisted his body, opened his flower-bud face to Duanmu Huai again, and let out a piercing scream. But when he raised his head, all he saw was Duanmu Huai's big foot falling. Puff! After being trampled by Duanmu Huai, Manager Baimu trembled for a moment, and then completely turned into a corpse. Then, he was completely swallowed up by the dark shadow and disappeared deep into the ground. Hey, what's going on? What happened? At this moment, Mika, Sakuya, and the hotel staff were all pale, watching the scene in fear and trepidation. That's Manager Kashiwagi. Why did he become like that? Didn't he say he was going to the village to check? Did something happen in the village? Duanmu Huai didn't answer Mika's anxious question, but he was sure that the situation was definitely not good. Because at this moment, accompanied by a low roar like a beast, several figures came from the other side of the rain curtain. You go back to the hotel immediately and close the doors and windows. Media, Ellie, I'll leave this to you. I'll go to the village to take a look. Fortunately, in order to cope with the invasion of typhoons, although the hotel has floor-to-ceiling doors and windows, they are also sealed by rolling shutters. After all, the hotel is currently closed, so these are naturally not opened. However, for the sake of caution, Duanmu Huai immediately gave them orders. Everyone nodded hastily, then turned back to the hotel and closed the door. Crash! The heavy rolling iron door fell heavily, completely isolating the entire hotel from the outside world. Duanmu Huai glanced at the hotel behind him, then retracted his gaze. With Irisville and Media, he didn't have to worry about the hotel being attacked. So the next step was to go see what happened below. Of course, before that, looking at the figure walking slowly towards him through the rain, the shadow on Duanmu Huai surged, and then turned into a heavy power armor. Kill these guys first. For Duanmu Huai, it is not difficult to kill these zombie-like guys. In other words, except for the fact that their heads will explode. These guys are basically zombies. By the way, what is going on? It was fine yesterday. How come it turned into this ghostly state after one night? There was no choice but to go to the village first to see what was going on. After killing the zombies, Duanmu Huai quickly went down the mountain along the road. It didn't take him long to reach the village. But the village in front of him was completely different from what he saw yesterday. Wow, this is really miserable. Looking at the village in front of him, Duanmu Huai frowned. Although he only took a quick look yesterday, Duanmu Huai still remembered that there were newly opened restaurants and shops on both sides of the road. And the houses were also very clean and tidy. But now, these places are in ruins. As if they were involved in a riot and were smashed, looted and burned by gangsters. Many cars parked on both sides of the road have become scrap metal. Well, I don't know if they are insured or not, and how much the insurance will cost. There are still many zombies swaying among these ruins. Anyway, I'm just playing for the old days. Why did this style run all the way to Raccoon City? I don't know if there are still living people here. Duanmu Huai frowned, then clenched the thunder hammer in his hand, and strode towards the street covered by zombies. Now it seems that we can only rely on luck. Chapter 1417 Survivors. In the dark village, heavy rain poured down, and howling winds blew through the streets. In the rain, twisted, dark figures roared like beasts and floated around like ghosts. On this street that seemed to be the end of the world, a loud shout echoed. Pruners, sharpened kitchen knives. Duanmu Huai held a thunder hammer in his hand and strode back and forth on the street, while the loudspeaker on his body shouted at the top of his lungs like a street vendor. However, apart from the zombies, it attracted less than half a living person. Ice, sugar, gourds. Ice candy gourds. Bang! While shouting, Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer again and ruthlessly smashed the zombies that rushed towards him to the ground, sighing silently at the same time. No. It looks like there are no living people here. Or did I shout the wrong words? Could they all be dead? Duanmu Huai remembered that Manager Baimu was particularly proud to show off to them yesterday, saying that most of the people in this village had left. But later, because of the investment of Baifan Group, many people who were not doing well outside moved back with their families. Now the population of this village has increased from more than 8,000 to more than 10,000. It is impossible that all these more than 10,000 people died? This is impossible? Like in the biochemical crisis. Even if most people in Raccoon City turn into zombies, there are still some living people. Right? Could it be that they were scared by themselves and dared not come out? This is not right. In order to avoid scaring them, Duanmu Huai even wore power armor on purpose. Isn't it to show professionalism? And he was wearing a helmet, so he couldn't possibly scare anyone. Right? You see? It's just like this. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also stopped and turned to look at the restaurant glass next to him. Under the reflection of the glass, a tall dark shadow wearing steel armor could be seen standing there. The skull and double-headed eagle logo were inlaid on his chest and shoulders, and the eye sockets of the skull-like helmet flashed a dazzling red light. He held a huge steel war hammer in his hand, against the backdrop of the pouring rain. He looked so professional and safe. Yes, that's right. Duanmu Huai once again looked at himself in the reflection of the window, and nodded with satisfaction. From head to toe, he was dressed like a qualified judge. If someone in the Empire saw him, they would immediately perform the Sky Eagle salute. There was nothing wrong with that. Roar! At this moment, several zombies suddenly broke through the window on the second floor, opened their mouths wide and pounced on Duanmu Huai. Their heads also split open like petals. And then they bit Duanmu Huai's power armor directly. Although this was just a copy printed out by Shadow Copy, it was not something these zombies could bite through. Duanmu Huai roared, stretched out his hand to grab the zombies lying on his back, pulled them off, threw them heavily on the ground, and then clenched the war hammer in his right hand and smashed it hard. Bang! When Duanmu Huai raised the war hammer again, the zombies on the ground had been completely smashed into meat paste. Look! This is called professionalism. Duanmu Huai raised the war hammer, looked at the zombies on the ground, nodded with satisfaction, and then continued to move forward. Although he can scan life signals through the auspicious instrument, the problem is that these zombies are not dead, but alive. So if you just look at the auspicious instrument, the whole village is very lively, with people everywhere. Well, strictly speaking, it is not wrong. People are born from human mothers. Monsters are born from monster mothers. And zombies are also people. So Duanmu Huai can't use the auspicious instrument to locate survivors. However, at this moment, a bright light suddenly flashed before Duanmu Huai's eyes. He subconsciously raised his head and looked, only to see a light shining in an office building not far away. However, the light only shone a few times, and then went out immediately. Is there anyone there? Zombies won't run around with flashlights. Anyway, we'll know if we go over and take a look. The office building is not far from here, and looks like the location of some company. At this moment, the whole building is naturally dark. But for Duanmu Huai, this is of course nothing. So he stretched out his hand and pushed the door open, then walked in. Huh? However, after entering the office building, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. This was not because of the zombie attack, but because the ground was full of zombie corpses. This is interesting. Duanmu Huai has killed many of these zombies along the way, and he also has some understanding of these monsters. Saying that they are zombies is actually just a metaphor. After all, they are still alive, but their bodies have been twisted and mutated. In other words, the way to kill them is the same as killing humans. As long as you hit the vital parts, they will die completely. They are not like the zombies in the movies, where the other half of the body will crawl on the ground after being chopped in half. Or they can still pretend to be dead even if you hit their heart. In this sense, the zombies in this place are not as powerful as the zombies in the movies. But the problem is that each of them can have their heads blown off. And although they usually sway, once they find their target, they will immediately burst out with potential comparable to that of a 100-meter sprinter. Both their speed and strength are much stronger than humans. From this point of view, the zombies in the movie that are like old men taking a walk are no match for them. So for ordinary people, it is not impossible to kill them. But the speed and strength of these zombies are indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. In fact, along the way, it was the first time that Duanmu Huai saw someone who could kill zombies. And killed so many. Good man. This is interesting. Duanmu Huai was also curious at this time, and walked up the stairs. The entire office building has 5 floors, and the corpses of zombies are everywhere. Duanmu Huai carefully checked and found that these zombies were either chopped in half or split directly. And the method was quite brutal. Well, Duanmu Huai thought this was normal. But for ordinary people, it was somewhat surprising. But think about it carefully. It is possible to be in this Resident Evil. Those who have survived here are probably not ordinary people. It was not until Duanmu Huai came to the 3rd floor that he found that the fire door here was closed tightly. It was obvious that if there were any survivors, they should be behind this door. So Duanmu Huai reached out and knocked on the door. Open the door. However, there was a dead silence inside, without any sound. Are there any survivors? Talk. Duanmu Huai knocked on the door again, but there was still no response from inside. Could he be dead inside? Forget it. We'll know after we go in. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai did not hesitate, even though the fire door was tightly closed and propped up with something behind it. But for Duanmu Huai, this was no big deal. Okay? He clenched his fist and punched the fire door in front of him. With a loud bang, the heavy fire door was smashed to pieces by Duanmu Huai. Ah! Help! Ah! At the same time, there were screams coming from inside. It seemed that the people inside were pretending to be dead. But what Duanmu Huai didn't expect was that amidst the screams of ghosts and wolves, a leisurely voice suddenly came. Ah! It's the teacher after all. Good evening. This tone. This voice. Duanmu Huai walked into the gate, looked over there, and then saw a girl with long green hair carrying a white wooden sword under the illumination of the searchlight, smiling and waving at him. That was none other than Minmi Sanatwarai. Why are you here? Looking at Minmi Sanatwarai in front of him, Duanmu Huai was confused. Didn't he call her this time? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Minmi Sanatwarai puffed up her cheeks in dissatisfaction. It's all your fault. Teacher, you didn't call Sanatwarai when there was something fun. So Sanatwarai followed you. Besides, Sanatwarai didn't come alone. While speaking, Minmi Sanatwarai stepped aside. And then Duanmu Huai saw that behind Minmi Sanatwarai, there was a petite girl with white twin ponytails, wearing a red and white shrine maiden costume, and holding a knife almost as big as herself in her hand. Remember, she is the one of the 5 swords. And Nabatsukiyomi? Why did you bring her here too? Duanmu Huai looked at Minmi Sanatwarai in surprise, and the latter tilted his head, because Xiao Yueyek came to Sanatwarai and asked what Sanatwarai and you, the teacher, were doing together. Hearing Minmi Sanatwari's answer, Duanmu Huai sighed helplessly. Didn't I tell you that this is a secret between us and asked you not to tell others? Really? Mayumi Sanatwari nodded. So Sanatwari didn't tell Xiao Yuya, but brought her along. After all, the teacher just told Satoru not to tell others, but didn't say that Satoru couldn't bring others along? At this moment, Duanmu Huai was completely speechless. Okay. You are crazy and you are right. I won't argue with you. Speaking of which, it is a mistake to reason with a madman. Forget it. At least Mienmu Satoru really didn't say it. It seems that I have to make up for it next time. In other words, you killed those zombies outside? That's right. Although they are not as interesting as the rabbits last time. But these little cuties are also quite interesting. While laughing, Mienmu Satoru waved the sword in his hand and shook off the blood on it. And Inaba Yuya next to him still closed his eyes, stood there with his hands holding the sword, and said nothing. In addition to the two of them, Duanmu Huai also saw a few people who were hiding nearby and looking at him in fear. It seems that these guys should be lucky survivors. If it weren't for Mienmu Satoru and Inaba Yuya, they would probably have no way out. But anyway, it's not bad to find survivors. That's good. Duanmu Huai walked in and stared at them. It's just right. You can tell me what happened. Chapter 1418 Far Cry. Although Minnie Sanatwari was a little bit crazy, she spoke in a coherent manner. Soon, Duanmu Huai knew the whole story from her. The story started from the day when Inaba Yuya came to see him. At that time, Inaba Yuya did not get any information from Duanmu Huai. So she turned around and went to Minnie Sanatwari. But the latter naturally refused to say anything. So Inaba Yuya used the 5 swords to communicate. She fought with Minmi Sanatwari and knocked him down. But even if she was upset, Mienmu Sanatwari would never speak. However, she also changed her mind and said that it was impossible to tell because she promised Duanmu Huai not to tell anyone. But Duanmu Huai didn't say that I couldn't take you with me. If you really want to know, you can go with me and you will know. So Inaba Yuya agreed. And then the two of them left Qianyuan during the holiday and came to Duanmu Huai to find him. At this time, Duanmu Huai had already gone out to sea with Mika and the others, so he was naturally not at home. But there was still one person at home. That was Xianji Yuko. As a result, Xianji Yuko told him that Duanmu Huai went out to work. So the two of them found the port along the way. With Duanmu Huai's characteristics, it was too easy to find out where he was going. In addition, Neem Sanatwari and Inaba Yuya were both rich ladies, and their subordinates were well organized. So they quickly found out where Duanmu Huai and others were going. It happened that the regular contact ship had not set sail at that time. So the two of them took the ship to the island. When Duanmu Huai heard the whistle from the window yesterday, it was exactly when the two of them came to the island. After arriving at the island, the two naturally had to find a place to stay. Since manager Kashiwagi had announced that the Hot Spring Hotel was closed, the two chose a B&B in the village. It was also because of this that they did not meet Duanmu Huai in advance. If Ninyu Sanatwari and Inaba Yuya went to the Hot Spring Hotel at that time, the two would have met directly. Unfortunately, they did not. After staying in the B&B, the two decided to rest for a night and then look for Duanmu Huai the next day. As a result, something happened in the middle of the night. Munim Sanatwari couldn't tell what happened, because they were sleeping at that time. As a result, they heard a chaotic noise and screams from below. Both of them were martial artists. So they woke up immediately and prepared themselves after hearing such a loud noise. As a result, when they were about to go out to check the situation, the door was suddenly broken, and then several zombies rushed in directly. If it were other people, they would probably be scared when facing these weird zombies. But these two people were not. Ninyu Sanatwari is very simple. Her SAN value is 0. In addition, she has seen a lot of things with Duanmu Huai, so she won't take such a small thing to heart. So even if she saw a zombie with a blooming head, she would just chop it. As for why Inaba Yuya didn't react, it's even simpler. She can't see. That's right. This girl is blind and can't see at all. So no matter how indescribable the blood and flesh flying in front of her, it's the same as nothing to Inaba Yuya because she can't see it at all. After slashing down a few zombies, the two realized that they could not stay in the B&B anymore. So they packed up their luggage and quickly left the B&B, trying to find a place to hide. As for those passers-by, they followed them all the way, so they didn't bother to care. One of them was an employee of this company, and it was because of his guidance that everyone came to this office building. Then, after Neem Satori and Inaba Tsukuyami chopped down the zombies that chased them like cutting melons and vegetables, they blocked the entire third floor. Originally, these people planned to wait for rescue here. As a result, they have been waiting until now. Mienmu Sanatori was a little unhappy about this. Sanatori clearly saw the teacher, but they insisted that it was a monster. Fortunately, Sanatori still used the flashlight to signal the teacher. Hee. Smart. Right? So it was you. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai finally understood what the flashlight was just now. Teacher, where are we going now? Anyway, let's find a way to leave this island first. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment and gave an answer. The development of the situation to this point has far exceeded his initial expectations. Although the situation is unclear, it is obviously not a good idea to continue staying on this isolated island. There should be a boat at the dock. We just need to take the boat. No, there is no boat. At this time, one of the survivors said tremblingly, the boats are all sunk. Sunk? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment and turned his head to look at him. How did you know? Because we wanted to leave by boat, but when we went to the dock, we found that the boat docked at the dock had completely sunk. Is there such a thing? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai frowned. There is a white yacht over there. Did you see it? It also sank. Good man. This is really... Duanmu Huai didn't know what to say. After meeting up with Mime Satori and the others, Duanmu Huai did not plan to look for other people. The two sides discussed it, and then found a bus nearby. They took the survivors out of the village, and came to the hot spring hotel along the mountain road. Fortunately, the attack happened at night. Most people were asleep, and there were few cars on the street. If it was daytime, the whole road would probably be paralyzed and everyone would not be able to drive out. Compared to the village that was basically full of zombies, the hot spring hotel was relatively safe, and everyone returned very smoothly. Seeing the appearance of Neem Sanatori and Inaba Tsukuyo, Sayuya and Mika were also shocked. But they could no longer care about these things, because the situation below was even more difficult. The ship sank too? Mika's face was pale, and the expressions of others were not good either. In other words, we can't get out? That's the case at the moment. Duanmu Huai nodded. When leaving the village, he deliberately went around to the dock and found that it was exactly as the survivor said. Whether it was a regular ship or a yacht, they had completely overturned in the water, and there was no way to sail. In fact, even if the boat is still there, I'm afraid it can't go out to sea. The chef also said, the current situation outside is not suitable for sailing. Even if it is the young lady's yacht, it will be dangerous if it goes out. It's useless to say this now. Duanmu Huai waved his hand, and Sha Ji frowned. Speaking of which, I think this matter is very strange. Strange? Yes. First the communication was interrupted. Then, there was no signal. And then even the electricity was cut off. And the boat sank. Although those zombies look powerful, I don't think they are smart enough to do this. It's more like someone deliberately wanted to trap us on the island. Indeed. Duanmu Huai also nodded. He had similar thoughts. After all, it was all too coincidental. Although it's a biochemical crisis, it's normal to destroy this and that. But the problem is that the order is very strange. According to Mienmu Sanatori, they thought about leaving by boat immediately after they were attacked in the middle of the night. And at that time, they had already found that the boat had sunk. Then the question is, how did the boat sink? It couldn't possibly have been sunk by the typhoon at the dock. The ship sank. Communications were cut off. And with the typhoon alert, even if the people on the island found something wrong here, they couldn't send anyone to check the situation. This is not the style of the old ones. For the old ones, the life and death of humans is not worth mentioning at all. And they don't take a group of ants seriously. So, someone must have been playing tricks. But, Duanmu Huai doesn't care. Because Duanmu Huai is also an old one. No matter what the other party wants to do, Duanmu Huai will just watch. If he has the ability, he can do it. Duanmu Huai will slap him to death. Before the signal was interrupted, everyone looked at the weather forecast. This time it was a super typhoon that would last for 7 days. Which means that they can only stay here for the next week. And if people from the main island want to come here, they have to wait a week. In other words, whether they can survive this week is the most important thing for them. Fortunately, although the hotel is closed, there is sufficient supply here. Moreover, The hotel has its own electricity and water system, so it can support a month, not to mention a week. After the survivors came to this hotel, they also relaxed a lot. There are many guest rooms here, enough for them to rest here. Moreover, the hot spring hotel is located in the mountains, so the typhoon will not have much impact on them. It is far away from the city, so there will not be many zombies here. In theory, it is not a problem to hold on for a week. But there is another problem. So will the other party let them hold out for a week? Whether they were involved accidentally, or the other party was coming for him. I'm afraid he wouldn't let them wait for rescue comfortably here. But coincidentally, Duanmu Huai didn't intend to wait for rescue here. After arranging for others to rest, Duanmu Huai came to the back door of the hotel. And then he snapped his fingers. Soon, the shadow behind Duanmu Huai began to wriggle. And then, one figure after another emerged from them. Among them were men and women, big and small. These people were the survivors who were rescued with Nianmu Sanatwarai and others before, shadows. Although these survivors are useless to Duanmu Huai, their shadows are different. It's time for you to show up. Duanmu Huai stared at the shadows in front of him with a slightly cold look. Go kill those damn monsters. If there is any situation, report to me immediately. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, the shadows nodded one after another, and then quickly slipped out of the hotel through the crack of the door and disappeared in the pouring rain. Humph! Watching the shadows leave, Duanmu Huai's face darkened and snorted coldly. You have a plan. I have a ladder. We are all the old ones. Who is afraid of who? Chapter 1419, Alternative Vacation. In the strong wind, the entire island was dark. Everything went well. Looking at the deadly village in front of him, the shadow felt a burst of joy in his heart. The ugly village, the disgusting, ignorant villagers, all of this will be completely wiped out. Humans are so fragile and incompetent that everything they rely on is meaningless in the face of an irresistible force. But I am different. I have felt the wisdom and truth that transcends everything. I will transcend the ugly shell of human beings and become a true, supreme existence. As long as I can awaken that dormant power. Not to mention this island, this country, the whole world will be in my pocket. At that time, all human beings will submit to me. But now there is a small trouble. That is, the black shadow raised his head and looked at a ray of light in the distance. This is the only light from human civilization on the storm-ravaged island. Although the light is so weak, it is so dazzling to the black shadow. I really didn't expect that under such circumstances, there are still people who can escape. Staring at the light, the black shadow's eyes flickered. After a moment of silence, the black shadow turned around and disappeared into the depths of the forest again. Forget it. Just keep them as sacrifices. Now the whole island has been destroyed, and there is no way to contact the outside world. What can they do with just a few people? Let them struggle in despair. The isolated island blocked by the typhoon and cut off from communication is full of zombies and monsters. And there is no way to leave. What can they do in this situation? The answer is simple. That is, come on. Get high. Duanmu Huai raised the microphone in his hand and shouted loudly with a proud look on his face, while the girls in front of him were lying on the ground in a twisted state, and the whole room looked like a pile of dead bodies, which was horrible to look at. Brother, that's about it. Shaji covered his ears, leaned on the sofa, and looked at Duanmu Huai in front of him, with a look of despair on his face. Let me sing another song. The river flows eastward, and the stars in the sky are like the Big Dipper. I want to die. Meijia collapsed to the ground, looking like she could only breathe in but not out. Alice and Medea next to her were only a little better than her. A little better. This was also normal. For the girls, listening to Duanmu Huai singing was simply a torture. His voice was as loud as thunder, and not a word was in tune. But he sang happily. It's a sin. When Duanmu Huai finished singing with satisfaction, the others ran out of the box as if they had been pardoned. Huh? I will never go to KTV with my brother again. Shaji pressed his chest, looking like he had survived a disaster, and the others nodded silently. I want to take a break. I can't hold on any longer. Meijia also raised her hand with a sad face, and Alice and Medea next to her also agreed. Then how about we go to the hot springs? I agree. The reason why everyone is so relaxed is also Duanmu Huai's idea. He had no intention of going to the village to investigate. After taking the survivors to the hotel, Duanmu Huai decided to start a siege. No matter what happens outside, I will stay here and not go anywhere. I will wait for the typhoon to pass and rescue. Other things don't matter. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, just do whatever you want. I don't believe you can still rebel. So, then everyone closed the hotel doors and windows and started to enjoy their vacation. Soak in hot springs, watch movies, play games, and Shadow was responsible for cleaning up the zombies outside. In addition, the hotel had sufficient supplies, so there was no worry that they would run out. Isn't this a good time? In the movies, such places that rely on their sufficient supplies to live a life of luxury and debauchery will eventually be breached from the inside, such as some zombies sneaking in, or someone being infected with the virus, and then exploding and killing others, etc. But unfortunately, that was just a movie, not reality. Reality is eating hot pot and singing, then playing music and dancing. Anyway, it's like this. What else can we do? Everyone has no opinion on this. Although the environment outside is very bad now, they also need to relax. So singing and dancing are not impossible. But the problem is, Duanmu Huai's singing is too bad. I can't stand it. I can't stand it at all. The girls almost fled from the box, and only breathed a sigh of relief when they entered the hot spring. To be honest, I didn't know my brother's singing was so bad. Putting himself in the hot spring, Sha Jui couldn't help but sigh. I shouldn't have let the master go up just now. Medea also complained on the side. At the beginning, everyone was having fun, singing one song after another. But Duanmu Huai was eager to go up and sing a song, and everyone didn't care and directly gave him the microphone. As it turned out, it was a wrong choice. I'd never heard the master sing before. If I had known this, I shouldn't have let the master sing. Before? Hearing Medea's complaint, Sha Jui tilted his head curiously. You and your brother haven't met many times. Have you? Ah, before. We have met a few times before. Faced with Sha Jui's questioning, Medea was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly explained. And Sha Jui still seemed a little confused. But fortunately, Alice came to rescue him at this time. When I was young, my grandfather brought me here to meet the Lord, Mr. Duanmu. At that time, you were still young, Miss Shajui. Is that so, huh? But isn't Miss Medea about my age? I just look young. No, I am indeed young. In short, although I look about the same age as you. In fact, Medea was about to cry as she spoke. She was indeed about the same age as Shajiu now. But for a beautiful girl like her to admit that she was older, it was heartbreaking. Oh, I'm sorry, Sister Medea. Sha Jui is also a girl. Seeing Medea's tangled expression, she knew that the age issue should not be mentioned here. So she hurriedly apologized. Fortunately, she didn't call Medea auntie. Otherwise Medea would have died here on the spot. Oh, is this your hot spring hotel? It looks pretty good. Just when Medea was about to be killed by Sha Jui's critical hit, a leisurely voice came, finally dispelling the awkward atmosphere here. Everyone turned their heads and saw Minmi Sanatwarai holding a white wooden sword and walking in like a breeze. Minmi-sama. Seeing Minmi Sanatwarai, Sayuya and Mika also stood up hurriedly. After all, Minmi Sanatwarai was one of the 5 swords. As students of Qianyuan Academy, they still respected the 5 swords. Ah, Sayuya. Mika. Hello, huh? Waving his hand to greet everyone. Minmi Sanatwarai widened his eyes and looked around. Where's Tsukiyomi? Hey! Is Lady Inaba here too? Yeah. She just said she was coming to take a bath. Why can't I see her? Muttering in confusion, Minmi Sanatwarai walked directly into the hot spring carrying a white wooden sword and sat down. Seeing her like this, everyone just looked at each other helplessly without saying anything more. Although strictly speaking, it is not polite to enter the bath with a sword. Minmi Sanatwarai obviously doesn't care about this. Moreover, in this extraordinary situation, it would be more reassuring if someone brought weapons into the bathroom. While the girls were enjoying the hot spring, Duanmu Huai also came to the hot spring. Huh, the singing is so cool. Yawning, Duanmu Huai hummed and walked into the locker room. Although there is a bathroom in the guest room. For Duanmu Huai, with his body size, it is obviously more comfortable to take a bath in the big bathroom. This hot spring hotel also did a good job in this regard. The only thing that disappointed Duanmu Huai was that there was no mixed bathing. Well, mixed bathing is useless. After coming to this world, Duanmu Huai has been to some bathhouses with mixed bathing signs. But those baths were filled with old ladies in their 50s, 60s, 70s and 80s. So the hot springs were full of old people. At that time, Duanmu Huai almost rolled out. Besides, even if there were young girls in mixed bathing, they would wear swimsuits. After all, mixed bathing is a bath, not a shower. It can be seen that the scenes of young and beautiful girls wrapped in towels going to the bathhouse in those hot spring advertisements are pure false propaganda. So Duanmu Huai gave up completely after going there once. Huh? However, when Duanmu Huai took off his clothes and walked into the bathroom, he heard the sound of water splashing inside, which surprised him a little. You know, Duanmu Huai and others, as VIPs, used the VIP bathroom on the second floor. The survivors and employees mainly used the bathroom on the first floor. Among this group of VIPs, he should be the only man. With doubts, Duanmu Huai lifted the curtain and walked in. Then, he saw a petite figure sitting in the bath, with her back to him. A head of pure white hair, a petite body, and closed eyes. What are you doing here? Inaba? Looking at Inaba Yueya in front of him, Duanmu Huai was speechless. Hey! When he heard Duanmu Huai's voice, Inaba Yueya, who was enjoying the hot spring, froze. Teacher? That's right. Wait, why is the teacher here? Because this is the men's bathroom. Why did you come here? Men's bathroom? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Inaba Yueya was startled and sank directly into the water. I just think there's no one here. So it's quiet. Then why don't you think about why there's no one here? Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly. Then, he walked straight over and sat down. Splash. Woo-ah! As Duanmu Huai's huge body entered the bath, the water in the bath suddenly surged, like the waves in the swimming pool, and Inaba Yueya screamed, and was directly swept out of the bath by the surging water, like a seal thrown on the beach. Teacher, you are too much. Okay, you are just a little girl. What's there to be ashamed of? Looking at Inaba Yueya, who hugged her chest with her hands and protested with a blushing face, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. I have white-haired, red-eyed girls. Isn't Alice more beautiful than Inaba Yueya? The former has big breasts and a nice butt, unlike this little girl. Besides, Inaba Yueya can't see. Right? It's flat in front and flat in the back. What are you shy about? My breasts are bigger than yours. You. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Inaba Yueya blushed and stood up after a while. Remember this. I didn't expect that you, teacher, would be such a person. I'm so disappointed. After saying this, Inaba Yueya ran out of the bathroom as fast as a rabbit. And when he heard the door closing violently behind him, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and closed his eyes. What a little girl. Chapter 1420. Sufficient Firepower. In the next few days, Duanmu Huai and others stayed in the hot spring hotel and spent their time bored. Although everyone was able to suppress their inner anxiety at the beginning, as time went by, everyone became more or less anxious. The storm is starting to get smaller, and it should be completely calmed down tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. The main island should also send someone to check the situation. What should we say? While eating breakfast, everyone was discussing this topic. After all the people in the village died, and only the dozen people in the hotel survived. If this matter spread out, it would be a big news. Meijia looked sad, and the reason was very simple. With the development of things to this point, the island must be completely blocked. In other words, Baifan Group's investment here has been completely wasted. I'm so sorry, Sha Jui. If I had known this, I shouldn't have involved you and Mr. Duanmu. It's okay, Meijia. We are friends. Seeing Meijia's depressed look, Sha Jui could only comfort her. Besides, you are still fine, right? Isn't that enough? That's true. Meijia also admitted that Sha Jui was right. If she hadn't invited Sha Jui and Duanmu Huai to come together, she would have died by now. When a person dies, naturally there is nothing left. In comparison, the investment of Baifan Group that went down the drain is not something that can't be earned back in the future. Right? But, will anyone really come to rescue? However, at this moment, Medea interrupted at an inopportune moment. Hey! Medea? Why do you say that? Because it is possible that the whole world is in trouble. If so, it is normal that no one comes to rescue. After hearing Medea's words, Everyone fell into silence for a while. They had all seen the miserable appearance of the village. In fact, until now, no one has figured out what happened. I just subconsciously thought that this should be something that happened in the village. But what if this is a disaster that sweeps the whole world? The whole world has been completely destroyed? Thinking of this, everyone shuddered. And Irisville shook her head helplessly. Really? Medea? Don't scare them. Hey! But don't the stories that the master told us all have this ending? Hearing Medea's answer, Duanmu Huai was speechless for a moment. Indeed, this is the orthodox Cthulhu world. And according to the nature of the Cthulhu world, as Medea said, when they return to the island after much hardship, they may indeed see the tragic scene of the entire world being destroyed. You really can't say that there is no possibility. After all, this is very Cthulhu. Okay. There is no point in saying this now. Let's talk about it after the typhoon passes. Duanmu Huai decisively interrupted the increasingly tense atmosphere. Anyway, we are still alive now. Duanmu Huai was not sure whether the world would become like that. After all, who can say for sure about such things? Cthulhu game turned into a wasteland apocalypse? This span is a bit too big. However, at this moment, Alice suddenly stiffened. And then she looked at Duanmu Huai. There are invaders. A lot of them. What? Hearing Alice's words, Duanmu Huai frowned immediately. In the past few days, Irisville and Medea's mist barrier has covered the entire hotel. It can be said that they can detect any invasion at the first time. Before, those zombies had been wandering around the village and did not come here. Those zombies that accidentally broke in were also killed by Duanmu Huai's shadow subordinates. If it was just this, then Irisville would not report it at all. But now she actually said a lot. Humph. It seems that the other party is going to show his hand. Duanmu Huai stood up and stretched his neck. Sha Jui. You, Medea, and Meijia take the others to the basement to take shelter and seal off the entire hotel. Okay, brother. After hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Sha Jui was also confused, but he nodded obediently, and then left the restaurant with Meijia and Medea, who looked uneasy, and went to the first floor to meet up with other survivors. Fortunately, in order to block the zombies, the doors and windows on the first floor were sealed with rolling shutters, and the survivors would also patrol in groups. They should all be eating at this time, so it would not be difficult to find them. The rest of you, follow me. It's time to fight. Everyone reacted quickly. Not long after, the survivors hid in the underground warehouse for storing items under the command of Sakuya, Mika and Medea. At the same time, the entire hotel was closed again. Only Duanmu Huai, Alice, Mianmu Sanat Orai and Inaba Uas stood in the square at the entrance of the hotel, staring at the road in front of them. Duanmu Huai had put on the power armor of the judge again, and Alice was ready for battle. Mianmu Sanat Orai held a white wooden sword in his hand and sat on a chair next to him, humming a song and swinging his legs, looking quite excited. As for Inaba Uas, he was holding his sword, sitting quietly beside him, closing his eyes and saying nothing. Duanmu Huai had heard from Alice that hundreds of zombies had entered the mist barrier and were heading towards the hotel along the road. These zombies themselves had no intelligence, so it was logical that they could not have the ability to act in groups. However, now, this group of zombies actually came to the Hot Spring Hotel in groups for team building. So the reason was clear. It was obvious that something was controlling them. As for what it was, well, it looked like it would soon surface. Here it comes. At this moment, Inaba Tsukiyomi, who was sitting on a chair, stood up and spoke. Hearing her words, Duanmu Huai and the others were also refreshed and looked ahead. Compared with the heavy rain a few days ago, the rain was much lighter now, and the fog around was not as thick. Soon, Duanmu Huai saw zombies swaying and slowly appearing in his field of vision. To be honest, the appearance of hundreds of twisted and mutated zombies is indeed quite challenging. But Duanmu Huai doesn't care. Who is he? He is a judge. He is tired of seeing things that are 100 times more disgusting than zombies. Why is he afraid of this? Alice is not afraid either. She has been with Duanmu Huai in the court for so long and has seen everything. Naturally, she will not be shaken by a few hundred zombies. There was no need to worry about Minmu Sanahorai, as her SAN value was 0 and could not be lowered any further. In fact, Minmu Sanatori's eyes were already shining as she looked at the zombies. If Duanmu Huai hadn't asked her to wait for his orders, Minmu Sanatori might have rushed forward like a large dog. As for Anaba Yueya, she couldn't see anything at all, so there was nothing to worry about. These zombies were neither fast nor slow. Duanmu Huai was holding his war hammer and looking at these guys. Then he saw the zombies stop and stand not far from him. Then, Duanmu Huai saw a figure dressed in black and holding an umbrella appear behind the zombies. Hee hee. I didn't expect you to be able to hold on until now. The Black Shadow spoke. I have to admire your courage. Are you the mastermind behind this? However, before the Black Shadow finished speaking, he was interrupted by Duanmu Huai. The Black Shadow, who was interrupted by Duanmu Huai, was obviously a little depressed. But he continued to speak. Maybe it's the case in your eyes, but I call myself God's messenger. At this point, the Black Shadow stopped, and it seemed that he wanted Duanmu Huai to continue talking. But Duanmu Huai just carried the war hammer and looked at him boredly. Okay. You cult idiots are all the same. I can guess what you are going to say. You just have to promote how powerful and great the God you believe in is, and then brag about how glorious and sacred you are as a messenger chosen by God. Then you say a few more words about how powerful God is, and then say that these zombies are created by the power of that God, and so on and so forth. Right? How can you? After being rebuked by Duanmu Huai, the tone of the shadow immediately changed. Don't you see all this? Doesn't this make you feel awe for the great gods? This kind of power. This great power that mortals cannot reach. Doesn't it touch you at all? Even now. Are you still foolishly holding on to that backward and ignorant idea and desperately denying the reality in front of you? It is destined to rule over mankind and bring new life to mankind. The evil god is ultimately an evil god, and its only destination is destruction. Duanmu Huai raised his warhammer and swung it violently. Waste will always be waste. A sealed thing still wants to rule mankind? If I remember correctly, it seems that it was humans who sealed it at the beginning. That's a lie. Faced with Duanmu Huai's sarcasm, the Black Shadow finally couldn't help but refute. That great existence has never been sealed. In fact, the monk did not seal it, but saved it. He obtained the truth of the world from that great existence. So he changed his faith and became a devout believer of that great existence. But at that time, that existence had just fallen from the sky and came to our world. And it was still very weak. In order to prevent those ignorant villagers from hurting it, the monk told such a lie to deceive those stupid villagers. At this point, the Black Shadow became more and more excited. However, the lie was repeated too many times, so that no one still remembers this incident. But, only I have come into contact with the truth. The great existence has awakened, and I am its messenger. I see. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai nodded. Now the doubts found by Alice and Medea were solved. It was normal that they did not find any traces of the seal in the shrine at the beginning. Obviously, the so-called monk must have come into contact with the evil god, then went crazy, and took the initiative to become the accomplice of the evil god. This is not surprising. In other words, those who have faith betray faster than those who have no faith. At most, the three views of the non-believers will collapse. There are no gods in this world. Change 2. There are actually gods in this world. But what about these believers? If they are not careful, they will directly change to what I believed in before was rubbish. This is the real God. Believers are either more firm in their faith than anyone else, or they fall faster than anyone else. So it is normal for the monk to become a believer of the evil god in Duanmu Huai's opinion. Are you done with your nonsense? Come on. Call out your so-called great being and show it to me. Duanmu Huai yawned, looking bored. Is it too ugly to be seen by others? Don't worry. We are professionals. No matter how ugly it is, we won't laugh. Puff. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Alice chuckled and turned away. And Minmu Satora also laughed loudly. And the air was filled with a happy atmosphere for a while. You guys. Looking at all this, the Black Shadow became more and more angry. He never thought that even at this point, these people were still so stubborn. Do they think that they can look down on everything just because they can survive this group of zombies? If that's the case, then let you see with your own eyes the supreme figure of the great existence. As he spoke, the Black Shadow threw away his umbrella and raised his hands. I humbly beg you to respond to my call and wake up. Aholt. Great God. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the Black Shadow's call, the ground began to tremble. And then the hillside not far away collapsed instantly. And then a huge monster poked its body out of it. It was an extremely pale monster. Its body looked like countless huge insect eggs stuck together, with dry and skinny legs all over its body. And it looked disgusting and nauseating. If it was just like that, it would be fine. But the problem was, it was too big. This terrifying monster was dozens of meters tall, just like the monsters that appeared in special effects movies and fought with Ultraman. This made its originally ridiculous appearance become full of threats. Its swollen body, which looked like countless giant insect eggs, was covered with open eyes. At this moment, these eyes were scanning and sizing up everything around them, full of some indescribable malice. Wow! Myanmu Satora curiously stretched out his hand and put it in front of his eyes, staring at the evil god as if he was looking at something rare. Inaba Yuya just tilted his head, but did not react. As for Duanmu Huai and Irisville, they have seen more disgusting things than this. Okay. How? Did you see it? This is the great existence. The Black Shadow raised his hands and laughed crazily, trembled, and kneeled down before its infinitely majestic figure. Okay. It seems that the real master has appeared. Duanmu Huai ignored the Black Shadow's madness. He just looked at the evil god and showed a sneer. Then he turned his head and looked at the Black Shadow. Hey, I'll show you a trick. Watch it carefully. What are you talking about? In front of such a great sacred existence, you can do nothing at all. Oh, I don't think so. Duanmu Huai spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. You know, in the last investigation commission, he used the old essence he received to enhance his shadow ability. Now Duanmu Huai's shadow range has been increased from a radius of 50 meters to 100 meters. Of course, this range is not enough for Duanmu Huai to print out a battleship. But he has a better choice. Duanmu Huai walked forward slowly, and as he moved, the shadow behind him began to boil, wrapping him up. Then, the dark shadow surged up like clay, and then split apart. After that, a metal monster with a huge church on its back and its hands transformed into huge chainsaw swords and jets rose from the ground. Praise the god of all machines. In the name of Om Messiah, destroy all enemies. Accompanied by Duanmu Huai's roar, the titan rushed out of the shadows and roared forward, raised the rotating chainsaw sword, and pounced on the evil god in front of him. Chapter 1421 never begins. He was ready for everything. He was ready to see these ignorant mortals in fear, collapse, kneel down, and tremble, and beg for forgiveness in front of the great god. However, when he saw a huge steel creature appear out of thin air and slash at his great god, the Black Shadow was completely confused. What the hell is this? To be honest, he would rather the other side become a monster, or summon some powerful existence like the great god. This way he could at least understand what was happening. But when a machine with gears turning swung its chainsaw sword to attack, his mind went blank at that moment. He couldn't understand what was happening at all. And he didn't know what this thing in front of him was. If facing an ordinary enemy, a Holt would be able to crush it easily. After all, it was the old one, and its huge size was far beyond the range that humans could resist. Perhaps only warships and missiles can cause a certain degree of damage to it. But before that, a Holt will hide back in the deep maze tunnels underground. Its tentacles are thick and powerful, and its malicious language is enough to confuse and terrify anyone with a strong will. When its eyes open, those who are stared at by it will feel like they are in a nightmare, and can only pray for destruction. But unfortunately, all this is useless to a cold divine machine. The huge chainsaw sword roared and slashed down, tearing the tentacles raised by a Holt, and slashed into the disgusting body of the worm egg without any shell protection. At this moment, a shrill scream sounded, and a violent mental storm broke out. Even the dense dark clouds in the sky were dispersed a little by the scream. No! Seeing this scene, the Black Shadow screamed, and he raised his hands in despair. Watching the great existence, he believed in struggling under the ravages of the steel giant. It was like a huge, corrupt jellyfish, desperately swinging its tentacles to try to break free and escape back to the depths of the earth. However, the god machine obviously did not intend to give it this opportunity. Its chainsaw sword continued to move downwards, almost deeply slashing into Elhot's corrupt body. No, this is impossible. My god will not lose. The Black Shadow turned his head and looked around, then locked his sight on the three girls. And then he gave an order viciously. Attack! Capture them! As a believer of the great existence, the only thing he could do now was to capture these girls, take them as hostages, and ask the damn steel behemoth to stop. Following the order from the shadow, the zombies roared like wild beasts and rushed forward. In the shadow's view, there were only 3 weak girls on the other side, and there were hundreds or thousands of zombies on his side. It would be a piece of cake to catch them. Ah ha 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 ha. At the same time, Nyinmu Sanatwarai also rushed forward with a big laugh. She drew out her white wooden sword and rushed straight towards the zombie army in front of her. Seeing this scene, the shadow was confused again. What the hell is this? He had anticipated many developments, but he had never thought of this one. You know, facing these zombies, most people are either terrified or desperate. Even if they are fighting, they must be serious. But what's wrong with this girl? Looking at her cheerful smile, it doesn't look like she is fighting monsters at all, but like a happy child entering an amusement park. Shwa shwa shwa. Facing the zombies rushing towards her, the smile on Yumsatora's face did not change at all. She had learned Keisha Ryu. It is a sword technique that is best suited for group battles. Not to mention that the opponent is just a group of zombies who can only fight on instinct. For Mayumi Satori, it is easy to kill all these enemies even with his eyes closed. Mayumi Satori rushed into the zombie group like a tiger into a flock of sheep. And with a flash of sword light, the zombies around Mayumi Satori fell down like harvested wheat. The girl's slender figure turned into a ghost-like shadow, constantly moving back and forth among the zombies. Behind Neem Satori, Irisfield launched the attack. She stretched out her hand, and the silver threads turned into sharp blades under the movement of magic, spinning like a chainsaw and rushing into the zombies, cutting all the zombies in sight into pieces. Of course, even so, there are still some fish that slip through the net, and occasionally some zombies will cross the obstacles and rush towards Irisfield and then fall to the ground. The one standing between the zombies and Irisfield is undoubtedly Inaba Tsukiyomi. This girl, who is only 14 years old, was petite. She just stood at the gate motionless, closed her eyes, and stretched out her hand to press on the hilt of the sword. She looked like she was just standing there, but any zombie who dared to approach her would have his head fly off in the next moment, and then fall to the ground with a dead body. How could this happen? How could this happen? Looking at the battlefield in front of him, the Black Shadow couldn't believe his eyes. 3 girls could actually fight against his zombie army? What on earth is that swordplay? And that strange sword woven with silk threads? Who on earth are these guys? Oh. Just when the Black Shadow was at a loss and didn't know what to do, suddenly, he heard another scream. Not good. Hearing this scream, the Black Shadow turned his head and saw that the cold steel beast stretched out its left hand and used the thick gun barrel on it to directly stab into a Holt's broken body, picking it out of the cave like picking up a garbage bag from sewage and holding it high. At this moment, a Holt seemed to have realized that his doomsday was coming. He twisted his body desperately, and his tentacles kept hitting the steel giant. Unfortunately, the pollution ability of the old ones was basically useless to steel. The Titan raised his left hand, pointed forward, and then, the fire flashed. The plasma incinerator roared, and the hot flames rushed out of the muzzle, almost dyeing the entire sky red. The tattered remains of the old ones were completely swallowed up by the flames that could melt everything. At the same time, the zombies that had been desperately attacking also slowed down, then staggered to the ground, gradually began to decompose and dissipate. No. Seeing this scene, the Black Shadow screamed in horror, and he turned around to escape. But unfortunately, he no longer had this chance. As the Black Shadow turned around, his knees broke completely as if they were collapsing. And then the Black Shadow's body lost balance and fell down. Then the Black Shadow's body was seen like a plaster statue, smashing on the ground, and instantly shattered into pieces. Just like that, a disaster ended here. Okay, it's done. After retrieving his avatar, Duanmu Huai clapped his hands and returned to the hotel. In this way, another old one has been eliminated. Well, it's a cause for celebration. A cause for celebration. But it's not over yet. Looking at Duanmu Huai's smug look, Alice couldn't help but remind him. Next, how do we explain to the rescue team? After all, everyone in the village died, and only a few of them survived. Once this kind of thing gets out, the situation will be bad. Explanation? What explanation? However, to Alice's surprise, Duanmu Huai looked at her curiously, as if he didn't understand what she meant at all. About everything that happened here. Here? Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and raised his hands. Nothing happened here. Then he snapped his fingers. Woo! The whistle sounded, and Shaji shuddered. Then opened his eyes and looked around. What's wrong with you? Sakuya? Looking at Sakuya's uneasy look, Mika, who was sitting next to her, couldn't help but ask. Ah. No. Nothing. I just seemed to have a dream? Dream? Well, I can't remember clearly. Sakuya muttered and frowned. But soon she gave up thinking. Forget it. I won't think about it. Thank you, Mika, for inviting us. You're welcome. We're friends. Meijia smiled at Sakuya's question. The Shirifan group has put a lot of effort into this hot spring resort community, and I hope you can come and experience it. Ah. We've reached the shore. Let's get off the boat. Okay. I'll go inform my brother and Miss Ailey. After packing their luggage, the group left the yacht. And then they met a man in a suit at the dock. I'm the manager, Kashiwagi Osamu. And I welcome you, Miss and all your friends. Manager Kashiwagi smiled and gestured to everyone. I'm ready to take you to the Hot Spring Hotel. Please follow me. Let me go! Damn you. You bastards. However, before Manager Kashiwagi finished speaking, several policemen came over with a spirited young man with dyed hair, and then pressed him into the police car. Stop talking nonsense. Destroy private property. You'll just stay in the detention center. Duanmu Huai glanced over there, and then asked, What happened there? Ah. You mean there? Manager Kashiwagi was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Actually, it's nothing. That man is the son of the village chief. He was caught on the spot this morning when he went to the shrine to destroy the shrine. So he was sent to the detention center here. When the contact ship arrives, he will be sent to the main island for trial. Really? I don't know what young people are thinking nowadays. Is that so? Hearing Manager Kashiwagi's answer, Duanmu Huai nodded. By the way, what is enshrined in that shrine? It's just a very ordinary Inari god. Chapter 1422 Boring Day Off. After spending a leisurely holiday on the island, Duanmu Huai returned to his daily life. Everything was normal. Nothing happened. Even the others had lost their memories of that time, which was also normal. After all, after Duanmu Huai dealt with the old one, it no longer existed. So everyone was currently in another timeline where the old one had never existed. Even Irisville and Medea were the same. It must be said that this ability to go back in time is indeed very useful. But Duanmu Huai will not use it all the time. For example, when he cleaned up the rabbit nest before, Duanmu Huai did not use time to go back. In the final analysis, the ability of time still depends on the situation. In places like March City or the isolated island, where the death toll is too high to be concealed, you can try to go back. But for the group of rabbits that have become spirits, Duanmu Huai said that it would be better to kill them all directly. It is not worth wasting energy on them. Anyway, they are just a bunch of wild rabbits. Kill them if you want, and let them die if you want. Keeping them alive will only cause trouble. To be honest, Duanmu Huai did not regard those people as victims at all. The villagers in the isolated island village were victims, and the ordinary citizens in March City were also victims. But the rabbit spirit in the old district? They asked for it, and they do not deserve any sympathy. The essence of the old days obtained by killing Elhot this time was naturally strengthened by Duanmu Huai into the shadow. And the range of the shadow was once again increased from 100 meters to 150 meters. Okay. At least a Titan can be built. It's just that the consumption will be a bit high. However, now Duanmu Huai regrets not tracing back the wild rabbit spirits. So, you came to me? Duanmu Huai held the phone with a puzzled expression and listened to the voice on the other end. Yes, Mr. Duanmu. The last cooperation. The team leader spoke highly of you. So this time we also hope that you can help us investigate this matter. The person who called Duanmu Huai was none other than Tezuka Reneki of the Ingwe group. Duanmu Huai didn't expect that he would call him. I'm just a detective. I don't intend to get involved in your boring business. Duanmu Huai had no interest in Tezuka Renichi's invitation. Why is this broken world so obsessed with pulling me into the underworld? I'm not a gangster. Please. No please. Don't ask me for such boring things in the future. Duanmu Huai hung up the phone directly, not giving Tezuka-ren a chance. What a hassle. I'm not a gangster. Why are you looking for me? Duanmu Huai snorted and shook his head. Tezuka Lini called him, hoping that Duanmu Huai would help investigate an internal incident, saying that a younger brother in a group that they had a good relationship with accidentally killed someone while collecting debts and was about to be arrested by the police. But the other party said that it was not him who did it, and there was someone else behind the scenes, because this was related to the internal power struggle. The Ingwe group also wanted to send someone to investigate. Of course, they couldn't send their own people, so they found Duanmu Huai. But Duanmu Huai would definitely not go. He is a serious detective. Why would he go to help the underworld? Of course, ordinary detectives may not have the courage of Duanmu Huai, who is afraid of provoking the underworld. But Duanmu Huai is not afraid. He is still the ruler of the Old Ones. No matter how powerful you are in the underworld. Do you dare to provoke the Old Ones? If you are impatient with life, just say it. He would rather secretly film and track some cases of adultery investigation. Which is more interesting. For Duanmu Huai, these days are relatively calm. It is almost the end of the year, and there are no commissions from the firm. And the school is about to have winter vacation. The only thing that bothered Duanmu Huai was that Minmu Sanahurai always wanted to take him to cut something interesting. That being said, the Old Ones were not cabbages in the field. There were not so many of them. If you could run into the Old Ones just by walking around, this world would have been ruined long ago. Although there were many Old Ones here now, the happiest people were Irisville and Medea. Duanmu Huai was very busy in the court of justice. Even if he was not busy, there were still many people who wanted to deal with him. Although Medea and Irisville were not left out, Duanmu Huai's time was limited after all, so he couldn't help but care less about them. But now, in this world, the two of them can monopolize Duanmu Huai. Anyway, as long as they don't tell others, others won't know. The premise is that no one else comes. After all, Irisville and Medea are both heroes, and they are from the same world, so they are in the same camp. If another one comes, well, the situation is not good. Duanmu Huai naturally didn't know what Irisville and Medea were thinking, but he was quite enjoying it. After all, he had never had sex since he came to this world. This was different from the previous time in the demon world. Although Naruzmio also lived with Duanmu Huai, she was an outsider after all, and Sakui was his own sister. So for the sake of his sister's image, Duanmu Huai couldn't go to talk to a poor and lonely girl like he did in the demon world. Therefore, the arrival of Alice and Medea finally made Duanmu Huai relax. In fact, in terms of preferences, as Duanmu Huai said before, he prefers girls with more flesh, like and with a little baby fat. And beauties with perfect figures, like Alice, are naturally Duanmu Huai's favorite. On the other hand, Duanmu Huai has no interest in Lolita. From a psychological point of view, Duanmu Huai does not have this hobby. Not to mention from a physical point of view, Duanmu Huai is simply powerless to have Lolita. Think about Duanmu Huai's body shape. He is 2.8 meters tall. Take Inaba Yueya for example. She is a typical lowly body shape. Even if Duanmu Huai wants to use her, he can't, because he can grab Inaba Yueya in one hand. Is that grabbing a person? That's just grabbing a cup. This is going in the direction of curiosity. Although there are similar curiosity lovers, Duanmu Huai is obviously not one of them. So in terms of body shape, a lowly can't accommodate his 3-foot green sword. So Duanmu Huai naturally has no interest in lowly. In fact, Duanmu Huai doesn't mind talking to those mature women, especially those wives who are alone at home and feel lonely when he is carrying out some investigation commissions of adultery. Imagine that Duanmu Huai spreads out the photos in front of the other party, and then reveals a villain-like smile. Hee. Madam, you don't want your husband to know. Don't say. It's quite exciting. But unfortunately, others are still interested in doing this. But Duanmu Huai, even if he succeeds, it will have nothing to do with the photos. It's more because of the face. Face? Hey, being handsome is great. But being handsome also has a price. Duanmu Huai silently held the camera, silently watched the affair scene in front of him, silently filmed, silently finished work, and silently went home. You're back, brother, What's wrong with you? When Duanmu Huai returned to the office, Xia Jui had already gone home from school. Seeing Duanmu Huai's numb expression, Xia Jui was also quite surprised. Nothing. I took a commission to investigate infidelity, so I went to shoot some stuff, Duanmu Huai said. waving the camera in his hand. Since returning from that island, Duanmu Huai has bought a very professional shooting prop, intending to make good use of his identity as a photographer. He has made up his mind that no matter where he goes in the future, he will take the opportunity of shooting to scan and leave the other party's information. After all, the profession of photographer is not easy to be suspected. And with Duanmu Huai's height, he can scan more information by taking photos. As for the Light of the Universe sect, several months have passed, but there is no news at all. It is unknown whether they are pretending to be dead or have some new conspiracy. Unfortunately, neither Media, Irisville nor Xianji Yuko have found any abnormalities. So Duanmu Huai can only wait and see. To be honest, although he can wait for the sect to die and then kill the old ones they summoned, and then return to the world again, this is only the last insurance plan. After all, it is much more troublesome to trace back the whole world than to trace back a city or an isolated island. If possible, Duanmu Huai also hopes to solve this problem as soon as possible. Cheating again? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Xiaojui frowned with some dissatisfaction. Why do men want to find other women as soon as they have money? If you want to say that men become bad when they have money, then I can only tell you that you guessed wrong. The target this time is a rich woman, and a fat woman. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai put the camera on the table and sighed silently. She raised a college student, who is also the ace of the baseball team. Do you want me to continue? No. No need. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Xiaoji also broke out in a cold sweat and retreated silently. Of course, the reason why Duanmu Huai's eyes were dull was not simply because of this, but because, well, he found that women often play more lavishly than men. For example, steel wool or something. TSK. I can't bear to look at it. However, when he thought that even the ace handsome guy of the baseball team, who was secretly loved by countless college girls in college, was a gigolo who sold his dick to rich women, Duanmu Huai felt more balanced. It seems that being handsome is not necessarily a good thing. After all, if he is ugly, rich women will not look down on him. Excuse me. However, at this moment, the door of the office suddenly opened again, and then he saw Mayumi Sanaorai with a smile on his face, walking in without any courtesy. After that, Mayumi Sanaorai often came to the office, claiming that he did this so that Duanmu Huai would take him with him when he had fun. Speaking of which, Duanmu Huai had obviously gone back in time, and according to reason, Mayumi Sanaorai could not remember that. It never happened. But Menmu Satora seemed to have some impression of it. I have to say, this SN value of 0 is sometimes scary. Don't you have anything else to do? But for Satora, it's more interesting to follow the teacher. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Menmu Satora still had a smiling look. And then she stretched out her hand. Oh, by the way, teacher, Satora brought you a client. Maybe we can cut some interesting things? Huh? Chapter 1423 delivered to the door. For the boy, everything in front of him was like a nightmare. It's too late. He sat slumped in the deserted alley, looking at the dim alley in despair. It was clearly daytime, and as long as he walked out of here, he could return to the busy streets with cars and people. But the boy couldn't do anything at the moment, because there was an obstacle between him and his ordinary daily life. That was a man. Or, he looked like a man. He was wearing human clothes, and his appearance was not much different from that of a human. But at this moment, the man's eyes were swollen, and blue tears flowed down his eye sockets, leaving strange tear marks on his cheeks. And he was holding a sharp kitchen knife in his hand, and with the saliva flowing from his mouth. At first glance, he looked like a crazy murderer. No. Or, he was indeed a crazy murderer. The boy gritted his teeth, held his breath, and stared at the man in front of him. After being blocked here, he had given up the idea of escaping. But this does not mean that he will surrender obediently. However, at this moment, suddenly, a brisk voice sounded, breaking the dead silence and solemn atmosphere in the alley. This made the boy stunned for a moment. He raised his head and looked behind the man, only to see a girl on the other side of the alley looking curiously in this direction. She had long green hair, a pretty face, and a pair of big eyes that looked at this place clearly and brightly, as if she was looking at something strange. No, don't come over here. Run away. The boy struggled and shouted. Go call the police. Quickly. if it were an ordinary person. Just seeing this scene and hearing the boys shouting, he would probably be scared and turn around and leave. However, to the boys' surprise, the girl not only did not intend to leave, but walked straight towards this side. At the same time, she still had a curious and interesting smile on her face. I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting thing here. It seems that Satori is really lucky. Roar! Before the girl finished her words, the man suddenly turned around and rushed towards the girl with a roar. It's over. Seeing this scene, the boy felt cold and desperate deep in his heart. He knew how terrible this guy was. Although he looked like a human, his speed and strength were far beyond that of humans. Ordinary people were no match for him. Not to mention this girl, who looked very weak. In the blink of an eye, the man had already rushed in front of the girl. And then he raised his hand and swung his sword. Blood splashed out and sprayed on the wall next to him. Oh! Then, the man's right arm fell down, and he shook his injured body and stepped back. Huh? The boy couldn't believe his eyes at this moment. He looked forward with wide eyes, and saw that the green-haired girl had a sword in her hand, from the blood flowing from it. It was obviously she who attacked the crazy man. Roar! The injured man became more and more angry. He lowered his body and stared at the girl fiercely like a mad beast. The latter held the sword in one hand and stretched out the other hand to hold the sword. At the same time, the girl's face still had that cheerful and interesting smile. She just stared at the man in front of her, as if he was just a cute little animal. At this moment, the man's expression became more and more distorted. In anger and pain, his face began to deform. And then the man jumped up, opened his mouth like a wild dog, and bit the girl directly. His jaw split and stretched at this moment, completely exposing his non-human side. However, this obviously had no effect on the girl. On the contrary, at the moment when the man transformed, the boy clearly saw the green-haired girl's eyes suddenly brighten, as if she saw something interesting. At the same time, she kept moving forward, swinging the long sword in her hand directly at the target. Schwa! At this moment, the man's sleeve suddenly burst open, and the remaining left arm stretched out like a folded and stretched insect forelimb, directly stabbing the girl. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably completely imagine such a horrible scene. But the green-haired girl didn't care at all. She swayed to the side and brushed past the flying arm. At the same time, she swung the long sword in her hand and directly cut off the other arm. Bang! The man who missed the attack fell heavily to the ground. Before he could get up, the sharp blade had fallen from the sky and pierced his head directly, nailing him to the ground. The man's body suddenly tensed and trembled. He struggled for a moment, and then completely turned into a corpse. Liar! The young man, who was sitting on the ground, stared at the scene in front of him in a daze. He had never thought that the man who looked like a devil in his eyes could be killed so easily. Who is that girl? As if she had heard the young man's inner doubts, the girl drew out the long sword that pierced the man's head and walked towards him with a smile. When the young man saw the girl walking towards him, he felt cold all over and felt an indescribable fear. Logically speaking, the other person is his lifesaver. And she is also a very beautiful girl. No matter from what perspective, he should have a good impression of her. But the boy didn't have such an idea at all. On the contrary, when he looked at the girl in front of him, it was as if he saw some kind of indescribable monster covered in human skin. Obviously, no matter how you look at it, she is a human, but the impression she gives is more like a monster simply imitating human behavior. And her eyes, from beginning to end, the girl never looked at them straight in the eye. She gave the feeling that although she was staring at this side, her eyes were very empty, as if she was staring at the empty air in a daze. The two pupils had no focus at all, and no one knew what she was looking at. But no matter what, his crisis was finally resolved. Thinking of this, the boy also stood up desperately and bowed to the girl to thank her. Thank you for saving me. Hearing the boy's voice, the girl seemed to finally notice him. She came close to the boy, stared at him, and then grabbed his hand. Come with me. Hey! Wait! Where are you taking me? That's it. So Satora brought him here. Mianmu Satora looked at Duanmu Huai with a smile, raised his hands high, and looked very proud. Duanmu Huai was completely speechless. So, you killed someone? Hey! That wasn't a person. It was an interesting thing. Even if it was an interesting thing in your opinion, It would be troublesome for others to find the body. Don't worry about this. At this moment, the boy who had been silent just now finally spoke. That thing will not leave a body after death. It will disappear directly. Oh, is that so? After hearing the boy's explanation, Duanmu Huai turned to look at Mind Misanatwarai, who shook his head. I don't know. Forget it. I knew I couldn't get anything out of you. Then, Duanmu Huai turned to look at the boy. He had just introduced himself. His name was Kurikawa Shigeru, a second-year junior high school student, and a little kid. It seemed that he went to a nearby junior high school. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa, looking around anxiously. Obviously, the decoration style of the courtroom in this law firm brought considerable pressure to the middle school boy. So, tell me what happened to you. Duanmu Huai didn't want to get involved in some boring things. But since it happened near his home, it's okay to listen. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the middle school boy also stood up hurriedly. Uncle, please save me. We are cursed. Uncle? Just hearing this, Duanmu Huai's veins were bulging, and he wanted to kill someone. But why should he bother with a middle school boy? Forget it. You continue talking. Perhaps because he was too scared. Kurikawa Wataru's words were a bit upside down and messy. But Duanmu Huai still understood the whole story. In short, Kurikawa Wataru joined a supernatural club in school. And this kind of club is naturally for investigating those strange and mysterious events. Their goal was also very traditional, which was the 7 incredible events in this city. Of course, these ghost stories were just some boring rumors. In fact, Duanmu Huai had heard of similar ghost stories before. In his original world, the ghost story about the number 13 supernatural bus was also spread all over the country. The basic content of the story was like this. A man went home at 12 o'clock in the night and got on the bus. Then he found that everyone on the bus was lifeless. At this time, the old lady sitting next to him suddenly scolded the young man, saying that he stole her things. Of course, the young man didn't want to be framed. And then the two quarreled. Then the driver stopped the bus and let the two get off to quarrel. After getting off the bus, the young man wanted to argue. But the old lady said, I saved your life. But everyone else on the bus was dead. The next day, they found that the bus had been abandoned and a lot of corpses were found. Similar urban legends can be found everywhere. And there are more in Japan. What are the 7 wonders? There are more than 7. The method used by this group of students to investigate the 7 wonders is very simple. Go to that place, do it according to the rumor, and see if there will be ghosts to know whether it is true or not. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai could only sigh. He really wanted to die. If there was no ghost, then it was a wasted trip. But what if there was a ghost? Aren't you just asking for trouble? The facts prove that it was indeed the case. The first incredible rumor that this group of people investigated was Hell's Wonchom, which said that there used to be a murderer here who killed people like crazy and came out to kill people every night. Later, he was killed by a passing samurai. However, after that, the murderer turned into an evil spirit and came out every night to look for prey. So the street was sparsely populated every night, with almost no one around. And there was even a shrine on the roadside dedicated to the murderer. A group of people also relied on their courage and went there. Needless to say, they saw the legendary evil spirit as they wished. And then they were killed. The first person to die was the president of their mysterious research club. He was possessed by the evil spirit. And then at that intersection, he tore his throat with his own hands in front of everyone, and then died miserably. At that time, the others were also terrified and ran away screaming. They naturally found the police after that. The police were also very surprised to hear that there was a murder case and rushed to check. However, what everyone did not expect was that when they returned to the destination with the police, they found that the president's body was gone. Not only that, there was not even a trace of blood in that place. As if nothing had happened. At that time, the police thought that these children were playing a prank. So they scolded them angrily and left. Of course, after that, the president was reported missing by his family. And the police also asked them about the situation. They told the truth at first, but the police didn't believe them. So they never said anything again. But the facts did not end there. After that, the students who went to that street on the same day from the Mystery Research Club died one after another. And the one who killed them was the one who was killed before. Not only that, every time they killed someone, the bodies of those people would disappear strangely. so they had no way to call the police. And the police would not take their words seriously. Finally, the remaining members of the mysterious research society decided to unite. In order to save their lives, they had to find a solution. If this were a movie, then they encountered many disasters, but finally found a solution to save their lives. Unfortunately, the reality is that the entire mysterious research society was wiped out. If it weren't for the intervention of Mayumi Sanaorai, the middle school boy would not have escaped. And all this, it's all because of the weird cult that the president joined. If he hadn't joined the cult called the Light of the Universe and brought back the book, we wouldn't have found that place, let alone died. Huh? Hearing this, Tuan Muhuai, who was originally drowsy, suddenly became energetic. If you tell me this, then I won't be sleepy anymore.